This is a parallel world where humans and monstrous beasts battle for survival. Beneath the night sky of the eastern coastal base in the Shenzhou Dragon Nation, a massive octopus-like beast, towering dozens of meters high, rampages uncontrollably. The blue crystal ray guns in the hands of border soldiers prove useless against this mountain of flesh and blood. Desperate cries echo into the night. Damn it! Even our espers can't stop its invasion. This beast, it must be city destroyer level. When even the most powerful weapons fail to stop the beast, a squad of espers arrives just in time. Su Ming, a silver-haired young woman, descends like a celestial being, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. Her perfect figure, with a slender waist and flawless skin that glows under the moonlight, only adds to her striking presence. She turns to the young man beside her and asks, "Lin Lu, this one's a bit tricky, isn't it?" Lin Lu's background is nothing short of legendary. In his previous life, he was a physics and chemistry teacher with a passion for experiments. After sacrificing himself to save a drowning girl, he was reincarnated into this world. Here, technology revolves entirely around blue crystal minerals, forming a unique and divergent civilization. Su Ming, notify the eastern base immediately and evacuate all civilians. Lin Lu orders decisively. Without hesitation, Su Ming uses a blue crystal communicator to relay the instructions. Once the base confirms the civilian's safety, Lin Lu activates his daylight armor. In an instant, liquid-like metal extends from his wristband, enveloping his body in a sleek and formidable suit of armor. The black and white battle suit is sharp and angular, with horn-like structures pointing skyward. Dark golden runes flow across its surface, and the narrow visor emits an icy, menacing glare. Lin Lu teleports behind the beast, unleashing a devastating punch at only 30% power, tearing a gaping wound into its massive body. Su Ming follows closely, invoking her frozen world ability to freeze a quarter of the creature's body in an instant. She truly lives up to her title as the military's Frost Valkyrie. To their surprise, the beast suddenly releases a toxic purple mist. In a critical moment, Su Ming conjures an ice barrier stretching for kilometers, shielding everyone from the deadly fog. Sensing her anxiety, Lin Lu calmly reveals his trump card, retrieving a dozen thermite explosives from his spatial pouch, an ability rated as a class life skill. "Why couldn't you just stay in the deep sea and live your life peacefully?" Lin Lu quips with a wry smile. The walking arsenal finally proves its worth as temperatures of over 3,000 degrees erupt in the air. Flames, like the wrath of celestial beings, engulf the colossal monster, reducing it to ashes. "These two are unbelievable," their comrades exclaim in awe. "They took down a city destroyer-level beast with ease. And to think they just got engaged, their teamwork is flawless." However, in the military's high-level meeting, a decision is made for the sake of political balance. Lin Lu is to be abandoned, and Su Ming, the eldest daughter of the Su family, will assume the role of acting major general at the Eastern Azure Dragon base. At the victory banquet, a communications officer barges in with the team, citing civilian casualties as a pretext to arrest Lin Lu. Outraged, his teammates declare their loyalty, vowing to stand by their commander. Frost begins to emanate from Su Ming, lowering the temperature by several degrees. Yet Lin Lu remains composed, leaning close to whisper in Su Ming's ear, "It's all right. Trust me." Su Ming nods, her watery eyes fixed on Lin Lu. No one knows what Lin Lu went through after he left. All that is known is that the military retained his rank as a senior colonel and later assigned him to teach at a Special Abilities Academy. 3 days later, at the Su family estate in Shangjing, a family meeting was underway. In the spacious discussion hall, 3 generations of the Su family were gathered, and the atmosphere was heavy. The head of the family, Su Yunlong, sat at the main seat, flanked by his 2 sons, Su Tianhua and Su Tianxiu. Breaking tradition, even the younger generation, including Su Ming, had been invited to attend. Su Tianhua rubbed his temples and sighed. "I originally thought Lin Lu would at least make it to Major General and expand our Su family's influence in the military. Who would have thought he would be demoted and cast out of the ranks?" Su Tianxiong picked up where his brother left off, his eyes scanning the room. "Elder brother, Lin Lu has been reduced to nothing more than a stray dog. Why not annul the engagement and find a better match for Su Ming?" The temperature in the room seemed to plummet as soon as he said this. Su Ming's cold gaze fixed on her second uncle, her face like frost. Su Wenxing, the eldest son of the second branch, and currently the only male heir of the Su family, chimed in with a smirk. "Sister Su Ming, how about considering Li Chengfeng from the Li family? He's always had a thing for you. Lin Lu is just a teacher at some small academy now. He's no longer worthy of you." As Su Ming's expression grew darker, Su Yunlong cleared his throat, signaling everyone to quiet down. The elderly man, though silver-haired, carried an air of authority that demanded respect without effort. "It seems none of you are aware yet Xiao Meng has recently advanced to rank ability user," Su Yunlong revealed with deliberate calm. "What?" The room erupted in shock. In this world, 1/3 of the population could awaken abilities, but combat abilities those suitable for fighting against monstrous beasts were especially rare. Such individuals were considered invaluable war assets, enjoying high status and privileges. Abilities were classified into 5 ranks: S, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the destructive power needed to counter beasts ranked from nation destroyers to minor creatures. Su Ming possessed an exceptionally rare ice element ability. During her missions with Lin Lu, her powers had advanced rapidly, and at the age of 24, she passed the strength ability test. Sister Su Ming, you've been hiding this from us all along? Su Wenxing said, his displeasure written all over his face. Such a monumental achievement, yet Su Ming hadn't mentioned a word to her family. Su Yunlong raised his hand to silence the murmurs. He turned to Su Ming and asked slowly, Xiao Ming, if we were to approach Lin Lu about annulling the engagement, what would you? Grandfather, don't even think about it. Su Ming interrupted firmly. My position as a major general in the Eastern Division was earned because of Lin Lu. Since I'm engaged to him, I'm his for life. If anyone dares to bother him about this, he'll resign from the military the very next day. The room fell into stunned silence. Su Ming's words were like a thunderclap, jolting everyone present. If any of you so much as mention annulling the engagement to Lin Lu, don't blame me for handing over my position as Major General on a silver platter. Su Ming declared with unwavering resolve. Su Tianxiong shot to his feet, pointing at Su Ming in anger. How dare you? As a member of the Su family, you should prioritize the family's interests above all else. You, second uncle, I'm putting it out here today, if any of you dare to touch Lin Lu, don't blame me for putting justice above family. Su Ming's voice echoed through the council hall as her icy gaze swept across the room. As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly stood up, her robes billowing as she strode out of the hall with determined steps. Look at her. Just look at her. What kind of behavior is this? Second uncle's voice was laced with anger. Big brother, is this how you raise your daughter? Second brother, how I raise my daughter is none of your business, the elder brother retorted, his tone equally defiant. The elderly man seated at the head of the room glanced at Su Ming's now empty seat, then at his 2 quarreling sons, and let out a long sigh. The deep wrinkles on his face seemed to carry the weight of his helplessness. At that moment, no one noticed a pair of mischievous, darting eyes in the corner of the room. They belonged to Su Ming's younger sister, Su Shui. A sly grin crept across her lips as she thought to herself, Heh, I should go meet my brother-in-law. This is my chance. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned to her room and immediately opened a video call. A familiar face soon appeared on the screen. Hey Xiaoming, what's wrong? Did something upset you? Lin Lu set down the box he was holding and leaned closer to the screen. Huh? How did you know? Su Ming instinctively glanced at the mirror beside her. Her face showed no signs of tears or distress. Come on, who am I? I can tell what you're feeling just by looking at you, Lin Lu said with a grin. I even know what kind of fart you're about to let out just by the way you move. Ugh, you're so annoying. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. She was usually cold and reserved, with few friends, but she always found herself letting her guard down around Lin Lu. It wasn't because he was particularly handsome, but his relaxed and carefree demeanor had always drawn her in. Lin Lu, we might not be able to see each other for the next few years, Su Ming said softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. Don't worry about it. If you miss me, I'll just come to you, Lin Lu replied casually. But isn't military life pretty strict? Can you handle it? Of course I can. Su Ming felt a pang of frustration. Whether she could handle it or not, she had no choice. This was her only leverage against her family. Relax, my dear Miss Su. 2 or 3 years at most, and I'll be back, Lin Lu said, his words piquing Su Ming's curiosity. Lin Lu, do you have some kind of connection with the military higher-ups? Shoo, Lin Lu raised a finger to his lips. Walls have ears. Just trust me. I've got it under control. Anyway, I need to finish moving. I'll call you later. Before Su Ming could respond, the video call abruptly ended. Beep, 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 beep. Lin Lu, how dare you hang up on me? Su Ming yelled in frustration, but her anger quickly dissipated. Lin Lu's words had brought her a small sense of reassurance amidst her unease. In Nanyang City, a small city in southern Longhua, Lin Lu followed a moving truck to his new workplace, Tsinghua Academy of Special Abilities. It was one of the top 10 special abilities academies in the South, renowned for its strong faculty and outstanding students. Huh, you must be Lin Lu, right? As soon as Lin Lu arrived at the academy's logistics department, a chubby middle-aged man greeted him warmly. That's me. And you are? I'm Sun Xing, the principal of this academy. Oh, Principal Sun Xing. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Lu replied with a smile, sizing up the principal as they shook hands. The two chatted as they walked, eventually arriving at the training field. The sight before Lin Lu was both familiar and intriguing. A group of young men and women with combat abilities were sparring with each other. Elements flew through the air, and explosions echoed across the field. The scene was lively and chaotic, but Lin Lu's sharp eyes quickly picked up on some underlying issues. Principal Sun, something seems off. Why are there so few combat abilities students this year? One of the teachers asked with a furrowed brow, his tone filled with confusion and concern. Principal Sun sighed and shook his head. As expected from you, Mr. Lin. This year, our Zijingwa Academy has indeed suffered some setbacks. He went on to explain that as a public academy for ability users, Zijingwa Academy would typically select top talents from lower-tier schools every year. However, with the new policy abolishing the regional allocation system, private academies seized the opportunity and launched aggressive recruitment campaigns. Pointing to the enrollment data in his hand, Principal Sun spoke with a hint of frustration. Based on previous years, we should have 300 to 500 combat ability students enrolling. But this year, only about 150. He turned to Mr. Lin Lu, his tone carrying a trace of apology. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid you'll have to make do for now. Your class is full of students with only life abilities. Hearing this, Lin Lu was momentarily stunned. Then, to everyone's surprise, a delighted smile spread across his face. Life abilities? That's fantastic. I've been looking for an opportunity to do physics and chemistry experiments. This is perfect timing. Excitedly, Lin Lu explained that life ability users possessed a wide range of unique skills. Some could manipulate localized pressure, others could alter the properties of objects. A few could even simulate extreme environments, essentially becoming walking laboratories. Under Lin Lu's guidance, this group of life abilities students quickly flourished. Together, they developed various modernized weapons and daylight armaments, carefully stored in Lin Lu's dimensional pouch. Before long, the military's life ability division gained widespread fame due to these groundbreaking innovations. Their bold slogan, "Mess with us, and we'll build you a Tsar Bomba," became the talk of the town. The research department was soon merged into the division, and the entire unit basked in newfound prestige. Lin Lu's status within the life ability division skyrocketed, with many treating him as a revered figure. Had he not intervened in time, some of the researchers and high-ranking officers might have turned their weapons on military commanders, all in an overzealous effort to protect him. Touch our Lin Lu from the life ability division, and you've got some serious guts. This sentiment became an unspoken rule across the department. Lin Lu's success was no accident. In a world driven by energy technology based on blue crystal ores, his solid foundation in physics, chemistry, and mathematics was nothing short of revolutionary. This young man from another world was reshaping the technological landscape of this one with his knowledge. Mr. Lin. Are you not satisfied? Principal Sun looked at Lin Lu's excited demeanor, feeling a bit uneasy. When Lin Lu first arrived, several high-ranking military officials had specifically instructed him to take good care of Lin Lu. Now, putting Lin Lu on the spot right away made him worry he might have upset him. Hee, Principal Sun, don't worry. I'm absolutely thrilled with this arrangement. I couldn't be happier. In this world, every special ability has the potential to evolve into different branches. Once that potential is fully utilized, the ability becomes fixed, like assigning fixed attribute points. Once they're used up, there's no going back. The senior members in the Department of Life Abilities have already exhausted their evolutionary potential, making it nearly impossible to change anything about them. But now, I have a whole group of fresh life ability rookies waiting for me to help them level up. Relax, Principal Sun. I'm more than satisfied with your arrangement. So, when can I start my job? Lin Lu's eagerness left Principal Sun a little flustered. Haha, as long as you're satisfied. No rush to start. Take a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to your class. With that, Lin Lu settled into a small office apartment near the academy. The room wasn't large, about 60 square meters, but it was tidy and charmingly compact. Who would have thought I'd have a whole bunch of life ability rookies waiting for me? If the conditions allow, I might even try a chain reaction experiment. With bright hopes for the future, Lin Lu drifted off to sleep. The next day, Lin Lu arrived at the principal's office early. Principal Sun had initially thought Lin Lu might just be feigning enthusiasm. After all, life ability users were often considered useless unless they developed their abilities to the fullest. However, Lin Lu's enthusiasm seemed almost too genuine. Let's go, Mr. Lin. We'll head to Class 3 of Grade 1. That's the class you'll be leading. With that, Principal Sun led Lin Lu toward Class 13. Did you hear? We're getting a new teacher today. Yeah, I heard. And I heard he's from the military. Why isn't he teaching the combat class? Why is he coming to teach us? The students of Class 13 whispered among themselves, curious and speculative about their new teacher. Principal Sun, you know there's nothing I can do. There are only about 100 combat ability users. If we handed all of them over to a new teacher, what would happen to the Academy's performance this year? I can't take that risk. Principal Sun muttered to himself, feeling helpless. Here they come. A student by the window heard footsteps and signaled to their classmates. Mr. Lin, this is Class 13. I'll leave you here. Our academy follows a free credit system. As long as your class completes the monthly and annual exams on time, you're free to teach however you see fit. Got it. Thank you, Principal Sun. Lin Lu gave a brief nod of thanks and stepped into the classroom. As soon as he entered, over 20 young men and women turned their eyes to him in unison. Lin Lu couldn't help but feel surprised they all looked only 2 or 3 years younger than him. Meanwhile, the students were equally taken aback by how young their new teacher appeared. They couldn't help but wonder just what kind of skills this new teacher possessed. The morning sunlight streamed through the classroom windows as Lin Lu pushed open the door and stepped in. Standing at the podium, he scanned the room with a calm gaze. Clearing his throat, he offered a warm smile and said, "Good morning, everyone. I'm your new teacher, Lin Lu." The classroom was silent. The students stared at him blankly, their faces devoid of emotion. Lin Lu continued, "If all goes as planned, we'll be spending almost every day together for the next year." As soon as he finished, a smattering of applause broke out, tentative and sparse, like weary ants dragging themselves across the floor. Lin Lu frowned slightly, sensing the lackluster energy in the room. "Hey, what's with this vibe?" he asked, raising his voice in an attempt to stir some excitement. "Trust me, by the end of this year, we'll all be heading to the Golden Sword Tournament together." The students exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing their confusion, Lin Lu explained, "The Golden Sword Tournament is the most prestigious competition for ability users in Longhua. It's organized by the military, and being selected can lead to incredible resources and a promising future." No sooner had he finished speaking than a student retorted coldly, "Come on, Mr. Lin. What does that tournament have to do with us?" Another chimed in, "Yeah, Mr. Lin. That event is for combat ability users. We're just life ability users, it's not our world." A murmur spread through the classroom, accompanied by sighs. Someone muttered, "Mr. Lin, you don't need to comfort us. We know that after graduation, we'll just end up working in factories." Looking at the dispirited faces before him, Lin Lu let out a silent sigh. Straightening his posture, he struck an exaggerated battle stance and declared, "Come on, everyone, don't be like this. Believe me, it'll help you stand at the top of the world and defeat those combat ability users." The students exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions filled with doubt and resignation, as if they were looking at a naive dreamer. Amid the awkward silence, a sharp announcement blared from the school's broadcast system. "Attention, students. Representatives from Longshin Group's technical team are visiting our school for an exchange. Interested students, please head to the field to participate in the event." At the mention of Longshin Group, the classroom instantly erupted with excitement. Students scrambled to leave, their hurried footsteps echoing down the hallway. For them, even if they couldn't become combat ability users, joining Longwo's leading industrial giant was a desirable path, one that promised financial stability and security. In the blink of an eye, the once full classroom was empty, leaving Lin Lu alone. He stood there, staring at the vacant seats, lost in thought. When news spread that the senior executives of Longshin Group were arriving, the classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. The trainees rushed to the door, eager to seize the opportunity to connect with these influential figures. Amidst the commotion, a thin young man dressed in black remained completely still, sitting quietly in his seat. Lin Lu noticed this unusual behavior. He raised an eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. He had assumed all the trainees would leave, giving him the perfect chance to sneak off to the cafe next to the academy for a little break. Unexpectedly, someone had stayed behind. "Oh, why aren't you joining them?" Lin Lu approached the young man and asked curiously. The young man looked up, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "Mr. Lin, I've seen you before." "Oh." Lin Lu looked puzzled. "Mr. Lin, I saw you on Blue Crystal TV," the young man said excitedly. "You fought a city-destroying Biasta Lionhead Serpentine by yourself. I watched the entire live broadcast from start to finish." Lin Lu quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Haha, you must be mistaken. I'm just an ordinary teacher, nothing that impressive." "No," the young man insisted. "Mr. Lin, I have a great memory. The 5-star design on your wristband is identical to the one worn by the daylight-armed fighter on TV." Lin Lu's expression changed. He stepped forward swiftly and clapped a hand over the young man's mouth. "For heaven's sake, keep it down," he said in a low voice. "My identity can't be exposed, or it'll cause a lot of trouble." Releasing his hand, Lin Lu sighed helplessly. "All right, tell me your name. We haven't officially introduced ourselves yet." "Mr. Lin, my name is Jiang Kai. I'm from Nanyang," the young man replied respectfully. "Jiang Kai, a good name," Lin Lu nodded. "Since no one else is around, why don't you show me your ability? Let me see what type it is." "Sure." Jiang Kai immediately raised his right hand. About 10 centimeters above his palm, tiny white particles began to materialize out of thin air. "Oh," Lin Lu's eyes lit up. "Interesting. This is a materialization ability within a defined space. What are these particles?" Jiang Kai deactivated his ability, and the white powder fell onto the table. "These are just granules. I'm not sure about their exact composition," he said quietly. "From the first day I joined, the teachers who assessed my ability said that a factory was the only place I belonged." Jiang Kai looked up, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice trembling with determination. "But, Mr. Lin, I want to fight. I want to battle those beasts. I want to make my parents proud." Jiang Kai was born into a poor family, and his parents worked tirelessly in hopes that he could make something of himself. When he awakened his superpower, his parents were overjoyed. However, their excitement was short-lived. After undergoing a rigorous ability assessment, Jiang Kai was rated by the Ability Council as possessing a level lifestyle ability, something so useless it was practically deemed garbage even among mundane skills. His ability was the creation of powder, similar in composition to flour. While he could generate it out of thin air, the efficiency was abysmal. After waving his hands for ages, he could barely produce a small handful of flour, far from meeting any practical needs. This ability was mockingly dubbed the skill to starve everyone, and it became known as the most useless power at Zijingwa Academy. Nevertheless, Jiang Kai was still a superpowered individual. Luckily for him, Zijingwa Academy had plenty of vacant spots, which allowed someone like him to barely secure admission. Otherwise, Jiang Kai would have been shown the door long ago. As Jiang Kai despaired over his bleak prospects, Mr. Lin Lu, one of the teachers, took notice of him. When Lin Lu heard that Jiang Kai's ability was to create flour, his eyes widened in surprise, and a bold idea sparked in his mind: dust explosions. In this world, there were no flour processing factories. Most food was either directly created or transformed by those with abilities, leaving industrial manufacturing processes almost non-existent. At that moment, Lin Lu looked at Jiang Kai as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. "Kid, stay after class tonight. We're going somewhere quiet, and I'll teach you how to turn your fate around," Lin Lu said mysteriously. After classes ended that day, Lin Lu led Jiang Kai to a secluded riverside spot. "Kid, have you ever heard of a dust explosion?" Lin Lu asked. "Dust explosion?" Jiang Kai tilted his head, looking completely confused. Lin Lu motioned for Jiang Kai to sit down and began explaining the principles of dust explosions in detail. He explained that when combustible dust particles are suspended in the air at a certain concentration and come into contact with sufficient heat and temperature, they can rapidly oxidize and burn, releasing a massive amount of energy. This sudden increase in gas pressure results in an uncontrollable expansion effect, ultimately causing an explosion. "Enough theory, let's put it into practice. Create a dust-filled area first," Lin Lu said excitedly. Jiang Kai nodded and focused his energy, creating a low-density dust zone. Lin Lu pulled out a lighter, lit a wooden stick, and tossed it into the dust-filled area without hesitation. In an instant, the half-meter diameter spherical zone ignited like gasoline, burning fiercely. The flames expanded rapidly and burned out within 2 seconds. This. Jiang Kai was stunned, his cheeks flushing with excitement. He had never imagined his ability could be used in such a way. "See that? As long as you can control the density of the area, you can ignite it," Lin Lu explained patiently. "But ignition alone isn't enough, you need to trigger a powerful explosion. This time, try increasing the dust density." Jiang Kai nodded earnestly, raising his hands and concentrating fully on creating a denser dust-filled space. "Remember, density isn't about going as high as possible," Lin Lu reminded him. "Combustion needs enough oxygen. What you need to do is experiment repeatedly to find the optimal concentration for an explosion." Within a minute, a visibly dense, spherical dust zone appeared before the two of them. "Hold it steady. Let's step back a bit." Lin Lu pulled Jiang Kai, and they retreated to a safe distance of about 150 meters. From there, Lin Lu took out an igniter, aimed carefully, and hurled it with all his strength toward the dust zone. The moment the flame touched the dust-filled area, a scorching wave of heat blasted toward them. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, leaving Jiang Kai's ears ringing. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. The once dust-filled area had been blown into a bottomless crater, with shards of rock scattering in every direction. This power," Jiang Kai stammered, so shocked his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Like everyone else, he had always dismissed this ability as useless. But now, under Teacher Lin's guidance, it had unleashed such astonishing force. "Teacher Lin, am I seeing things? This is..." Smack! Lin Lu lightly slapped the back of Jiang Kai's head, cutting off his rambling. "What are you going on about? There are no ghosts in broad daylight," Lin Lu said calmly. "Do you think you can wield this power freely already? Think carefully, consider the distance between us and the explosion point." Jiang Kai finally snapped out of his shock, calming down to think things through. Soon, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. It was true, while the explosion was impressive, how could it be applied in actual combat? In a high-speed battle, setting up dust clusters in advance would be easily noticed by the enemy. As for ignition, was he supposed to carry a lighter around like Teacher Lin? That was clearly impractical. Lost in thought, Jiang Kai furrowed his brow deeply. Lin Lu observed him silently from the side, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing on his lips. "That's it, kid," he said softly. "Keep thinking. Only through constant reflection can you improve." "All right," Lin Lu clapped his hands. "That's enough training for today. Tonight, you have 3 tasks to complete. First, practice expanding your dust control range. Second, determine the optimal concentration for explosions. You can do this by shrinking the dust area and observing the burn rate in smaller zones. Third, Try creating multiple dust zones simultaneously. Don't ask why. Once you complete these, I'll tell you what to do next. Got it. Jiang Kai nodded eagerly, his eyes lighting up with renewed hope, dispelling the earlier gloom. Lin Lu watched his young student's spirit reignite and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. He almost blurted out the words he had kept hidden in his heart. Do you believe in the light? After parting ways with Jiang Kai, Lin Lu returned home late at night. He casually made himself a bowl of instant noodles and was about to dig in when the familiar ringing of a blue crystal video call interrupted him. Hello, my lady. Your knight is at your service. Lin Lu answered the call with a playful tone. Still as cheeky as ever, came the familiar voice on the other end. How's life as the new teacher? Lin Lu set down his chopsticks and looked at the screen, at the face that seemed almost otherworldly. The caller was none other than Su Ming. Well, it's just the first day, nothing too special. Two figures walked side by side along the tree-lined path on campus, one of them speaking thoughtfully. But I did spot some potential today, the speaker continued. I believe in a year's time, his abilities could reach S-level. S-level? The other person showed interest. What level is he at now? If you'd like, I could help make some introductions. No need. The first person waved his hand dismissively. He's still in his growth phase. When the time is right, we'll place him into the military. The two chatted for a while longer before Su Ming suddenly remembered something and turned to Lin Lu. By the way, I might need your help with something. What is it? My younger sister, Su Shui, secretly submitted an application to become a teacher at Bauhinia Academy. She'll probably arrive in a few days. When she does, I need you to look after her a bit. Huh? That girl. Lin Lu immediately felt a headache coming on. If there was anyone or anything in the Su family that gave him trouble, Su Shui would undoubtedly top the list. This young woman, with her many identities, not only possessed powerful teleportation abilities, but also had martial arts skills that rivaled the S-level combat ability users. As the direct disciple of Master Wu Xin, a grandmaster of martial arts in Longhua, her strength was unquestionable. But what troubled Lin Lu the most was her mischievous and unpredictable personality, always spouting nonsense and cracking jokes. Every meeting with her felt like walking into an execution ground. Can we not let her come? Lin Lu said with a bitter expression. Someone as talented as Su Shui will be a priority wherever she goes. Why would she come here? Seeing Lin Lu's disheartened look, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. The next day, Lin Lu walked to class with a heavy heart. Passing by the sports field, a familiar figure caught his eye was Jiang Kai. At that moment, he was cornered by several senior ability users in the far corner of the field. Ha ha, trash is trash. What makes you think you deserve to apply for body refining serum? Exactly. That serum is for combat ability users. How dare garbage from the support abilities department even think about applying? Stop talking and just take that thing from him already. The group of students mocked and jeered as they stomped on Jiang Kai without restraint. But Jiang Kai never gave in, holding a small green bottle tightly to his chest. What are you doing? Lin Lu strode over, grabbing one of the students and tossing him aside effortlessly. With a loud thud, the student landed face first on the ground, utterly humiliated. Seeing this, the other attackers immediately froze in their tracks. A second-year student glared furiously, conjuring a fireball in his right hand and hurling it straight at Lin Lu. The fireball roared through the air, carrying a wave of blistering heat as it surged toward him. Lin Lu sneered, his wristband flashing as a pure white armor instantly enveloped his arm. With a casual wave, he deflected the fireball, sending it flying away before it exploded violently in the distance. Several students witnessing this quickly surrounded Lin Lu. Yet, against their reckless onslaught, Lin Lu seemed completely at ease. With swift movements and precise strikes, accompanied by the sound of heavy impacts, the combat-oriented students were soon sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. As Lin Lu helped Jiang Kai to his feet, a stern voice suddenly cut through the air. Stop. Who are you? Why are you bullying my students? A man in the uniform of the Purple Magnolia Academy faculty strode forward angrily, his expression fierce. Teacher, Ouyang. The downed students immediately perked up and began complaining. This guy went all out on us. He wants to cripple us. Ouyang Ming's face darkened with rage upon hearing this. In an instant, his body transformed into a streak of lightning, charging at Lin Lu with blinding speed. His right arm, now crackling with blue electricity, formed a sharp thunderblade aimed directly at Lin Lu. Lin Lu's eyes lit up, silently admiring the teacher's strength. Just as the blade was about to strike, Lin Lu's armor effortlessly withstood the attack. With a simple push, he sent Ouyang Ming stumbling back several steps. The surrounding students were left stunned, whispering among themselves. Ouyang Ming was known as the strongest among the younger generation of the prominent Ouyang family in Nanyang City. Even though he had held back, that strike was undoubtedly at an 11 power. Surprised but undeterred, Ouyang Ming began gathering energy for another attack. Lin Lu, noticing this, smirked and said coldly, I'm also a teacher at Purple Magnolia Academy. Those students disrespected me and tried to attack me first. What do you have to say about that? Ouyang Ming paused, his expression conflicted, and dissipated the electricity in his hand. Lin Lu continued. My student was beaten up by them without reason. How do you plan to settle this? Even if this goes to the principal, I'm in the right. Caught in a dilemma, Ouyang Ming gave a subtle signal to his students, who immediately began writhing on the ground, groaning dramatically to draw attention. Look, a teacher is attacking students. The murmurs among the crowd began to grow louder. Lin Lu smirked devilishly, clearly seeing Ouyang Ming as a worthy opponent. Just then, Jiang Kai stood forward resolutely and declared, they're lying. These people tried to steal my body-strengthening serum. Teacher Lin helped me, or else they would have kept beating me. The surrounding students burst into laughter. A support-type ability user using body-strengthening serum? What a joke. Can you even fight? Furious, Jiang Kai suddenly shouted, Wang Lu, I challenge you to a life-and-death duel. The crowd instantly fell silent. A teacher quickly stepped forward to intervene, but Jiang Kai stood firm. No, it'll prove to everyone that support ability users can be exceptional warriors too. Under Ouyang Ming's nod, Wang Lu agreed to the challenge on the spot. The teacher sighed helplessly and announced, 1 week from now, on the Academy's Golden Arena, the two of you will face off. The news spread like wildfire across Purple Magnolia Academy. That same day, the teacher's office was abuzz with heated discussions. Who would have thought that timid Jiang Kai had this kind of backbone? Exactly. He always looked so dejected. I thought he might drop out this term. It seems like anger got the better of him. Otherwise, why would he say something so reckless? Wang Lu is a crank fire ability user. What chance does Jiang Kai have? Foolishness. Once you step into a life-and-death duel, even death is fair game. And the principal isn't around to mediate. It seems Ouyang Ming and that new teacher, Lin Lu, are at odds now. The teachers exchanged their thoughts one after another, and the office buzzed with lively chatter. The life-and-death arena brutal showdown where participants fight with everything they've got until one falls or surrenders. Jiang Kai had paused his classes, and Lin Lu stopped appearing in the Year 1 Class 3 classroom. Their absence sparked heated discussions among the students. Did you hear? Jiang Kai is challenging Wang Lu from Year 2 Class 2. One student exclaimed excitedly. And it's happening in the life-and-death arena, another added. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? Wang Lu, for sure, most of them agreed. Amid the chatter, a bespectacled student from Class 3 with prominent dark circles under his eyes silently gazed out the window. He thought to himself, Mr. Lin, Jiang Kai, can you really win? Meanwhile, Lin Lu led Jiang Kai to the Special Forces base of the Nanyang Military Division. Jiang Kai glanced around nervously and asked, Mr. Lin, are we really allowed to be here? Lin Lu patted his shoulder with a reassuring smile. Relax. Your abilities are too dangerous. This is the only place where we can safely conduct special training. As they approached the base entrance, 2 soldiers on duty immediately blocked their path. Halt. This is a restricted military area. Calmly, Lin Lu pulled out his identification. I'm requesting to use the training facilities here. One of the soldiers scanned the ID with a blue crystal scanner, and his expression instantly turned respectful. Colonel Lin, Private First Class Zhang Quan of the Nanyang Special Base reporting to you, sir. He stood at attention and saluted, his posture textbook perfect. Lin Lu nodded with a smile. Thank you. Oh, and keep my presence here confidential. Understood. With that, Lin Lu and Jiang Kai confidently entered the base. Zhang Quan quickly turned to his fellow guard. You keep watch here. I need to notify the base commander immediately. He dashed off like an arrow toward the command center. Inside the command center, a young man was leisurely sipping tea. He appeared unremarkable, except for his right arm, which was a mechanical prosthetic. Suddenly, Zhang Quan burst in. Commander Jingyang. Something big, something major has happened. Jingyang frowned. Calm down and speak. What's going on? It's Colonel Lin Lu. He's here. What? Jingyang shot to his feet so quickly that he accidentally knocked over half a wall. Zhang Quan looked at the mess and silently thought. And you call me reckless? You're on a whole other level. By this time, Lin Lu had already led Jiang Kai into a massive steel chamber. This testing room is made entirely of high-strength alloy. It can withstand your explosions and minimize the impact range. Seeing Jiang Kai's astonished expression, Lin Lu walked over and flicked his forehead. Ouch. Good. If it hurts, then snap out of it. Now, focus and get your head in the game. For the next 6 days, you'll eat, sleep, and live here. The goal is simple. Take down Wang Lu in 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Jiang Kai froze when he heard Lin Lu's demand, his expression turning dull and lifeless. What's wrong? Weren't you so righteous and confident in the deathmatch arena before? Why are you like this now? Is it that you lack confidence in yourself? Or is it me you don't trust? Lin Lu chuckled, patting Jiang Kai on the shoulder as he said, Jiang Kai, are you worried about making me lose face? I'm a hero, and if I end up with a disciple like you. Oh, so you still know who I am? If you do, then drop that defeated look. Over the next few days, they'll put you through some hellish training. Before Lin Lu could finish his sentence, the steel doors were suddenly pushed open with a deafening noise. It's really Lin too. A familiar voice called out from the doorway. Lin Lu squinted towards the door and smiled, saying, Well, well, look who it is. I didn't expect you to be enjoying yourself here. Haha, Lin too, it's really you. It's been so long. If the others knew I ran into you here, they'd be so jealous they'd probably call me every day. Jing Yang, with his bold and hearty personality, strode forward and gave Lin Lu a sharp military salute. Lin too, wasn't it rumored that you were demoted to teaching? Everyone was upset about it before, but don't worry. Just say the word, and all 10,000 of us former Daylight Army members would give up our accolades to help you. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. Lin Lu leapt up and gave Jing Yang a hard flick on the forehead. You brat. I was sidelined because I achieved too much and made the top brass uneasy. Now that the misunderstanding is finally cleared, and you're trying to stir up trouble again. Hee hee, I'll listen to you, whatever you say. Jing Yang chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his head. Oh right, Lin Tu, who's this? Ah, let me introduce you. This is my student Jiang Kai. Lin Lu said. Hello, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai stammered nervously. This was Jiang Kai's first time meeting an officer from the military department. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating, and his breathing became rapid. Standing in the office, he anxiously scanned the room, fearing that his behavior might displease the officer. Haha, so that's how it is. A hearty laugh suddenly broke the silence in the room. Jiang Kai looked up abruptly and saw a tall man with a cheerful expression looking at him. This man was none other than Jing Yang, a senior officer of the military department. Jing Yang sized up Jiang Kai, his eyes gleaming with excitement. No wonder the moment you walked in, I could tell you were extraordinary. I bet your special ability must be quite remarkable, huh? Tell me about it. Jiang Kai, feeling a wave of tension, replied in a low voice. I can create dust. I see. Jing Yang's eyes lit up. I imagine you could cover an entire city in volcanic ash with just a wave of your hand. Huh? Impressive. He laughed as he approached Jiang Kai, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. Brother, just call me Brother Jing Yang. No need to be so formal. Thrown off by this sudden enthusiasm, Jiang Kai stammered. Brother, Jing Yang, I can only summon dust that's kind of like dough, and only in a small area and at a short distance. Jing Yang's expression froze. He turned to Lin Lu, who was standing nearby, and whispered, Boss, tell me honestly, are you craving noodles? Even if you were, this seems a bit much. Hearing this, Lin Lu's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Oh, Jing Yang, do you really think his ability is just some kind of domestic skill? Jing Yang was momentarily stunned and didn't dare to say another word. He was well aware of Lin Lu's status in the military department, the true leader of the Special Abilities Division, to the extent that even the Research Division had voluntarily merged under his command. Who would dare question Lin Lu's judgment? Noticing Jing Yang's puzzled expression, Lin Lu turned to Jiang Kai with a calm, yet commanding voice. Jiang Kai, create a 1-meter diameter enclosed dust sphere, ignite it, and release the spatial constraint on the dust. Yes, sir. Jiang Kai immediately straightened up and raised his right hand slightly. About 100 meters in front of them, a grayish-white sphere suddenly materialized out of thin air. Lin Lu pulled a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Jing Yang. Here, throw this in and see what happens. Jing Yang hesitated for a moment before taking the lighter and hurling it toward the dust sphere with force. The moment the lighter made contact with the dust sphere, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! The entire area was instantly engulfed in a searing red glow, and the air filled with the acrid smell of burning. The dust ignited, forming an intense fireball that rapidly expanded outward with a thunderous roar. After a second resounding boom, the flames began to dissipate. Everyone looked closely and saw a scorched patch on the ground, clearly marking the astonishing power and destructive force of the explosion. Jing Yang stared in shock at the scene before him. He had never imagined that Jiang Kai's seemingly useless ability could be utilized in such a way. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind: if Jiang Kai could create dust clusters anywhere, even massive ones, wouldn't that make him a mobile giant blue crystal cannon? No, if the dust range expanded further, it would practically be a city-destroying cannon. Jing Yang dared not think further. He turned to Jiang Kai, his gaze now fervent, like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. Lin Tu, we must have this kid in our Nanyang Special Forces, he blurted out urgently. Get lost. Lin Lu barked sharply. Jiang Kai chooses his own path. With that, he shoved Jing Yang out of the training room, leaving only himself and Jiang Kai behind. Finally, that annoying guy is gone. Lin Lu sighed in relief. Now, let's start your special training. He pulled out several Rubik's Cubes of various sizes from his backpack, ranging from 1 by 1 to 8 by 8, and lined them up on the ground. Now, from what I'm doing, have you figured out the trick? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Jiang Kai was initially puzzled, but he quickly grasped Lin Lu's intent. I get it, Teacher Lin, he replied excitedly, activating his ability. Jiang Kai first created a dust cluster the size of a pinky finger in front of him and ignited it with a lighter. A small flame burned for a second before extinguishing. Then, he created a line of a dozen thumb-sized dust clusters. When he ignited the nearest cluster, the flame traveled along the line like a fuse. Not bad. I didn't expect you to figure out the principle in just a few minutes. Lin Lu nodded approvingly, silently impressed by Jiang Kai's combat intuition. Growing more enthusiastic, Jiang Kai connected over 100 small dust clusters, forming a chain dozens of meters long. At the end of the chain, he created a large dust sphere about a meter in diameter. When he ignited the first cluster, the flame rapidly spread along the chain. As the fire approached the large dust sphere, a wave of intense heat surged forward. Boom! A deafening explosion marked the success of the experiment. Tears welled up in Jiang Kai's eyes. Once mocked as worthless, he had finally found his moment to shine. This moment would later be remembered as the beginning of Jiang Kai's rise to fame as the S-class combatability user known as Inferno. Well done, Lin Lu said with a smile. Your next task is to perfect this technique. Your ability has even more advanced applications, but for now, mastering the ignition chain and explosion is key. Lin Lu reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of black gloves, handing them to Jiang Kai. These are a gift for you, he explained. The fingertips of the index and middle fingers are coated with flintstone material. A simple snap will produce a spark. Jiang Kai nodded in gratitude and immediately put on the gloves. He created a dust chain and snapped his fingers. Snap! The spark instantly ignited the dust cluster beside his hand, triggering a chain of explosions. At that moment, Lin Lu suddenly called out, Jing Yang. Yes, Lin too. Jing Yang entered, having been eavesdropping on Jiang Kai's training the entire time. From now on, I want you to find a few soldiers in bomb suits and train him like there's no tomorrow, Lin Lu commanded. Understood. Jing Yang thumped his chest in assurance. He thought to himself, if I can get close to Jiang Kai now, maybe he'll choose the Nanyang Special Forces in the future. Teacher Lin. Jiang Kai approached Lin Lu and bowed deeply. Lin Lu helped him up and spoke earnestly. Keep it up. Use these days to strengthen yourself and take down Wang Lu in one strike. Got it. Got it. Jiang Kai responded with determination. And so, Lin Lu's second day of teaching came to an end. By the third day, the entire Zijingwa Academy was buzzing with news of the upcoming life-or-death duel between Jiang Kai and Wang Lu. Meanwhile, another major event was unfolding on campus. Lin Lu left Jiang Kai at the base to train and went to class 13 by himself. It's Teacher Lin, an observant student exclaimed as Lin Lu entered. Hee, I wasn't here yesterday. Did everyone behave? Lin Lu casually pulled a chair over to the podium and sat down. Though he was a teacher, his role resembled that of a homeroom advisor. The students had their own specialized ability instructors, and aside from gathering in the classroom for the first period, their schedules were self-directed. Teacher Lin, where's Jiang Kai? Is Jiang Kai undergoing special training? The students bombarded him with questions. Suddenly, a boy with black-framed glasses and heavy eye bags stood up. Teacher Lin, I'm Jiang Kai's good friend, Li Meng. I want to ask, can Jiang Kai win? Lin Lu scrutinized Li Meng and suddenly felt a sense of surprise. I don't know if Jiang Kai can win, but if you went, you'd crush the opponent. Huh. The entire class turned to Li Meng in shock. Their thoughts were written all over their faces. Nonsense. This guy, who sleeps all day and coughs constantly, could never win. They dismissed Lin Lu's words as a joke. But inside, Li Meng was in turmoil. How did Teacher Lin see through me? I haven't revealed anything. Just as Lin Lu was about to continue relaxing, the Academy's crystal-clear broadcast rang out in the classroom. Attention, all teachers. The weekly staff meeting is about to begin. Please gather in the main hall. All right, everyone, take it easy. I've got a meeting to attend, Lin Lu said, humming a tune as he headed to the main hall. The grand, opulent hall came into view as Lin Lu entered. Over 200 teachers filled the front rows, while the Academy's leadership sat on the stage. Ahem, is everyone here? Let's begin the meeting, the host cleared his throat. First, we'd like to introduce a new colleague. She's no ordinary person, the direct disciple of the renowned Master Wuxin and a registered A-class combatability user. Please welcome Miss Su Ming. Amid thunderous applause, a graceful figure emerged from the side of the stage. Su Ming walked up slowly, her silver hair flowing gently and her deep, sapphire-like eyes exuding an air of mystery. Her exquisite features and confident demeanor captivated the audience. The male teachers couldn't take their eyes off her. Hello everyone. I'm Su Ming, the new teacher. Please take care of me, she said with a warm smile. Su Shue's entrance was like a gentle breeze sweeping through the venue, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Her ethereal beauty captivated all present, regardless of age or gender. Among them, the representatives of the two prominent families in Nanyang Ming of the Ouyang family and Li Feng of the Li family couldn't take their eyes off her. A senior member allied with the Ouyang family quickly noticed Ouyang Ming's unusual reaction. Smiling, he pointed to an empty seat beside him and said, Teacher Su Shue, Why don't you sit here? Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Ouyang Ming's eyes, while Li Feng's face darkened, filled with displeasure. Su Shui responded with a graceful smile, her voice soft yet firm. Thank you, but I'll sit over there. With that, she walked elegantly toward Lin Lu, her captivating presence causing many to turn their heads. Lin Lu, seeing her approach, immediately tensed up as though facing a formidable enemy. He hunched over, muttering under his breath, "Stay away. Evil spirit, be gone. Stay away. Evil spirit, be gone." But his little gestures did not escape Su Shui's sharp eyes. "Teacher Lin, why are you hiding? Do you really dislike me that much?" Su Shui teased, her tone tinged with playful mischief. Lin Lu, clearly on edge, forced an awkward smile. "Huh. Oh, it's you, Teacher Su." Without waiting for his invitation, Su Shui sat down right beside him, leaning in close. She brought her lips near his ear, her breath warm as she whispered, "Dear brother-in-law, did you miss me? Between my sister and me, who do you think about more?" Lin Lu's heart skipped a beat, and he silently cursed his bad luck. This troublemaker was at it again. Carefully, he replied, "I think about both of you." "Both? Oh, so do you think about me just a little bit more? Or my sister?" Su Shui pressed on, her tone playful yet relentless. Lin Lu had no choice but to respond with vague laughter. "Haha, it's the same, the same." He knew all too well that every word had to be chosen carefully. Otherwise, this mischievous girl might fabricate stories to tell Su Ming, and that would be even more troublesome than dealing with a city-destroying beast. At that moment, a senior official stood up, his expression serious. "All right, everyone. In 3 months, the preliminary round of the Golden Sword Tournament will begin. As a prestigious institution in the southern region, our Zijingwa Academy must not fall behind. In 1 month, each combat ability class will select 5 members to compete for the tournament spots." Hearing this, Lin Lu couldn't help but blurt out, "Combat ability classes? What about the life ability classes?" This question left the senior officials exchanging uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Principal Sun was away this week and had specifically instructed them to treat Teacher Lin with respect. Yet now, Lin's question at the conference felt like throwing a wrench into the works. Ouyang Ming was the first to voice his opposition. "Teacher Lin, you must be joking. Life ability classes participating in combat? Really?" Li Feng seized the opportunity to mock him as well. "Teacher Lin, I suggest you stop meddling. Sending students from the life ability classes to fight is just asking for trouble." His objection was simply couldn't stand Lin Lu. After all, he had seen every moment of Su Shui and Lin Lu's close interaction earlier. Lin Lu shrugged and retorted, "Whether people from the life ability classes can fight or not, we'll find out in a few days, won't we?" Ouyang Ming's anger flared at this remark, and he was ready to lash out. Sensing the tension, a few senior officials who were aware of the recent life-or-death arena incident quickly stepped in to mediate. "How about this, we wait for the results of the life-or-death arena match before making any recommendations." The atmosphere in the conference room was tense as a group of senior staff engaged in a heated debate over a controversial issue. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stood up, exuding an air of scholarly authority. "Enough. I am the vice principal. Listen to me now." His commanding voice immediately drew everyone's attention. This vice principal, named Sun Deshing, turned to Lin Lu, his gaze sharp and curious. "Mr. Lin, let me ask you, do you think Jiang Kai from your class can win?" A confident smile appeared on Lin Lu's face. Without hesitation, he replied, "Oh, I can assure you, it'll be an easy win." His words had barely left his mouth when another teacher, Ouyang Ming, reacted strongly. He let out a cold snort, his eyes full of disdain. "Huh, wishful thinking." Unfazed by Ouyang Ming's attitude, Lin Lu provocatively suggested, "Oh, Mr. Ouyang, if you're so sure Wang Lu from your class will win, why don't we make a bet?" The room was stunned. Everyone turned to Lin Lu, finding his confidence almost audacious. Ouyang Ming sneered and began his mockery. "A bet? Ha ha ha, Lin, are you rich? Do you even have money? What if I say, let's bet 1,000,000 blue crystal coins? Can you afford that?" Ouyang Ming, born into a wealthy family, had grown up under the comfort of privilege, receiving hundreds of thousands in allowance every month. To him, 1,000,000 blue crystal coins was a trivial amount. In contrast, Lin Lu was just an ordinary substitute teacher with a modest monthly salary of just over 20,000. Continuing his taunts, Ouyang Ming pressed on, "Lin Lu, what do you have to compete with me?" But Lin Lu's response took everyone by surprise. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge. "A million? I'm in." Ouyang Ming, seeing this, became even more smug. He continued to humiliate Lin Lu. "This guy is practically a walking charity, rushing to hand out money. Huh, 1,000,000 is like a sip of water to me. Mr. Lin, do you even have 1,000,000? If you're serious about this bet, you'd better show some sincerity for everyone to see." Ouyang Ming's words were dripping with contempt, convinced that Lin Lu couldn't possibly come up with such an amount. In his eyes, if Lin Lu failed to produce the money today, he'd be nothing more than a pathetic loser. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even more charged as everyone held their breath. waiting to see Lin Lu's next move. Ouyang Ming's eyes gleamed with a triumphant light as he deliberately raised his voice so everyone around could hear him. Ladies and gentlemen, since teacher Lin Lu has proposed a wager, I will follow suit. Here is a 10 million check from Nanyang Bank. As he spoke, he quickly wrote out a check, placed it lightly on the table, and looked at Lin Lu with a provocative gaze. Teacher Lin, I've put my wager on the table. What about you? Words alone don't count. Ouyang Ming's tone was laced with obvious sarcasm. Lin Lu's face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Wow, this guy plays hardball. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, their expressions a mix of surprise and schadenfreude. Just then, a crisp laugh broke the tension in the room. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, Su Shui. She covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she laughed like a cat that had just stolen cream. Haraha, brother-in-law. You haraha. Su Shui laughed so hard she nearly slid off her chair. Seeing this, Ouyang Ming's lips curved into a smug smile. He thought to himself, see? Even teacher Su is mocking this broke nobody. Lin Lu, this time you're done for. Lin Lu's face flushed bright red with embarrassment and helplessness. He turned to Su Shui, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Hey, girl, stop laughing and help me out here. At this moment, it was clear that Lin Lu was cornered. Su Shui finally stifled her laughter and gracefully stood up. She reached into her delicate purse and pulled out a sleek black card, handing it to Lin Lu. Wait, is that a black card? One of the only few black cards in the entire Long Nation. As expected of the direct disciple of Master Wuxin Wat generosity, that black card has no spending limit. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their voices buzzing with envy and disbelief. Ouyang Ming's face turned even paler than Lin Lu's had been moments before. He stammered, Teacher Suyu. Su Shui smiled faintly and announced in a clear voice. Everyone, I'll cover Teacher Lin's 10 million for now. Please bear witness to this. At that moment, Sun Dishing stepped down from the podium, scanning the room with a sharp gaze that lingered briefly on both Lin Lu and Ouyang Ming. In a deep voice, he declared, Today, I will act as a witness along with everyone present. The wager for the life and death duel is set at 10 million. Whoever's student loses will pay the amount to the other. Any objections? None. Lin Lu and Ouyang Ming answered in unison, though their tones carried vastly different emotions. Sun Dushing nodded and announced solemnly, Very well. Given the time, further discussions about the selection process will be postponed until after the life and death duel concludes. This meeting is adjourned. The people in the conference room exchanged glances, stunned by the dramatic turn of events. No one had anticipated that the discussion about the Golden Sword tournament selection would end in such a theatrical manner. The air was thick with tension and anticipation as everyone speculated about what would happen next. After the meeting, Lin Lu rushed off like a gust of wind, leaving Su Shui behind, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. She thought to herself, Brother-in-law, if you're trying to avoid me, you've got a long way to go. Lin Lu headed straight to Class 3 of Year 1, quickly went over the upcoming schedule, and then hurriedly left again. It took him a full hour and a half to finally reach the Special Operations Base. As soon as he stepped into the training room, a wave of heat hit him, nearly taking his breath away. His eyes were immediately drawn to Jiang Kai, who was covered in bruises. Despite his injuries, Jiang Kai wore an indescribable smile on his face, his eyes shining with excitement and hope for the future. Jiang Kai skillfully created 3 explosions, successfully forcing back 3 first-class soldiers. Then, from different directions, he conjured dust chains. With a snap of his fingers, the chains ignited instantly, triggering 3 larger dust explosions. All right, take a break. Lin Lu clapped his hands, signaling the end of the session. The 4 in the training room immediately stopped. Colonel Lin. The 3 first-class soldiers saluted Lin Lu in unison. Good work. Lin Lu returned the salute, and the 3 soldiers left the training room, leaving only a battered Jiang Kai behind. How are you finding it here, Jiang Kai? Are you settling in? Lin Lu asked with a cheerful smile. Mr. Lin, this place is amazing. Jiang Kai replied excitedly while wiping the blood from his nose. Everyone here is so focused, and they're great to talk to. I don't even want to go back to the academy. That's good to hear. Looks like you've mastered both the detonation and dust field creation techniques. Before Lin Lu could finish, Jiang Kai nodded enthusiastically. Well then, how about I lend a hand? A seductive voice suddenly came from the doorway. Lin Lu spun around, his expression shifting instantly. This girl, how did she find this place? Standing there was Su Shui, dressed in a sleek training outfit unique to her sect. Her slender waist and graceful curves made Lin Lu involuntarily swallow hard. What are you doing here? Lin Lu stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. Su Shui chuckled lightly. Heh, brother-in-law, you're aware of my abilities and my title as an awakened. If I wanted to come in, do you think anyone here could stop me? Lin Lu's heart sank as he recalled Su Shui's terrifying combat talent and her ability, Blue Flash. which allowed her to teleport to any location within 1,000 meters. Each time she used her power, her body would emit a radiant white glow. Coupled with her almost fearsome close combat skills, the Awakened Council had awarded her the title Starlight Valkyrie a year ago. Such titles were extremely rare, given only to those who had either achieved extraordinary military feats or possessed nation-level destructive power. Su Xue's title, however, stemmed from her master Grandmaster Wuxin. This 90-year-old national treasure of a woman had only 2 disciples. Her eldest stayed in the East Sea of Long Country to suppress deep-sea monsters, leaving Su Xue as her only companion. The Awakened Council, eager to curry favor, granted Su Xue the title. Though it was only known within limited circles, the title brought Su Xue considerable privileges and benefits. As Su Xue approached, her beauty and aura left Jiang Kai momentarily stunned. Watching Su Xue smile at Lin Lu, the nervous Jiang Kai blurted out something that left Lin Lu utterly shocked. Jiang Kai greets the master's wife. He even bowed politely as he spoke. Lin Lu's heart sank, feeling as though the sky was falling. The piercing scream of the eldest brother shattered the silence of the training room. Just as Jiang Kai was about to speak, Lin Lu hurriedly stopped him. Jiang Kai, don't shout nonsense. She's my future sister-in-law, so don't go claiming connections. Su Xue stood to the side, a faint blush dusting her cheeks, though her expression remained calm. Clearing his throat, Lin Lu shifted the topic. Time is tight. In just a few days, we'll be stepping into the life-or-death arena. Your abilities are sufficient for now, so the focus will be on physical combat training. He cast a meaningful glance at Su Xue. The corners of Su Xue's lips curled into a sly smile. Her pink tongue lightly licked her lips as her gaze fell on Jiang Kai, as though appraising an amusing toy. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take very good care of my future brother-in-law. Lin Lu's face darkened. Tossing out a single sentence, Jiang Kai, my only advice is this: survive. He bolted from the training room, leaving Jiang Kai to face the impending hellish training alone. The days that followed were nothing short of torment for Jiang Kai and the Nanyang Special Forces team. His joints were repeatedly dislocated and reset, his body swollen and battered, yet he was forced to continue training. At times, he endured 12 consecutive hours of beatings. Su Xue's training methods could only be described with one word: brutal. Under the relentless intensity of the training, time flew by. At last, the day of the life-or-death arena arrived. At dawn, a gentle breeze swept across the grounds of Bauhinia Academy. The once empty field was now packed with a sea of people, their chatter buzzing like a hive. Who would have thought Jiang Kai had the guts to go through with this? He's not going to win, but I respect him for his courage. If only Jiang Kai could win. Then maybe us support ability users wouldn't have to endure so much discrimination. Though most doubted Jiang Kai's chances, the students from the support ability division secretly hoped for a miracle. If Jiang Kai could win, their days of being oppressed by combat ability users might finally see an end. Suddenly, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. He's here. Jiang Kai is here. All eyes turned to Jiang Kai as he walked toward the arena at a steady pace. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Jiang Kai stepped into the arena, all eyes fixed on him. In just 1 week, he seemed like a completely different person. Clad in dark, close-fitting combat gear, his gaze radiated bloodlust and a thirst for battle. He ascended the stage slowly, waiting silently for Wang Lu to appear. The crowd erupted in noise. Ha ha, you actually dared to show up, a mocking voice pierced through the air. Trash ability user, get lost. We combat ability users can crush you as easily as having a meal, another jeered. What a waste of time. Jiang Kai, you trash. How do you even have the nerve to come here? The insults came one after another. Jiang Kai had become the center of a storm of public opinion. Life ability users saw him as a tragic hero, while combat ability users viewed him as a key figure in exposing the Academy's discrimination. This duel was far more significant than a personal grudge. It was a pivotal battle over the interests of these two groups. If Jiang Kai won, life ability users would have grounds to demand the return of their confiscated body-enhancing fluids and other benefits. Seeing that the moment was right, Ouyang Ming signaled discreetly to a corner of the crowd. Wang Lu understood and leaped effortlessly onto the stage. His entrance was met with cheers from the combat ability users, as the long-standing tensions between the two factions reached a boiling point. Well, I didn't think you'd actually have the guts to show up, Wang Lu sneered, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Kai remained silent, assuming his starting stance, his muscles taut as he prepared for action. Vice Principal Sun Dishing, serving as the referee, was determined to witness firsthand whether Jiang Kai could become the savior of this generation of Zijingwa Academy. If Jiang Kai emerged victorious, it might even pave the way for selecting suitable students from the Life Ability Department to join the Combat Department. All right, you two, Sun Dishing announced loudly. You both know the rules, right? Other than surrender or death, we won't intervene in your fight to the death. Jiang Kai and Wang Lu nodded simultaneously, their eyes gleaming with unyielding resolve. Taking a deep breath, Sun Dishing declared loudly. Then I hereby announce the life and death duel begins now." With those words, the atmosphere on the stage froze instantly. All eyes were locked on the two young men, waiting for this battle, which would determine the fate of the two factions, to ignite at any moment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena. This fight was tied to the interests of all present. The air was thick with tension, so much so that even breathing seemed heavier. Wang Lu stood in the center of the platform, his eyes gleaming with disdain. A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he spoke. "Huh, I thought you'd run away. Never expected you'd have the nerve to show up." Jiang Kai remained silent in the face of Wang Lu's provocation. Slowly, he raised his left hand behind his back, stepped forward with his right foot, and lifted his right hand into a poised, confident attack stance. The elegance and assurance of his movements instantly captured everyone's attention. Li Meng, who was closest to the arena, widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Wuxin style. Jiang Kai, he's mastered the Wuxin style." His voice was filled with disbelief. Lin Lu, noticing Jiang Kai's initial stance, tilted his head towards Su Shui beside him, his face full of confusion. Xiao Shui, did you teach him the Wuxin style?" Su Shui couldn't help but giggle at Lin Lu's bewildered expression. She explained, "I only taught him a move or two. Doesn't really count as passing down the technique. But this kid has incredible determination. A regular person would have given up, crying and complaining under my intense training. But Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and stuck it out. I admire talent, so I shared an extra move or two with him." She paused, a hint of appreciation flickering in her eyes, and continued, "Even if it's just a couple of moves, it's more than enough for him to make an impact. Watch." As Su Shui finished speaking, Li Feng and Ouyang Ming, standing in the distance, noticed her close posture with Lin Lu. A surge of jealousy rose within them. They exchanged a glance, and Ouyang Ming whispered to Wang Lu, "Wang Lu, during the fight, do this." He raised his index and middle fingers, mimicking a throat-slashing gesture across his neck. Wang Lu caught on immediately, giving a subtle nod. "I'll take care of him right away," he muttered. Then, turning back to Jiang Kai, his face twisted into a sneer. "Kid, do you even know what's about to happen to you?" Jiang Kai's expression remained unreadable as he replied, "I don't know what I'll face, but Teacher Lin has instructed me to defeat you within a set time." 10. Huh? 10 minutes to beat me? Who do you think you are?" Wang Lu interrupted with a loud laugh. "The arena is only so big, your stalling tactics won't work here." 9. Jiang Kai suddenly blurted out the number, stunning the crowd. It was only then they realized Jiang Kai wasn't talking about 10 minutes, she was counting down from 10 seconds. Wang Lu burned with rage at Jiang Kai's apparent disregard. With a swift motion of his right hand, he traced a circle in the air, and a massive 2-meter-wide fireball materialized before him. "Die!" he roared, yanking his hand downward. The fireball, propelled with force, streaked through the air toward Jiang Kai. The students specializing in life-based abilities below the stage looked on with despair etched across their faces. "It's over. Jiang Kai, why didn't you attack first?" they murmured in disappointment. "We thought there might be a miracle, but it seems we were foolish to hope." The fireball closed in rapidly, seemingly inevitable in its trajectory. Just as everyone believed Jiang Kai was doomed, an astonishing sight unfolded. With explosive force, Jiang Kai propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. At the last possible moment, as the fireball appeared certain to engulf him, he abruptly leaned backward, sliding low to the ground in a precise and graceful maneuver. His rapid descent in height allowed him to narrowly evade the fiery attack. Boom! The massive fireball struck the ground with a deafening roar, flames erupting wildly. By this point, however, Jiang Kai had already emerged like a phantom, standing directly before Wang Lu. Damn it! Ouyang Ming cursed silently. He knew Wang Lu's Achilles heel all too well. Overconfident in his fire-based abilities, Wang Lu had never taken physical combat training seriously. Now, with Jiang Kai in close range, the situation had turned dangerously against him. Sure enough, as Jiang Kai closed in, Wang Lu lost his composure. Panicked, he waved his hands and hurriedly conjured several fireballs above his head. But his rushed actions were clearly insufficient to handle the imminent threat. Jiang Kai appeared like a phantom in front of Wang Lu. The countdown voice had just reached 8, when a swift, powerful punch landed squarely on Wang Lu's face. The impact sent him flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his nose, and Wang Lu, stunned and horrified, mumbled in disbelief, "No. Impossible. How could you have such skills?" 7. Jiang Kai coldly intoned, his movements as fast as lightning as he closed in on Wang Lu in an instant. He expertly executed a crosslock, pinning Wang Lu's arm diagonally. With just a little more force, he could snap the bone. "Surrender now, and you might still keep your life." 6. Jiang Kai's voice carried an undeniable threat. Writhing in pain, Wang Lu clenched his teeth, knowing that surrendering would lead to severe consequences. Not only would his reputation be ruined, but a chain of events would follow, with all the blame falling on him. "No." I can't surrender. Wang Lu roared inwardly. With a desperate motion of his right hand, he slashed through the air. Fire rang. In an instant, 5 blazing fireballs materialized in the sky, poised to rain down at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Kai decided to show no mercy. With a sharp crack, he twisted and broke Wang Lu's entire arm. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable, and waves of excruciating pain coursed through Wang Lu, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Driven to despair, Wang Lu made a reckless decision, directing the 5 fireballs to crash down on their location. Ha ha! Let's die together, he laughed maniacally, disregarding the harm the fireballs would cause to himself, seeking only to take Jiang Kai down with him. The crowd outside the arena gasped in shock, their whispers filling the air. Did I see that right? Wang Lu is actually trying to take Jiang Kai down with him. Jiang Kai's combat skills are unbelievable, but with those fireballs, there's no way he can dodge this, right? As the fireballs descended, Jiang Kai remained calm and composed. He raised his right hand, clad in a black glove, over his head and snapped his fingers with a confident flair. Snap! The crisp sound was followed by a jaw-dropping sight. From Jiang Kai's black glove, 5 fiery lines shot upward like the fuses of firecrackers. The moment the lines connected with the fireballs, deafening explosions erupted one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer force of the blast shattered Wang Lu's fireballs, transforming them into dazzling fireworks that blossomed and faded in the sky, leaving the audience in awe. Wang Lu was overwhelmed with despair and fear, his voice trembling as he stammered, "No. Impossible. You're supposed to have a life-type ability. The council's evaluation can't be wrong. You must have cheated." Before he could finish, Jiang Kai stepped forward and brutally crushed Wang Lu's shin bone with a stomp. "Surrender now? If you keep this up, I'll have to go all out." 5-4. At this moment, Wang Lu's fear reached its peak. In his mind, he panicked. I. Wang Lu, what are you doing?" A combat ability user roared. "Wang Lu, finish him off already." The shout sounded like a death knell, and the combat students began cheering for Wang Lu, though their true intention was for both Wang Lu and Jiang Kai to destroy each other. If Wang Lu lost, the life ability users would stand on equal footing with the combat ability users. This meant the privileges the combat students had enjoyed would be taken away, their bullying would face retribution, and the coveted high-benefit positions after graduation might be seized. These potential consequences were too terrifying for the combat students to even consider. Hearing the cheers, Wang Lu's face turned ashen. He realized that if he surrendered, his future would be a living hell. He glanced at his teacher, Ouyang Ming, only to find his face cold and expressionless. A wave of self-mockery swept over him. To think I'd end up like this. Pressing a hand to his chest, he struggled internally. Wait. Jiang Kai seemed to understand Wang Lu's decision and quickly released him, stepping back a few paces. "If all of you want me dead so badly, then I'll die in front of you." Wang Lu roared, his skin beginning to redden as his temperature skyrocketed. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in flames, transforming him into a man of fire. "Everyone get back." Vice Principal Sun Dishing, sensing the danger, urgently ordered everyone to retreat. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Lu's body ignited violently, the flames spreading rapidly across the entire arena. Jiang Kai, seeing the situation, immediately left the stage. The towering flames were scorching, yet they sent cold sweat dripping down the faces of the other students. Jiang Kai stood on the stage completely unscathed, while Wang Lu lay motionless to the side. Suddenly, a wave of cheers, as deafening as a tsunami, swept across the arena. The students from the Life Ability Division seemed to glimpse a ray of hope, leaping up and celebrating with excitement. He did it. Jiang Kai actually defeated Wang Lu. Did you see that? His dust can ignite and explode. I can't believe my eyes. Am I dreaming? Even we Life Ability users can fight now. The crowd's enthusiasm surged like a tidal wave. Some cried tears of joy, while others laughed out loud. Jiang Kai's victory seemed to unlock the chains in their hearts, allowing every Life Ability user to envision a future full of possibilities. Vice Principal Sun Dushing shook his head, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He was just about to announce the results of the match when a sudden voice interrupted him. "Wait a moment." Ouyang Ming walked slowly towards the scorched stage, his expression contemplative. He crouched down and gently wiped his fingers over Wang Lu's charred body. "Vice Principal Sun, take a look. What's this?" Ouyang Ming raised his fingers, now stained with a peculiar substance. Sun Dushing stepped closer to examine it, his eyes lighting up suddenly. "This is Berserker Serum." Ouyang Ming nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Jiang Kai didn't clean up properly, left traces of this substance on the stage. I suspect he might still have some of it on him." Jiang Kai's pupils contracted sharply at these words. On instinct, his hand moved toward his back pocket, and his heart sank. Only now did he realize he might have fallen into Ouyang Ming's trap. "Jiang Kai, please cooperate with the search," Sun Dishing said, his tone stern. Standing nearby, Lin Lu whispered an explanation to Su Shui. The Berserker Serum can significantly enhance an ability user's attributes, but the side effects are severe. It's not only expensive, but also causes permanent damage to the body and is highly addictive. Worse still, it's a controlled substance regulated by the military. Using it illegally could result in several years of imprisonment. Su Shui blinked and hinted, "Brother-in-law, your student's in big trouble now. Want me to help?" Of course help comes with a price. Lin Lu ignored Su Shui's teasing and leapt over the stage railing to stand by Jiang Kai's side. He patted Jiang Kai's shoulder lightly, silently offering his support. Jiang Kai turned to look at Lin Lu, his eyes filled with a mix of frustration and confusion. "Mr. Lin, please step aside," one of the academy's senior staff members shouted at Ouyang Ming's signal. "Jiang Kai is now under suspicion of using prohibited substances. It's best if you don't interfere." Lin Lu spread his hands helplessly and stepped back. Around them, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. "So Jiang Kai won because he used drugs, huh? Looks like our life ability division is still going to be suppressed after all." However, bolstered by Lin Lu's silent encouragement, Jiang Kai's expression gradually shifted from panic to calm resolve. Sun Dishing proceeded with a thorough search of Jiang Kai. Finally, he pulled a flat, small bottle out of Jiang Kai's backpack. "Huh, yes, that's the one," Ouyang Ming shouted excitedly, his voice echoing across the open space. "Deputy Principal Sun, quickly open it and take a look. We have both the evidence and the witnesses right here." Sun Dushing held the small vial expressionlessly, and the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, a group of people dressed in white uniforms approached briskly. They were members of the Bureau of Abilities. As an internal management agency of Longhua, the Bureau oversaw nearly all affairs aside from military, personnel transfers, and supervision. These everyday staff members were referred to as the White Guards. One of the White Guards stepped forward, frowning slightly. "I heard there's a berserk potion involved here." Ouyang Ming jumped in eagerly. "Yes, White Guard, sir. It's this kid named Jiang Kai. He hoarded and used berserk potions, and the vial in Deputy Principal Sun's hand is the proof." "Deputy Principal?" Sun Dishing shot Ouyang Ming a cold glance. "Can't you drop the deputy part already?" His irritation grew as Ouyang Ming kept emphasizing the title. With a snort, he handed the vial to the questioning White Guard. The White Guard took the vial and turned to confirm with Ouyang Ming. "This vial, was it found on Jiang Kai?" "That's right," Ouyang Ming said eagerly. "Everyone here is a witness, and we even have surveillance footage from the blue crystal cameras. This trainee, Jiang Kai, hoarded and used the berserk potion. White Guard, sir, please arrest him quickly. That guy, there's something off about him." "Enough," the White Guard interrupted Ouyang Ming sternly. "Whether it's a berserk potion or not, they'll be the judge of that. I don't need your input." With that, he carefully opened the vial. A faint peppermint scent wafted out. The man in white sniffed it closely, then promptly resealed the vial. Seeing this, Ouyang Ming sneered disdainfully. "What now? It's a berserk potion, isn't it? Humph. A mere White Guard dares to rebuke me? Don't think I can't have you removed with a single phone call tonight." The White Guard ignored Ouyang Ming's threats, instead fixing his gaze on him. "All right then, young Master Ouyang. Care to explain how this berserk potion ended up in your possession?" "Huh." Ouyang Ming froze, his mind seemingly going blank. For a moment, he was utterly at a loss for words. Bai Wei had sent his subordinates to investigate the matter of the potion, but now he seemed to be turning the tables on him. "What do you mean? Are you implying that the little vial doesn't contain a berserk potion?" Bai Wei sneered. "Ouyang Ming, that's just a bottle of mint extract. He'll seal it and keep it as evidence. However now, tell me, where did the berserk potion in your hand come from?" Ouyang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. "Take him away," Bai Wei ordered. Two other white uniformed guards approached, grabbing Ouyang Ming by the arms and dragging him toward the detention vehicle. You dare do this? Do you even realize the consequences of arresting me?" Ouyang Ming shouted, though deep down he didn't dare act rashly. Any attempt to attack the guards would mean directly opposing the authority of Long Nation. As Ouyang Ming was taken away, Sun Dushing immediately announced in a loud voice, "The winner of the Life and Death Arena is Jiang Kai." The students of the Life Abilities Division erupted in thunderous cheers once again. Jiang Kai was surrounded by a crowd and eventually lifted into the air in celebration. This victory was a moment of pride for the Life Abilities students, proving that they were not to be underestimated and that life ability users were far from useless. After Ouyang Ming was taken away, Lin Lu walked to the entrance with the interrogating white uniformed guard. Well, Lin too. I didn't expect you to be so carefree here," the guard commented with a chuckle. Lin Lu sighed. "Carefree? I thought I would be, but it turns out there's so much going on here. Thanks for today. They'll treat you to a drink next time." The guard saluted Lin Lu. "Don't say that. Your business is everyone's business." Even though the Daylight Army has been split up and assigned to various departments of the military and the Abilities Bureau, just say the word, and the old brothers will be ready to assemble in no time. As the guard grew more enthusiastic, Lin Lu promptly cut him off. "All right, let's not dwell on past glories. Seeing that everyone's doing well now puts my mind at ease. Let me enjoy a few days of peace, will you? With a pat on the white uniformed man's shoulder, Lin Lu turned and walked back into Zijingwa Academy. After the cheers subsided, Jiang Kai did not let success go to his head. He sought out Lin Lu alone and bowed deeply to him. What are you doing? Why are you being so formal with me? Lin Lu helped the young man, whose demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation, to his feet. Teacher Lin, thank you for saving me again. Jiang Kai said sincerely, his eyes full of gratitude. Yeah, you're quick on your feet, kid. I swapped out the contents of that bottle earlier. But let's keep this between us, all right? We don't go looking for trouble, but we shouldn't fear it either. When trouble comes, as long as you're strong enough, it's just a small matter. Now, shouldn't you be mingling with your classmates as the hero of the day? Why are you here looking for me right after the fight? Jiang Kai, who had been decisive and bold during the battle, now seemed hesitant and awkward. Spit it out. Whatever it is, make it quick. You still have important matters to attend to, Lin Lu said with a serious expression. Teacher Lin, here's the thing. I have a brother who's incredibly strong, but his powers are, well, they're kind of unusual. Could you take him under your wing and help him train? Jiang Kai asked earnestly, his straightforward personality shining through. Lin Lu chuckled. Jiang, you need to understand something. Taking on a disciple is a very serious matter. I agreed to teach you because everyone else left, and you were the only one who stayed. Teaching you was my way of repaying the trust you showed in me. But your brother, what has he done to deserve this? Jiang Kai was at a loss for words. If everyone came to me asking to be my disciple, would I have any life of my own left? Teaching you was already an exception to my principles, so don't bring this up again, Lin Lu said firmly, rejecting the request without hesitation. After all, he still had a mountain of experiments to work on. Where would he find the time to take on another student? Teacher Lin, he's really strong, but his abilities have no place to be used, Jiang Kai pleaded. Abilities with no place to be used? Even the auxiliary division can't accommodate him. Lin Lu asked, intrigued. Jiang Kai nodded emphatically. Such abilities exist? Now, Lin Lu's curiosity was piqued. Bring him to the riverside after class tomorrow, he said. Thank you, Teacher Lin, Jiang Kai said, his face lighting up with joy. Late at night, in the ancestral home of the Ouyang family in Nanyang, Ouyang Ming knelt on both knees before a middle-aged man who was leisurely sipping tea. Ouyang Ming had been kneeling for over half an hour. Pampered since birth, he was not used to such treatment, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Do you know what you did wrong? The middle-aged man asked after taking a sip of tea. I do. Ouyang Ming gritted his teeth and forced the words out. Then tell me, the man said. I should have used open and honest tactics, not underhanded tricks. I ended up shooting myself in the foot and troubling you, father, to bail me out. And I even lost 1,000,000 blue crystal coins. The man sitting in the main seat was Ouyang Qing, the head of the Ouyang family. A few years ago, the elder Ouyang had fallen ill, and all matters of the family had been entrusted to his eldest son, Ouyang Qing. Hearing his son's words, Ouyang Qing walked over and helped Ouyang Ming to his feet. Feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, Ouyang Ming shakily stood up. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the room as Ouyang Ming was sent flying by Ouyang Qing's hand. A small mind is no match for a great man, and a man without ruthlessness is no man at all. Do you think I blame you for using tricks? Wrong. I hate that if you were going to use tricks, you didn't see them through to the end. Ouyang Qing was fuming with anger and snapped. If you had just planted an explosive device on Wang Lu and taken Jiang Kai down with him, all our problems would have been solved. He paused, his eyes flashing with discontent. And another thing, your elder brother holds a significant position in the military. Do you even know how much trouble he went through to cover up your use of the Berserk serum? His chances of promotion this year are practically gone because of you. You useless fool. If you had even half the capability of your brother, would I need to worry so much? With that, Ouyang Qing kicked Ouyang Ming hard. Father, Ouyang Ming gasped for air as he slumped back into the grand chair, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. What was done could not be undone. He took a deep breath and asked, Is Su Shui, Master Wuxin's direct disciple at your school? Huh? Su Shui? The goddess? Yes, she is. Ouyang Ming nodded so vigorously it looked as if he might drill a hole in the ground. Present yourself well and leave a good impression on her. Then, do whatever it takes to win her over for me. Ouyang Qing's expression was stern, clearly taking this matter very seriously. Father, are you sure about this? Ouyang Ming hesitated. This is perfect, Ouyang Qing thought to himself with satisfaction, a smug grin creeping across his face. The Wuxin Martial Arts School in Nanyang City, the Ouyang family, are the major shareholders. In a few days, I'll arrange an opportunity for you. Make sure you perform well and secure her. His tone was filled with arrogance, but he underestimated Su Shui's strength and the power of the Wuxin school. The familiar riverbank, the familiar flowing water, and two familiar faces, one closely known, the other vaguely remembered. Teacher Lin, I brought him, Lin Lu shouted excitedly. Standing before him was a young man with dark circles under his eyes, wearing glasses. Teacher Lin. Hello, the young man said, his voice trembling with excitement. It's really you. Lin Lu burst into hearty laughter, surprised to discover that the most inconspicuous student in the class and the weakest ability user turned out to be his closest buddy. Mr. Lin, Li Ming's strength is truly remarkable. Although he didn't fully showcase his abilities during the Academy's exams, his exceptional combat skills allow him to defeat many battle ability users. Jiang Kai stood by his side, constantly cheering him on with heartfelt words. That's enough, Jiang Kai. Li Ming interrupted, his tone firm. Mr. Lin, I came here just to spar with you. I hope you'll accept my challenge. After this, I won't bring up the matter of becoming your apprentice again. With that, he clasped his hands in salute and drew a blunt-edged long blade from behind him. Lin Lu was taken aback. This young man, Li Ming, had such impressive physical strength that he could rival ordinary class battle ability users. If he combined this with a useful ability, he might even stand a chance against class ability users. Come on then, let me see what you're made of. Lin Lu assumed a defensive stance, ready to face Li Ming's attack. Here I come, Mr. Lin. Li Ming shouted as he pushed off the ground with force, his momentum like a dragon surging out of the sea, exuding a fierce aura as he charged toward Lin Lu. The two closed the distance quickly, and within 2 meters, Li Ming struck first. Holding the blade in one hand, he slashed downward with great force. Lin Lu sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack. Just as he thought the strike had missed, Li Ming twisted his wrist, redirecting the slash into a sharp-shaped strike aimed directly at Lin Lu. Not bad, kid. Impressive swordsmanship. Lin Lu silently praised him, realizing that this third-year class was indeed full of hidden talents. However, even with such skill, the redirected attack failed to land. As the blade neared his chest, Lin Lu swiftly raised his right hand. The white-armored bracelet on his wrist clashed with the blade, producing a piercing metallic sound. Reverse grip. Li Ming, seeing Lin Lu block his attack with ease, immediately adjusted his grip. He released the blade with his left hand and held the hilt solely with his right, switching from a standard to a reverse grip. Then, with a twist of his wrist, the blade spun into an unusual spherical motion, aiming straight for Lin Lu's head. Ha! Impressive, truly impressive. Such skill at such a young age. Lin Lu couldn't hide his excitement, amazed by Li Ming's talent. Even so, he blocked the attack effortlessly once more. Then, with a swift, elegant spin kick, Lin Lu sent Li Ming flying more than 10 meters away. Li Ming, who had been kicked away, slowly stood up, bowed 90 degrees to Lin Lu, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance. I won't bother you again in the future." After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave. Li Ming, let me ask you this. If one day you become a combat ability user, how will you repay me? Lin Lu's gaze was deep and penetrating, causing Li Ming to tremble all over. He lowered his head and replied firmly, "If Teacher Lin grants me a new life, wherever you point, that is where my blade will strike." With that, he knelt on both knees and heavily kowtowed 3 times to Lin Lu, saying respectfully, "Once a teacher, always a father. Please accept my bow, master." Jiang Kai, standing nearby, was stunned, thinking to himself, "Damn, I thought this guy was quiet and even more honest than me, but when he sees an opportunity, he really goes all in. That speed." Lin Lu smirked and teased, "Judging by your appearance, I'd guess you're from a declining martial lineage, huh?" "Yes, master." Li Ming quickly responded. "Don't call me master, it sounds old. Just call me teacher." Lin Lu corrected him. "Yes, teacher. I am the 40th successor of the absolute soul blade," Li Ming said proudly. "Oh, I see." Lin Lu nodded. "All right, enough talk. Show me your ability." Li Ming nodded and walked over to Lin Lu, holding a stone in his hand. Lin Lu watched the stone intently and gestured for him to begin. Li Ming tensed up, and the stone in his hand began to tremble. Lin Lu observed quietly until the trembling stopped after a minute. "That's it?" Li Ming asked, looking a bit helpless. "That's it." Li Ming nodded seriously. "A few shakes, and that's all. If I wanted, I could make it shake longer." Li Ming scratched his head, looking uneasy. Lin Lu froze for a moment before walking over, patting him on the shoulder, and saying, "Kid, even if you can't fight in the future, you'll have a line of rich women ready to support you." Huh. Jiang Kai and Li Ming exchanged glances, immediately understanding what he meant. The atmosphere became awkward. Teacher Lin really had no filter. "All right, tell me in detail about your ability." Lin Lu stopped joking and began analyzing the specifics of Li Ming's power. Li Ming took a deep breath and explained, "My ability is vibration. It has no effect on living organisms, groups, or anything with cellular structures. It only works on inanimate objects, causing them to vibrate slightly upon contact. Truly the rich women's best friend." Jiang Kai muttered on the side. Hearing the teasing, Li Ming felt as if he'd swallowed something bitter. "Let me think. Vibration, frequency. High-frequency metal fatigue." Lin Lu muttered to himself. Jiang Kai and Li Ming stood carefully to the side, afraid to interrupt. "Vibration, frequency, that's it. Vibration and frequency." Lin Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Meng, if you make objects vibrate, can you increase their speed? Increase speed. Li Meng thought for a moment and nodded. I tried to speed it up, but the faster it gets, the more it looks stationary, with no noticeable change. Hearing this, Lin Lu's inspiration struck, and he said excitedly, haha, what a stroke of luck. Kid, meeting me is your fortune. He reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out a black blade. Here, pour all your ability into this blade and increase its vibration frequency to the limit. Though Li Meng didn't understand Lin Lu's intentions, he nodded and swung the slender blade, imbuing it with high-frequency vibrations. Now, lightly slash that stone over there with the blade, Lin Lu instructed. Without much thought, Li Meng raised the blade and gave a gentle slash. To his astonishment, the stone was sliced cleanly, as if it were tofu. What's going on? Li Meng asked in disbelief. When I asked you to channel your ability into the blade, I was creating high-frequency vibrations. At such speeds, typically thousands to tens of thousands of times per minute, the blade contacts the material intermittently, reducing resistance and improving cutting efficiency while also minimizing wear on the blade, Lin Lu explained before pausing. But what? Li Meng's curiosity was piqued. Teacher, please tell me. At this moment, it seemed as though Pandora's box had been opened. What had seemed like a useless ability now appeared to perfectly complement his cutting skills. Lin Lu's next words were crucial. No need for me to explain further. Keep using your ability, and you'll see for yourself. He gestured toward the blade in Li Meng's hand. Li Meng nodded and continued keeping the blade in a high-frequency vibration state. Within a minute, cracks began to appear all over the blade. Li Meng's spirits plummeted. This is called metal fatigue, Lin Lu explained. When metal undergoes high-intensity or prolonged cyclical external vibrations, it can break unexpectedly, like this. He grabbed a piece of iron wire from somewhere, bent it repeatedly, and with a snap, it broke after a dozen seconds. Teacher, how can I improve this? Li Meng asked anxiously. The solution is simple. 2 steps. First, use special alloys to enhance the blade's fatigue resistance. Second, design an intelligent scabbard that can detect the blade's hardness and prevent sudden breakage during combat. And one last thing, since your vibration can weaken metal, you can use it to render your opponent's metal defenses useless. Got it. Li Meng understood the first and last suggestions, but was confused by the intelligent scabbard. I can help you craft the weapon and design the scabbard, but I have one condition. Lin Lu's tone became serious. Teacher, whatever it is, just say the word. Li Meng listened attentively. If anyone asks who made it for you, you must never say it was me. Even if you have to make up a name, can you do that? I can. Li Meng nodded resolutely. As the three were about to leave, Li Meng's phone rang. Hello? Is this the young master? Please come back quickly. Something happened at the martial arts school. What? I'll be right there. Li Meng's face filled with shock. He quickly explained to Lin Lu. Teacher, something's happened at home. I need to return immediately. Lin Lu smiled. All right, no problem, I understand. I'll come with you. I'm quite interested in martial lineages. Seeing that both were heading to the martial arts school, Jiang Kai also asked to join them. With that, the three hailed a taxi and headed toward the Absolute Soul Blade Martial Arts School. The taxi drove into an old neighborhood. On a bustling street in a humble residential area, shouts and yells echoed from within a 500-square-meter martial arts school. A middle-aged man, his face smeared with blood and one eye swollen into a large lump, shouted angrily. You've gone too far. Standing before him was a young man dressed in a black martial arts uniform, flanked by several subordinates. With an air of arrogance, the young man sneered, I told you before, when our Wuxinliu martial arts school opened, all the other schools should come and pay their respects. But your Juhunren sect ignored us completely. So, we came to see just how much you're worth. Turns out, you're all just show. I didn't even put in any effort, and you're already down. What a disappointment. What a waste. I thought you'd at least give me a little fun. Paying respects? More like forcing submission. Our Juhunren sect walks the righteous path and has no interest in your antics. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time. The middle-aged man lifted a slender, unsharpened black blade, ready to fight again. The young man smirked coldly. Old man, times are changing. I'm not here to exterminate you. I've looked at your martial arts school, it's in a good location. How about transferring it to me? They'll pay you a fair price. Or, hey, race a compromise, merge your sect into our Wuxinliu. This way, everyone wins. You can survive and even earn more money, while we gain more students and expand our influence. Isn't that a win-win solution? The young man laughed heartily, seeing the middle-aged man as nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Even if the man refused, it didn't matter. After today's victory, most of the Juhunren students would likely quit and demand refunds. Without income, the martial arts school wouldn't survive for long. Kid, what's your name? Having someone like you in Wuxinliu is a disgrace to your sect. The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared directly at the young man. I don't change my name or hide my identity. I'm Wang Haoming, 4th disciple of Chen Daosi, master of the Wuxinliu Nanyang branch, the young man declared proudly. Well then, He'll remember that. Come at me. Even if it means my death, I won't agree to your demands, the middle-aged man said firmly. In ordinary circumstances, any bloodshed would immediately draw the intervention of nearby white guards to restore order. However, conflicts between martial artists were rarely interfered with. As long as they didn't affect ordinary people, they were left to settle their disputes however they saw fit. The Bureau of the Unusual and the Council of the Unusual had established a series of rules, one of which stated that martial arts sect battles would not be intervened in unless they disrupted normal life. Well, old man, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Wang Haoming's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. At that moment, Li Ming and others arrived, albeit belatedly. Son, why are you here? Leave now. The middle-aged man, Li Xiao, was the 39th generation successor of the Zhuhanren sect and Li Ming's father. Father, if I leave, then Zhuhanren will truly be finished. Li Ming's heart ached as he looked at the injured strewn across the floor, then at Wang Haoming and his unscathed group. Father, step back. Leave this guy to me. Li Ming approached the weapons rack and took 5 black blades, securing them to his waist. Oh, got guts, huh? Seems like everyone in your sect is stubborn. Judging by your outfit, you must be a student at Zijingwa Academy. Our school has a partnership with your academy, so out of respect for that, they'll spare your life. But, if your father continues to be obstinate, I won't show any mercy. Wang Haoming's tone turned icy. Let's go. Wang Haoming, seeing the son of the headmaster return, decided not to press further. With 2 men following him, he began to leave. As he reached the martial arts school's entrance, he spat viciously. Mind your own business. Suddenly, a black blade flew toward his chest at high speed. Wang Haoming was a crank ability user, with the power of black steel, which allowed his muscles and skin to transform into hardened steel. While in this state, his steel-like skin and muscles temporarily lost vitality, but they would return to normal once the ability was disengaged. Kid, you're courting death. Wang Haoming's body rapidly transformed, his skin glinting with a metallic sheen. The flying black blade struck his chest, but was deflected harmlessly. Do you even know what you've just done? Wang Haoming stopped in his tracks and returned to the center of the martial arts school, clasping his hands in a formal salute. Li Ming stepped forward and returned the salute. Of course I know. From now on, this duel will determine not only victory or defeat, but also life or death. Li Ming declared firmly. No, Li Ming, come back. Even if I lose this martial arts school, I can't let you. Li Xiao shouted anxiously. Father, wake up. Constant retreat will only embolden them further. From this moment on, anyone who dares to challenge Zhuhanren, no matter who they are, will face annihilation. Li Ming's determination left Li Xiao momentarily stunned. When had his son developed such resolve? Haha, you must be Li Ming's father. I'm Li Ming's teacher, and I can tell you with full confidence Li Ming will win. Lin Lu said confidently. Trust me, Li Ming won't lose. Jiang Kai hurried over to help the injured Li Xiao to rest. You're being reckless. Li Ming may practice martial arts, but I know his skills. Entering a duel rashly could cost him his life. Li Xiao was filled with regret. Don't worry, brotherly. My student, Li Ming, is not that weak. Lin Lu reassured him. At that moment, the steel-clad Wang Haoming launched the first attack. He leaped high into the air, diving toward Li Ming. Li Ming didn't back down. He raised the black blade in his hand, holding it horizontally in front of his chest to block. Haha, kid, are you stupid? That sword of yours is useless against me. Take this. Wang Haoming's fist, carrying a terrifying force, hurtled toward Li Ming. Li Ming stood his ground. He was no longer the timid person he had once been, no longer someone who had nearly given up on martial arts. Now, he would face everything hidden, without fear. With a sharp whistle, Li Ming executed a series of dazzling blade maneuvers, adopting a solid stance. This time, he would not falter. Pouring all his energy into the black blade, the dark weapon began to vibrate intensely, as if cheering for his courage. As Wang Haoming's fist approached, Li Ming twisted his body with an almost ghostly agility, narrowly dodging the attack. In less than a second, he used the momentum of his spin to slash at Wang Haoming's steel wrist. The blade struck, and the damage was done. Blood gushed as Wang Haoming's wrist was severed. Ah, my hand. Wang Haoming fell to his knees, clutching his severed arm and wailing in agony. Ah. Wang Haoming collapsed to his knees, blood gushing from his severed arm like a fountain. His agonized wails echoed throughout the martial arts hall. You should head to the hospital right away. They might still be able to reattach your arm. Wait any longer, and it'll be too late, Li Ming kindly advised. Before he could finish speaking, the black blade in his hand suddenly shattered with a crisp crack. Seeing this, Wang Haoming gritted his teeth and immediately activated his ability, turning the wound into steel to forcibly stop the bleeding. You brat! I'll kill you, he roared, his body gradually taking on a deeper metallic sheen. On the sidelines, Li Xiao watched his son's heroic figure with eyes full of pride. Jiang Kai, standing nearby, took the opportunity to explain. Uncle Li, this is all thanks to Teacher Lin. Under his guidance, Li Meng's abilities have transformed completely. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Hearing this, Li Xiao turned to Lin Lu beside him, his gratitude unmistakable. He bowed deeply and said earnestly, "Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance. If ever you need assistance in the future, I will do my utmost to repay this kindness." Lin Lu helped Li Xiao up and replied with a smile, "Li Ming is exceptionally talented. I have great faith in him. I still have some connections within the military. If I recommend him there, would you, Master Li, be willing to let him go?" "The military?" Li Xiao's face lit up with joy. He exclaimed repeatedly, "To have my son join the military and slay demons for glory, that would be an honor for our family. Teacher Lin, your kindness is beyond measure. The Li family cannot thank you enough." Meanwhile, the battle on the field was nearing its conclusion. Wang Haoming had already identified the weakness in Li Meng's ability. The black blades, though incredibly sharp, were prone to breaking due to their reduced hardness. Through clever tactics, he had already forced Li Meng to lose 3 of his blades. "Kid, out of blades, aren't you?" Wang Haoming sneered with a smirk. Li Meng took a deep breath, as if making a critical decision. At that moment, Wang Haoming suddenly launched his heartless flow, collapsing fist technique, propelling himself toward Li Meng like an arrow released from a bow. Li Meng raised his final black blade in defense, only to notice a crack forming in the middle of its blade. "When did this happen?" he thought in shock. "You thought I was just playing with you earlier?" Wang Haoming sneered, throwing a domineering punch. "You're out of black blades, let's see what you can do now." At the critical moment, Li Meng decisively discarded the blade and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. He immediately countered with a heavy punch to Wang Haoming's back. "Ha ha ha, you think your bare fist can hurt me?" Wang Haoming laughed mockingly. "Thank you for turning your entire body into metal," Li Meng said calmly. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do fish of frequency vibration." In an instant, Wang Haoming felt as though his entire body was being hammered repeatedly. Within just 3 seconds, his steel-like form was covered in cracks, on the verge of collapse. "Good thing you didn't transform your bones into metal," Li Meng said in a low voice. "Otherwise, that last hit would have shattered you completely. Go back and tell the Nanyang leader of Heartless Flomy Absolute Soulblade faction will never submit." Wang Haoming deactivated his ability, his body battered and bruised. Supported by his subordinates, he staggered away in defeat. "Kid, the Green Mountains endure, and the rivers flow on. We'll meet again." Cheers erupted in the martial arts hall as the disciples praised Li Meng's strength. After giving instructions for the next training session, Lin Lu quietly left the scene. As night fell, Lin Lu grabbed a casual dinner downstairs and returned to his residence. The moment he opened the door, he froze in place. Su Shui was lounging on his bed, dressed in a semi-transparent nightgown. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and under the dim, warm light, she exuded a seductive charm. Seeing him enter, Su Shui flashed a mischievous smile. Lin Lu immediately turned to leave, but a voice from inside stopped him in his tracks. "Take one more step, and I'll send a selfie to my sister." Left with no choice, Lin Lu reluctantly shuffled into the room. No sooner had he sat down than Su Shui pounced on him like a playful kitten, resting her head on his shoulder. "Don't move. Let me take in your scent." She stayed there quietly, leaning against him, her thoughts drifting back to days gone by. Su Shui clung to Lin Lu's arm, her heart brimming with joy as her thoughts drifted back to the thrilling encounter 5 years ago. That year, Su Ming and Lin Lu were both admitted to the Demon Extermination Special Task Unit. During a routine mission, Lin Lu keenly noticed an unusual battle report. "Huh? This report seems to be related to your Su family," he remarked, casually handing the document to Su Ming beside him. Su Ming quickly skimmed through the report, her face turning pale in an instant. The report revealed that the second disciple of Master Wuxin had encountered a city-destroying level beast while training in the Thousand Needles Forest in the western region. The Bureau of Anomalies and the military were urgently coordinating rescue efforts. It should have been a situation demanding swift action from all departments, yet the reality was far more complicated. The threat posed by a city-destroying beast was immense. A successful rescue could earn Master Wuxin's favor, but failure would undoubtedly bring his wrath. As a result, none of the 3 major departments dared to act rashly, each shirking responsibility. "I have to save Xiaoxua," Su Ming exclaimed in panic, tossing the report aside and turning to prepare her gear. "Calm down." Lin Lu grabbed her shoulder firmly. "If you rush out in this state, it's a death sentence." Watching Su Ming's breathing gradually steady, Lin Lu continued, "I'll go with you. I happen to have weapons specifically for dealing with city-destroying level beasts." "You're Lin Lu, right?" "That's right, beautiful. And you're Su Ming, correct? Meet me at the Special Task Unit's gate in half an hour." Meanwhile, in the western dark zones of Longhua, a fierce battle was unfolding. A silver-haired young woman in training attire, Su Shui, was engaged in a desperate struggle against a colossal 3-eyed saber-toothed tiger, as tall as a building. This city-destroying level beast possessed the terrifying ability of Corpse Soldier Commander, which allowed it to manipulate nearby skeletons and corpses in combat. After half an hour of intense fighting, Su Shui, covered in wounds, was nearing her limit. She had originally come to the forest to complete a task assigned by her sect, retrieving a millennium-decayed fruit. She hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable foe just as she was about to succeed. Although she had the power to teleport, the three-eyed saber-toothed tiger had anticipated her moves, using its toxic aura to summon countless decayed creatures, completely cutting off her escape routes. As a newly promoted rank ability user, Su Shui had no choice but to focus on survival. After another grueling 10 minutes of pursuit, she could feel her strength rapidly draining away. Oh no, I'm done for. Su Shui muttered to herself, her voice filled with despair. In front of her, a massive black, three-eyed tiger the size of a small hill was advancing step by step, each movement causing the ground to tremble slightly. Her signal wristband had sent out countless distress calls, but not a single rescuer had arrived. The enormous body of the three-eyed tiger cast a vast shadow, completely engulfing Su Shui. It looked down at the tiny human with disdain flashing in its eyes. The beast raised one of its massive paws, as large as a small house, and slammed it down towards Su Shui. Fear surged over Su Shui like a tidal wave, paralyzing her. Her legs felt nailed to the ground, and she couldn't even summon the strength to blink. This is it. I'm really going to die this time. She shut her eyes in despair. If there's a next life, I swear I'll be more careful. At the critical moment, two loud shouts pierced through the air. Frozen world, daylight armor. A bone-chilling cold swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Under the icy assault, the three-eyed tiger's deadly strike noticeably slowed. Suddenly, a figure clad in radiant silver armor appeared, scooping Su Shui into their arms in a flash and swiftly retreating to safety. Roar! The three-eyed tiger let out a deafening roar, its muscles bulging as the ice covering its body shattered into countless shards. Not good. This city-destroying beast is furious now. Su Ming's warning rang out. Inside the armor, Lin Lu immediately responded, activating the armor's special mechanism. The plates on the back of the daylight armor began rotating, revealing rows of circular vents. First stage acceleration. With a loud shout, Lin Lu triggered the vents, which spewed out brilliant blue flames. Using the terrifying propulsion, he shot through the air like an arrow, carrying Su Shui back to Su Ming's side. Su Shui slowly stepped away from Lin Lu, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. She remained silent, not daring to say or do anything. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief, thankful that her younger sister was unharmed. She thought to herself that she could finally relax. Given their current strength, there was no way they could take on a city-destroying beast. Retreating was the only sensible option. After saying this, Su Ming prepared to take Su Shui and leave. Nearby, Lin Lu awkwardly scratched his head and said with a sheepish smile, I hate to intrude on your sisterly bond, but the thing is, we're already surrounded. He gestured around them, pointing to the thousands of decaying corpses encircling them. The three-eyed tiger let out a furious roar, enraged that someone dared to challenge it after so many years. Although the Ability Council had classified it as a city-destroying beast, its ability to control the undead army clearly placed it closer to a nation-destroying level of power. Extreme Frost. Wait, stop, young lady. Don't shout anymore. I'm guessing that last move of yours already drained most of your energy, didn't it? Lin Lu's words left Su Ming stunned. How do you know everything? She asked, her expression a mix of surprise and resignation. From here on out, I'll clear a path for you. Don't hesitate, just keep moving forward, Lin Lu said firmly. Su Ming immediately objected. No way. If we leave, what will happen to you? Despite her gratitude for Lin Lu's help, she couldn't bear the thought of him risking his life to save them. Don't worry about me. It's not every day I get the chance to test out my experimental weapons on something like this. Lin Lu grinned, raising his right hand and shouting toward the mass of decaying creatures behind him. Magnetic cannon. A circular metal device in his palm began to hum loudly. 3 seconds later, a terrifying electromagnetic blast shot from his hand. Boom. A brilliant blue beam swept across the ground, disintegrating everything in its path into dust and creating a clear route. Go now, Lin Lu shouted at the two sisters. Without waiting for a response, he turned to face the three-eyed tiger and its endless army of the dead alone. Lin Lu. Su Ming's heart rippled with emotions. Leave quickly. With you here, I can't fight at full strength, you'll just get in the way. Lin Lu turned around, lifted the visor of his armor, and shot the two sisters a look of disdain. Seeing this, Su Ming hesitated no longer. Determined to get Su Shui to safety, she resolved that even if it meant risking her life, she would return to face Lin Lu hidden. The two women swiftly retreated through the passage Lin Lu had opened. Behind them, the reanimated corpses of the beasts once again flooded and blocked the path. Ha ha ha, perfect. The nuisances are finally gone. Now, it's time to begin the test. Lin Lu crouched down, then leapt into the air with explosive force. The three-eyed tiger widened its eyes and spat out a cloud of green corrosive gas. Lin Lu casually dodged the mist with a graceful sideways maneuver. Frustrated by its failed attack, the three-eyed tiger slammed its massive claws into the ground, summoning hundreds of decayed flying beasts that rose into the sky. Is the ability council full of idiots? They labeled this guy as merely city-destroying level. Saying he could wipe out a few small to mid-sized countries wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Lin Lu silently cursed the council's higher-ups, venting his frustration. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, "All right, time to conduct my experiment." A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. His long-awaited arsenal was finally about to see the light of day. "Little tiger, how about this? If you can survive my attacks, I'll let you go." To Lin Lu's surprise, the three-eyed tiger let out a deep, guttural laugh in response. High-level beasts were known for their intelligence, and those that had lived long enough could even understand human speech. Clearly, this beast was one of them. Wasting no more time, Lin Lu stretched out his arms and activated his ability. His power, designated as a Brank utility ability by the Ability Council, was known as the Dimensional Bag. It allowed him to create a 500-meter cubic space in another dimension where he could store inanimate objects. Time within the space was frozen, and no living creatures could be stored. However, this seemingly simple storage ability had been developed to its full potential by Lin Lu. "Armory!" Lin Lu roared. The space behind him began to distort, forming a swirling black vortex. One by one, the menacing tips of missiles emerged from the void. "Now, enjoy the feast of explosions." Lin Lu unleashed a torrent of missiles, which shot out like arrows loosed from a bow. They streaked across the sky, leaving dazzling trails of light. The missiles pierced through the clouds, adjusted their trajectories, and locked onto the three-eyed tiger. The once imposing three-eyed tiger, towering nearly 10 meters tall, now appeared small and powerless under the barrage of missiles. Realizing the danger, it quickly leapt backward in an attempt to escape. Just as the missiles were about to hit the ground, time seemed to freeze for a moment. A blinding light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The three-eyed tiger, sensing the overwhelming threat, began to flee. Its decayed army was obliterated in an instant by the devastating blasts. Flames, like an enraged beast, engulfed everything in their path. Debris and smoke swirled violently like a storm, while the fiery glow illuminated half the sky. The valley was bathed in a light as bright as day. The explosion's shockwave uprooted trees within the valley, scattering rocks in all directions. The entire scene was filled with apocalyptic devastation and terror. As the dust settled, the three-eyed tiger lay gravely injured on the ground. However, being a powerful beast that had lived for centuries, its injuries, though severe, were not fatal. With a furious roar, the bloodied beast dragged its mangled body away at speed, leaving behind a valley of scorched earth thick with the smell of smoke and ash. TCH, it ran off because of this? Really? Just from an explosion of this scale? Lin Lu muttered to himself as he landed, clearly unimpressed. Whatever, no point in complaining. At least I recorded the explosion. I'll analyze later which warheads worked well and which didn't. This scene was witnessed by Su Shui and Su Ming, the two sisters standing behind him. "What are you two doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave? You're lucky you stayed far enough away, otherwise you wouldn't even know how you died." Lin Lu scolded them angrily, giving each a flick on the forehead. Both girls clutched their heads, looking up at him with pitiful expressions. "My sister said we couldn't just leave you behind. Besides, I recovered some of my strength, so we came back to save you." Su Shui explained with lingering fear. Beside her, Su Ming nodded emphatically, gazing at Lin Lu with admiration. "Wow, did you really do all this? That's incredible. With power like that, wiping out an entire city would be a piece of cake." She stared blankly at the scorched earth before her, her expression dazed. Lin Lu shook his head and rolled his neck. The daytime combat suit he wore instantly deactivated. "All right, let's put an end to this. I just need you to do me one favor, don't tell anyone about what happened here, okay?" The two sisters exchanged glances before turning back to him, nodding earnestly. At that moment, the image of Lin Lu single-handedly defeating countless foes and shattering the earth with a mere gesture was deeply etched into their hearts. Over the following days, Lin Lu demonstrated power akin to that of toppling entire nations. The mutated three-eyed saber-toothed tiger was nowhere to be found, so the group took the opportunity to gather a variety of rare items. During this time, the bond between Lin Lu and Su Ming deepened rapidly. Lin Lu's humorous and charming demeanor, culinary skills rivaling those of a professional chef, and formidable strength made him irresistibly attractive to the two women. Finally, the time came to part ways. Lin Lu and Su Ming returned to the military headquarters to report back. Su Shui pulled Su Ming aside and whispered, "Sis, are you and Lin Lu just teammates? Do you know if he has a girlfriend?" Su Ming's expression turned exasperated. He didn't before, but in a few days, he will. This response left Su Shui stunned. Could it be not? "Sis, you?" Su Shui thought to herself. "Xiao Shui, from childhood to now, sis never competed with you for anything. But this time, You can't make a move. This was only Su Shue's first encounter with Lin Lu, but every moment afterward left a deep impression on her. Watching Su Shue peacefully asleep beside him, Lin Lu gently carried her to the bed. At that moment, a stunning silver-haired beauty with a captivating figure lay defenseless before him, stirring some inevitable thoughts in his mind. Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he calmed his emotions, carefully tucked Su Shue in with a blanket, and quietly left the apartment. Coward. Su Shue opened her eyes the moment the door clicked shut. This isn't working. It feels like I'm fishing with no bait, always coming up empty. He'll have to be more proactive next time with these thoughts. She drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, in a five-star hotel in Nanyang City, Li Feng had just enjoyed the services of the spa. Upon returning to his room, a servant from the Li family handed him a video device. Li Feng turned it on, and his eyes immediately filled with bloodshot anger. The footage clearly showed Su Shue entering Lin Lu's apartment, followed by Lin Lu returning shortly after. Humph. The so-called inheritor of the Wuxin style, just a sneaky little tomcat after all. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, his mind already plotting something sinister. Li Feng's eyes burned with flames of desire. As the second daughter of the prestigious Su family in the capital of Longhua, one of the heirs to the Wuxin school, and the younger sister of General Su Meng, a major general in the Eastern Military District, Su Meng carried an aura of brilliance that captivated the young elites of Nanyang, filling their minds with unrealistic fantasies. The next day, after school, Lin Lu arrived at a secluded riverside to focus on training Jiang Kai and Li Meng. The two engaged in numerous offensive and defensive sparring sessions. Without using special abilities, Li Meng could suppress Jiang Kai, but as soon as Jiang Kai activated his powers, his ability to create pinpoint explosions anywhere, Li Meng found it impossible to get close. Meanwhile, Lin Lu lounged leisurely on a grand armchair, sipping tea unhurriedly. As night fell, after 3 hours of training, Li Meng sheathed the black blade that Lin Lu had temporarily crafted and respectfully asked, "Teacher, tomorrow night is the opening ceremony of the Nanyang Wuxin School Martial Arts Hall. Many prominent figures from Nanyang will attend. Do you think we should go?" Lin Lu gave a faint smirk. "Oh, after you fought with the Wuxin school members, you still dare to show up?" Li Meng hesitated. "Well, my father said we shouldn't avoid any situation, no matter what. Besides, they sent an invitation to our Juhun Blade faction as well." Lin Lu put away the tea set, pondering for a moment. He thought to himself, "I usually wouldn't go, but the prizes Wuxin School is offering this time are quite tempting." Speaking of which, Lin Lu opened a video and paused it on a specific frame. "This stone is Jiang Kai," and Li Meng looked confused. Lin Lu continued, "This is pure titanium steel. I don't know how the Wuxin School got their hands on it, but with it, I can forge a weapon for Li Meng that can withstand vibration impacts. Although this weapon will experience metal fatigue after use, it will still last a long time. Even if it breaks, it can be reforged very convenient." Li Meng's eyes lit up with determination. "I must have it," he declared. "If Li Meng is going, he'll go too. Teacher, let's go together. There might even be other treasures." Lin Lu didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Time passed quietly. Jiang Kai's victory in the life and death arena made him the talk of the school, with many teachers eager to recruit him for their classes. However, Jiang Kai remained unmoved and stayed in class 3 of the first year. His battles inspired a new approach to education at the school. Many support-type ability users were integrated into combat systems, as the teachers discovered that some of their abilities significantly enhanced the destructive power of combat-focused ability users. Of course, many sought to learn from Lin Lu, but he was either slacking off, skipping classes, or constantly avoiding Su Shue. Finding him was as challenging as reaching the heavens. Before anyone realized it, the opening day of the Nanyang Wuxin School Martial Arts Hall had arrived. Distinguished figures from all sectors gathered to offer their congratulations. An elderly man with white hair but a youthful face stood at the center, bowing repeatedly to the guests. He was Chun Dao, the head of the martial arts hall. The structure of the Wuxin school was quite simple apart from the 2 direct disciples of Master Wuxin. The rest were nominal disciples, as cultivation required extensive resources. In order to gather the vast cultivation resources required for himself and his most esteemed disciple, Master Wuxin allowed disciples of a certain skill level to open martial arts schools under the Wuxin sect's name to generate income, with a revenue split of 3,070. To protect the reputation of the sect, Master Wuxin implemented a smart strategy. He assigned professional managers to establish qualification standards for opening such schools and selected a group of loyal disciples to form an inspection team. If any school was found engaging in activities that could damage the sect's reputation, immediate action would be taken. Through this model, the Wuxin sect rapidly expanded and has since become one of the most prominent factions in Longhua. After a lively exchange of traditional pleasantries, Chun Dao smiled warmly and began his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Wuxin sect martial arts school. Our sect is committed to upholding tradition, fostering more strong warriors for Nanyang City, eliminating more monsters, and fortifying humanity's defenses. Chun Dao's words were impeccable, and the guests soon began mingling. The welcome banquet featured a buffet-style arrangement. As soon as they entered, Lin Lu led Jiang Kai and Li Ming straight to the food, indulging enthusiastically. Lin Lu exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, teacher, I told you this was the right choice. Just look at all this delicious food." Jiang Kai, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying a massive crab. "Shut up and eat quietly," Lin Lu scolded, his mouth stuffed with seafood. "While those Wuxing sect folks are still chatting away, let's make the most of it and eat as much as we can." As they were savoring the feast, an unwelcome voice interrupted them. Well, isn't this Teacher Lin from Zijinghua Academy?" Lin Lu, still chewing, turned his head to see a familiar figure. It was Teacher Li Feng. Jiang Kai immediately recognized him. "Haha, Mr. Lin, this banquet requires an invitation to enter. Did you receive one?" a man asked mockingly. Before Lin Lu could respond, Li Ming, standing nearby, calmly pulled out a gold-embossed invitation from his pocket and displayed it with confidence. "Mr. Li, this is an invitation from the Wuxing sect. Is there any issue with that?" Li Feng smirked disdainfully. "An invitation? Sure. All martial arts circles and notable figures receive one. But every guest here comes bearing substantial gifts. I'm curious, what gifts have you prepared?" This remark left the three of them momentarily stunned. Lin Lu, while wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, nonchalantly retorted, "So what? What do you intend to do? We didn't bring anything, just our appetites." With that, he lowered his head and continued to focus on enjoying the food in front of him. "You uncouth man." Li Feng was about to hurl another insult when suddenly, the lights in the venue dimmed. All eyes turned to the stage, where Chun Dao stood in the spotlight, holding a microphone, his face glowing with pride. "Thanks to your support, the Wuxing sect has flourished across many regions. Today, to bring some good fortune, we've prepared a few items." He clapped his hands as he spoke. Immediately, dozens of disciples dressed in matching uniforms emerged from backstage, pushing carts one after another. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd below. "My goodness! Look at that high-purity blue crystal. It must be worth at least tens of millions in blue crystal coins." That's not all. The value of those ability-enhancing serums is even more staggering. Chun Dao scanned the astonished crowd, a sense of smug satisfaction swelling within him. These people from small towns, he thought, are so easily impressed by such things. However, as his gaze swept toward a corner of the room, he noticed Lin Lu and his companions still engrossed in their meal, showing no interest in the rare treasures on stage. "Are you full yet?" Lin Lu asked leisurely, pulling a toothpick from his bag and using it contentedly. "Yes, I am, teacher," Li Ming replied, wiping his mouth. His eyes gleamed as he stared at a particular stone on stage. "Look, they've already brought out the goods." Chun Dao narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Lu. Feeling the unmasked hostility, Lin Lu met his glare without backing down. The air between them grew tense, and after a brief standoff, both looked away almost simultaneously. "Ladies and gentlemen," Chun Dao's voice echoed through the hall. "To express our gratitude for your attention to Wuxing sect, we've prepared some special rewards tonight." He gestured to a disciple nearby. With the press of a button, a loud mechanical rumble filled the room. A modern combat platform slowly rose in the center of the hall, surrounded by transparent reinforced barriers. The structure ensured safety while allowing the audience a clear view of the battles. "I have 4 disciples under my tutelage," Chun Dao declared proudly. "Tonight, anyone who can defeat even one of them can choose a reward from the platform." The guests exchanged uneasy glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. This was no friendly dinner invitation. This was an open challenge to every martial arts faction in Nanyang City. Whispers of confusion and discomfort spread through the crowd. Boom! A heavy thud shattered the silence. A shirtless, muscular man leaped onto the combat platform. "Yun Filong of Wuxing sect seeks guidance from the martial artists of Nanyang." This brazen act infuriated the local families of Nanyang. Wuxing sect's actions were a blatant provocation, an insult to the dignity of the city's martial arts community. Chun Dao surveyed the room from his elevated position, a faint smirk of disdain flickering across his face. No matter how strong Wuxing sect is, it can't dominate everything." A one-eyed young man sprang onto the platform. "Wang Ming of the Wang family in Nanyang, please. Enlighten me." Chun Dao's eyes flashed, and he gave a subtle nod. Without hesitation, Yun Filong attacked. His movements were lightning fast, closing the distance in an instant. A ferocious punch, imbued with a fierce, cutting force, hurtled toward Wang Ming. Wang Ming hastily raised his arms to block, but a sickening crack echoed as his arms snapped under the force. The sound of breaking bones reverberated through the hall, followed by a brutal kick that sent Wang Ming crashing to the ground, utterly defenseless. "Oh, I surrender." Wang Ming gasped in agony. Only then did Yun Filong step back, standing tall and composed. "Apology as me disciple can be a bit heavy-handed," Chen Dao laughed loudly. The medical expenses and recovery costs for young Master Wang are on us. Wuxin sect. His tone dripped with mockery and condescension. As Lin Lu and his two companions observed from the crowd, a sudden voice exposed them. Master, it's those three over there, the ones who severed senior brother Wang Haoming's hand. The hall erupted in gasps. The influential figures in attendance turned to scrutinize Lin Lu and his companions with astonished, unfamiliar eyes. The murmurs grew louder. Who are they? I recognize Li Ming, that's the heir to the Soul Blade. What feud could they have with Wuxin's sect? Oh, Chen Dao's expression darkened, his voice icy. He had sent Wang Haoming to consolidate control over various martial arts schools, and everything had been progressing smoothly. But a few days ago, Wang Haoming suffered a devastating defeat at a small dojo in a civilian district. Chen Dao had planned to settle the matter after the sect's expansion, but now these three had dared to show up at his banquet. Nearby, Li Feng's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. Unexpectedly, Lin Lu seems to have a grudge with one of Chen Dao's disciples. This is bound to be an interesting spectacle. In front of a luxurious hotel, a convoy of cars was quietly waiting for someone's arrival. Ziyu, a curvaceous woman in her 30s, teased the sharply dressed Ouyang Ming beside her, saying, who would have thought the task of picking up Miss Su Shui would fall to you? Looks like young Master Ouyang and my master have quite the rapport. Ziyu was one of Chun Dao's disciples and had been assigned to welcome Su Shui to the Wuxinliu opening ceremony today. Originally, Su Shui had no intention of attending, but her master made a phone call asking her to help deal with Chun Dao in Nanyang City and purge the martial arts factions there. Unable to defy her master's orders, Su Shui had no choice but to agree. Hearing Ziyu's teasing, Ouyang Ming's gaze didn't linger on her for long. While Ziyu was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to today's main guest. His father had reminded him countless times to make a good impression on Su Shui. Waving his hand modestly in response to Ziyu's flattery, Ouyang Ming said, not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to Master Chen Dao's trust. Without his approval, how could I possibly have the chance to meet the renowned Miss Su Shui? Despite his words, Ziyu keenly noticed Ouyang Ming's eyes wandering over her. She thought to herself, a lecherous playboy like him dares to pursue Su Shui, just with the Ouyang family? Though annoyed, Ziyu maintained a polite demeanor outwardly. At that moment, the hotel doors swung open with a loud clang. A stunning silver-haired beauty in a white fitted dress stepped out gracefully. Su Shui's all-white ensemble was complemented by a dazzling sapphire necklace that gleamed against her jade-like neck. Her silver hair cascaded naturally down her back, perfectly complementing her curvaceous figure. Ouyang Ming stared at the ethereal beauty before him and stammered, Miss Su. Su Shui turned to look at Ouyang Ming, her brows slightly furrowed. What are you doing here? Sherbois, Ziyu quickly explained. The Ouyang family has always been one of our biggest sponsors. Master specifically arranged for young Master Ouyang and me to come and pick you up. Is that so? Su Shui replied indifferently. Then let him take the car behind us. Ouyang Ming stood frozen in place, his expression awkward. Ziyu sighed helplessly, then followed Su Shui into the front car, which drove off without hesitation. Inside the car, Su Shui adjusted her makeup with a compact mirror and casually asked, Ziyu, how strong is the martial arts community in Nanyang? Ziyu seemed flustered. Senior brother Wang Haoming has always handled those matters, so I'm not too sure about the specifics. But I do know that a few days ago, senior brother Wang's arm was broken by a local martial arts adept with special abilities. He's still recovering. Oh, Su Shui raised an eyebrow. With Chun Dao's temperament, he hasn't retaliated yet? Not yet. Master has been busy with the preparations for the opening of the new dojo. He said he'll deal with it once he's free. Before Ziyu could finish, Su Shui closed her eyes and began to rest. Sensing the mood, Ziyu wisely remained silent, and the car fell into a quiet stillness. At the venue, Lin Lu and his two companions had become the center of attention. So, it was you who broke my second senior brother's arm, a burly man sneered. I've been looking everywhere for you. If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't leave here alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Filong's body began to undergo a shocking transformation. Thick fur rapidly spread across his skin. His physique expanded to over 2 meters tall, and in moments, he had turned into a fearsome bear-like humanoid. An ability user. He can transform into a bearman. The surrounding guests and members of Nanyang's martial arts circle exclaimed in astonishment. Yun Filong was already a formidable martial artist, but with the added strength of his beastly transformation, his power had surged dramatically. His combat level had instantly risen from that of a drank ability user to crank. You little punks, Yun Filong growled in his transformed state. Either step up and fight, or die right here. What an imposing aura from Wuxin Lu. Even Master Wuxin wouldn't dare to act so boldly in my presence. Lin Lu retorted without hesitation, you insolent brat. Who do you think you are to insult our grandmaster like this? Yun Filong was livid with rage. Over the past few days, all the martial arts factions in Nanyang City had treated him with utmost respect, but now, He was being treated with such disdain by a mere life ability user. His fury was uncontrollable. Who is he? He's just a teacher at Zijingwa Academy. That's right, his entire class consists of life ability users. Li Feng interjected, taking the opportunity to reveal Lin Lu's identity. Life ability users? The lowest tier among ability users? Yun Feilong couldn't help but sneer. Haha. Kid, looking at you. Shall I give you a few moves head start? Life ability users. Aren't you supposed to be shining on assembly lines and in factories? What are you doing here? Seeing this, Jiang Kai stepped forward, ready to teach this arrogant bearman a lesson on the battle stage. Wait, Jiang Kai, let me handle this. This is a martial arts arena. If you rely solely on your ability, people will gossip. Besides, your abilities aren't suited for this setting. Li Ming patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder, then turned to Lin Lu, signaling that he wanted to step in. Lin Lu nodded, and with a graceful leap, Li Ming landed opposite Yun Feilong. He said coldly, Li Ming, the blade of despair, is here to give you a lesson. Yun Feilong, seething with anger, roared in response, how bold of you. Let's begin. I'm not one for idle chatter. With that, he clenched his fists and charged at Li Ming. Li Ming drew the black blade from his back, gripping it with both hands. The blade angled downward at 45 degrees. Just as the crowd thought he would remain on the defensive, Li Ming suddenly shifted to an offensive stance, moving with agile steps like a leopard, swiftly closing the distance to Yun Feilong. Towering at 2 meters, Yun Feilong let out an angry roar, astonished that his opponent dared to confront him head-on. He threw a powerful punch, the force of it whistling through the air, seemingly capable of shattering Li Ming. The spectators held their breath, their hearts pounding in suspense. This punch could easily be fatal, but Li Ming simply smiled confidently. With a deft sidestep, he dodged the punch effortlessly. Using the momentum of his turn, he swung his black blade in a precise strike. At that moment, Li Ming infused his vibration ability into the blade, causing it to vibrate at a high frequency, emitting a piercing hum. The blade gleamed like lightning, aiming straight for Yun Feilong's neck. Yun Feilong's reflexes were swift. He retreated rapidly, transforming his fist into a claw to intercept Li Ming's blade. Zzz. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed as the clash unfolded, shattering everyone's expectations. The blade clashed with the claw, producing sparks that flew in all directions. With just a single slash, Li Ming had managed to split Yun Feilong's bare claw. This can't be. My claws are harder than metal. How could you possibly cut through them? Yun Feilong was struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. Taking advantage of Yun Feilong's moment of distraction, Li Ming pressed his attack, his blade weaving a web of light, with each strike precise and deadly. However, Yun Feilong, being a disciple of Wuxin Lu, relied on his adept footwork to narrowly evade Li Ming's relentless strikes. Li Ming advanced while Yun Feilong retreated. The spectators were completely captivated by the intense and spectacular battle unfolding before their eyes. Big brother, are you sure this is a support type ability? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Isn't that Li Feng, the young master of the Li family? With strength like that, how could he be just a lifestyle ability user? Thankfully, we didn't mock them earlier, we left a good impression instead. On the battle stage, the intense duel continued. Li Ming could feel the black blade in his hand straining under the pressure, its cracks widening with every passing moment. Time ticked by, and he knew the blade was nearing its breaking point. In this critical moment, Li Ming devised a plan. After delivering a strike, he deliberately left an opening, feigning a pause in his movements. Yun Feilong, seeing the opportunity, was overjoyed and immediately launched a heavy punch aimed straight at Li Ming's face. Just as Yun Feilong thought he had succeeded, a subtle smirk appeared on Li Ming's lips. With a nimble turn, his body twisted gracefully, and the black blade coiled around Yun Feilong's arm like a serpent before slashing down. With a sickening thud, Yun Feilong's left arm was severed. You little brat, you did that on purpose. Yun Feilong cried out in agony as blood gushed from his severed arm. Hastily reverting to his human form, he clutched the wound tightly and shouted, I surrender. With that, he bolted toward the banquet hall's doors. At that moment, a sharp air cannon suddenly roared from the battle stage, hurtling straight toward the back of Yun Feilong's head. With a deafening bang, his skull exploded on impact, scattering blood and brain matter across the pristine floor, leaving it in utter disarray. His headless body collapsed slowly. The crowd turned toward the source of the attack, only to see that it was Yun Feilong's master, Chen Dao, who had made the move. Carelessness and overconfidence are unworthy of being a disciple of the Wuxin sect. Chen Dao snorted coldly, but his expression quickly shifted into a genial smile. I must say, I didn't expect such a remarkable talent to emerge from Nanyang City. Young man, your skills are extraordinary. How about becoming my disciple? Standing nearby, Lin Lu chuckled inwardly. This old fox, trying to poach my people right in front of me. Li Ming, observing the situation, withdrew his black blade and respectfully cupped his hands toward Chen Dao in a gesture of gratitude. He said sincerely, Thank you for your kind offer, Master Chun, but I already have a teacher, so I cannot accept your proposal. A faint smile appeared on his face, tinged with a trace of helplessness. Chen Dao, on the other hand, chuckled lightly and replied, Haha, no worries. I just have an eye for talent, that's all. Little did Li Ming know, he had already been added to Chun Dao's must-eliminate list. Li Feng watched the scene unfold, seething with anger, his molars nearly grinding to dust. He thought to himself, fine, since this young man has won the competition, let him choose a reward. Chun Dao stepped aside from the main seat, gesturing for Li Ming to come forward and make his selection. Without hesitation, Li Ming walked up to the stage and tightly embraced the solid block of titanium in his arms, silently rejoicing. Perfect. Now I can finally have my teacher forge me some custom equipment. His face lit up with joy as he returned to Lin Lu's side. All right, we've eaten, we've drunk, and we've taken such a great prize it's time for us to leave. Lin Lu whistled, leading his two disciples away with an air of nonchalance. Just then, Chen Dao slammed his palm onto the table beside him, causing it to collapse with a loud crash. Haha, apologies for my momentary lapse of composure. Please, everyone, continue enjoying your drinks, music, and dancing, he said, feigning calmness. 5 minutes after Lin Lu and his group had left, Su Shui arrived as promised. Upon hearing the news, Chen Dao became visibly excited and immediately announced in a booming voice, Ladies and gentlemen, the most important guest of tonight's event has finally arrived. She is none other than one of the direct disciples of Master Wuxin, the sister of Major General Su Ming from the Eastern War Zone, the esteemed young lady of the Su family, Miss Su Shui. Let's give her a warm round of applause. As his introduction concluded, the hall erupted into enthusiastic clapping, and Su Shui, led by Ziyu, stepped into the banquet hall. Li Feng's gaze shifted to Ouyang Ming, who entered right after Su Shui, and his anger flared up again. Why? First Lin Lu, now Ouyang Ming. Who would have thought Miss Su has so many admirers, he thought bitterly. Resolving to take action, he muttered to himself, if Lin Lu can, and Ouyang Ming can, then so can I. However, the moment Su Shui stepped through the doorway, she was struck by the shocking sight of the floor covered in red and white remnants, the overpowering stench of blood nearly suffocating her. The guests had long since wanted to leave, but, intimidated by Chun Dao's oppressive presence, no one dared to make a move until Su Shui's arrival. Su Shui covered her nose, a look of disdain on her face, and asked, what happened here? Meanwhile, an elderly man nearby smiled and addressed a young woman as senior sister, creating an awkward atmosphere. Su Shui paid no attention to these details and walked straight toward Chen Dao. The crowd below the stage was captivated by her beauty, whispering among themselves. Everyone, I am Su Shui of the Wuxin sect. Thank you all for being here. If we have done anything improper, please forgive us. Her humble demeanor left the audience in awe. Someone quietly remarked to themselves, look at her Wuxin sect's direct disciple, so modest. And then there's Chen Dao, just a registered disciple, strutting around arrogantly. The contrast couldn't be starker. By the way, what happened here? Do you need my help? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure where to begin. At that moment, a young man with his arm in a sling emerged from backstage, shouting anxiously, Master, you must seek justice for me. And you are? Su Shui asked. Disciple Wang Haoming. I was injured earlier by people from the Zijingguo Academy. Just now, junior brother Yun Feilong was defeated by them and lost his life. Please, Master, avenge us. Wang Haoming explained urgently. Su Shui furrowed her brows slightly, pondering aloud. I currently work at Zijingguo Academy. There shouldn't be anyone like that there. Do you know their name? Wang Haoming hesitated, searching his memory. It's Lin Lu. The one who struck just now is Lin Lu. Li Feng's loud voice rang out from a corner, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Shui's eyes as she asked, tell me what happened. Seeing Su Shui's anger, Wang Haoming quickly recounted his story of challenging the martial arts hall, though he inevitably exaggerated certain details. He only stopped after explaining the cause of Yun Feilong's death. So, you're planning to seek revenge on Lin Lu? Su Shui narrowed her eyes, an aura of menace emanating from her. Standing nearby, Chen Dao nodded in satisfaction. His plan was simple, to provoke Su Shui into action by embellishing the story, thereby upholding the prestige of the Wuxin sect. Well, very well. Su Shui took a deep breath, stepped closer to Wang Haoming, and patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly, her right hand was enveloped in a layer of intense heat, becoming almost indistinct. Chen Dao immediately recognized it as the secret technique of Master Wuxin's scorching flame palm. Senior sister, please show mercy. Chen Dao hurriedly cautioned. Su Shui struck with her palm, and Wang Haoming's body was instantly engulfed in searing heat. Before he could react, the heat had already penetrated his shoulder and spread throughout his body. Oh, I know. Wang Haoming clutched his abdomen in agony, rolling on the ground, but it was too late. Su Shui's fiery internal energy had already cooked his internal organs beyond recovery. He's dead. Ziyu, standing to the side, turned pale. Moments ago, she had been chatting with Su Shui, but now she realized just how powerful this young master was, far surpassing her own teacher. For someone as insignificant as Lin Lu to provoke such fury from her, how could she herself have any right to continue existing? I'll handle Lin Lu's matter personally, Chen Dao said through gritted teeth. Losing two capable disciples overnight was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. However, upon further thought, having Su Shui personally step in to resolve the issue was akin to her endorsing the Wuxin Martial Arts School in Nanyang City. Chen Dao secretly rejoiced, as this would surely bring a steady stream of business to the school. After the small talk concluded, Lin Lu returned to his room. He took out the piece of titanium and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect this world to have something so remarkable. Eagerly, he retrieved various tools from his dimensional pouch and began crafting a weapon for Li Ming. Soon, the crackling of electricity and the rhythmic clanging of metal filled the room. Meanwhile, the Qinglong base in the eastern part of Longwo was thrust into a state of emergency. Sir, we've detected an unusual signal east of the Qinglong base. Pull up the surveillance footage immediately. On the screen, 5 enormous beasts, towering like mountains, came into view, destroying level monsters. The piercing sound of alarms echoed through the night, and within 3 minutes, all senior officers had assembled in the command room. Su Ming stood in the front row, her gaze fixed on Commander Sikong's son, who sat at the head seat with a furrowed brow. One officer urgently proposed launching an attack, but was promptly stopped by Sikong's son. First, figure out why these colossal beasts have gathered here, Sikong's son said as he scanned the room, only to see everyone shaking their heads in confusion. Qinglong base is now on high alert. Prepare all blue crystal weapons. After the others had left, Sikong's son asked Su Ming to stay behind. How's that kid doing lately? He's doing just fine. Do you want me to bring him back to help? Su Ming replied with a smile. Sikong's son laughed heartily. Even though the military leadership removed him for the sake of balance, in my eyes, he has always been the most exceptional soldier under my command. This time, let him handle it. He can pick any spoils from the Dark Zone sweep at the end of the month. Understood. Su Ming responded and took her leave. Sikong's son watched her retreating figure and sighed inwardly. Those fools in the high ranks don't understand that Lin Lu alone is worth an entire army. Half an hour later, Su Ming, accompanied by 2 female subordinates, arrived at a defensive zone 1 kilometer outside the base. General Su, do you think we'll end up going to war with the beasts this time? Lan Yun asked. Don't talk nonsense. What good would a war do for you? Hee hee, I did get to witness General Su's heroic demeanor. Right, Baiwa? Of course. While the 2 subordinates continued their playful banter, Su Ming had already fallen into deep thought, her expression grave. Typically, whenever a city-destroying beast approaches the Qinglong base, it begins wreaking havoc uncontrollably. Unlike humans, these beasts have a strong tendency to form groups. When a giant beast claims a territory, it will drive out any other beasts of similar strength within the area. After all, food and resources are limited, and a confined space cannot sustain multiple powerful creatures. Forget it, let's not dwell on this. Everyone, prepare for defense. At the edge of the Dark Zone, 5 city-destroying beasts had already shrunk their enormous bodies, transforming into the size of small animals. I can't believe our experiment actually worked. Yes, by combining the powerful bloodlines of the 5 of us with human genetic modification technology, we're finally about to create a masterpiece. The 5 miniaturized beasts sat in a circle around a massive egg, towering 2 meters high, their emotions running high. Decades ago, these beasts had attacked a secret research team that was being covertly transferred from Longhua and obtained this very egg. Although they didn't know what was developing inside, their primal instincts told them that a terrifying creature was being nurtured within. As it turned out, a few professors from the attacked research team had survived by sheer luck. The Black Scorpion King, possessing the ability to read memories, extracted their knowledge. It was revealed that this egg was a product of the Gene Project. Decades earlier, Longhua had issued a prohibited research ordinance, banning over 100 research projects, including the Gene Project. The mastermind behind the project, unwilling to abandon their work as they neared the creation of a terrifying organism, took a desperate gamble. They attempted to smuggle all the project's materials to another country to continue their work. The safe transportation routes between countries were heavily controlled by high-level government officials, leaving the Dark Zone as the only option for illegal crossing. To ensure the success of the operation, the mastermind hired several mercenary groups with special abilities to smuggle through the Dark Zone. Unfortunately, this route led them straight into the hands of the giant beasts, who then seized the opportunity. A group of giant beasts utilized the remaining experimental equipment to begin their own experiments. After decades of effort, they finally achieved a breakthrough. Crack, crack, cracks began to form on the crystalline, jade-like eggshell. Look, our creation is about to be born. The 5 giant beasts watched the cracking eggshell intently, their hearts filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Crack, As the cracks completely shattered, a blinding white light erupted from within. This is a human? How is that possible? The five giant beasts exchanged shocked glances. Emerging from the eggshell was a human girl, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her crimson eyes staring like a bottomless abyss. Her back was covered with intricate golden markings, resembling ancient runes, exuding an aura of antiquity. What is going on? How could our blood create such a being? It should at least have the strength of a young beast king, the demonied monkey exclaimed anxiously. These beasts had poured their efforts into creating a powerful monster to combat humans, only to end up with what seemed like a complete failure. Damn it. We've worked so hard for so many years, and it's all for nothing. I can't take this, I'm going to eat this human. The demonied monkey's body suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive formidable ape. It reached out its right hand, aiming to grab the girl. I'm hungry, the girl murmured softly. What? I'm very hungry. You look delicious. Before the words were fully spoken, the girl's figure vanished in an instant. Not good, get out of the way. The two-headed snake, the most alert of the group, issued a warning, but it was already too late. The girl appeared behind it and bit into its body. Crunch. She tore off a large chunk of snake flesh, chewing it contentedly, crimson blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, creating a scene both cruel and hauntingly beautiful. Human, you're courting death. The two-headed snake roared furiously, its twin mouths emitting bloodthirsty cries. I'm still hungry. Sensing the threat from the food in front of her, the girl's ruby-like eyes glowed with a dazzling blood-red light, while the golden markings on her back shimmered. Human die. The two-headed snake lunged at the girl with both heads, attempting to tear her apart. Bang! Bang! The expected outcome did not occur. Just as the snake heads approached the girl, they suffered devastating blows. The girl raised her hands, emitting two beams of unknown energy from her arms, their intensity and density overwhelming. As the energy neared the snake heads, an unforeseen event unfolded. The golden energy devoured everything it touched, consuming the snake heads entirely upon contact. Within seconds, the energy traveled along the snake's body like threads, and in a matter of moments, the two-headed snake was entirely obliterated. The girl waved her hand, and the two energy beams swiftly returned to her body. Burp. She let out a satisfied burp, her face showing a look of contentment. What is this thing? The demonied monkey stared in terror. Moments ago, it had intended to grab the girl, but now it realized that would have been suicide. You are all bad. The golden glow on the girl's back flashed again, surrounding her in waves of light. What I just ate was a snake. The light grew larger, and in the eyes of the remaining four beasts, a golden two-headed snake materialized. What kind of monster is this? Let's get out of here. I don't think the four of us can kill it. After a brief exchange in beast language, the four monsters fled in different directions. Seeing the threat dissipate, the girl reverted to her original form, casually picking up some scraps of cloth to cover herself before heading toward the Qinglong base. It's done. Lin Lu had stayed up all night and finally completed crafting Li Meng's weapon. Arriving at the academy, Lin Lu didn't even report to Class 1 of Grade 1, but instead called Li Meng and Jiang Kai to the small forest at the back of the mountain. Here, your weapon. Lin Lu tossed a long blade to Li Meng. Catching it, Li Meng drew the blade and examined it closely. The blade was long and straight, gleaming like a pool of autumn water, with a faint crimson glow radiating from its surface, emanating a chilling aura of lethality. Intricate, elaborate patterns adorned the blade, faintly visible under the light, resembling ancient runes. The hilt, crafted from ultra-durable synthetic metal, felt smooth and jade-like to the touch, exceptionally tough, yet perfectly fitting Li Meng's grip, making every swing feel effortless. The most striking feature, however, was the design of the scabbard. Made of metal, it was inlaid with mysterious gemstones that emitted a faint glow, seemingly capable of peering into one's soul. At the tip of the scabbard was a concealed, intricate ejection mechanism, a device personally crafted by Lin Lu to enable explosive strikes in critical moments. Li Meng, try using a draw slash. Press the trigger on the scabbard as you draw the blade, Lin Lu advised from the side. Li Meng nodded, sheathed the blade, and assumed a stable stance. With his right hand poised to draw the blade and his left hand lightly pressing the scabbard's trigger, the blade shot out with a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, slicing through the air like a crimson lightning bolt. Riding the momentum of the ejection, Li Meng swung the blade powerfully. In that instant, it seemed as though the air itself was split in two, leaving a vivid red afterimage in the blade's wake. Jiang Kai, watching from the side, marveled at the craftsmanship of the weapon. This blade is forged from a titanium alloy composite, with its sharpness calibrated to an optimal level. When you channel your abilities into it to create high-frequency vibrations, it can cut through any material with ease. Even the hardest alloy armor won't stand a chance. Oh, and that trigger is the ejection mechanism for the draw slash, doubling your blade drawing speed. The 7 gemstones on the scabbard are fatigue detectors for the metal. When all the glowing blue crystals go dark, it means the blade is approaching the critical point of metal fatigue and is about to break. You'll need to keep an eye on that. Lastly, my advice to you is to abandon prolonged combat techniques and focus all your energy on mastering one-hit kill moves. Only by landing a strike on your enemy can you truly deal damage. Lin Lu's words were enlightening for Li Ming. After sheathing the blade, Li Ming knelt on both knees to express his gratitude for the weapon. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai, feeling envious, muttered, "How lucky. I want a weapon too. Aren't your gloves weapons?" Lin Lu asked with a grin. "Teacher, compared to this, mine feel like cheap junk from a street stall." Jiang Kai complained with a wry smile. "All right, everything is ready. Now, I'll arrange a special training session for you." Training? Jiang Kai and Li Ming exchanged puzzled glances. There are only 2 weeks left until the Golden Sword Tournament qualifiers at the Academy. To quickly enhance your strength, pack up and follow me shortly. Yes, sir. Jiang Kai and Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Lu's so-called training had piqued their anticipation. The deafening roar of an armed helicopter echoed over the Qinglong base. As the helicopter landed, 3 figures disembarked. Lin Lu and his 2 students. Walking into the base, a chillingly tense atmosphere enveloped them. Every officer and soldier remained on high alert. According to reports, 5 city-destroying level beasts were lurking nearby, eyeing the base menacingly. The mission was extremely critical. The base's safety must be ensured. A few hurried officers spotted Lin Lu and immediately saluted. "Chief Lin, 2nd Class Special Forces Soldier," Bai Guo reporting. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding soldiers and officers gathered around, shouting excitedly, "Chief Lin. It's really Chief Lin. Chief Lin has returned. With Chief Lin here, those 5 giant beasts are nothing." Seeing this, Jiang Kai and Li Ming felt a surge of pride and admiration. They hadn't expected their teacher to command such high regard at the eastern base. Attention! Enemy sighted ahead. Several ferocious beasts are approaching the base. 1st and 2nd squads, prepare for interception. The loud announcement echoed across the base, sparking Lin Lu's interest. Beasts were classified into 4 levels: nation-destroying, city-destroying, disaster level, and ferocious. 10 ferocious beasts could easily take on a crank superhuman squad of 100 members. The crowd quickly dispersed, each person returning to their post. "Beasts already? You too, want to give it a try?" Lin Lu asked. Jiang Kai and Li Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. "Us. Teacher, can we?" Without another word, Lin Lu grabbed the 2 of them and leaped onto an off-road vehicle. "Chief Lin, it's you." The soldiers on the vehicle beamed with joy. Lin Lu addressed them. "I'll visit the commander later. For now, I'm joining you to take down this wave of ferocious beasts." The soldiers nodded enthusiastically. With Chief Lin here, they were confident in their success. In the command center, Commander Si Kongshuan smoked a cigarette as he stared at the electronic map, his brows furrowed. There are too many of them. The beast attacks on the base are becoming increasingly frequent. What's going on? Commander, ever since the 5 city-destroying level beasts appeared, the surrounding beasts have been restless. Even normally docile creatures are approaching Qinglong base, as if something terrifying is driving them, an officer reported. Si Kongshuan sighed. The situation is unclear for now. We'll have to adapt as things unfold. By the way, has that guy arrived? The officer glanced at the information sheet and nodded. Chief Lin has arrived. He's currently engaged in combat with his 2 students against the northeastern ferocious beasts. Si Kongshuan chuckled. Huh, that guy just can't sit still. Oh, and have someone record the battle. Since those are his students, I'd like to see how they perform. Little did he know, that observation would nearly make his jaw drop. The off-road vehicle entered the dark zone, a region resembling an untouched primeval forest, with ancient landscapes and ecosystems preserved. "Hey buddy, what's your name?" one of the soldiers on the vehicle asked. "I am Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai stammered nervously. The soldier laughed heartily. "Don't be so shy. By the way, what's your superpower? Tell me, so we can coordinate better later." Jiang Kai's face turned slightly red. "My ability is creating dust." He sounded unsure of himself. "Dust? Oh, I get it. You're a support type, right? Helping Chief Lin create smoke screens?" The soldier speculated. He then turned to Li Ming. "What about you, buddy? What's your power?" Li Ming hesitated, picking up a small piece of trash from the vehicle. He held it in his hand, and the object began to vibrate slightly, stopping after about 10 seconds. "That's it." The soldier looked puzzled, as did his companions, who exchanged curious glances. My power is to make objects vibrate. And that's all," Li Ming admitted helplessly. The soldiers were bewildered. Lin Lu had a track record of turning the seemingly useless into extraordinary assets, but they couldn't fathom what role Jiang Kai and Li Ming could possibly play. Suddenly, a soldier had an epiphany and blurted out, "Oh, I get it. Chief Lin must be." Bang! A swift elbow strike from Lin Lu silenced the soldier mid-sentence. "Hey, watch your mouth. Talk about me if you want, but don't randomly insert nonsense into the storyline. Let me warn you, anyone who gossips again will be doing 2 hours of high-intensity drills when we get back." The soldiers immediately straightened, not daring to say another word. At that moment, The vehicle's radio crackled to life. Attention! 5 ferocious wolf beasts sighted ahead. The driver turned to Lin Lu. 5 wolf beasts hose going in. Lin Lu replied, let my 2 students handle it. Before Jiang Kai and Li Ming could react, Lin Lu kicked them off the vehicle. The 2 landed on the ground, muttering complaints about their teacher's antics. Hurry up, you 2. Take care of those 5, and we'll move on with our mission, Lin Lu urged. Jiang Kai and Li Ming stood up, surrounded by 5 wolves, each over a meter tall. Nervously, Jiang Kai realized he had forgotten his ignition gloves, rendering his ability useless. Instead, he grabbed a blue crystal handgun issued from the helicopter and fired at the wolves. Bang! 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 3 wolves fell to the ground. The remaining 2 backed off, maintaining their distance. Something was amiss. The 2 wolves didn't flee, but began howling strangely. This isn't right. Usually, when 1 wolf dies, the rest scatter, even if there are dozens of them. Now, 3 are down, yet the others are holding their ground. Something's definitely wrong, a soldier remarked. As if to confirm his suspicion, a series of howls echoed from the forest. Moments later, a massive wolf, standing 3 meters tall and flanked by over 100 ordinary wolves, emerged from the trees. That's a disaster-level wolf beast. Everyone, disembark and prepare for defense. The team leader commanded. The soldiers quickly exited the vehicle and formed a defensive formation. Ling 2, shouldn't you call your 2 students back? The team captain suggested to Lin Lu. No need. Without facing the test of life and death, they'll never truly grow. Listen up. Every Nino one is to attack without my command. Lin Lu's voice was firm. The soldiers hesitated, clearly uneasy. Their abilities, what can they even do? Isn't this just fooling around? Lin Lu shouted at Jiang Kai and Li Ming. You 2, listen carefully. We won't provide any support. If you want to survive, you must eliminate all the beasts in front of you. Understood. Couldn't ask for more. Li Ming smiled faintly. Understood. Jiang Kai withdrew his blue crystal rifle and put on his black gloves. Li Ming lifted his long blade, pressing it reverently against his chest. Its name is Zhanxiao. Today, it will taste blood for the first time. He whispered, then charged forward without hesitation. Jiang Kai, handle the smaller beasts. I'll take care of the giant wolf demon. Li Ming called out. No problem. Jiang Kai activated his ability, and clusters of dust clouds began to form across the battlefield. Li Ming sprinted toward the giant wolf demon with incredible speed. Noticing this, the surrounding ordinary wolf demons immediately pounced on him. Seeing his friend about to be surrounded, Jiang Kai raised his hands and snapped his fingers. Sparks ignited thin dust trails in the air, rapidly spreading heat and flames toward the wolf demons, encircling Li Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted around Li Ming, clearing his path. The lesser wolf demons were either maimed or reduced to shreds, leaving a trail of destruction in Li Ming's wake. At this moment, no one could stop him. The giant wolf demon howled angrily and began to charge forward, furious over the loss of its minions. To the beast, Li Ming was nothing more than an ant trying to challenge a mountaina laughable notion. As man and beast closed the distance, the giant wolf demon raised its massive claw, aiming to crush Li Ming. He adjusted his stance, gripping the trigger on his scabbard with his left hand and holding the blade's hilt tightly with his right. His eyes burned with focus as he tracked the beast's attack. 3, 2, 1. Roar Zhanxiao, he shouted. With a click, Li Ming pulled the trigger. The scabbard emitted a mechanical roar as the blade shot out at terrifying speed. Holding the vibrating blade, infused with his ability, Li Ming slashed horizontally. Man and blade moved as one. The wolf demon's claw descended. In an instant, Zhanxiao sliced through the giant wolf demon's claw as if cutting through tofu. Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching Li Ming in crimson. The giant wolf demon howled in agony, its cries echoing with a sorrow that even the human soldiers could feel. This can't be real. The giant wolf demon's body is so tough. Even the blue crystal rifle can't pierce it. But he split its claw in one strike. And what about those explosions? Did anyone see what happened? Jiang Kai and Li Ming's performance left the entire team of superpowered soldiers in awe. The fallen giant wolf demon, now overwhelmed with fear, struggled to rise. It realized it had to flee or it would die. Balancing on 3 legs, the beast attempted to escape. But Jiang Kai quickly swung his hands, creating a massive dust sphere with a 20-meter diameter to trap the demon. Damn it, Jiang Kai, are you insane? Li Ming yelled as he turned and ran in the opposite direction. Everyone fall back. Lin Lu shouted, alarmed by Jiang Kai's move. If that dust sphere explodes, it'll be like a missile going off. Get out of here. Now, Jiang Kai waved his hands urgently, signaling for everyone to retreat. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he ignited the dust trails. The giant wolf demon paused, sneezing from the irritant particles. It couldn't understand why the humans were retreating when they were about to win. But those few seconds of hesitation sealed its fate. Boom. A massive explosion lit up the sky, shaking the ground. When the smoke cleared, all that remained of the giant wolf demon was a charred, unrecognizable mass. The soldiers stared in stunned silence. Terrifying? Absolutely terrifying. Both Jiang Kai and that explosion. Lin Lu walked over to Jiang Kai and smacked the back of his head. You brat, do you have a death wish? Jiang Kai rubbed his head sheepishly. Hee, I just didn't want it to get away. Idiot. Li Ming rushed over and kicked Jiang Kai square in the rear, sending him sprawling to the ground. Li Ming, you sneak attacked me. Jiang Kai protested, glaring at his friend. Sneak attack? You nearly got us all killed. A little warning before setting off a massive explosion would have been nice. Li Ming's lingering fear was evident. After their bickering subsided, the rest of the team erupted into applause. Incredible. Are you two really just students from the academy? Seriously, you guys are amazing. Where are you from? Come join us at the Qinglong base. I'm going to recommend to my superiors that you two be assigned here by the end of the year for academy support. Hearing the heartfelt praise from the soldiers, Jiang Kai and Li Ming exchanged a smile. They bumped fists in their signature celebratory gesture. All right, this area is clear, Lin Lu said. By the way, where's Su Ming stationed? I need to find her. General Su is at Fortress 404, just 5 kilometers from here, a soldier replied. Oh, and Lin, Su Wenqing from the Su family arrived there earlier. Apparently, he's trying to get General Su to go back for an arranged marriage or something. Lin Lu's expression darkened, a chilling aura emanating from him. Understood. Jiang Kai, Li Ming, let's go. I need a vehicle. The three quickly got into a car and drove off. Boss, this is going to be interesting, one soldier whispered. I've never liked that Su Wenqing guy. The captain sighed, watching their vehicle disappear. Lin, if only you could stay here with us. As they sped through the dark zone, Jiang Kai asked curiously. Teacher, who is General Su? Lin Lu paused, then replied. She's my fiancée. What? Jiang Kai and Li Ming were stunned. First, you're close with teacher Su Shui, and now you have a fiancée? Wait, Su Ming, Su Shui? Are they related? Lin Lu smirked. Didn't I mention it before? They're sisters. Jiang Kai and Li Ming exchanged a look, both wearing expressions of disbelief and envy. Teacher Lin, you're too much. While Lin Lu was making his way to Fort 404, the command room within the base was already in an uproar. Su Ming, Uncle has decided to annul your engagement with Lin Lu. You will be betrothed to Xian Yuan Shuo, the heir of the prestigious Xian Yuan family in Shangjing. This is the family's decision. Su Ming didn't respond to Su Wenqing. Instead, she walked over to the surveillance monitors, focusing intently on the battle strategies displayed on the screen. Su Ming, I'm here to inform you today. The Golden Sword Tournament is about to begin, and Xian Yuan Shuo, the youngest member of the Council of Abilities, is a match worthy of you. Don't be ungrateful. What is Lin Lu compared to him? Just a low-ranking soldier who clawed his way up from the bottom. You should know the difference. Su Wenqing's voice grew more urgent, but Su Ming remained indifferent, her gaze fixed on the screen. Suddenly, a combat vehicle entered the monitored range of Fort 404. Su Ming's eyes lit up with a glimmer of joy. Oh, it seems you've come around. If that's the case, contact Uncle quickly and arrange a meeting with the Xian Yuan family. Su Wenqing mistook her smile as agreement. However, in the next moment, Su Ming turned her head and coldly uttered a single word. Leave. You. Su Wenqing stammered in frustration, storming out of the room. They'll stay here for a few days. Contact me when you've made up your mind. He left with a belly full of resentment. As the first male of the Su family's third generation, he had always been overlooked, overshadowed by the brilliance of his uncle's 2 daughters. Su Ming, a high-ranking military officer, and Su Shui, the prized disciple of the martial arts master Wuxin, left him feeling increasingly bitter and estranged. 10 minutes later, Lin Lu's combat vehicle finally entered Fort 404. Look, who's that? Is that Lin Lu? Commander Lin is here. Let's go see him. The combat personnel of Fort 404 erupted in excitement. Lin Lu was a celebrated figure in the military, admired wherever he went. His record of slaying city-level beasts and the footage of his feats were still part of the military's training curriculum. Is General Su here? Lin Lu saluted a soldier and asked. Commander Lin, General Su is in the command room. Thank you. Stay here and relax a bit. He'll be back soon. Lin Lu replied before heading towards the command room. As he pushed open the door, a graceful figure came into view. Su Ming stood there, smiling warmly at him. Her long, silvery hair cascaded like silk, shimmering faintly, while her deep, bright eyes sparkled like sapphires. She wore a form-fitting silver jumpsuit that accentuated her elegant figure, adorned with delicate floral patterns resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. The faint smile on her lips radiated a warmth that touched Lin Lu deeply. You're here? Su Ming asked softly. I'm here, Lin Lu replied. In an instant, Su Ming dashed forward, throwing herself into Lin Lu's arms. She wrapped her hands around his neck, her lips meeting his without hesitation. Wow, have you ever seen General Su like this? Baiwa, did you see that? Wan Yun, do you think we'll get caught spying? Whispered 2 subordinates hiding in a concealed corner of the command room. No way. I scouted this spot for ages. one of them replied in hushed excitement. After a long moment, their lips parted. Su Ming smiled faintly. You two, come out now. Have you seen enough? Ah, we've been caught. The two officers hurriedly emerged from the shadows. General Su, we take a break outside. I need to speak with Lin Lu, Su Ming said firmly. Understood. The two officers quickly left the room. Lin Lu scooped Su Ming up and sat her on a nearby leather chair. You knew they were hiding there all along, didn't you? Nothing escapes you, Su Ming chuckled softly. Tell me what's going on. Lin Lu asked. The Su family wants me to break off our engagement, so I wanted to create a fait accompli, Su Ming replied, a hint of playful annoyance appearing on her stunning face. Ha ha, Xiao Ming, there's no need for that. While I may have agreements with those old geezers, if they push too far, I won't hesitate to overturn the table. Do they think they already control the White Dawn army? Ha, they're dreaming. Lin Lu's disdainful expression captivated Su Ming. All right, don't be angry anymore. You rarely get to visit. Let's take a walk by the river near the base, Su Ming said, pulling Lin Lu out of the command room. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Shangjing, a handsome young man was tossing fish food into a pond. Behind him, two massive feline creatures lay napping. Any soldier familiar with border warfare would recognize these as disaster beast shape-shifting cats. Only someone with immense wealth and power could tame such creatures, as they wouldn't easily submit otherwise. Sure, you're back, and you didn't even tell me? A dignified and elegant woman entered through the courtyard gate. The shape-shifting cats glanced at her briefly before resuming their nap, recognizing her as the mother of their master. Mom, I can only stay for 2 days this time. After that, I need to return to the council for work. By the way, why did you call me back? Xian Yuan Shua asked. Sure, I've arranged a marriage for you, the woman said with a smile. Xian Yuan Shua's face filled with helplessness. He already had someone in his heart. My dear mother, you know I already like someone, why would you? Haha, a mother knows her son best. You like Su Ming from the Su family, don't you? The refined Xian Yuan Shua suddenly lost his composure. Mother, is that true? But isn't Su Ming already engaged? Engaged? We are the Xian Yuan family, one of the 8 great clans of Longhua. Do you think a minor family like the Su family would dare refuse us? Besides, Su Ming's previous fiancée has already been demoted and sent to teach at a southern academy. Do you think the Su family would still favor him? Though it may sound harsh, that's the reality. The Su family wants Su Wenqing to join the council, but that won't happen without our approval. Xian Yuan Shua nodded, his emotions stirring. Once a wayward youth, he had turned his life around after a harrowing encounter with a sea demon during a school event. Amid the chaos, it was Su Ming who saved him, freezing a vast expanse of ocean and the demon itself with her overwhelming power. Recruited by the military soon after, Su Ming disappeared from his life. Inspired by her, Xian Yuan Shua awakened a rare combat ability, earning an A grade rating and eventually becoming a council member. Yet, his relentless training was driven by one goal: to stand beside Su Ming as her equal. After Lin Lu and Su Ming left sweetly, Jiang Kai and Li Ming were left standing awkwardly in the base square. Just as the two were at a loss, a piercing siren signaling a beast attack suddenly echoed throughout the base. What are you two standing there for? Get in the vehicle. A military officer, assuming they were soldiers who had fallen behind, pushed them directly onto an armored vehicle. We're not. Jiang Kai tried to explain, but the officer cut him off. There's no time for not, or are. It's an emergency, put on the spare gear now. And just like that, the two unknowingly embarked on an unexpected combat journey. On the first day, while Lin Lu and Su Ming were boating on the lake, Jiang Kai and Li Ming were busy learning how to fight the beasts alongside the soldiers. By the second day, as Lin Lu and Su Ming strolled among blooming flowers, the two students had already learned to fight independently. By the third day, while Lin Lu and Su Ming picked strawberries in the base garden, Jiang Kai and Li Ming had grown into team leaders commanding small squads in battle. On the fourth day, Lin Lu finally remembered the two students he'd left behind. Rushing to the training grounds of Fort 404, what he saw was no longer a pair of inexperienced students, but two confident warriors. Jiang Kai and Li Ming, clad in crisp military uniforms, were just jumping off a combat vehicle. Ha, that was awesome. Li Ming, I took down 50 black bull beasts today. Jiang Kai shouted excitedly. You're wasting resources. Li Ming complained with a frown. If I had used my blade instead, all that meat could have fed the troops for days. As they spotted Lin Lu approaching, their faces lit up, and they called out in unison, Teacher. In just a few short days of real combat, they had shed their youthful naivety and taken a big step toward becoming true, empowered warriors. Lin Lu was about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted. By the way, the 3 giants of Zijingwa Academy are back. They've already secured 3 spots for the Golden Sword Tournament. He went on to introduce them. Strength King Zhao Qua, Swift Cat Lu Jiner, and Water Controller Zhou Qing. All 3 are level empowered individuals, strong enough to rank among the top in small cita-level empowered circles. For most students, reaching level is already impressive, and even the majority of Qinglong Base's resident soldiers are only at D or C levels. Just as Lin Lu was about to lead the group back, an unwelcome figure blocked their path. Su Wenxing. Lin Lu. Su Wenxing glared at him through gritted teeth. No wonder Su Ming has been so distracted these past few days. It's because of you. He sneered coldly. You, a mere academy teacher, think you're worthy of someone from the Su family? Stop dreaming. You should learn your place. The surrounding soldiers could barely hold back their anger, but Lin Lu simply smiled faintly. When Su Wenxing heard Lin Lu's remark, "Your life is destined to amount to nothing," a surge of anger flared up within him, threatening to consume him entirely. He had intended to have a proper discussion with Lin Lu, but he hadn't expected such blatant disrespect. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Wenxing pointed to a group of people behind him and commanded, "You there, seize this intruder who has trespassed into the base." His voice carried an air of authority and an undeniable firmness, as though declaring his unchallengeable dominance. According to Military Law Article 52, no one is permitted to enter the base without authorization from the military command. You'd better listen to me. I am a provisional counselor of the Ability Review Council. If I report this to the council, you know what consequences await. A smug expression crossed Su Wenxing's face, as if he could already envision Lin Lu being detained. The political system of Longwo was intricate and meticulously structured. The Joint Assembly Representative System interconnected the military, the Bureau of Abilities, and the Ability Review Council. Any major decisions required a vote during the Joint Assembly, with a simple majority of over one-third needed for approval. The Bureau of Abilities handled daily management and diplomatic affairs, while the military focused on border defense and inter-nation conflicts involving ability users. Meanwhile, the Council served as the authoritative body for ability user evaluations and oversight, wielding the ultimate decision-making power with its 81 seats. Su Wenxing's mention of his provisional counselor status signified his impending entry into the Council's core power circle. Once he passed this transitional phase, he would become a true figure of authority, holding greater power and influence. To Su Wenxing's astonishment, his previously foolproof tactics failed to work here. This was the front line of defense against the monstrous beasts. All the soldiers stared at him with piercing eyes, as if he were a fool. Do you dare to defy military regulations? Believe it or not, they'll report you when I get back. A preparatory council member of the Ability Evaluation Committee isn't someone you can just treat like this. Su Wenxing's face turned red with frustration and confusion. Didn't these soldiers fear being held accountable? But for the soldiers, life had long been intertwined with the specter of death. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the nation at any moment. Now, to have some random council official order them around was nothing short of laughable. Lin Lu sneered and then shouted, "Attention!" Behind him, 75 ability-wielding soldiers stood in 3 perfectly aligned rows, ready for action. "Everyone, take aim." Lin Lu raised his right hand, pointing at Su Wenxing. The soldiers behind him simultaneously lifted their blue crystal ray guns, all aimed directly at Su Wenxing. "What are you doing? You can't act recklessly." "I'm with the council." Su Wenxing staggered back and collapsed to the ground. The sight of 75 gun barrels pointed at him made him tremble with fear. The only reason I became a teacher is because I'm kind. I couldn't be bothered to flip the table. You should be thankful I'm still playing by the rules you all set. If I didn't care about the rules, I'd take down every one of the 81 seats in your Ability Evaluation Committee, one by one. Do you understand? Lin Lu walked up to Su Wenxing and gave him a patronizing pat on the cheek. "Listen up, everyone. From now on, if anyone from the council causes trouble at Fortress 404, shoot them on the spot. If they demand accountability, just tell them you were following orders, and they'll take full responsibility." The soldiers roared in unison. "Yes, sir." Their resounding voices echoed through the base of Fortress 404. Faces flushed with pride, they looked at Lin Luthier, military hero, the White Emperor. This was the man who, in a single day, had slain dozens of city-destroying beasts. His combat footage remained top secret, studied relentlessly by official combat personnel as textbook material. Su Wenxing's eyes were bloodshot, filled with urgency. He tried to stand up, but the 75 gun barrels aimed at him kept him from making any rash moves. With a sharp slap, Lin Lu sent Su Wenxing flying. Su rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. "If you're still anywhere in Qinglong Base 5 minutes from now, you'll lose your life for real. And I mean anywhere. Now get lost." Lin Lu's voice boomed like thunder. Su Wenxing, feeling as though he had just been granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet and bolted out as fast as he could. Lin Lu turned around and saluted the soldiers supporting him. "Thank you all for your support," he said with a smile. The soldiers responded enthusiastically. "Haha. Lin Commander, it was nothing. That was so satisfying to watch. Lin Commander, even though we joined the Daylight Army only in the past 2 years, you've always been our idol." Listening to their praises, Lin Lu felt a trace of doubt in his heart. Wasn't the Daylight Army already disbanded? He had only secretly retained a little over 100 core members. So how could the Daylight Army still have such a strong influence? Without lingering further, he took 2 accompanying soldiers and left Fortress 404, heading straight for Qinglong Base. Upon arriving at Qinglong Base, Lin Lu hurried to the commander's office. As he entered, he saw an imposing, sharp-witted elder sipping tea. Sir, you're enjoying some tea. I see." Lin Lu awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Oh, look who it is. Our great Colonel Lin." Taking down one council member after another, "You're unstoppable," teased Sikong's son. "Haha. Come on, old leader, don't tease me. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Didn't we already disband the Daylight Army? How come the soldiers here are saying they're still part of it?" Lin Lu asked. Sikong's son took a sip of tea, squinting as he smiled at Lin Lu. "Don't think us old folks are clueless. You gave those 100-plus core members an order. If summoned, they must return to duty." Lin Lu was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's true. I didn't expect you to know about that." Sikong's son continued sipping his tea, speaking casually. "Kid, you sure left in style. The group you left behind has now taken key positions. The moment you stepped away, they initiated a god-making plan. Do you realize that your words carry more weight in Qinglong Base and Zhuke Base than even the commanders?" Lin Lu chuckled awkwardly, but a sense of unease gnawed at him. Of course, this has also stirred resentment among the second-generation military elites. They've rallied a large number of officers and formed the Eternal Night Army. The Eternal Night Army. Lin Lu looked utterly shocked. "Exactly. You're just too good, kid. Your brilliance has overshadowed the descendants of the high-ranking officials. And since you rose from the bottom, you're naturally their ideological adversary. They've united as a force and begun to grow, naming themselves Eternal Night to counter your daylight. They've also started their own god-making campaign. Their chosen figurehead is Major General Chu Yunxian from the White Tiger Base. That young man is already in class combat ability user. So far, he's slain 4 city-destroying level beasts. He may not be as monstrous as you, but he's certainly a rising star of his generation." Hearing this, Lin Lu felt a wave of astonishment. So much has happened within the military recently. Right now, you're seen as a hero at the Qinglong and Zhuke bases, but at the Baihu and Xuanwu bases, you're regarded as someone chasing fame. Lin Lu, huh? Is there even regional bias involved here? So, tell me, what's your plan now, kid? Sikong Sun crossed his arms, smiling as he questioned Lin Lu. It was no surprise that his old leader could see through his thoughts with just one look. "Leader, you know, the Baizhou army is now a thing of the past. If I keep clinging to it, those old folks and the noble families will never let it go." Lin Lu's lips curled into a faint smile, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. "Haha, bold words. So what are you saying?" Sikong Sun's gaze carried a hint of anticipation. "It's simple. Destroy to rebuild. A new army must rise. The grudges from years ago with the US and Japan have yet to be settled." Lin Lu's eyes burned with killing intent, his tone brimming with fearless resolve. Sikong Sun looked at Lin Lu, the young man he had mentored, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Kid, here, take this. Coordinates, 2786. There's something there that might help you. Remember, you must go alone." With that, he tossed a key toward Lin Lu. Lin Lu caught the key and turned to leave. Behind him, Sikong Sun called out, "You brat. Not even a proper goodbye before you go." Watching Lin Lu's retreating figure, Sikong Sun couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The image of that young boy in black and white armor, slaying giant beasts, was still vivid in his mind even after all these years. "Kid, I know you want to unify the military, strike back at the dark zones, and create a golden age for Longhua, but right now." Sikong Sun sighed deeply. The US, European nations, and countries in the southeastern region of Shenzhou were all actively exploring the dark zones, acquiring vast cultivation resources. Longhua, however, remained mired in internal conflicts. Forget expansion, they were barely holding on to their own territories. Humanity was evolving, but so were the beasts. Clutching the key tightly, Lin Lu activated his wristband. 10 seconds later, the Baizhou combat gear was fully equipped. Whoosh! Lin Lu soared into the sky. "Boss, coordinates loaded. Arrival in 10 minutes, the AI in the armor informed him. The wristband on Lin Lu's left hand was something he'd worn since he was a child. An orphan, he had been raised by adoptive parents who found him with the wristband already on him. No one knew its purpose. Everyone assumed it was a keepsake from his biological parents. And so, he had worn it all his life. 8 years ago, Lin Lu's adoptive parents were caught in a maritime disaster while vacationing by the sea, leaving him completely alone. That same year, Lin Lu accidentally activated a wrist-bonded device akin to an AI-powered intelligence system, a vast repository of knowledge. With its assistance, Lin Lu was able to extract all sorts of knowledge and eventually created a personal armored suit known as the Daylight Armor. Moments later, Lin Lu finally arrived at his destination. He disarmed himself and studied the building before Hima's small thatched hut surrounded by overgrown weeds. Walking up to the door, he pushed open the decaying wooden panel, and a striking scene unfolded before his eyes. A young girl with jet black hair was resting peacefully. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall under moonlight, its strands glimmering with the golden hues of the setting sun. Her gently closed eyes exuded serenity and tranquility, as if she had slipped into a deep slumber. Her loosely unbuttoned white shirt revealed a graceful collarbone and a slender waist, her flawless figure fully on display. Damn it, that old man is messing with me, isn't he? Gives me a key and throws in a beautiful girl. What kind of test for leadership is this? Who could possibly pass such a test? Lin Lu thought to himself, exasperated. After observing for a moment, he noticed a patterned stone slab in the corner. Upon closer inspection, he discovered what appeared to be a keyhole carved into it. So that's where the old guy hid it. Lin Lu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly used the key to unlock the stone slab. When he retrieved the item inside, he was stunned. It was the Azure Dragon Jade token. With this token, Lin Lu could mobilize troops at the Azure Dragon base without requiring anyone's approval. Holding the token granted him temporary supreme authority, but it could only be used 3 times. After the 3rd use, the specialized chip embedded within the token would become ineffective. Old man, the responsibility you've given me is no small thing. Lin Lu stood frozen for a moment before carefully putting away the jade token. Then, he turned and approached the girl. Hey, get up, you'll catch a cold. Lin Lu shook the sleeping girl on the ground repeatedly. She was curled up on the floor of the dark zone, covered only by tattered scraps of cloth. MMM. The girl turned over and continued to sleep. Lin Lu shook his head at the sight. This was the dangerous dark zone, where beasts could appear at any moment. He shook her harder, and finally, the girl slowly opened her eyes. I'm hungry, were the first words she uttered. Seeing her ragged clothing, Lin Lu felt a pang of pity. He pulled out a clean set of clothes from his belongings and tossed them to her, then tactfully turned his back. The girl clumsily put on the clothes, her movements awkward and childlike. After waiting for a while, Lin Lu turned back to find her still struggling with the outfit. With a sigh, he stepped forward to help, quickly getting her dressed in just a few swift moves. I'm hungry, she said again, staring directly at Lin Lu. With a sigh, Lin Lu opened his dimensional bag, and an array of packaged food spilled out: smoked chicken, roast duck, sausages, a feast of options. The girl, however, stared blankly, seemingly unsure of what to do. Lin Lu had no choice but to demonstrate, tearing open a pack of sausages. The moment the aroma wafted out, it was as if a switch had been flipped in the girl. She snatched the sausage and devoured it ravenously. In less than 10 seconds, it was gone. Quickly figuring out how to open the packages herself, she began to feast, consuming everything in sight. Satisfied and full, the girl rubbed her now rounded belly. Suddenly, like an arrow, she darted behind Lin Lu and wrapped her arms around his neck. At that moment, Lin Lu's daylight wristband began to vibrate violently, and a warning sounded in his mind. Warning, boss. High-energy entity detected behind you. Danger. Extreme danger. Startled, Lin Lu turned to look at the girl, who had already fallen asleep again. He couldn't help but wonder how this seemingly naive girl could be a high-energy entity. Just as he was about to take her back to the Qinglong base, heavy footsteps approached from afar. 4 city-destroying beasts: Magic-Eyed Ape, Black Poison Scorpion King, Black Raven King, and Tusked Boar King appeared around the shack. They were discussing eliminating the experiment, while she was still weak. When Lin Lu appeared carrying the girl on his back, the 4 beasts were visibly shocked. The girl woke up just as the Black Poison Scorpion King launched a poisonous needle attack. She effortlessly neutralized the attack, and a ball of golden flames accidentally hurtled toward Lin Lu, only to vanish the moment it touched him. You are a good person, the girl murmured before falling back into a deep sleep. When the Magic-Eyed Ape attempted a sneak attack, Lin Lu dodged with ease and activated his armor's propulsion system, carrying the girl away. The 4 beasts heaved a sigh of relief, but it soon dawned on them that they had provoked a formidable individual known as White Emperor. Fearful, they dispersed in anxiety. Back at the base, Jiang Kai and Li Ming surrounded Lin Lu teasingly, joking about him bringing back a beauty. Lin Lu explained that he had encountered the girl in the dark zone and brought her back because she was alone. His 2 students exchanged knowing looks clearly. Their teacher's curiosity about the mysterious nature of this girl had been piqued once again. Lin Lu returned to Bauhinia Academy, bringing back a young girl. Unbeknownst to him, an extremely important meeting was taking place within the academy at that very moment. The strongest students from each grade, who had been dispatched by the military to the Dark Zone for field practice, had finally returned. They were Zhao Kuo, the Power King of the 3rd year, Zhou Qing, the Water Manipulator of the 2nd year, and Qin Jiner, the Swift Cat of the 1st year. Are you kidding me? Letting a life ability user join this selection? What kind of nonsense is this? Zhao Kuo's face was filled with confusion and doubt. Every year brings oddities, but this year is exceptional. Our academy already didn't recruit great talents this year, and now you're pulling this stunt? Leaders, are you planning to forfeit this year's Golden Sword tournament? Zhou Qing chimed in with his complaints. Meanwhile, Lu Jiner rested her chin on her hands, silently watching the argument unfold. Although Zhou Qing and Zhao Kuo understood her stance, the facts spoke louder than words. Jiang Kai had effortlessly defeated Wang Lu, a combat ability user, in battle. In fact, Wang Lu never even forced Jiang Kai to use his full strength. If you don't believe me, I have video evidence. Sun Dishing pulled out a remote, and a massive screen began to play the footage. The three returnees watched Jiang Kai and Wang Lu's battle intently. When the scene of Jiang Kai snapping his fingers to control an explosion and dispel a fireball appeared, a glint of astonishment flashed in their eyes. This is a life ability user? A life ability user with this kind of power? The three were visibly unsettled. That's right. This is Jiang Kai. Though initially rated as a D-level life ability user by the Ability Evaluation Council, with the guidance of teacher Lin Lu, he has demonstrated extraordinary combat capabilities, Sun Dishing explained further. Who did you say? The three asked in unison. Lin Lu? Did I say something wrong? Lin Lu's combat footage was restricted to certain levels of military officers, and it had become increasingly difficult to access it due to his negotiations with the military's leaders. Although his videos were scarce, the stories of Lin Lu circulated among veteran soldiers, and his name remained a legend and a monument in their hearts. Lin Lu? That fraud. Principal, why did you bring someone like him into the academy? Zhao Kuo expressed his displeasure. Exactly. Lin Lu is the disgrace of the military. He took credit for others' achievements, causing the real heroes to bleed and weep. Such a person doesn't deserve to be our teacher. Only General Chu Yunxian is a true role model for us soldiers. Zhou Qing agreed. Teacher Lin is a hero of the military. What are you two trying to achieve by slandering him? Lu Jiner slammed the table, standing up for Lin Lu. The three confronted each other, tensions rising. The issue stemmed from the fact that the three students had been sent to different field bases, Zhao Kuo to the Xuanwu base, Zhou Qing to the White Tiger base, both under the influence of the Eternal Night Army, where Lin Lu's reputation was heavily criticized. Meanwhile, Lu Jiner had been sent to the Vermilion Bird base, where some of Lin Lu's banned combat footage had been preserved. Witnessing the breathtaking scenes of him clad in black and white armor, defeating 10 demons single-handedly, Lu Jiner had instantly become one of his biggest fans. Lu Jiner, what do you know, little girl? Lin Lu is nothing but a disgrace to the military. Zhao Kuo sneered. You two idiots. Besides eating, what else can you do? Insult my idol again, and I'll fight you to the death. Lu Jiner retorted furiously. Fight us? Ha ha ha. What else can you do besides run fast? Are you planning to entertain us with your feeble attacks? Zhou Qing mocked. Just as the argument reached its peak, the meeting room door suddenly swung open. Hey everyone, I heard from the gatekeeper that there's a meeting today, so I rushed over. The newcomer was none other than the subject of their heated discussion, Lin Lu himself. Lu Jiner excitedly ran over and bowed deeply. Hello, Teacher Lin. I'm Lu Jiner, this year's freshman representative. Please guide me. Sure, I'll do my best, Lin Lu replied, momentarily stunned by her enthusiasm. Everyone's attention shifted to the two figures standing behind him, Jiang Kai and Li Meng, both from Class 13. After their journey to the Azure Dragon base, the two had shed their youthful naivety and now exuded a menacing aura, like sharp blades ready to strike. Lin Lu, why did you bring two life ability users here? Ouyang Ming immediately criticized. Lin Lu smiled faintly. Oh, I heard today's meeting is about deciding the participants for the Golden Sword Tournament preliminaries. I brought my two students, hoping to secure spots for them. Spots? Ha ha ha, Teacher Lin, are you joking? These two are life ability users. Letting them participate in the preliminaries, let alone fight, is absurd. Li Feng stood up, joining forces with Ouyang Ming. Sigh as expected. Prejudice is like a mountain, no matter how hard you try, you can't move it, Lin Lu sighed. His expression quickly turned serious. It seems taking the easy way out won't work. Jiang Kai, Li Meng. The two responded in unison. Yes. In the academy selection next week, if you encounter students of Teacher Li or Teacher Ouyang, send them straight to the hospital. Even a clay figure has its limits. Am I right? Jiang Kai and Li Meng's eyes gleamed with cold determination as Lin Lu's voice cut through the room like a chilling wind. Lin Lu, what do you mean by this? Ouyang Ming was livid. This was nothing short of a direct challenge. Teacher Lin, we're all from the same academy. Let's keep things civil. Sun Xing rubbed his temples, feeling helpless. How did things escalate so quickly while he was away? Oh, and Teacher Li, Lin Lu added with a smirk. You've opposed me time and time again. After this selection, I doubt anyone in Bauhinia Academy will want to be your student. Not even the gods can save you. Mark my words. With that, Lin Lu turned and left with Jiang Kai and Li Meng. Wow, that was so cool. Lu Jiner's eyes sparkled with admiration. See? Look at that. Is this how a teacher should treat the leadership? One of the senior academy members stood up, angrily chastising Lin Lu's behavior. Oh, one more thing. Lin Lu paused at the door. Just curious, are participants allowed to kill during the selection? Ouyang Ming's body crackled with electricity, while wind swirled around Li Feng. Vice Principal Sun Dushing interjected. As long as participants sign the liability waiver, anything goes. After all, swords have no eyes. Got it. Lin Lu ducked his head back in and hurried off. Sun Xing's headache only worsened. The conflict was now unavoidable, with Ouyang Ming and Li Feng representing local aristocratic factions, and Lin Lu being a military-backed figure. Siding with either would lead to trouble. Within just one day, Sun Xing felt as though he'd aged significantly. At this moment, in the villa where Su Shui lived, the young girl Lin Lu had brought back was being carefully dressed up by several maids. Yeah, Lin Lu. That guy really has good taste. What was that story about meeting her in the dark zone? That she's not very smart and so pitiful? Does he really think I'd believe those lies? The girl made no attempt to resist being dressed up, as she was busy devouring delicious food. She had been eating nonstop for 3 hours. Clap, clap, clap. Su Shui clapped her hands a few times, and the maids gradually left the room. All right, tell Miho, are you really? I don't believe a single word of Lin Lu's nonsense. Su Shui stared at the girl in front of her, her eyes blazing with fiery intensity. Ah, you friend. The girl looked up with a smile, and then continued her dedicated mission of eating. Su Shui felt as though she had just punched a pillow completely helpless against the girl in front of her. Miss? Mr. Lin Lu has arrived, a maid reported respectfully. Let that shameless flirt come up here. Su Shui said angrily, her frustration bubbling with no outlet. The moment Lin Lu entered the room, Su Shui began her barrage of sarcasm. Oh, look who's finally here, our dear Mr. Lin Lu. Seeing Su Shui's jealous expression, Lin Lu instantly understood the situation. Xiao Shui, everything I told you before is true. Why won't you believe me? Besides, I already informed Commander Sikong Sun and your sister about this. They both agreed that the eastern base wouldn't be able to take care of her properly, so they let me bring her back. For some reason, Lin Lu felt an inexplicable sense of closeness toward the girl. When the girl saw Lin Lu, she immediately put down her food, ran over, and hugged him tightly. Lin Lu, like, she said, rubbing her face against his neck as she spoke. You little rascal, you're really pushing your luck. Su Shui grabbed the girl and lifted her up. The girl flailed her arms and legs in the air, looking adorably helpless. It seemed her ability to learn was quite impressive. Su Shui, for the time being, you can teach her some basic life skills and how to communicate with others. Lin Lu suggested. That's not a problem, but she needs an identity. First and foremost, she needs a name. What do you think we should call her? Su Shui asked. Lin Lu frowned and thought for a moment. The girl seemed to understand what he was doing and looked at him expectantly. I met her in a thatched cottage under the sunset. Let's call her Lin Xiao, Lin Lu decided. As for her identity, let's just say she's my younger sister for now. Yay? Lin Xiao. Yay, Lin Xiao. The girl repeated the name excitedly, swinging Lin Lu's arm as if she was very pleased with it. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming had arrived at his own class. Everyone, at today's teachers' meeting, Li, the life ability instructor, made a shocking statement. He said that during the internal selection for the Golden Sword tournament, if his 2 disciples encounter any of us combat ability users, they'll take down every single one of us without exception. Crash. More than a dozen desks and chairs were instantly smashed in the classroom. The students' faces were filled with rage. Life ability users? What do they even count for? How dare they say something like that? So arrogant. Do they think that Jiang Kai's lucky win in one match means they can act so high and mighty now? Unbelievable. Too outrageous. Way too outrageous. Ouyang Ming revealed a sly grin. Hell, Lin Lu. Just because Jiang Kai defeated Wang Lu, they're already getting carried away. But in my class, there are several crank ability users. If you want to compete with me, you don't stand a chance. Li Feng's class was facing an equally intense situation. Under his provocation, the students of Class 7, Year 2 were fired up, and the tension quickly escalated into a confrontation between the 2 divisions. The Combat Ability Division even coined a chilling slogan, "No mercy for the Life Ability Division" on the preliminary stage. This slogan hung over the heads of the Life Ability Division like a Damocles sword. Participating in the competition was allowed, but losing could mean losing their lives. At this moment, Zijingwa Academy resembled a powder keg on the brink of explosion. That evening, Sun Xing and Sun Desheng were drinking in a small tavern. After downing a shot of strong liquor, Sun Xing, his face filled with frustration, complained to his younger brother. Little brother, are you trying to make things difficult for me? Sun Desheng retorted. Big brother, you're too soft-hearted. The academy is a place to cultivate talent, not play pretend. Look at every other academy, they all have death quotas. I'd rather they get injured and bleed now than lose their lives to monsters in the future. With that, he gulped down another glass of liquor and sighed. I just want them to gain some protection during this period. Once they start working on defending against the beasts, I have no idea how many of them will survive. Hearing this, Sun Xing fell silent, feeling a sense of helplessness. He recalled the times when he had witnessed his students being devoured alive by monsters. Since then, Zijingwa Academy had shifted its approach, reducing dangerous training, but this had also caused its once top-tier reputation to fall to a second-rate level. Finally, Sun Xing sighed and said, perhaps, Your perspective is right. This time, I'll grant you the authority to ensure these kids make real progress in their abilities. Of course. Trust me, big brother. Sun Dishing laughed as he picked up a slice of exotic beast meat, jokingly asking, Second brother, tell me, who do you think will win first place in this year's school selection? With a glint in his eyes, Sun Dushing immediately named two people, Jiang Kai, Li Meng. Sun Xing, intrigued, asked, Oh, why them? Sun Dishing smirked and replied, Didn't you notice? Those two had an unmistakable aura of killing intent today. I suspect they've been training in the dark zone for some time. Sun Xing was astonished. Them? They've already been to the dark zone. The two brothers exchanged glances for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, in a bizarrely shaped building in the southeast of Xinzhou, a group of people dressed in black gathered around a massive round table. One of them, speaking in a raspy voice, asked, The second experimental subject of the Child of God project has surfaced. Should we proceed with her capture? Another person sneered. Do you have any idea who's protecting her? The military hero Lin Lu, the White Emperor. He slammed the table in frustration. Damn it. How did number two end up in Lin Lu's hands? Those old geezers from back then are long dead. If you have complaints, dig them up from their graves to yell at them. The room erupted into a heated argument. Enough, the leader commanded. Send the Shadow Kill team to monitor number two. If an opportunity arises, bring her back. The others responded in unison. Understood. What if Lin Lu intervenes? After a brief silence, the raspy voice spoke again. If Lin Lu interferes, eliminate him if possible. If not, activate the self-destruct protocol. With that, everyone stood up and shouted in unison. All for the Temple of Creation. All for the arrival of the new god. Unaware of these events, Lin Lu continued his daily life, oblivious to the fact that the Temple of Creation would soon help him uncover the truth about his own origins. The internal selection process adopts a free registration system, requiring all participants to engage in unknown battles. Those who lose are eliminated, while the winners advance to the next round. Though this system may seem harsh, it ensures that only the truly strong make it to the end, avoiding unqualified contestants who exploit loopholes. This year, nearly 1,000 students signed up for the selection. In addition to first to third year students from the Combat Division, over 200 students from the Life Abilities Division also joined. Among them, some, like Li Meng, possess exceptional physical and weapon skills but were placed in the Life Abilities Division due to insufficient abilities. Others joined simply to try their luck. The morning breeze swept gently through Bauhinia Academy, as if cheering for this grand event. The selection tournament finally began, with all participants gathering at the Academy's assembly ground. Principal Sun Xing, brimming with energy, addressed the students. Everyone, I am your principal son. Today, Bauhinia Academy will commence the selection for the Golden Sword Tournament. This year, we have only 6 spots available. I hope you all give it your best, showcase your strength, and achieve greatness once again. Sun Xing went on at length, but nearby, Sun Deshing grew impatient and seized the microphone. Students, I have something important to announce. This year's selection will be different from previous years. Those who wish to participate must sign a liability waiver on the spot. Should you die or get injured during the competition, the Academy will not be held responsible. Your lives have already been placed on the wheel of death. Who will remain standing will be determined by the victors. After finishing, Sun Dishing clapped his hands, and staff began distributing the waivers, clearly stating that participants could not hold the Academy liable in the event of death or serious injury. It was evident that this selection would be bloody, with the real possibility of fatalities. Combat Division students signed their names without hesitation, while half of the Life Abilities students wavered. Principal, I came here to compete, not to risk my life. What is this about? Someone protested. Sun Dishing replied. Of course, we have emergency measures. If you surrender, the referee will intervene immediately. However, fists and blades are unpredictable, and referees are not omnipotent. All right, I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over. Those who don't sign within 5 minutes, please leave the venue. The 5 minutes passed quietly. Those with average abilities struggled internally until the first person finally gave in and left. Others soon followed, and in the end, only a little over 200 participants remained, 198 from the Combat Division and 12 from the Life Abilities Division. Although the number was small, it was a significant improvement. In previous years, only 1 or 2 Life Abilities students participated, and they were often easily defeated by Combat Division students. Now, with Jiang Kai and Li Meng present, others felt it was worth a shot. Time's up. The number of participants exceeded my expectations. Prepare yourselves, the battles will officially start in 2 hours. The staff distributed number tags to each student for record keeping. Meanwhile, Lin Lu sat in the audience, accompanied by the elegantly uniformed Su Shui and the adorable, sweet Lin Xiao, who was enthusiastically devouring her food. Brother-in-law, how far do you think your 2 disciples will go? Su Shui asked. Lin Lu, munching on a bun, mumbled. Barring any surprises, they'll meet in the finals. Su Shui asked in surprise. You're that confident? Lin Lu chuckled. Xiao Shui, just wait and see. He then turned to Lin Xiao. Stop eating already, we've been at it all morning. But Lin Xiao seemed oblivious, continuing to indulge in her food. Let the selection tournament begin. With Sun Dishing's roar, the competition to determine the Golden Sword Tournament participants officially commenced. Jiang Kai and Wen Shan stepped onto the stage. At the referee's signal, they took their positions on the battle platform. The crowd began murmuring. Wen Shan, ranked among the top 3 abilities users in Teacher Li's class, possessed speed-enhancing abilities. Could Jiang Kai hold his own against him? Wen Shan sneered. A mere life abilities student dares to challenge us compatibilities students? Jiang Kai asked calmly. Wen Shan, who's your instructor? Wen Shan replied smugly. My teacher is Ouyang Ming. Just the other day during class, he said your teacher Lin boasted about defeating all the combat division abilities users. Let's see you try today. If you can't, you might as well leave your life here. Jiang Kai remained silent, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Begin. The referee quickly stepped aside. Wen Shan roared, You're dead, kid. Activating his abilities, he pushed his speed to the limit. However, Jiang Kai was even faster. With a snap of his fingers, dozens of dust-like wires, sparkling with small flames, spread through the air, converging toward Wen Shan. Caught off guard, Wen Shan tried to move, but it was too late. Boom. A massive explosion echoed through the battle platform. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a barely conscious Wen Shan and a large gray metallic sphere. Lin Lu's face lit up with joy. It was clear that Jiang Kai's abilities had evolved. A few seconds later, the metallic sphere disintegrated into a pile of dust, revealing Jiang Kai, unharmed, standing tall. He had defeated his opponent in a single move. It was then that the crowd realized Jiang Kai had become an insurmountable force. The rescue team rushed to the battle platform immediately and carried the unconscious Wen Shan away on a stretcher. Those who had seen Wen Shan's pitiful state couldn't help but gasp. This guy was completely ruined. Jiang Kai walked off the platform with composure, and the surrounding students quickly made way for him. Step by step, he approached Lin Lu, and the two exchanged a celebratory high-five in perfect sync. Haha, not bad, not bad. Jiang Kai, has your ability evolved? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Yeah, nothing escapes your notice. Jiang Kai replied excitedly. Now, not only can I alter the properties of dust, but I can also adjust its structural arrangement. That metal sphere earlier was the result of me compressing metallic dust to its limit. If the compression force is strong enough, the dust can solidify into a solid metal block. Lin Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. If the composition of the dust could be precisely controlled, the power would be unimaginable. As the old saying goes, with saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, add a little sugar, and you get a Zarbomba. This ability could not only take down beasts but, if used properly, could level an entire city. Jiang Kai, remember, you must never reveal this evolved ability to anyone. If anyone asks, just say you've only changed the type of dust and don't know anything else. Got it, got it. Jiang Kai nodded earnestly. In the stands, Ouyang Ming, who had just witnessed his protege being defeated in one move, was seething with rage. Jiang Kai, Lin Lu, just you wait. Meanwhile, on another battle platform, a fierce match between a life ability user and a combat ability user was underway. The two were evenly matched, exchanging moves back and forth. Suddenly, the burly combat student delivered a petrified punch, sending his opponent flying. I surrender, the life ability student shouted, and the referee was about to raise the flag. But at that moment, the fully petrified combat student descended from above, delivering a brutal knee strike that shattered his opponent's left chest. The sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the venue, and the life ability student lost all vital signs on the spot. You violated the rules, the life ability students protested angrily. Wang Hao, the stoneman, shrugged nonchalantly. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself in midair. Next, I'm up against Li Meng from your life ability group. I hear he's pretty strong. Let's see how strong he really is. Oh, is that so? A figure approached slowly. It was Li Meng. His eyes glinted coldly. Since you're so confident, how about we sign a deathmatch agreement? Life and death are left to fate, and the outcome to the heavens. From the stands, Li Feng quickly stepped forward. What's going on here? Li Meng, do you have an issue with my student? Mr. Li, it's nothing serious. I just want to sign a deathmatch agreement with him, Li Meng replied calmly. The surrounding crowd was instantly intrigued and began murmuring. Li Meng wants to sign a deathmatch agreement with Wang Hao? Looks like he's furious about Wang Hao's earlier kill. The two headed straight to the chief referee's station. Upon hearing their intention to sign a deathmatch agreement, the chief referee immediately stood up to stop them. Are you crazy? This is an academy, not an underground fight club. Li Meng said nothing and turned to leave. Wang Hao, however, taunted. What's the matter? Chickening out already? If you don't dare to sign, just kneel and bow to me a few times. Then let's sign. Li Meng said expressionlessly as he signed his name on the deathmatch agreement. Wang Hao followed suit and signed as well. Half an hour later, the two stood facing each other on the battle platform. Meanwhile, On Lin Lu's side, Lin Xiao was staring at him expectantly. Brother Lin Lu, I finished all the snacks. I want more. You little rascal, you've spent 2,000 blue crystal coins on snacks in just 2 days. Lin Lu sighed as he reluctantly pulled out another big bag of snacks from his dimensional pouch. Under Su Shue's guidance, Lin Xiao had already grasped basic human knowledge and was now thoroughly indulging in the world of delicious food. Jiang Kai turned to Lin Lu and asked, Teacher, do you think Li Meng will finish the fight in one move? Sigh, that Stoneman could have had a quicker, cleaner death. Lin Lu sighed. Jiang Kai, do you know if Li Meng's ability has also evolved? Jiang Kai hesitated. I. Seeing his expression, Lin Lu immediately understood both of these boys' abilities had evolved, and they had been hiding it from him. Jiang Kai quickly explained. Teacher, Li Meng wanted to surprise you. Surprise? Lin Lu chuckled and nodded. These two boys are getting more and more audacious. At the referee's command, Li Meng and Wang Hao stepped onto the battle stage. The audience's eyes were fixed on the two competitors, the atmosphere tense and filled with anticipation. Wang Hao shouted loudly, Li Meng, watch yourself. Make sure to defend the honor of the Life Ability Division. Meanwhile, Li Meng quietly closed his eyes, focusing inwardly as he prepared to face the challenge. With a confident smirk, Wang Hao cracked his neck and mocked, Kid, your Life Ability Division trying to grab a spot in the Golden Sword Tournament qualifiers? What a joke. You should just wait to graduate and go work in a factory tightening screws. Li Meng paid no attention to the taunt, thinking to himself, engaging in conversation with the defeated isn't my style. Seeing that both were ready, the referee waved the signal flag, and the match began. Wang Hao immediately transformed his body into solid rock, his height surging to an imposing 2.4 meters. His voice boomed with pride. Haha, kid, aren't you a swordsman? Come on, see if you can cut through this body of mine. He stood with his guard wide open, clearly confident in his durability, as past blades and swords had barely scratched him. Li Meng, however, was completely focused, ready to counter Wang Hao's moves. Gripping his sheathed blade tightly, his sharp eyes locked onto his opponent like a hawk, silently building his momentum. Wang Hao, wasting no time, charged toward Li Meng with his massive rocky frame. Each step he took landed with a heavy thud, sending shockwaves through the arena and into the hearts of the spectators. If Li Meng gets hit, he's done for, murmured the audience, holding their breath in suspense. As Wang Hao's massive figure drew closer, Li Meng steadied his breathing, his concentration reaching its peak. Just as Wang Hao's stone fist came crashing down, Li Meng decisively pulled the trigger on his sheath. The hilt of his blade shot out like a bullet, infused with his ability. The crimson blade streaked through the air, leaving a dazzling arc of light in its wake. With a sharp clang, Li Meng's blade struck true. In an instant, it sliced through Wang Hao's stone legs like a hot knife through butter. The sound of cracking rock echoed as both of Wang Hao's legs were severed cleanly at the base, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Meng felt an unprecedented ease in his strike, as though cutting through tofu. Wang Hao, overwhelmed by a sudden chill, lost his balance and collapsed, unable to rise again. My leg! Wang Hao collapsed to the ground, letting out a piercing scream as he stared in disbelief at his severed thigh. Blood gushed from the wound, pooling into a glaring crimson puddle on the ground. Even though his body was as tough as stone, his internal structure remained human, and such a grievous injury left him in unbearable agony. How is this possible? Your blade, I surrender. The onlookers were horrified by the gruesome scene, their scalps tingling with unease. Standing off to the side, Jiang Kai muttered with a hint of disappointment. Looks like this guy still couldn't force Li Meng to reveal his evolved ability. Before he could finish, Lin Lu flicked him on the forehead with pinpoint accuracy. You brat, are you messing with me? Spill it what's changed about his powers after the evolution. Lin Lu's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he pressed for answers. Jiang Kai rubbed his head, grinning. Li Meng's ability is pretty amazing now. Anything he touches can stay in a vibrating state for up to 4 hours after leaving his hand. That's practically unstoppable. Lin Lu's eyes lit up as countless tactical possibilities raced through his mind. He scrutinized Li Meng's gear, paying particular attention to the throwing knives strapped to his waist. Exactly, Jiang Kai continued, his tone tinged with a trace of lingering fear. Now, he can use those indestructible vibrating blades as throwing knives. You know, he used to have no ranged attack capabilities at all. During training yesterday, I let my guard down. He threw a knife, and I quickly compressed some metal powder into a wall to block it. But the knife sliced through it like tofu, straight through the metal. If I hadn't dodged in time, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. Even Li Meng was stunned at the time, Jiang Kai added. He didn't expect the power of his ability-infused throwing knives to be that overwhelming. Lin Lu took in the scene before him and let out a long sigh. He had never expected that the two disciples he had taken on a whim would grow to such extraordinary levels. Look, it's almost over. The audience's exclamations pierced through the walls, interrupting the conversation between the master and disciple. Li Ming's eyes sharpened, and the glint of a blade flashed. Swish, swish. Two swift, lethal strikes, and Wang Hao's arms fell to the ground. Left armless, Wang Hao stood frozen like a broken statue. He dared not deactivate his ability to transform into a rocky form, his last hope of survival, as the hardened exterior was slowing his blood loss. I surrender. Li Ming, please, I was wrong. Wang Hao's voice trembled as he pleaded in despair. Li Ming stared at him coldly. Wrong? Did you give that support class student, whose chest you shattered, a chance to beg for mercy? Evil deeds always meet their end. Farewell. He approached slowly, each footstep resonating clearly in the deathly silent arena. Wang Hao writhed desperately, his mutilated body twisting as terror distorted his face. No one can save you today. In your next life, be careful. Before his words fully landed, the blade did. A chilling gleam swept across Wang Hao's neck. His rocky head soared through the air before crashing heavily onto the center of the battlefield. Wang Hao has fallen. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Li Ming's ruthless efficiency sent shivers down everyone's spine. In the stands, Sun Dishing turned to his brother, Sun Xing, with a faint, knowing smile. See? Only through real combat can we push these students to unlock their potential. But so many have already died in just a few matches. Sun Xing hesitated, his voice trailing off. Brother, I've told you. Sun Dishing's tone grew serious. To train exceptional ability users, they must endure trials of blood and fire. A sharpened blade is forged through relentless grinding. Without facing life and death challenges, they'll remain fragile flowers in a greenhouse. Right now, we can still minimize accidental deaths. But once they're on the front lines against beasts or foreign ability users, what can those who haven't faced death do? March to their graves. Principal Sun Xing opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He silently mulled over his brother's words, sinking into deep thought. Li Ming's series of actions left the combat ability users completely speechless. His sharp movements, near-insane attack intensity, and cold, decisive combat attitude all pointed to one undeniable fact. This ability user, classified as a support type, was destined to become an exceptional combat warrior in the future. Is this really a support type? Has the Ability Evaluation Council gone blind? Someone muttered under their breath. This guy's strength is clearly at the level of a rank combat ability user. On the battle stage, every slash from Li Ming's blade seemed capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones. The razor-sharp edge of his strikes left everyone in the audience stunned. In the special viewing area, the three leaders of the council watched the battle intently, lost in thought. Huh, told you so. Lu Jiner said smugly as she glanced at Zhao Kuo and Zhou Qing. I've been saying all along that Lin Laoshir's apprentice is amazing. Zhao Kuo, holding a cup of coffee, replied dismissively. He's just relying on a good weapon. Anyone could do this with a blade like that. Zhou Qing remained silent, his gaze deep and contemplative. He recalled what he had witnessed at the White Tiger base. While the people there often spoke ill of Lin Lu, they never questioned his abilities. Even General Chu Yunxian, with his flawless record, had a complex expression of admiration and resentment whenever Lin Lu was mentioned. As a keen observer, Zhou Qing initially harbored biases against Lin Lu due to what he had heard at the White Tiger base. However, after witnessing with his own eyes how Lin Lu transformed two nobodies, a so-called trash ability trainee and a seemingly useless ability user, into formidable contenders who dominated the selection tournament, Zhou Qing was forced to reevaluate his judgment. The first round of the selection tournament ended as swiftly as lightning, finalizing the list of the top 64 contestants. The performances of Jiang Kai and Li Ming were so terrifying that some opponents forfeited their matches upon hearing their Nemesa phenomenon previously only seen with the three council leaders. As night fell, in a private room at the Kaishan restaurant, Su Ming was hosting a celebration banquet for Lin Lu's two standout disciples. Xiao, take it easy, Su Ming said helplessly as she watched Lin Xiao devour food ravenously. The others haven't even arrived yet, and you've already cleared 2 tables. Su Xuejia, just let me finish this roasted leg and take a break. Lin Xiao replied, her tone regaining the normal playfulness of a young girl. Despite this, she still had no memory of her origins. Lin Lu had sparred with her before and discovered that, although her techniques were chaotic and unrefined, they carried a wild, beast-like ferocity. Even more astonishing was her golden flame, an ability so overpowered that it could consume anything in its path if she willed it. So Lin Lu and Lin Xiao agreed that the golden flame's ability should never be used in actual combat unless absolutely necessary. The door of the private room suddenly swung open with a crisp creak. Standing by the dining table, Su Shui greeted Lin Lu and his 2 companions with a warm smile, then gestured for the waiter to start setting the table. Su Shui, our teacher? What are you doing here? Li Ming asked in surprise, clearly not expecting to see her there. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up as he leaned closer to Li Ming, making a playful heart shape with his fingers. He whispered, Hey, Li Ming, don't ask so much. Su Xuan might be, connected to Teacher Lin. Li Ming nodded thoughtfully, then quietly asked, "Oh, what about General Su?" Jiang Kai smirked mischievously and was about to say something when two sharp, smack, sounds interrupted their murmuring. Lin Lu had flicked both of his disciples on the forehead, leaving them momentarily dazed. "All right, enough nonsense," Lin Lu said sternly. "Sit down. Today is meant to reward you two." The four of them sat around the table, enjoying the meal while chatting casually. Halfway through dinner, Su Shui suddenly seemed to recall something important. She put down her chopsticks and asked, "By the way, brother-in-law, did you have some kind of conflict with Chun Dao recently?" Lin Lu thought for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "Not really a big deal. His disciple caused trouble at Li Ming's martial arts school, so we cut off his hand. Then, at the opening banquet, we crippled another one of his students." Su Shui was momentarily speechless after hearing this, unsure of how to respond. "What? Is that guy looking to settle the score?" Lin Lu raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with disdain. "Even if he comes, or even your master comes, I'll make sure to have a proper discussion with them." Su Shui watched Lin Lu's fearless demeanor and couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. She thought back to the call she received just the day before from Master Wuxin. "Xiao Shui, I heard two of Chun Dao's disciples were taken down. Is that true? Master, how did you hear about that?" Su Shui asked, feeling a bit awkward. "Didn't you say you were leaving everything here for me to handle?" "Let you handle it. Your way of handling things is crippling one of his disciples directly." Master Wuxin's voice was filled with obvious impatience. "All right, Xiao Shui, tell Muho and Nanyang City is harboring hostility towards Wuxin's sect and going to such extremes." Su Shui looked at her irate master on the other end of the phone and earnestly persuaded him. "Master, how about letting me take care of this? If you get involved, I'm worried the outcome might be worse." "What? Xiao Shui, did I hear you wrong? Or do you think this old man can't wield a blade anymore? Speak up, who is it?" Master Wuxin's tone grew even sterner. Su Shui let out a soft sigh. "Yesterday, Chen Dao called me and told me about this. That's why I wanted to handle it personally." Secretly, she felt annoyed with both Chun Dao and Master Wuxin. They had agreed she would take care of it. Yet Chun Dao went and tattled to her master, putting her in such an awkward position. "Master, you're already getting on in years. Why get involved in these petty squabbles between juniors? Wouldn't it be better to let them sort it out on their own? Why do you insist on stepping in?" Su Shui said helplessly. "Fine, if you're so determined, I'll give you the chance." "Master, do you really want to handle this yourself?" "Yes. Tell me, who is it?" "It's my brother-in-law." "Umph. So it's him. Wait, him." Master Wuxin's tone suddenly shifted dramatically. "Ahem, Xiao Shui, your master is getting old, and it's not appropriate for me to intervene in certain matters, especially disputes between the younger generation. So, he'll leave this entirely in your hands. Your master won't step in. I trust you'll manage to smooth things out between your junior brother and Lin Lu. Take care of yourself out there, my good disciple. You've been away for so long, you should come back and visit me sometime." The call abruptly ended. Su Shui rolled her eyes, thinking, if I'd known it would end like this, why were you being so stubborn earlier? Wasn't the lesson Lin Lu taught you last time enough? Pulling herself back to the present, Su Shui continued to savor the delicious food in front of her. Watching Lin Lu across the table, cheerfully gulping down a glass of fruit wine, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Suddenly, she called out in an overly saccharine voice, "Brother-in-law." The sound was so sweet and teasing that it was almost intoxicating. Lin Lu, already slightly tipsy, instantly sobered up, his whole body jolting as if struck by lightning. "Oh no, what's this girl up to now?" Brother-in-law Su Shui's sweet, coquettish voice made Lin Lu's heart skip a beat. What scheme was this girl up to now? "Look, about taking on disciples, you've already accepted one or two, so why not take on one more?" Su Shui said with a bright smile, blinking her eyes innocently. Jiang Kai and Li Ming, standing nearby, immediately sensed an unprecedented sense of danger. Lin Lu, still chewing on a piece of pork knuckle, chuckled and asked, "All right, tell me, what's going on?" Seeing that Lin Lu hadn't outright refused, Su Shui quickly leaned closer, happily clutching his arm as she explained, "Well, here's the thing, brother-in-law. My sister and I have a cousin who's incredibly talented in martial arts, though she's got a bit of an issue with her supernatural abilities. Lately, my aunt's been calling non-stop, hoping we can help her get into martial arts training. I was thinking, you could use a diligent disciple, so why not take her under your wing?" Jiang Kai and Li Ming's eyes widened in alarm. "Teacher Su, you can't just blatantly undermine us like that by saying he needs a diligent disciple. Isn't that a jab at us?" "Teacher, have some more food." Jiang Kai quickly placed a juicy piece of braised pork into Lin Lu's bowl. Meanwhile, Li Ming circled behind Lin Lu and began enthusiastically massaging his shoulders. "Master, let me know if the pressure's too much or too little." Watching the scene unfold, Lin Lu couldn't help but laugh. Even this can turn into a competition. Clearing his throat, he said, "All right, Xiao Shui, let her come and meet me first. If she's suitable, I'll take her on. If not, that's the end of it." But don't bring me some spoiled princess or delicate flower. I don't take just anyone. He paused before adding, oh, and about the titles it sounds a bit awkward. Let's keep it simple. I'll call her my disciple, and you can keep calling me brother-in-law. For now, my two current disciples are doing pretty well. They're both quite talented. Su Shui blushed slightly at his words. Lin Lu's serious tone nearly brought Jiang Kai and Li Ming to tears of gratitude. The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, we were only accepted because of our real skills. But Lin Lu's next words crushed their confidence entirely. As long as someone has a good attitude, even if their supernatural ability is trash, I can turn it into gold. Uft. Lin Xiao, who had been sipping her drink, burst out laughing, spraying Lin Lu with liquid. Haha, Lin Lu, you're too funny. Blah, blah, blah. Not only did she soak him, but she also couldn't stop laughing. Ever since hanging around Su Shui, Lin Xiao had become just as mischievous a little troublemaker following a big one. Lin Lu looked helplessly at his soaked shirt and got up to head to the hotel's changing room. Meanwhile, in another private room at the hotel, Li Feng was entertaining a chubby, bald councilman. Councilman Wu, it's an honor to have you here. Li Feng said obsequiously as he poured the man a drink. Ha ha, young Master Li, the Supernatural Abilities Council is setting up an evaluation center here in Nanyang. Naturally, we want to collaborate with a prestigious local family, and your Li family caught my eye right away, the bald man said with a laugh. Thank you, Councilman Wu, for your trust, Li Feng replied, emphasizing his words. We've prepared a selection of special local products for you. They're already in your car's trunk. Please take them home to enjoy with your wife. He deliberately stressed the words special products. Li Feng and Councilman Wu were chatting enthusiastically when suddenly, the door was pushed open. Before Li Feng could react, Councilman Wu's gaze was fixed intently on the now-closed door. Curious, Li Feng asked. Who was that girl just now? Councilman Wu didn't answer. Li Feng, making an excuse to use the restroom, left the private room. Su Shui, you gave me the wrong room number, Lin Xiao said unhappily, her heart filled with confusion. She double-checked and realized it was indeed incorrect. Turning to Li Feng, she asked, should I go to room 214 to find Lin Lu? Li Feng nodded in confirmation, and Lin Xiao cheerfully headed out of the private room. However, when she arrived at changing room 214, a man blocked her way. Miss, do you have a moment? One of our gentlemen would like to meet you, Li Feng said bluntly. Sorry, I'm looking for someone. Please step aside, Lin Xiao replied politely. But Li Feng persisted, smiling as he said, how about this? If you accompany our Councilman Wu, he'll give you 100,000 blue crystals. He attempted to tempt her with money. Blue crystals? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. In her mind, they were just a means to trade for food, and she only used however much Su Shui gave her. To her, 100,000 blue crystals weren't worth as much as a plate of braised pork. Miss, perhaps you don't fully grasp the value of 100,000 crystals? Let me raise it to 500,000. Li Feng continued to up the offer, hoping to sway her. 500,000. All you need to do is have a drink with Councilman Wu. What do you think? He confidently introduced himself. I'm Li Feng of the Li family in Nanyang City. Councilman Wu here is a reserve member of the 81-member Ability Council. Just as Li Feng thought there was no way she could refuse, Lin Xiao struck back without hesitation. She delivered a powerful kick, her strength landing directly in Li Feng's groin. Crack! Not only did Li Feng's hopes shatter, but his hip bone also fractured instantly. The sheer force behind Lin Xiao's attack was far beyond what any human could possess. Li Feng clutched his lower body, writhing in agony. Wu, a councilman, had just stepped out of the private room for some fresh air when he witnessed this shocking scene. Young master! Young master! Several servants rushed over to help Li Feng up. Kill her! Kill that woman for me! Tears streamed from Li Feng's eyes, a physiological reaction to the unbearable pain. The three servants obeyed his command, quickly drawing their blades and surrounding Lin Xiao. You will die, Lin Xiao's cold voice echoed. Her recent time with Su Shui had instilled in her a semblance of morality, making her aware that wanton killing was unacceptable in a civilized society. If you don't back off, none of you will leave here alive. At this moment, her ferocity was fully unleashed. Her long, black hair began to rise slowly, as if animated by her fury. Stop! Wu stepped forward hastily and helped Li Feng to his feet. I am Wu Cheng, a reserve councilman of the Paranormal Council. Young lady, why did you go so far against Li Feng? Having just witnessed Lin Xiao's devastating kick, Wu Cheng couldn't help but feel a tightening sensation in his own lower body. Councilman Wu, restrain her for me. I want her dead. Li Feng's voice trembled from the excruciating pain. Attack! The three henchmen, armed with knives, charged at Lin Xiao. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as Lin Xiao threw a single punch, instantly smashing one of the henchmen's heads. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, filling the air with a nauseating stench. You? How dare you? Seeing her terrifying strength, the remaining two henchmen were paralyzed with fear. Ignoring the other henchman, Lin Xiao turned her cold gaze toward Li Feng and began walking toward him. No, stay away from me. Li Feng waved his hand desperately, sending a dozen sharp wind blades slicing toward Lin Xiao. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Lin Xiao stood her ground. Without moving an inch, she simply swung her arms a few times, effortlessly deflecting every incoming attack. The wind blades struck her arms, producing a piercing metallic noise. At that moment, true fear gripped both Li Feng and Wu Cheng. Stop! A furious roar pierced through the commotion on the second floor of the hotel. It turned out the hotel manager, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, had already called the police. 3 minutes later, the White Guard arrived swiftly at the scene. The squad leader of the White Guard, dressed in uniform, quickly ascended to the second floor, where the heavy scent of blood filled the air. He scanned the surroundings and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, what happened here?" Li Feng, clutching his lower body, was the first to speak, accusingly. In his version of the story, Lin Xiao was portrayed as a violently unhinged woman who attacked him unprovoked after he casually tried to make conversation. He confidently declared that the surveillance footage would prove everything. The squad leader turned to Lin Xiao. "Ma'am, is what he said true?" Lin Xiao shook her head and recounted every word Li Feng had said when he harassed her. "Utter nonsense." Li Feng interrupted angrily. "I am Li Feng, a proud member of the Li family and a reserve councilman for the Ability Council. How could I possibly behave in such a manner towards a stranger? Ridiculous." Wu Cheng suddenly changed his tone, speaking with an air of implication. "Officer, your superior Qian Yun had tea with me during his last promotion. Just thought I'd mention that." His words were clearly meant to flaunt his influence. The squad leader's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of consideration, he ordered, "Li Wang, take this suspect into custody." 2 white guards approached Lin Xiao, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. Li Feng smirked inwardly, thinking that if she dared to resist, she would be guilty of assaulting a government officer, a charge she couldn't escape. Just then, the tense atmosphere was shattered by a slow, deliberate round of applause. "Bravo, what a performance. I can't believe I missed all this drama just by stepping away to change clothes." A voice belonging to Lin Lu came from the distance. "Brother Lin Lu." Lin Xiao instantly transformed into a pitiful little girl, her eyes brimming with grievance. Lin Lu approached Wu Cheng with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Councilman Wu, what a pleasure to meet you." Wu Cheng's tension eased slightly, but Li Feng glared at Lin Lu with fury. "Huh, Lin Lu, it's too late to play nice now. Is there really no room for negotiation?" Lin Lu feigned panic. Wu Cheng's eyes darted around as he began calculating his options. This sudden hesitation infuriated Li Feng. How could Wu Cheng, who usually relied on him for favors, waver so easily after just a few words from Lin Lu? After a moment, Wu Cheng leaned closer to Lin Lu and sneered. "Well, it's not entirely impossible. Since she calls you her brother, how about this, have her spend a night with me, and I'll let today's matter slide." "Councilman Wu, I've been trying to help you." And now, Li Feng started to protest. "Shut up." Wu Cheng cut him off arrogantly. "If you can't even handle something this small, what's the point of your Li family?" Lin Lu sighed. "Xiao, you see those men in white uniforms? You really mustn't touch them." Lin Xiao nodded obediently, continuing to play the part of the helpless victim. "But that chubby uncle over there? Well, he's fair game." A sharp crackling sound erupted as Lin Lu's wristband transformed into a gauntlet. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he swung a powerful punch at Wu Cheng's arm. Crack! Wu Cheng's arm broke instantly. "You dare? Oh, you're still able to speak? Go on, keep talking." Crack! Another swift chop landed, breaking Wu Cheng's other arm. "I was wrong. Please stop." Wu Cheng wailed in pain, begging for mercy. Lin Lu ignored him. With a heavy stomp, he shattered Wu Cheng's right knee. Another punch followed, leaving Wu Cheng's remaining leg in ruins. By now, Wu Cheng was reduced to a pathetic, limbless figure. Yifeng Hotel, requesting backup. The White Guard squad leader stammered in terror. After finishing his assault, Lin Lu called Lin Xiao over. She obediently walked to his side, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling him affectionately. 3 minutes later, multiple White Guard teams stormed the scene. Lin Chief, one of the team leaders stammered, recognizing Lin Lu. It was Li Bo, who had encountered him during the Berserk Serum incident. "Li Bo, long time no see. Captain Li, you know him?" The earlier squad leader looked puzzled. Yes, he's my former superior officer." "Superior officer?" The squad leader's face turned pale. A military-backed superior officer was not someone to mess with. "Li Bo, do me a favor and send a letter to the Ability Council. Let them know that I killed someone. And if anyone dares touch my sister, they'll flip the table on them." Lin Lu stretched out his hands. The squad leader moved to cuff him, but Li Bo slapped his hand away. "Get lost. Anyone who dares cuff him will have to deal with me first." "Chief Lin, you're putting us in a tough spot. If word gets out that I cuffed you, they'd come for my head by tonight." "Chief Lin, How about this? We'll host you and your sister at our South District White Guard station for the night. The accommodations are top-notch. How does that sound? Sounds good. Lin Lu carried the exhausted Lin Xiao and headed downstairs. When the news reached Su Shui, she was furious. Jiang Kai and Li Ming were equally enraged. Jiang Kai, Li Ming, during tomorrow's selection tournament, I don't want to see any of Li Feng's students walking out alive. Su Shui commanded, and the two nodded in agreement. Madam, Miss Su, do you think the teacher will be all right? Jiang Kai asked worriedly. Him? Anyone who dares to arrest him would be a fool. If they're not afraid of military retaliation, they can go ahead and convict Lin Lu. But let's see if Lin Lu will let it slide. He once wiped out over 300 ranked combat ability users from the United States. And now, a minorly family and a reserve councilman think they can control him? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Jiang Kai and Li Ming finally relaxed. Wait, Miss Su, what did you just say? Jiang Kai and Li Ming exchanged glances, a hint of complex emotion flickering in their eyes. A few years ago, due to natural disasters and other reasons, a major casualty incident occurred during an exchange between ability users from Longhua and the United States. The Longhua military lost over 200 ability warriors, while the US suffered even greater losses, exceeding 300 people. Ordinary citizens treated it as mere gossip over meals, but an uneasy association began to emerge in Li Ming's mind. All right, forget about your instructor. For tomorrow's selection, make sure you give it your all. Su Ming's expression was stern as she gave Jiang Kai and Li Ming a firm order. The two responded in unison, yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, at the Baiwei station, Li Bo entered with Lin Lu and Lin Xiao. Glancing around, Li Bo couldn't hide his smugness. Not bad, Li Bo. This place has everything smokes, drinks. He chuckled nervously as he tried to play it cool. Captain Li, who are the two people behind you? Xiao Wang asked curiously. There's been an incident. These two need the best rooms we have. Also, bring out the stuff we usually keep hidden, Li Bo said. Understood, Xiao Wang nodded, escorting the trio before opening the file Li Bo had handed him. As he flipped to the first page, he froze, utterly stunned by what he saw. Suspected of violently killing a prospective council member of the Ability Review Committee. His thoughts raced. This seriously? Who are these two? At the same time, news of Wu Cheng's death at Lin Lu's hands had already spread throughout the military. The High Command convened an emergency meeting. During the discussion, a one-eyed general spoke gravely. Lin Lu. That troublemaker can't seem to stay out of trouble no matter where he goes. Teaching, of all things, and he still pulls something like this? This time, we can't cover for him. His actions have caused too much of a stir. Stir? You mean like the time that council member strutted around our base like a peacock? Have you forgotten that? I think Lin Lu did the right thing. At least he showed that group of fools in the council that our military isn't to be trifled with. A square-faced middle-aged man defended Lin Lu. General Dongfang, saying things like that only fuels the conflict between our departments. Right now, our priority should be reducing internal strife and focusing all our resources on external expansion. We don't have the luxury of wasting Longwo's energy on these internal squabbles. Another general retorted coldly. Internal strife? External focus? And what about those idiots in the council constantly meddling with us? Have you forgotten we've already developed the Eastern Seas? Lin Lu did the right thing. General Dongfang Shua declared firmly. Did the right thing? General Dongfang. The Bairi army is already out of control. Why don't you visit the Qinglong base in the east or the Zhuke base in the south? See for yourself whose orders hold more sway there, yours or Lin Lu's reputation and personal influence. General Du Guming countered sharply. Some soldiers are disregarding commands and indulging in personal worship. This is absolutely unacceptable. Discipline must be enforced. Personal worship? Du Guming, your family is one of the aristocratic clans in the east. If it weren't for Lin Lu killing those city-destroying level beasts for you, who knows how many of your family members would have died? And now you're here speaking ill of him. The argument between Generals Dongfang Shua and Du Guming grew increasingly heated. Enough arguing, a lieutenant general shouted in an attempt to mediate, but his efforts were in vain. How lively! Marshal Long Yi, seated at the head of the table, couldn't help but laugh as he observed the chaotic scene before him. Marshal, please don't add fuel to the fire. Yes, Marshal, you should talk some sense into them. Marshal, you need to step in and mediate. Just as Dongfang Shua grabbed a chair and Du Guming picked up a teacup from the table, the highest-ranking leader of the military, Marshal Long Yi, finally spoke up. All right, you two, stop putting on a show here. You're both old foxes. Why are you trying to play tricks on me? The real issue we need to address now is how we can reasonably get Lin Lu out of this mess. Speaking of which, the Evaluation Council has been meddling in our military affairs for far too long. We must push back this time. Does anyone have any good ideas? Since the marshal had already set the tone, the others stopped arguing and began discussing how to handle the situation effectively. Meanwhile, the Evaluation Council was just as restless. Provocation. This is outright provocation. To brutally kill one of our prospective council members in broad daylight, it's as if they've spat in the face of the evaluation council. Lin Lu must face punishment. Punishment? How exactly are we supposed to enforce the law? Lin Lu belongs to the military. The military? If it weren't for the military coddling Lin Lu, how would things have escalated to this point? The Grand Hall housed 81 seats. These individuals form the highest executive group of the Evaluation Council, the Standing Committee of 81. Ah dong. How many seats do we hold in the United Assembly? An elder seated at the head of the room asked a younger man. Senior counselor, we hold 38 seats, the young man replied. 38? Did you all hear that? We only have 38 seats in the United Assembly. If we held a majority, we could deal with people like Lin Lu however we wanted. We wouldn't have to tread so carefully. The elder counselor's words caused the others to bow their heads in silence. Seeing the room settle down, the elder nodded in satisfaction. Using this matter to take down Lin Lu is unrealistic. However, putting some pressure on him is entirely feasible. The senior counselor flashed a mysterious smile and glanced at Xianyuan Shua, who appeared to be lost in thought. Xiao Shua, I heard your family is arranging a union with the Su family. Is that true? Xianyuan Shua stood up and respectfully replied. Yes, senior counselor. However, Miss Su Ming is already engaged, so? The senior counselor chuckled. In our noble families, marriages are decided by the parents. If the Su family annuls the engagement, Su Ming will be yours. I heard Su Ming was previously Lin Lu's fiancée. This revelation sent ripples through the room. Ah, this is an excellent opportunity. We can use this to unsettle Lin Lu. Losing one's fiancée is akin to losing a father, an unforgivable insult. When Lin Lu sees the outcome, he will surely lose his composure, become reckless, and act irrationally. Brilliant. This is a masterstroke. The other counselors showered the senior counselor with praise. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Shua, the person at the center of the discussion, maintained a composed demeanor and said, Senior counselor, wouldn't this be inappropriate? After all, Lin Lu has contributed significantly to the Dragon Nation. Hearing Xianyuan Shua's defense of Lin Lu, everyone turned to look at him. The senior counselor nodded in approval. Impressive, kind-hearted, upright, calm, and perceptive. You see the essence of the matter. However, Xiao Shua, being overly righteous can sometimes lead to suffering. After hearing the senior counselor's words, Xianyuan Shua quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Xianyuan Shua, thanks the senior counselor and everyone for your guidance. Everyone looked at Xianyuan Shua with satisfaction. With his powerful family background, remarkable abilities, and high position, he showed no arrogance or overbearing demeanor. Instead, he was courteous and respectful. Such a person was universally admired. The senior counselor had even begun grooming Xianyuan Shua as his successor. But no one noticed the subtle, almost imperceptible smirk that appeared on Xianyuan Shua's lips as he sat back down. Su Ming, the tide has turned, and destiny is on my side. You will ultimately belong to me. No one can take you away. No one deserves you, except me. At the Li family residence, the lights were blazing brightly. Li Mingjie, the head of the Li family, sat nervously outside Li Feng's bedroom, his face tense and his eyes filled with worry. Time ticked by slowly until, at last, several doctors in white coats emerged. Doctor, how is my son Feng doing? Li Mingjie asked anxiously. Mr. Li, one of the doctors began with a sigh. After our treatment, your son is no longer in critical condition. However, the damage to his lower body is severe, and he will likely lose the ability to carry on the family line. The words struck Li Mingjie like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind reeling. Does this mean my Li family will have no heir? His heart sank, and his vision blurred. Li Feng was his only son. Unlike the Ouyang family, the Li family was a newly established power. Li Mingjie had risen from the underworld in Nanyang, using ruthless determination and a sharp mind to defeat one rival after another and secure his current position. Now, with his only son facing such a fate, he was filled with rage. He vowed to settle the score with Lin Lu. Steward, he called out sharply. Yes, master. What are your orders? The steward hurried over. Where is the person who hurt Feng? Li Mingjie demanded, his voice seething with fury. The person who injured the young master is being held at the Baiwei station in the southern district of Nanyang, the steward replied cautiously. What do you want us to do? Contact the station chief there. Have them cripple him first. Li Mingjie ordered coldly. Yes, master. The steward quickly left to carry out the order, but Li Mingjie's anger remained unquenched. Lin Lu, just you wait. They'll make you pay back double for what you've done to my son. Li Mingjie swore silently, not realizing that this very action would ultimately lead to the downfall of the Li family. Who was Lin Lu? Even the Council of Special Abilities dared not act rashly against him. For a small city-level family to think they could take him on? It was sheer folly. At Baiwei Station, regulations required that interactions with detainees or suspects be conducted with at least 2 officers present to prevent any incidents. Officer Li Bo called over an intern and escorted Lin Lu and Lin Xiao to the detention area. Look, someone's coming. And it's a beauty. Hey, gorgeous, look over here. The inmates jeered and shouted excitedly. Li Bo shook his head helplessly. Just get us a clean room, he said. Understood. The intern replied, leading Lin Lu to a 60-square-meter room. Mr. Lin, this is the one. What do you think? ITLL do, Lin Lu replied nonchalantly. ITLL do? The nearby inmates were stunned. The room was equipped with a TV, air conditioning, a sofa, and reclining chairs. Inside, there was even a high-end blue crystal refrigerator. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, she opened the fridge and began eating voraciously. Oh, by the way, hey, race my phone, Lin Lu said, handing his communication device to Li Bo. Li Bo took it and handed Lin Lu another phone. Mr. Lin, this is an internal device for the station. Feel free to call anyone you need. Unbelievable. He's supposed to be a detainee, but he's being treated like royalty. The other inmates couldn't help but feel envious as they compared Lin Lu's treatment to their own. Lin Lu lay back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Li Bo, understanding the situation, left with another officer. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao shook her brother awake. Brother, I'm hungry, she said, her face full of grievance. Lin Lu sighed helplessly and made a call. Mr. Lin, do you need something? Li Bo's voice came through on the other end. Li Bo, I'm hungry. Can you order some food for me? I'll transfer the money to you later, Lin Lu said. Lin 2, look at what you're saying, whatever you need, I'll get it for you right away. All right then, I'll trouble you with this. Sweet and sour pork knuckle, braised carp, stewed chicken, roast ducko, and throw in some tasty snacks as well. That should do it. Got it. Li Bo hung up the phone. Brother Lin Lu, when can we leave? I really don't like it here. Lin Xiao sat beside Lin Lu, her ruby-like eyes blinking playfully, her demeanor charming and adorable. 2 days. If they don't let me go within 2 days, someone will have to take the fall for this. About 10 minutes later, Li Bo and a colleague pushed in an extra-long dining cart. What? Dinner tonight? And such a feast? Look at this. All of it's for those 2 newcomers. That's unfair. Why do they get it, and we don't? You white guards are so biased. A group of prisoners chattered noisily, the atmosphere lively. Thanks for the trouble, really appreciate it. Lin Lu smiled as he thanked Li Bo. No trouble at all. If the rest of the Daylight Army knew I had the chance to bring you food, they'd be absolutely green with envy. As they chatted, Li Bo helped Lin Lu bring the dishes into the room. When Lin Lu carried in a plate of stir-fried vegetables, an unpleasant voice suddenly interrupted. Li Bo, how dare you do that? Chief Qian. Li Bo's expression turned cautious when he saw the man in front of him. I'm here to interrogate the suspect. Hand him over to me immediately, Chief Qian ordered coldly. This, are you planning to defy my orders too? Lin Lu patted Li Bo on the shoulder and said with a smile. It's all right. Let's go. Chief Qian, is it? Sis, take your time eating here and wait for your brother. Got it. Come back soon. Lin Xiao waved cheerfully, continuing her meal. Since Lin Lu didn't resist, Qian Yun ordered his men to escort him to a secret room. As soon as they entered the room, Qian Yun cuffed Lin Lu to a chair. Eat. Eat. Eat, you're about to die, and you're still eating? Don't you know someone's out to get you? Qian Yun sneered mockingly. Oh, someone dares to put a price on my head? Lin Lu asked, intrigued. Kid, let me spell it out for you. You couldn't have picked a worse family to provoke than the Lees. And if that wasn't bad enough, you went and killed a prospective council member. I just can't fathom how you're still in the mood to eat after all that. Lin Lu scanned the hefty figure of Qian Yun and burst into laughter. Of course you can't fathom idiocy, just a petty white guard station chief. Nothing more than someone else's lapdog. What did you say? Qian Yun roared in anger. You too, feed him some dog meat. Let the kid get a taste of what's to come. Qian Yun ordered his 2 men to hold Lin Lu down, then led a wolfhound out of a nearby room. The dog, with sharp teeth and a long snout drooling incessantly, had clearly been starved for 2 days. A cruel smile crept across Qian Yun's face as he coldly remarked. Let's start by giving him a taste with one of this kid's legs. Li Mingjie chimed in, suggesting they cripple Lin Lu's leg first and then take their time torturing him. Wait. Lin Lu warned. Wait? Kid, this is my territory. Do you think things slow down just because you say so? Lin Lu smiled faintly and countered. Let me warn you first, I'm with the military. The moment you let go of me, you're making an enemy of us. After that, neither you nor the people behind you will leave here alive. So, maybe you should think this through again. He continued. By the way, just to satisfy my curiosity, is the council involved in this? Qian Yun burst into laughter. Ha ha. You, just a measly college teacher, don't even know how to write the word death, do you? Let me spell it out for you. You've crossed the Li family from Nanyang City this time. You crippled their only heir, and now Li Mingjie wants your leg first, then the rest of you. So don't bother stalling for time. Nobody here can save you. Lin Lu thought to himself, so the old foxes from the council had been smart enough to stay out of it. Otherwise, if a council member had been killed and they made any moves, it would have given the military grounds to confront them. It might even lead to the military securing 2 or 3 seats from the council in the next joint conference. Kid, enjoy your last moments. Qian Yun laughed as he loosened the leash. The wolfhound snarled and lunged at Lin Lu. Zap! A blue crystalline beam pierced through the interrogation room door, striking the wolfhound's head. The beast collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. The wolfdog's brains were blown out directly, blood splattering all over the floor. Lin 2. We're late. A group of fully armed soldiers entered the scene. Their advanced tactical gear clearly marked them as elite warriors from the military's special ability unit. Who are you? This is White Guard territory. You military people have no right to barge in here. It's a violation of Longwa's laws. Click. The Special Forces soldiers unlocked Lin Lu's handcuffs. Lin Lu stretched his neck and said with a smirk, "Didn't expect you guys to be this fast." Qian Yun was utterly shocked. He had laid out all the consequences, yet Lin Lu and the soldiers seemed completely unfazed, casually chatting among themselves. Hell, Lin 2. The whole eastern and southern military regions were furious when they heard you got captured. If it weren't for the marshal and generals giving strict orders, at least half the army would have come to rescue you this time. Thanks, but that's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Too bad we couldn't drag the council into this mess. Looks like they're smart enough to know not to meddle in something like this. Exactly. Lin 2, what should we do with these guys? Hearing this, Qian Yun's heart trembled. Who are you people? You have no authority to deal with us. His eyes were bloodshot as he slowly backed away. Who are we? You still have the nerve to ask. Lin Lu glared menacingly at Qian Yun and his group. The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful voice. A lively figure skipped into the room. Brother, what are you doing here? Look, want some? It's delicious. Lin Xiao held out a chicken leg, offering it to Lin Lu. Seeing his naive and carefree little sister, Lin Lu couldn't help but laugh. He took the chicken leg from her and asked with a smile, "My dear sister, do you know what your biggest problem is right now?" Lin Zio's red eyes flickered as she thought for a moment before timidly answering. Is it eating too much? Lin Lu nodded. And why do you think that is? Because the food is delicious, she replied with a cheerful grin. And after eating so much, what's your takeaway? How do you plan to handle this in the future? Eat well, she said enthusiastically. And what's your ultimate goal? To eat good food. Lin Lu sighed helplessly. All right, let's drop it. How many people from the military came this time? Reporting, Lin 2. 200 elite soldiers from the Vermilion Bird Base Special Operations Unit. Good. Assign 50 to secure this White Guard station. The rest, follow me on the mission. Yes, sir. With that, Lin Lu led 150 soldiers out of the White Guard station, heading in full force toward the Li family estate. Qian Yun dared not move a muscle. Watching Lin Lu leave, he weakly asked, "Excuse me, who exactly is this Lin Lu?" The soldier guarding him sneered. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. In all of Longhua, you can count on one hand the number of people daring enough to go after Lin 2. Do you know why the council didn't even dare to make a sound after Lin 2 eliminated one of their reserve counselors? The last person who dared to pull a stunt like yours has been dead long enough for grass to grow a meter high on their grave. Honestly, I'm impressed by your audacity. Truly." Boom. Qian Yun felt like his head had been struck by lightning, leaving him dazed. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could collect his thoughts, his phone started ringing. Who is it? He muttered. This is District Chief Shun from the Southern District of Nanyang City. Director Qian, you've got some nerve, detaining a senior officer from the military. This matter has already escalated to the higher-ups, and the military has taken over the defense of our entire Southern District. Do you realize what a mess you've caused? This isn't just about you anymore. Your actions are dragging a whole bunch of us down with you. A senior officer? That's impossible. District Chief Shun, enough with the excuses. Get yourself back to the district office immediately and explain everything, or this might be your only chance to save yourself. District Chief Shun, stop stalling. Have I not made myself clear? I can't go back. Can't go back? What do you mean you can't go back? Do you have a death wish? Seeing Qian Yun arguing with District Chief Shen over the phone, the soldier nearby took the phone from him. Hello, is this District Chief Shen? The voice on the other end immediately calmed down. Yes, and you are. I'm Private Second Class Li Mo from the Vermilion Bird Base. Director Qian is currently detained for his involvement in kidnapping a senior officer from the military. He won't be able to return to your district office for now. We ask for your understanding. No problem. Is there anything else I can assist you with? No, that'll be all. Click. The call ended. It was over. Completely over. Qian Yun slumped into his seat, his eyes blank. For the sake of currying favor with the Li family, he had now ruined his career. Little did he know, it wasn't just his career at stake, his life was on the line too. That night, the Li family mansion was brightly lit. Still no word from Director Qian? Li Mingjie asked, unease creeping into his heart. He had a habit of feeling unsettled whenever a life-or-death situation spiraled out of his control. The butler standing beside him shook his head. Sir, we spoke with Director Qian an hour ago. He said he was interrogating Lin Lu and planned to cripple him in the interrogation room tonight. But for the past half hour, we haven't been able to reach him. It's not a signal issue, he's simply not answering. Strange. If he had succeeded, he'd be rushing over to claim credit. But now, with no response, could something have gone wrong? Li Mingjie downed his now-cold tea in one gulp. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the room as gunfire shattered the windows. "Who's there?" Li Mingjie shouted, immediately running toward Li Feng's room. But as he reached the second floor, a dozen special forces soldiers had already stormed in through the windows. "Who are you? Do you realize trespassing is a serious crime? Don't move. One more step, and you'll be riddled with holes." A soldier aimed a blue crystal laser gun at Li Mingjie. Seeing the soldiers' uniforms, Li Mingjie's face turned pale. "You're from the military? Why? I have no grievances with the military. Why are you attacking my home? No grievances? Hardly. Li Mingjie, didn't you order Director Qian to interrogate me and cripple me?" Lin Lu stepped in through the window, the soldiers parting to let him through. Seeing Lin Lu, Li Mingjie instantly realized the man's background was far from ordinary. This time, he had messed with the wrong person. I admit defeat. Tell me, what compensation do you want?" Li Mingjie slumped to the ground, a flicker of calculation flashing in his eyes. He was gambling that Lin Lu wouldn't have absolute power, gambling that he could trade enough leverage to grasp a sliver of hope. Lin Lu glanced at the disheveled Li Mingjie, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He handed the gun in his hand to the soldier beside him. "Oh, giving up already? I thought you'd put up more of a fight. Lin Lu, just name your price. Whatever you want, I can give it to you," Li Mingjie said urgently, offering terms. "Money, properties, my overseas assets." Lin Lu interrupted him with a shake of his head, his voice icy. "Masterly, let's get one thing straight, you try to kill me. Do you really think I would let you walk away?" That smile on Lin Lu's face looked to Li Mingjie like the sinister grin of a demon from the depths of hell. "Lin Lu, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others, and you'll have a path for yourself in the future," Li Mingjie said, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "Do you think the Li family rose to power just like that? Without backing? How could I have built my empire so quickly? Longwa isn't that big. If you offend the powerful figures behind me, do you think you'll still have a place here? Can the military protect you forever? Or do you think you can go up against those big players on your own?" As he spoke, a chill ran through Li Mingjie's heart. He clearly remembered the warning from that influential figure. Once their collaboration was exposed, everything granted to him would be mercilessly taken away. Lin Lu, however, burst into laughter, his tone dripping with mockery. "Masterly, you are a perfect example of the entitled nobility at the bottom of Longwa's power structure. You haven't even glimpsed the higher echelons. At home, you rely on your parents. Outside, you rely on friends. Even when you climb the ladder, you cling to someone else's coattails, relying on the heavens, the earth, and others, but never yourself." What? What are you trying to say?" Li Mingjie felt a deep sense of humiliation. "I'm not trying to say anything," Lin Lu replied coldly. "I just want to make it clear that even if you summon every high-ranking member of the United Parliament to back you, today, the Li family will fall. I've decided your family's fate, and not even the gods can stop me." Li Mingjie's chest tightened, as if struck by a heavy blow. "Lin Lu, are you really leaving me no way out?" Madness and bloodlust flickered in his eyes. "Sorry, but today marks the death of the Li family." Lin Lu pressed a button on his wristband, and in an instant, his body was enveloped in the gleaming armor of White Dawn. "You're..." Li Mingjie's eyes widened in shock as he finally recognized the man before him. "You're the military hero, White Emperor." "Oh, that title is known only to the military and a few close to me. Seems like your connections aren't too shabby after all," Lin Lu said with a hint of sarcasm. Li Mingjie shook his head helplessly, completely losing the will to resist. "Everyone move in. Eliminate them." That night, flames engulfed the Li family mansion. By dawn, the news of the Li family's annihilation had spread across the city. A simple statement, "The matter is under investigation," silenced all inquiries. At the headquarters of the Ability Council, two figures were deep in discussion. "Good thing we stayed out of it. That Lin Lu is still the same, as ever petty and impulsive." "Exactly. His strength may be terrifying, but judging by his reckless actions, he's not someone we need to worry about long term. Let's drop the matter for now. Our priority is to support the Evernight army and ensure our people rise to power." The council members chatted casually, the atmosphere relaxed. Xian Yuanshu narrowed his eyes slightly, occasionally glancing at the senior counselor, deep in thought. "Fine, we'll let this go for now. Avoid direct confrontation with Lin Lu, that mad dog. Our plans are already in motion. We just need to wait patiently for them to bear fruit. There's no need to risk disrupting them. By the way, Xiao Shua, about your engagement with the Su family. Senior counselor, I heard that Su Ming will be visiting her family next week. The Su family has arranged a meeting opportunity for us." "Not bad. The Su family is part of the military, and if we can win their allegiance, it would be a significant advantage. Most importantly, the Su family's eldest daughters wield tremendous influence. Su Ming, the elder sister, is your responsibility, Xiao Shua. As for Su Shui," the senior counselor scanned the room, making it clear those with suitable candidates for marriage alliances should step forward quickly. "A senior counselor, what do you think of General Bai Chu Xian?" A quick-witted individual immediately proposed a candidate. No. Although Bai Chu Xian has accepted our goodwill, his attitude remains ambiguous. We can't risk placing our bets on him. Then what about Du Gu Wang from the Du Gu family? Du Gu Wang, the second grandson of General Du Gu Ming, is an class combat ability user. He's currently in charge of suppressing sea monsters in the eastern deep seas. His strength is terrifying, a true powerhouse among the younger generation. That's a good choice. The senior counselor nodded in agreement. However, senior counselor, there's one thing I'm worried about. Will the Su family really follow our plans? The Su family? Ha ha, don't worry. Old Master Su has already stepped down. Although the Su family appears to hold significant influence in the military, with Old Master Su's protégés spread throughout. Haven't you noticed? Apart from Su Ming, no direct descendants of the Su family hold positions in the military. The higher-ups in the military aren't fools. They've outright blocked other Su family members from entering. Once Old Master Su is gone, their influence will fade. Su Ming, as a woman, won't be able to stir up much trouble. By then, who in the Su family will even pay attention to her? That's why they're so desperate about Su Wengxing's official counselor seat. If he becomes a formal member of our council, it will be like giving the Su family a lifeline. The senior counselor's words were sharp and precise, clearly outlining the Su family's predicament. Therefore, Xiao Shua, you must seize this opportunity and win Su Ming over. She not only represents a faction of the Qinglong base, but also serves as the key to bringing the Su family's military influence under our control. Understood. Xian Yuan Shua's lips curled into a smile, his heart pounding with excitement. To him, Su Ming was already within his grasp. The next day, Lin Lu did not go to the academy. He simply sent a message to Su Shui, letting her know he was safe. Upon receiving the message, Su Shui chose not to inform Jiang Kai or Li Ming. The round of 32 began, and it was time for Li Ming and Bai Luo to face off in their match. You're Li Ming? Bai Luo asked skeptically. That's right. Are you one of Li Feng's students? Li Ming responded. Yes. Enough talk. Let's get started. Bai Luo impatiently urged. At the referee's signal, the battle commenced. Wind blades. Bai Luo raised his hands, summoning 5 spinning wind vortexes. It was clear that, like Li Feng, he could manipulate wind elements. Goodbye. On the other side, Li Ming crouched low and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Haha. Do you think you can break through my attack? Go. Bai Luo hurled the 5 wind vortexes toward Li Ming, confident in his assault. But in the next instant, he realized something was wrong. Li Ming pulled the trigger on his blade sheath, and a crimson blade flashed out. A sickening sound followed as Bai Luo froze in horror. Blood spurted from his back and neck as his vision went dark. His head fell to the ground with a dull thud. Li Ming flicked the blood off his blade, returned it to its sheath, and walked off the battle platform. The winner, Li Ming. The referee instinctively stepped aside to make way for Li Ming. His cold and ruthless demeanor sent chills through the crowd. In the next match, Jiang Kai faced off against Shan Ju. Are you one of Li Feng's students? Shan Ju asked. I'm not. I surrender. Shan Ju declared his forfeit the moment he stepped onto the stage. Li Ming's earlier performance had put everyone on edge. Lin Feng's 2 prize students were especially fierce that day. Jiang Kai's explosive abilities struck fear into his opponents, and in the subsequent matches, both Jiang Kai and Lin Lu advanced effortlessly. Their opponents either surrendered outright or were defeated in a single move. Unbelievable. Our academy has produced 2 killing machines. Principal Sun Xing nodded repeatedly, understanding his younger brother's plan. See, brother? Only seedlings watered with blood can withstand the storms. In the world we live in, where beasts roam freely, only by nurturing powerful individuals can Long Gua and humanity secure a place for themselves. Ultimately, Jiang Kai and Li Ming met in the finals of the selection tournament. Who would have thought that one day, the 2 of us would stand on this stage? Li Ming remarked with emotion. Hey, yeah. By the way, Su Shui just called me. Our teacher is fine now and will be waiting for us at the usual spot, Jiang Kai said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Since it's the finals, let's decide this the old-fashioned way, Li Ming suggested. The 2 slowly approached each other as the battle was about to begin. Look, it's finally starting. This is going to be an epic showdown. The audience buzzed with excitement. Quiet and watch. No matter who wins or loses, they're both heroes of our special abilities division. Someone else chimed in with anticipation. The referee raised his hand and declared, Gentlemen, the battle begins. The signal was given, and the tense atmosphere grew thicker as the fight commenced. Enough is enough. The audience's furious roars shook the arena. The crowd erupted instantly, and a barrage of random objects rained down onto the battle platform. Banana peels and orange rinds flew through the air in graceful arcs, while half-finished drink cartons followed suit. In no time, a small mountain of trash had accumulated at the feet of the 2 contestants. Yes, I won. Jiang Kai raised his hands high, his face beaming with triumphant joy. After an intense rock-paper-scissors match, he had finally emerged victorious. And so, In this absurd atmosphere, the selection competition for Zijinghua Academy came to an end. Sun Dushing stepped forward with a microphone in hand, exuding composure. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice, amplified through the sound system, resonated across the venue. The selection competition is now over. To save everyone's time, those whose names are not called, please exit the venue. I will now announce the selected candidates. The following students, please head to the main conference room. Zhao Qua, Zhou Qing, Lu Jiner, Jiang Kai, Li Meng, Meng Li. The crowd fell silent for a moment before breaking into murmurs. Who is Meng Li? The question rippled through the audience. The selection of the three titans Zhao Qua, Zhou Qing, and Lu Jiner was expected, and Jiang Kai and Li Meng's performances were widely acknowledged. However, the inclusion of Shun Mengli left everyone puzzled. 15 minutes later, the senior leadership of Zijinghua Academy, the three titans, Jiang Kai, and Li Meng gathered in the main conference room. Ahem. Sun Xing cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss our next steps. In Nanyang City, 16 academies are competing for city-level representation, but only 2 will qualify to participate in the Golden Sword Tournament. Our objective is clear: we must achieve at least the runner-up position at the city level. To ensure our success, the Academy has decided to grant you all access to practical training activities. However, the slots for the Xuanwu base, Zhuke base, and Baihu base have already been fully utilized this year. For this training session, we've chosen the Eastern Qinglong base as our location. Does anyone have any objections? The Eastern Qinglong base? Jiang Kai and Li Meng exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their expressions. What's wrong? Do you two have any questions? Sun Xing looked at them. No questions, Principal. Please continue, Jiang Kai quickly replied. There's a reason we've chosen Qinglong base this time. First, its defense forces are severely lacking due to the appearance of several city-destroying beasts. Second, the dark zone environment at Qinglong base is extremely perilous, which will provide you with greater challenges. Let me remind you all, training there is nearly identical to being on the battlefield. If you approach training and combat with a classroom mindset, death will be dangerously close. After Sun Xing finished speaking, he looked at the group in front of him. They were the core strength of the academy, and losing any one of them would pain him deeply. By the way, Principal, aren't there supposed to be 6 participants? Who's taking the last spot? Zhao Qua, seated in the first row, asked curiously. The final spot for this session from Zijinghua Academy. Sun Dexing stood up and called loudly toward the left door, Student Meng Li, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl with black hair walked in. Her long black-purple hair was smooth, and her emerald-green eyes sparkled like 2 brilliant gemstones set into her delicate face. With a curvaceous figure and an air of icy elegance, she instantly caught the attention of every male in the room, who couldn't help but take a second look. Let's give a round of applause to welcome our transfer student, Meng Li, Sun Dexing announced. As the applause erupted, Meng Li paid no attention to it. Instead, she walked straight up to Jiang Kai and Li Meng, offering a faint smile. I'm a disciple of Teacher Lin. They'll be relying on you, senior brothers. Jiang Kai and Li Meng glanced at each other, their astonishment written all over their faces. Jiang Kai and Li Meng exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief as they asked, is this stunning young lady really our junior? Jiang Kai stammered awkwardly, struggling to greet her. Hello, junior. Meanwhile, Meng Li sat quietly to the side, seemingly unwilling to say much. Sun Dushing, curious, asked, Meng Li, are you a disciple of Teacher Lin? Yes, Meng Li replied firmly and succinctly. When did you become his disciple? Sun Dushing continued, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Meng Li's answer left him speechless. Just now. Sun Dushing silently thought to himself, this girl really has a cold personality. At this moment, Sun Dushing stood up, cleared his throat, and prepared to announce the next arrangements. Now that everyone is here, let me repeat once more. There are only 2 academy spots for the Jinjian tournament in Nanyang City. Only the champion and runner-up from this citywide selection will qualify to step onto the Jinjian tournament stage. He glanced over the 6 students, his tone carrying a slight gravity. The vice principal's message is clear, it's all up to you now, Sun Dushing continued. The competition for Nanyang slots is extremely fierce this time. He pointed to the blue crystal display screen in the meeting room and said, take a look. The only academies that can rival us, Zijinghua Academy, are these 3. The screen displayed 3 young powerhouses, Li Shui from Tsiyu Academy, whose ability was the Spirit of the Fox, a level combat ability, Keita from Tianhui Academy, whose ability was Earth Rock Power, a level combat ability, and Bai Yujing from Leitang Academy, whose ability was Thunder Control, also a level combat ability. Among the 4 academies, our strength is the weakest, so this time, it's a do-or-die situation. Sun Dushing's words struck like a sharp blade, cutting straight into the hearts of the 3 main contenders. They felt dissatisfied, thinking, are we really that weak? Determined to prove themselves in the upcoming preliminaries, They resolved to show their rivals what they were made of. However, Sun Dishing's expectations were quickly dashed as Lin Lu's three disciples seemed lost in their own worlds. Li Ming had his eyes closed, clearly exhausted from late-night training and dozing off. Jiang Kai was engrossed in his phone, thoroughly entertained, and Meng Li was focused on eating a chocolate stick, seemingly indifferent to the meeting. Sigh. Sun Dishing sighed helplessly. Could these three really pull it off? The meeting ended shortly after, and Sun Dishing announced, a week from now, the selection will be held behind Leitang Academy at Mount Baishan. The selection process will be broadcast live across Nanyang City. This Jinjian tournament was an excellent opportunity for the students to showcase their abilities. A strong performance could pave the way for a bright future, as many organizations, companies, and mercenary groups would be scouting for potential talent, offering pre-signed contracts. After the meeting, Jiang Kai, Li Ming, and Meng Li walked out of the hall together. Meng Li was the first to speak, asking, "Are you two heading to class?" Jiang Kai chuckled awkwardly and said, calling you junior still feels a bit strange. How about we just call you by your name, and you can call us by ours too?" Meng Li nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that such a form of address indeed felt less awkward. "We're heading to the secret location to meet with teacher Lin. You should come too," Li Ming urged from the side. With that, the three of them left the academy. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at a secluded riverside. "Well, you're here early today?" Lin Lu had been waiting for them and seemed particularly excited. After all, Su Shui had mentioned to him before that her cousin's abilities were rather unusual, and the more peculiar something was, the more it piqued Lin Lu's curiosity. "Teacher, we brought Meng Li with us." Jiang Kai grinned, as if seeking credit from Lin Lu. Lin Lu glanced at Meng Li briefly and nodded. "So you're Meng Li. Su Shui has already told me about you. Although I feel this question might be unnecessary, I still need to follow protocol. Meng Li, are you willing to take me as your teacher?" His tone carried a sense of solemnity. Teacher, once a teacher, always a father. Such traditional values were deeply ingrained in Lin Lu's mind. Smack. Without hesitation, Meng Li bowed 3 times at a 90-degree angle toward Lin Lu. "I understand all the customs, teacher. Please accept me as your disciple. Here is a 5 million blue crystal card, just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." This sudden turn of events left Jiang Kai and Li Ming dumbfounded. "What? Miss Meng Li, are you serious? It's just becoming a disciplito you really have to go this far? When we became disciples, we didn't give such extravagant gifts." The two exchanged awkward glances, clearly at a loss. "Look at you two. See how formal Meng Li is with her apprenticeship, even bringing such a generous gift? Now compare that to yourselves," Lin Lu remarked, his words completely shattering the two's previous understanding of such traditions. "Teacher, you weren't this superficial before, were you? Get up, Meng Li. Spar with Limeng for a bit. I want to see your skills." Lin Lu cut straight to the point, urging the two to engage in a duel. "Senior brother, please guide me. Junior sister, I look forward to learning from you." The two clasped their fists in a respectful salute and quickly entered combat mode. Meng Li's figure flickered for a moment and suddenly vanished from sight, right under everyone's noses. "Not good. She's behind me." Without hesitation, Liming drew his Zhanxiao blade and thrust it backward. Clang. The metallic sound of weapons colliding echoed along the riverbank. Meng Li was wielding 2 short blades, which clashed fiercely against Liming's weapon. "Oh, Shadow Step? You're from the Shun family of the martial chi sect, aren't you?" Lin Lu immediately recognized Meng Li's technique. The two combatants separated after the initial exchange. Meng Li once again utilized her extraordinary movement technique, while Liming closed his eyes, focusing entirely on sensing the movements around him. Liming's abilities had evolved once Murray could now detect vibrations in his surroundings. For a martial artist, this was an invaluable skill. There, Liming spun around, swinging his Zhanxiao blade behind him. Clang. A crisp sound of a weapon breaking filled the air. Without hesitation, Liming raised his blade, aiming it directly at Meng Li's neck. "How did you know where I was?" Meng Li asked, her face filled with confusion. "It's the vibrations. Every person's heartbeat produces unique vibrations. As someone with vibration-based abilities, I can sense your position even if your body disappears, as long as I concentrate," Liming explained. For the first time since arriving in Nanyang City, Meng Li smiled. "All right, that's enough for now. Your skills are impressive, but you still need more practice. For now, there's a more pressing matter to address your problem," Lin Lu interjected. Meng Li nodded, sheathed her weapons, and pulled a few metallic pieces from her pocket. "What are those?" Lin Lu frowned in confusion. "Teacher, you'll know soon enough." Meng Li closed her eyes and began activating her abilities. "Teacher, look closely. This is my ability," Meng Li said as the metal pieces in front of her began to vibrate slowly. Lin Lu murmured under his breath. "Is your ability moving objects?" He kept watching. As the vibration frequency of the metal pieces increased and reached a critical point, they suddenly attracted each other and quickly fused into one solid piece. The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed as the process unfolded clearly before his eyes. "Teacher, see? This is my ability to merge pieces of metal together. Meng Li lowered her head, recalling a past incident. Once, I injected too much of my ability by accident and ended up fusing several cars into a pile of scrap metal. Her voice carried a trace of embarrassment. Jiang Kai, Li Meng, you two head back first. I need to talk to Meng Li alone. The two nodded knowingly and left the riverside. After they left, Lin Lu turned to Meng Li, his tone becoming serious. All right, now can you tell me your story? Not just about your ability, but also about your life. Meng Li lifted her head, her gaze firm as she looked at Lin Lu. After several seconds of silence, she finally began to speak. Meng Li was the illegitimate daughter of Shun Hao, the leader of the Long Kingdom's foremost Qi sect Qi alliance. Years ago, Meng Li's mother, the younger sister of Su Mu, had an affair with Shun Hao and became pregnant with Meng Li. When the family discovered this, both the Su and Shun families were furious. The Su family was enraged that Meng Li's mother, a poor relative, had brought disgrace upon them, while the elders of the Zhengqi alliance feared the scandal would damage their influence and position. Despite the pressure, Shun Hao refused to harm Meng Li's mother and defied his father's demands. Instead, he provided her with a substantial sum of money to live a quiet life. However, Meng Li's mother, strong-willed and unyielding, chose to give birth to the child. Years later, when the Shun family learned of the illegitimate daughter, they immediately sent people to bring Meng Li back, stating that the Shun family bloodline could not be left outside. For the sake of her daughter's future, Meng Li's mother set aside her grievances and allowed her to join the Zhengqi alliance to study, while she lived alone. After being taken to the Zhengqi alliance, Meng Li worked hard to improve herself, hoping to provide a better life for her mother. By the age of 7, her skills had already surpassed those of most 10-year-olds. Just as her martial arts journey was flourishing, fate played a cruel joke on her. During an ability assessment, the Awakened Council rated her ability as a D-level utility power. The council's evaluation had 2 criteria: the level of the ability and the individual's overall strength, with levels ranging from S highest to D lowest. Though Meng Li's ability was deemed a low-level utility power, her exceptional combat skills raised her combat rating to Clevel. However, her progress seemed to plateau afterward. While others not only excelled in martial arts, but also fully utilized their abilities, Meng Li found herself at a standstill. Meng Li's heart was filled with urgency and longing, her eyes flickering with a crimson glow. She knew that relying solely on her martial arts skills was not enough to compete with those possessing formidable supernatural abilities. She pleaded with her teacher, Lin Lu. Teacher, I want to become stronger. I want to stand under the spotlight so my mother can be praised in the sunlight, instead of being judged and ridiculed by others. Her desire was simple, yet resolute: become a top-tier fighter and help her mother escape the shadows of humiliation. Hearing this, Lin Lu let out a sigh, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He walked towards several pieces of metal and thought to himself how rare it was to encounter such an ability to manipulate metal. As Lin Lu exerted his strength to separate the pieces, a powerful force surged through his hands. The moment he pulled the metal apart, the pieces astonishingly rejoined, as if performing a magic trick, their strength beyond imagination. His breathing grew rapid, and a thought crossed his mind. Could Meng Li's ability be magnetic control? To test his hypothesis, Lin Lu mustered all his strength to pry the 2 metal pieces apart. Then, flipping one piece in his right hand, he brought the 2 pieces together again. This time, the previously strong attraction turned into intense repulsion, as if the pieces were sworn enemies, pushing against each other and refusing to connect. Lin Lu's excitement soared, and in his eyes, Meng Li appeared to be a potential master of magnetism. However, Meng Li was alarmed by Lin Lu's gaze, which seemed laden with desire. She thought to herself, why is Teacher Lin looking at me like that? His eyes, his breathing. Could he be? She instinctively stepped back a few paces, her heart gripped by fear. Realizing his expression had slipped, Lin Lu quickly composed himself and said seriously, Ahem. Meng Li, my dear disciple, those people at the Ability Assessment Council are nothing but a bunch of fools. To categorize your incredible power as a useless, everyday ability, what a joke. But luckily you found me. From now on, I promise to help you reclaim your true potential. His tone was firm and resolute, like a solemn vow, and his words worked wonders. Meng Li's once gloomy eyes lit up with renewed hope, and a bright smile spread across her face. Then, teacher, shall we start training right away? Meng Li asked eagerly. Training? No, no. Lin Lu waved his hand dismissively. Improving your ability doesn't rely on practice alone, but on understanding the essence of your power. The key lies in comprehending its fundamental nature, not just its strength. But it's too late today. We'll go over these concepts tomorrow. However, his words only made Meng Li even more restless. It felt as though ants were crawling all over her, making her unbearably impatient. Teacher, how about you explain a bit tonight? She pleaded. No way. I need to go home and rest. Even teachers need personal time. I refuse to live like some overworked machine. Lin Lu firmly declined. No sooner had he finished speaking than Meng Li puffed up like an indignant little kitten, glaring at him with frustration. Before Lin Lu could react, she suddenly darted over, planted a quick kiss on his rough cheek, and, with lightning speed, snapped a photo on her phone. Click! The sound of the shutter was like a death knell to Lin Lu. Meng Li flashed a mischievous grin. Sorry, teacher. If you teach me tonight, I'll delete the picture. Lin Lu froze in shock for a moment before his face turned red with anger. You little rascal. Of all the things to learn, you just had to pick up your cousin's tricks. Teacher Lin, will you teach me or not? No. Then I'll send it to Sister Su Shui. Humph, that won't work on me. Fine, then I'll send it to my other two cousins. Let's just get started. Lin Lu sighed in defeat, shaking his head. Ugh, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't want to pull an all-nighter. Isn't this the daily grind I was trying to escape by coming here? And so, with a look of utter resignation, Lin Lu spent the entire night explaining the intricacies of magnetic energy to Meng Li. Within the Zhengxi Alliance, a group of young people surrounded a handsome, young man named Shun Lian. Someone asked, Senior Brother Shun Lian, the city-level selection is being held at your Thunder Academy this year. Will you represent Nanyang City in the Golden Sword Tournament? Xiao He quickly added, Forget they will you part this year. Shun Lian is definitely going to take the top spot. At that moment, Shun Lian heard that Shun Mengli had transferred to Zijingwa Academy and changed her name. A surge of anger flared in his heart. Shun Lian was the legitimate son of Shun Hao and his wife Murong Qing, and the first heir of the Shin family, 1 year younger than Shun Mengli. Since childhood, he had always felt overshadowed by his sister's extraordinary talent. Just as he mastered the family's secret techniques and prepared to prove himself, Shun Mengli left. His resentment toward her deepened as he thought to himself, that illegitimate child she abandoned the Shun family name herself. Let her fend for herself. The Shun family's chi techniques have always been passed down to men, not women. Just wait when I meet her at the preliminary tournament. They'll make her kneel at my feet. Shun Lian's hatred stemmed from his mother, Murong Qing. After discovering her husband had an illegitimate daughter, Murong Qing nearly sent assassins to eliminate her, but was stopped in time by Shun Hao and persuaded by the Shun family patriarch, which eventually calmed the storm. The next day, Lin Lu and his 3 friends returned to the riverside. Lin Lu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looked utterly exhausted. Jiang Kai asked with concern, Teacher, did you not sleep well last night? Lin Lu gave a bitter smile. Not sleep well? That's an understatement. I spent the whole night explaining magnetic properties, magnetic fields, magnetic flux, the Lorentz force formula, and even Maxwell's equations. How did this world's tech tree even develop? Does blue crystal energy really power everything? The foundation of science here is non-existent. He was mentally drained, while Shun Mengli stood nearby, brimming with energy. Li Meng excitedly asked, Teacher, do I get to spar with junior sister again today? Jiang Kai, lacking martial arts skills, always found fighting with Li Meng frustrating. However, sparring with Shun Mengli often gave him new insights. Lin Lu smirked coldly. If it were yesterday, you'd have a 3,070 chance against her. Today, you wouldn't even manage a 1090 more like 199. His words left Jiang Kai and Li Meng utterly stunned. Lin Lu turned to Shun Mengli and said with a smile, Mengli, bring it over. Shun Mengli nodded, extending her right hand. The blade strapped to Li Meng's waist seemed to come alive, flying straight into her grasp. Lin Lu pulled a piece of metal out of his pocket and hurled it at her. With a wave of her hand, the metal stopped midair, then disintegrated into fine needles that shot toward a nearby empty area, leaving the ground in chaos. Jiang Kai marveled. With powers like this, how did the Ability Evaluation Council rank it as a level utility ability? That's ridiculous. Lin Lu addressed Shun Mengli. Your ability is too powerful. You still need to improve your control over shaping and magnetic strength. For your next training task, you'll mold this iron ball into the shapes shown in these images. Shun Mengli opened her phone to see a series of complex, 3D geometric figures. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly replied, Yes, teacher. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes as she smiled brightly. Years passed, and the Lin family army quietly took shape. On a weekend, Su Ming returned to the Su family home in Shangjing, feeling an unmistakable sense of coldness. Carrying her luggage, she headed straight to her room, thinking, if it weren't for my mother still being here, I wouldn't have come back at all. Su Wenxing, who was about to leave, teased, Oh, you actually remember to come back? Su Ming ignored him and kept walking. Su Ming knew this dinner wasn't going to be simple. She asked her mother, Why so many dishes today? Is Xiaoxua coming back? Lu Yunxiu motioned for her to sit down. Soon, a dashing young man in formal attire entered the room. You must be Miss Su Ming. I'm Xianyuan Shu, pleased to meet you. Su Ming's expression turned cold as she prepared to leave, but Xianyuan Shua explained, I'm here to thank you for saving my life. I have no other intentions. Hearing the words saving my life, Su Ming paused briefly. Xianyuan Shua continued, 5 years ago, I'll never forget the sight of you freezing that giant sea monster with a single move. Su Ming turned back and sat down. Are you a student at Huanglong Academy? She asked. Xianyuan Shua nodded, and the three began to talk. The three of them chatted while eating, and half an hour later, the meal came to an end. Su Ming slowly stood up, her once gentle face now covered with a layer of frost. Her voice was icy cold. It's getting late. We should leave. Xianyuan, this is the first and last time we'll meet. I wish you success and smooth sailing in the future. With that, she took her mother's hand and began to walk out. Xiaoming, why are you in such a rush? I thought you were having a good conversation. Su Ming's mother looked puzzled. Mother, I won't be coming back for the next year. Su Ming's words made her mother's face change dramatically. She knew that when her daughter addressed her as mother instead of mom, it meant she was truly angry. Mother, this is the last time I will help the Su family. Until I marry Lin Lu, I won't set foot here again. Su Ming's voice was resolute. Do you really think I'm unaware of the Su family schemes? To secure Su Wenqing's official council seat, you want me to marry into the Xianyuan family. The only reason I haven't exposed this is to save everyone's reputation. Su Ming's mother frowned in displeasure. Xiaoming, he's just a teacher from a small academy. What future could he possibly have? What future? Su Ming sneered coldly. If he wanted to, he could destroy the Su family with a single move. His restraint isn't weakness. It's because he cares about my feelings. At that moment, an angry shout echoed from a distance. Su Tianqua strode over with large, determined steps. Unfilial daughter. Without the Su family, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. The prosperity of the family is the top priority for every member. Our Su family is striving to become one of the influential families of Longhua, and everyone should contribute to that goal. But you and your sister, what have you become? Su Ming, return home and remain grounded for a year. Grounded? By you. Su Ming activated her ice powers, and countless shards of ice began to swirl around her. Move aside, or else. She stepped forward, and the Su family's guards instinctively retreated. You ungrateful, disloyal girl. Su Tianqua clutched his chest, gasping in fury. Ungrateful? Disloyal? Su Ming's voice was cold and unyielding. From this moment on, I am no longer part of the Su family. If you continue to push me, I, as a major general of Longhua, a commander with authority over tens of thousands of soldiers, will point my blade at anyone bearing the surname Su. With that, she left decisively, boarding the military's special class Blue Crystal train back to the Qinglong base. By the time she returned to her quarters, it was already the early hours of the morning. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She remembered her sister Su Shui once saying, if anyone dares to make me marry for alliance, I'll kill that person without hesitation. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh, realizing she lacked her sister's boldness and freedom. She dialed Lin Lu's number. Lin Lu, who had been reading a novel in bed, immediately sat up straight when he saw her distressed expression. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Su Ming told him everything in detail. She never put up walls with him because she knew that everything he did was for her good. After hearing her story, Lin Lu's face turned frighteningly dark. Give me 2 or 3 days. Don't worry after this. You'll be able to return to the Su family whenever you want. Trust me. After chatting about family matters, Lin Lu ended the call, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The Xianyuan family, the Su family, the council, since you've made the first move, don't blame me for what comes next. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the Zhuke base, 2 senior colonels were chatting casually. Suddenly, Luojia's personal phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, his expression changed drastically. Lin is calling for a secret meeting of the White Dawn Army. 10 minutes later, nearly 100 video feeds appeared on a massive screen, with everyone fully equipped and awaiting inspection. When Lin Lu's unforgettable face appeared on the screen, all voices united in a resounding salute. Commander Lin. Hello everyone. Long time no see. Lin Lu greeted all the participants in the video conference with a salute. Lin too. Everyone responded in unison, standing up to return the salute. Lin Lu got straight to the point without any delay. Today, I have a personal matter to trouble you with. Huh? General Su Ming was wronged. Who would dare? Yak interrupted excitedly. Do they have a death wish? Lin too. Just tell me who it is, and I'll be the first to deal with them. I swear I won't rest until their head is in my hands. Yak's sharp words and indignant expression clearly demonstrated his admiration for Lin Lu, which seemed as endless as a flowing river, as if he was ready to turn his reverence into action. Lin too, we've suffered since you left. It's like the night losing its guiding light, the sea without a ship, or a seagull without its wings. With you here, the Baizhou army was unshakable. Without you, we've been left hoping every single day. At that moment, the entire video conference fell silent. Everyone stared at Yak's face in disbelief. Yak, a mixed-race officer who had been Lin Lu's follower since joining the military, had just redefined the art of flattering. Damn, Yak stole the words I wanted to say. He's shameless, but you're even worse for trying to plagiarize him. At least Yak had the guts to say it. Lin too, you know me, old Joe. Am not good with words, but from the bottom of my heart, I feel the same way. Old Joe's voice suddenly broke the silence, causing the video conference to erupt in laughter. If the soldiers and officers below saw this scene, it would undoubtedly shatter their perception. The usually dignified leaders were now showing such sycophantic expressions. Watching his old comrades fooling around, Lin Lu was left speechless. Ahem. Quiet. Lin Lu's single word finally restored order to the room. If I recall correctly, the semi-annual elite exercise for the military is 3 days away, right? He asked. That's correct, Lin Tu. For example, I've already arrived at the central base, one officer replied with a smile. Good. What's the casualty target for this exercise? Lin Lu continued. Reporting, Lin Tu. The acceptable casualty rate for this exercise is below 5, an intelligence officer promptly responded. Lin Lu took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. During the exercise, allocate all these casualties to those who are close to the Ability Council and the Su family. Oh, and don't spare the members of the Xianyuan family either. He then raised a finger and drew it across his neck. Where the sunlight reaches, it belongs to Bai Zhou. They'll send you the list shortly. If you haven't forgotten what I've always said, then get to work. Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. With just one sentence, Lin Lu had sealed fates, and no one dared to question him. This was the White Emperor of the military. Understood. All participants stood up and saluted Lin Lu. Time quickly passed, and the military's elite exercise commenced as scheduled. The intensity of this exercise was unparalleled compared to previous ones. On the very first day, over 50 people lost their lives. As a result, the military initiated an investigation team, but their efforts yielded no results. On the second day, the death toll continued to rise. It wasn't until halfway through the exercise that people began to realize all the officers who had previously maintained ambiguous ties with the Ability Council and the Su family had met their demise. At the Su family residence, the patriarch, Old Master Su, sat at the head of the table, his brows furrowed deeply, and his expression filled with worry. He spoke in a grave tone. What exactly is going on? During the recent military exercises, several promising young officers I had my eye on lost their lives. What has been happening in the family lately? Realizing the matter could no longer be concealed, Su Ming's father, Su Tianqua, finally stepped forward with a hesitant expression. A few days ago, we arranged for Xiaoming to meet with Xianyuan Shua, but he faltered, struggling to find the words. Ha ha ha. Big brother, why are you stuttering? Let me explain. Su Tianxiong interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak in a teasing tone. Dad, after Xiaoming met Xianyuan Shua, she outright rejected him. Not only that, but she also declared that she wanted to sever ties with our Su family. Old Master Su was stunned upon hearing this, his face filled with disbelief. He thought to himself, I was only away for a couple of days, how could such a drastic turn of events occur? Turning to Su Yunlong, he pressed further. And then what happened? After that, Big Brother tried to place Xiaoming under house arrest, but she intimidated him with just one move. In the end, he had no choice but to return to the Azure Dragon base. Su Tianxiong continued, his tone carrying a hint of smugness. Sigh. Old Master Su let out a weary sigh, a trace of displeasure flickering in his eyes as he looked at his two sons and grandson. He thought to himself, if even one of you had shown outstanding capability, would I have to sacrifice my granddaughter for the family? He knew full well that all of this was Lin Lu's way of using the military's power to send a warning to the Su family. This was also one of the reasons the military had decided to remove Lin Lu from his position. Wherever Lin Lu went, he attracted a loyal following. If he were allowed to remain, the younger officers in the military might all pledge loyalty to him. Old Master Su realized that if things continued this way, the Su family's influence within the military would be completely uprooted. Taking decisive action, he issued a public statement declaring that Su Ming and Su Shui were still too young and had no plans for marriage alliances at this time. Su Yunlong also made his decision. But Dad, if we do this, Wenxing's future? Su Tianxiong was shocked, his heart filled with anxiety. His son still relied on marriage alliances to climb the ranks. How could they go back on their word now? Dad, we've already given our word to the Xianyuan family. If we go back on our promise now, how will we explain ourselves to them? His face was clouded with worry as he contemplated the uncertain future ahead. Su Tianxiong's face was etched with worry as he looked at the people before him and spoke in a grave tone. The Xianyuan family? Second brother, offending the Xianyuan family might just mean some minor reprisals. But if we don't put an end to the deaths of Su faction officers, our Su family could face extinction. Su Yunlong's words struck a nerve, plunging everyone present into silence. In the corner of the meeting room, Sun Wenxing's eyes glinted with coldness, and a heavy aura of hostility enveloped his face. He vowed silently in his heart, Lin Lu, Su Ming, you've blocked my path to promotion. This debt I'll make sure to settle it with you both. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Council of Abilities meeting room was tense. A council member slammed the table and shouted angrily. Chief Counselor, the military's actions are outright disrespectful to us. Most of the military officers who were aligned with us are now dead. Shouldn't we file a formal protest? The white-haired chief counselor let out a long sigh, his gaze profound. Sigh? I had thought that after the disbandment of the Daylight Army, Lin Lu's influence would plummet. But unexpectedly, his prestige is still impossible to suppress. Xian Yuanhua stood up, his eyes burning with frustration. That awkward conversation from the other night had made him painfully aware of a harsh reality. So long as Lin Lu existed, he would never win Su Meng's heart. The chief counselor waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Let's end this discussion here. Lin Lu's ways are far too domineering. Sooner or later, his actions will lead to his downfall. On this land of the Dragon Nation, only those who balance their actions with moderation and adhere to the middle path can sustain their footing for the long term. After the meeting concluded, Xian Yuanhua had just returned to his residence when a servant rushed in, panic written all over his face. Young master, something terrible has happened. Young master, the servant handed him a notice as he spoke. Xian Yuanhua took the notice and, after glancing at it, his eyes turned bloodshot with fury. Rage boiled within him. Well done, Su family. A small family like yours dares to mock the Xianyuan family? Very well, very well. Despite his anger, he managed to stay composed and thought to himself with relief. Luckily, it was only a verbal promise before. If we had already sent out the engagement letters and invitations, this Su family's announcement to delay the marriage alliance would have left the Xianyuan family utterly humiliated. The Qinglong base was bustling with activity in the early morning. Everyone was methodically attending to their tasks. Under the guidance of Sun Dishing, 6 representatives from the Zijingwa Academy arrived at the base. As soon as they stepped off the train, a chilling aura filled the air, carrying a faint scent of blood. All right, follow me. Today, we'll meet the person in charge of field training here, Sun Dishing said as he led the group toward a towering building nearby. As they walked, Zhao Kuo couldn't hide his excitement. I can't believe the facilities at Qinglong Base are so much better than those at Xuanwu Base. Looks like we'll get better training this time. He turned to the others with a grin. Hey, you 3 haven't been here before, have you? Let me tell you, this place is the battlefield every ability user dreams of. Here, you can fight against monsters and become a warrior defending humanity's stronghold. But listen carefully, because the ability users here have been fighting monsters for years. They carry a lot of killing intent. Some of them even have strange temperaments, so try not to make eye contact with them later. Zhao Kuo began rambling, clearly eager to show off his knowledge as someone who had already trained at Xuanwu Base. Oh, is that so? Jiang Kai replied awkwardly. Just then, a team of ability warriors, fresh from a mission, walked past Sun Dishing and his group. This team had fought alongside Jiang Kai and Li Meng before. As they passed, they nodded and smiled warmly at the two. Lu Jiner teased. Hee, Senior Zhao Kuo, didn't you say people here are fierce? Those guys seem pretty friendly to me. Zhao Kuo was momentarily dumbfounded. The scene didn't match what he'd experienced at Xuanwu Base. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, sometimes it's different. Look over there, that team covered in blood. They clearly just came back from a tough battle. It's best not to disturb them right now, he said, trying to regain his composure. But just as he finished speaking, one of the blood-soaked ability warriors pulled a bottle of strong liquor from his belt and tossed it to Jiang Kai. Kid, this is a new batch of traditional strong liquor. Give it a try. All right. Jiang Kai caught it with a smile, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Almost instantly, his eyes widened, and he started coughing violently. Ha! The warriors burst into laughter before walking away. Lu Jiner giggled. Senior, it seems like your words don't hold up again. These ability warriors are really kind and friendly, not scary at all. Finally, the group entered a building. Principal Sun, long time no see. A bespectacled military secretary approached them. Sun Dishing stepped forward with a warm smile and shook hands with him. Secretary Zhao, I'm counting on your support for this training. Not at all. Last year, the combat ability users your academy recommended to us turned out to be outstanding warriors. Secretary Zhao replied politely. After exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. Secretary Zhao, who will be guiding them through the battlefield this time? Sun Dishing asked directly. Well, the only suitable team at the moment is the one departing tomorrow to hunt the beast-class monster, the Armored Ant King. But, Secretary Zhao hesitated. Is there a problem with this team? Sun Dishing asked cautiously. Secretary Zhao pondered for a moment, her expression serious, and said, the Armored Ant King itself isn't particularly strong, but it can summon a massive swarm of armored ants to fight. If the number summoned is below 500, it's manageable. But if the numbers exceed that. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone present understood. The real threat of the Armored Ant King lay not in its individual strength, but in the scale of the ant swarm it could command. Sun Dishing furrowed his brows. As the principal of Zijingwa Academy, he was acutely aware of how invaluable every member of the academy was. Losing even one person would be a devastating blow. Secretary Zhao, if we wait another day or two, would there be any other missions of the same level we could take on? Principal Sun, Secretary Zhao shook her head. I've gone through the mission list of the past 2 weeks. The Armored Ant King is the only beast classified at the ferocious level. The others are disaster-level creatures or just ordinary beasts. There really isn't a more suitable task for your academy. Principal Sun, let's take this mission, Mengli said firmly. We're here to grow stronger. If there's no challenge, we might as well stay home and play with a ball. She was eager to test the limits of her abilities against a formidable opponent. Sun Dushing let out a long sigh, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. What do you all think? Those ants are only about the size of a dog. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Kui said dismissively. I was already handling ferocious beasts on my own back at the White Tiger base, Zhou Qing said confidently. If we can't win, we can always run away. Lu Jiner added with a cheerful laugh. The three of them seemed brimming with confidence, having all been through real combat before. Sun Dushing nodded slightly, then turned to Jiang Kai and Li Ming. His eyes locked with Jiang Kai's for a long moment, and in Jiang Kai's gaze, he saw a kind of almost naive determination. What about you two? Can you handle it? Sun Dushing asked impatiently. Of course, no problem. Jiang Kai answered immediately. Li Ming, on the other hand, simply closed his eyes, saying nothing. Secretary Zhao, we'll take the mission to eliminate the Armored Ant King, Sun Dushing decided. Secretary Zhao promptly began arranging the registration paperwork, informing them that they would depart at 10 a.m. the next morning, accompanied by a team of 50 people. By the time they had finished discussing the details and left, it was already evening. Gather here at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. For now, we'll take you to your dormitories, Sun Dushing said, leading the group to settle in. Late at night, there was a knock on Meng Li's door. Who is it? It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Meng Li quickly put on her clothes and opened the door, her face lighting up with a smile. Cousin, you're here. I heard you're heading out on a mission tomorrow, so I came to check on you, Su Ming said, a hint of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Didn't Teacher Lin come with you? Teacher Lin went ahead to scout at Thunder Academy. Once our practical training is over, we'll head straight there, Meng Li explained in detail. And so, the two cousins stayed up late into the night, chatting away. The mornings at the Qinglong base were especially cold. Achoo, Jiang Kai's face was full of exhaustion, clearly showing he hadn't rested well the previous night. What's wrong? You look like a mess. What happened last night? Li Ming asked with concern. You've got some nerve asking me that. Whose snoring was so loud last night? I barely got any sleep. Do you even realize what your snoring sounded like? It was like gongs and drums, fireworks going off everywhere. The two were teasing each other when a squad of 50 superpowered warriors approached them. Excuse me, are you students from Zijingwa Academy? The squad leader, Locke, immediately recognized Jiang Kai and Li Ming. Oh, Captain Locke, long time no see. Jiang Kai greeted him with a wave and a smile, and Li Ming nodded politely. Ha ha ha, brothers. I didn't expect it to be Jiang Kai and the others. Today's mission just got a whole lot easier. Come on, get in the vehicle. Surrounded by the group of warriors, the 6 of them were ushered onto the vehicles. 3 combat vehicles rolled out of the base gates, heading deep into the dark zone. During the ride, Zhao Kui and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Sir, do you know Jiang Kai and Li Ming? Zhao Kui asked cautiously. Of course. These two are the rising stars of our base now. Every squad leader wants them on their team. They're incredibly efficient. You don't know? They've already made it onto the red list. Our commander even circled their names in red. If they officially join Qinglong base, they'll start with the rank of lieutenant or higher. The 3 leaders sitting nearby gasped. Back at their own base, they had only been involved in basic combat operations, never in large-scale battles or high-intensity missions. Judging by what this soldier said, could it be that Li Ming and Jiang Kai had already participated in numerous battles? As everyone chatted, the combat vehicles came to a halt. Attention, everyone. There's an armored ant swarm ahead. Begin forming defensive positions, the squad leader ordered. The warriors immediately moved into formation, creating a human wall. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of armored ants swarmed toward the team from both the front and back. Captain, save the ammunition for now. Let me handle this. Jiang Kai volunteered without hesitation, ready to show his skills. With a wave of his hand, massive clouds of dust appeared within the ant swarm. Boom. With a snap of his fingers, the dust ignited with sparks, streaking toward the armored ants. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed, each blast tearing through the swarm, scattering limbs and debris everywhere. Zhao Kui and Zhou Qing exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Back at the academy, they had never noticed Jiang Kai's true potential. But now, on the battlefield, his strength was on full display, was like a walking artillery unit. His continuous firepower wiped out dozens of armored ants with ease. However, as time went on, the squad leader noticed something was off. Jiang Kai, stop and conserve your energy, the captain commanded. Jiang Kai complied and let out a deep breath. Why does it feel like the more we fight, the more of them there are? He muttered, sitting down and opening a packet of energy liquid to replenish himself. Captain, we've got trouble. A massive swarm of armored ants is surrounding us. Radar analysis shows there are approximately 2,000 of them. What? Everyone's heart sank. Such an enormous swarm, this mission was clearly beyond our capabilities. Communications officer, is there any route we can retreat to? The squad leader asked anxiously. Captain, we're completely surrounded, sealed off on all sides. The only way out is to break through. The communications officer replied with a troubled expression. Damn it. Everyone, prepare to engage. The weak points of the armored ants are their abdomens, joints, and eyes. Fire at will, don't let them get close to us. Brothers from the academy, we're counting on your help. The three powerhouses nodded and began to unleash their unique skills. Zhao Kuo, the Strength King, charged headfirst into the approaching swarm. Grabbing hold of a one-metal armored ant with both hands, he tore it apart with a fierce motion. Rip! The sound of its limbs snapping echoed through the air as its body broke apart. Without pausing, Zhao Kuo delivered a crushing punch to the abdomen of another armored ant, causing it to explode. Green fluid splattered all over him, making him look like an enraged green giant from afar. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, the water manipulator, conjured sharp water blades. The gleaming blue edges sliced through the air, severing the joints of the armored ants one by one. Once their joints were cut, the ants lost all mobility, collapsing to the ground and writhing helplessly like stranded dragon boats. Lu Jiner, the swift cat, displayed her agility to the fullest. Her small, nimble figure darted through the swarm like a shadowy warrior, taking down one armored ant after another with precision and grace. Li Meng and Meng Li were about to join the fray when Jiang Kai stopped them. The two nodded, realizing their abilities were better suited for quickly taking down enemies rather than engaging in prolonged battles. They knew they had to conserve their energy before the armored ant king appeared. Although Jiang Kai often joked around, he displayed an unexpectedly dependable decisiveness in critical moments. Li Meng, can you use your ability to locate the hiding place of the armored ant king? If we keep going like this, we'll just get more exhausted, Jiang Kai asked. Oh right, why didn't I think of that? Li Meng slapped his forehead, then closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. After a moment of focus, he uncovered some crucial information. Got it. There's a massive object 20 meters underground to the southeast. There are also two others 10 meters underground to the northeast. And there are a few watchers over there. Go. Li Meng waved his hand, and three vibrating throwing knives slipped from between his fingers, flying out instantly. Danger struck too quickly, and the three hidden enemies with cloaking abilities couldn't react in time before the knives pierced through their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The three fell from the treetops one after another. Meng Li, Lu Jiner, and Li Meng swiftly stepped forward, pressing their weapons against the enemies' necks. Who are you? Did you bring these armored ants here? Jiang Kai asked sternly, raising his blue crystal gun. Humph. We were just passing by. You. Before the sentence was finished, a gunshot rang out. A beam from the weapon pierced through one of the cloaked enemies' heads, blood splattering everywhere. You. Keep talking. Jiang Kai aimed the blue crystal gun at the second person. That was decisive, Lu Jiner whispered to Li Meng, her voice filled with surprise. Oh that guy's always been sharp. Don't let his usual cheerful demeanor fool you when it matters. He can be ruthless, Li Meng replied, his assessment leaving everyone present with a new impression of Jiang Kai. Tell me, how does a sunny, cheerful guy suddenly turn into a cold-blooded executioner? Lu Jiner asked curiously. I'll talk, don't kill me. The cloaked enemy finally broke down, trembling as they spoke. Don't kill me. The captured mercenary screamed in terror. I'm a member of the Cobra mercenary group. Someone in your team, Meng Li, has been listed on the underground bounty board. We were sent to assassinate her. Originally, there was only one armored ant king here, but we lured in two more beforehand, so their numbers have more than doubled. Oh, Jiang Kai sneered coldly. A killer spilling intel so easily? What happened to professional ethics? Hey, man, work is work, and life is life. We're all just trying to make a living. Why fight to the death? The mercenary forced a smile, pleading. Look, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you let me go? I'm just a small fry. Before he could finish, the twin blades in Meng Li's hands gleamed with a cold light, swiftly ending the lives of the remaining two mercenaries. This ends here, she declared, flicking the blood off her blades before silently rejoining the team. Jiang Kai and Li Meng exchanged glances. Though puzzled by Meng Li's decision to halt the investigation, they chose to trust her. Captain, we can't hold on any longer, a soldier shouted in despair. The number of armored ants keeps increasing. We're at our limit. The captain's expression turned grim as he made his final decision. Listen up, you 6 youngsters. We'll fight to the death to open a path for you. Your only mission is to make it back to the base alive. Jiang Kai saluted the captain with a look of determination, but a mysterious smile crept onto his face. Thank you, Captain, but we haven't lost yet. He pulled out a fragment of an armored ant from behind him. Meng Li, what do you think this material is? This is metal? Meng Li's pupils dilated as she instantly grasped Jiang Kai's plan. Exactly, Jiang Kai grinned. You'll gather them together, and Li Meng will take down the Ant Kings. How about it? Using Meng Li's magnetic abilities, hundreds of armored ants were rapidly drawn together into a massive sphere. The team stared in shock at the surreal sight, while Jiang Kai began setting up his masterpiece. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, and a pinch of sugar for the Big Ivan. Jiang Kai swept his arms dramatically, instantly forming hundreds of dust clusters that enveloped the ant sphere. At his command, the dust transformed into deadly explosive balls. Art is an explosion. Jiang Kai snapped his fingers, igniting hundreds of fuses in an instant. With a deafening roar, the explosions lit up the sky, turning it as bright as day. Shattered fragments of the armored ants scattered like shooting stars. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming darted forward like a bolt of lightning. 5 minutes later, he returned triumphantly, carrying the heads of all 3 ant kings. The 3 giants of the team finally set aside their pride, admitting with genuine admiration, "They're better than us." On the way back, the rift between the 3 giants and the Lin family army had completely dissolved. As Jiang Kai had said, the biases in people's hearts are like mountains. If the mountain is high, blow it up. If that's not enough, add more firepower. Smack. In the Hall of Justice Alliance, Shen Hao slapped his wife Murong Qing across the face, rage burning in his eyes. "What do you think you're doing? No matter what, Shun Mingli is still my daughter. Was our agreement before all just empty words?" Murong Qing, realizing her plot to hire assassins had been exposed, did not bother to argue. Instead, her eyes flickered, and she retorted sharply, "That bastard has been running around using Mengli's name, even abandoning the Shen family name. Why should we keep someone like that around? She's forgotten her ancestors. Do you really think she deserves to exist? If this gets to father, I'm sure he'll side with me." Though Shun Hao was furious, he felt powerless. His father had always disapproved of the illegitimate Mengli, and her decision to renounce the Shen surname had only deepened the old man's anger. Stirring up more trouble would only make things worse. Resigned, Shun Hao relented, though his tone remained stern. "If this happens again, they'll have you expelled from the Shun family." With that, he stormed out of the room. Murong Qing sat down, showing little resentment despite the slap. She had made her choice and was prepared to face the consequences. What gnawed at her was the fact that the assassins had failed to kill Mengli. She might have escaped once, but let's see if she can keep escaping every time. Thunder Academy was located at the foot of Mount Baishan in Nanyang City. This prestigious institution, steeped in history, had trained countless powerful ability users for Longhua and ranked among the top 50 academies in the country. In one of the academy's luxurious conference rooms, a young man with black hair and dressed in white sipped tea leisurely. This was Bai Yujing, a wielder of lightning manipulation abilities and a rank combat ability user, and the academy's undisputed king without a crown. Seated at the table before him were 6 young men and women around his age. Boss, we're determined to secure a spot in the upcoming qualifiers. But well, one of the young men said, his tone slightly awkward. "Oh, why is that?" Bai Yujing asked calmly, taking another sip of tea, his gaze indifferent. "Well, because the speaker stammered, struggling to find the words. Let me explain." Another chimed in. "It's because Shun Lian's sister is at Zijingwa Academy. That guy's an illegitimate child, and on top of that, he's openly announced he's abandoned the Shin surname." Bai Yujing nodded slightly upon hearing this, his expression turning cold. Someone who forgets their roots doesn't deserve to live. Shin Lian, send a photo of your sister to everyone here. If we encounter her at the selection event, eliminate her on the spot." "Yes," Shin Lian replied with a twisted smile. "Just wait. Shin Mingli, you'll meet your end under the judgment of Thunder Academy's wrath." Meanwhile, Lin Lu walked down the street with his hands in his pockets, his confident stride exuding charm. Behind him, Lin Xiao happily munched on a snack, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a sausage in the other. With Su Shui not around, the air feels so much freer. "Brother, look over there." Lin Xiao pointed toward a convoy of a dozen transport trucks. "Oh, those are moving company vehicles. They're delivering materials to set up the battle stage for Mount Baishan. It's supposed to be ready in a few days," Lin Lu replied casually. But why are they moving things like that?" Lin Xiao asked, pointing again. Lin Lu followed her gaze and noticed several life ability users. "Oh, those are people with object manipulation abilities. Their powers allow them to move specific items, so they're highly sought after in the logistics industry," Lin Lu explained nonchalantly, continuing down the street without giving it much thought. As Lin Lu passed by the transport team, a steel pipe suddenly shot out at an astonishing speed, heading straight for him. "What the heck? What's going on?" Lin Lu barely had time to react and was about to activate his daylight gear. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly slid in front of him, extending her hands. Creak, creak. The sound of bending metal echoed as Lin Xiao used her incredible strength to block the steel pipe. However, the pipe continued to push forward with unstoppable force until it finally folded under her power. Lin Lu's eyes gleamed coldly as he glanced toward the transport team. "Chen Xian, what the hell are you doing?" The foreman's voice boomed across the area. A young man wearing glasses, his face covered in dust, stepped forward. Though clad in a laborer's uniform, his demeanor was calm and scholarly. "Brother Zhou, I'm so sorry. My telekinesis malfunctioned again. I sincerely apologize. Chen Xian said awkwardly, hurrying over to Lin Lu and Lin Xiao with concern. I'm so sorry, both of you. Are you alright? If there's anything I can do, just let me know. Lin Lu smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. So, you're the one who sent that steel pipe flying at me, huh? Yes, yes. I'm sorry my telekinesis went haywire. Chen Xian stammered nervously, clearly flustered. Well then how do you plan to compensate me? Lin Lu continued to smile, his tone light, yet pointed. Chen Xian looked distressed, completely at a loss. Lin Lu then said casually, as compensation, why don't you treat me to a bowl of noodles? At that little noodle shop over there, he gestured toward a small noodle shop just outside the academy gates. What? That's it. Chen Xian, taken aback by Lin Lu's friendly smile, inexplicably nodded in agreement. Lin Lu smiled faintly and said softly, you go back to work first. We'll meet up there later. My name is Lin Lu, and I'm waiting for you at the noodle shop now. See you in a bit. With that, he turned and walked toward the noodle shop. He ordered a few bowls of noodles and sat down to rest. This place always seemed to attract some peculiar people every year, but this year, there were especially many. Chen Xian, seeing that Lin Lu was no longer pursuing the matter, let out a sigh of relief and quickly returned to his team to continue working. Night soon fell, and after a long day of labor, Chen Xian finally arrived at the noodle shop Lin Lu had mentioned. The sight before him left him stunned. Over 100 bowls were neatly arranged next to Lin Xiao. Hey, you're here. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, please. Lin Lu handed Chen Xian a pair of chopsticks and gestured for him to sit down. Sir, oh, haha, no need to be so formal. Just call me Teacher Lin. I'm a teacher at the Bauhinia Academy. Hearing the words teacher and academy, Chen Xian's pupils visibly contracted. Eat up. Once people are full, they tend to talk more. Seeing the kindness on Lin Lu's face, Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, then decided he had nothing to lose. He began to eat the noodles heartily. The warm bone broth, chewy noodles, and tender pork belly blended together in his mouth, creating a symphony of flavors that delighted his taste buds. Finally, after finishing a bowl, Chen Xian leaned back with a contented smile. Ah, burp. So, Teacher Lin, what do you want from me? He asked curiously. I know I was wrong this afternoon, so, as long as your request is reasonable, I won't refuse. This kid, Lin Lu thought to himself, slightly amused. Does he really need to be this cautious? Haha. Well, I'll get straight to the point then. Your ability, it's not telekinesis, is it? What? Chen Xian was visibly shocked, his mind racing. Impossible. My ability has already been officially assessed by the Ability Council as class telekinesis. You're talking nonsense. His heart began to pound with anxiety. Without the telekinesis certification, how would he make money? His younger sister's medical bills still depended on him. Any guesses on what the ability is? I'll leave it as a cliffhanger. This ability requires some serious calculation. Surprised face. Yeah, I may not know why you're keeping this a secret, but from what I've observed, you still want to return to the Academy of Supernatural Abilities to continue your studies, don't you? Lin Lu said with a meaningful tone. Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes dimmed slightly. He lowered his head and said softly, I don't have the chance anymore. Oh, didn't you say you owed me an explanation? Well, this is my request. Lin Lu pressed on seriously. Faced with Lin Lu's persistence, Chen Xian let out a long sigh and began to recount his story. It turned out he had once been an outstanding student at Thunder Academy and lived in a happy family. However, 2 years ago, a sudden car accident took the lives of his parents. To make matters worse, the compensation money that should have belonged to him was fraudulently claimed by his uncle. The devastating blow left Chen Xian emotionally unstable. During a supernatural ability test, his object manipulation ability went out of control. Several heavy objects hurtled toward the crowd at alarming speeds, leaving 4 people severely injured. While the enormous compensation fees remained unresolved, his younger sister was also diagnosed with a rare illness. To cover her medical expenses and repay the compensation, he had no choice but to abandon his studies and take up work on his own. Due to the incident, the Council of Supernatural Abilities downgraded his power to a rank utility ability classified as inefficient object manipulation. At work, he could only cautiously use his ability for simple transportation tasks. If I'm right, the moment you try to speed up your movements, you lose control, correct? Lin Lu suddenly asked. Yes. Chen Xian replied. And if you try to move an object in 2 directions at once, it won't choose either direction, will it? Lin teacher, how do you know that? Chen Xian asked in surprise. Lin Lu said with a mysterious smile. Most object manipulation abilities are linear. New commands overwrite old ones. It's single-threaded control. So, your ability isn't object manipulation at all. What? Chen Xian's eyes widened in shock. Chen Xian, as a teacher at the Academy of Purple Magnolia, I formally invite you to join the Academy and become my disciple. Would you be willing? In a matter of seconds, a whirlwind of emotions, shock, excitement, joy, sorrow, and despair flashed across Chen Xian's face. I'm sorry, Teacher Lin. I don't want to trouble you. Besides, I still need to earn money for my sister's medical treatments and to pay off the massive medical debts. How about this? Let's go see your sister together. Maybe I can help, Lin Lu suggested. Under Lin Lu's insistence, the three of them arrived at Chun Xian's modest 30-square-meter apartment. As they opened the door, a cheerful voice called out, "Is that Gage coming home?" They saw a 10-year-old girl in a wheelchair looking at them with a bright smile. "This is my sister, Chunyaya," Chun Xian introduced. Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward, took some fruit pudding out of her bag, and handed it to the little girl. Chunyaya accepted it happily. "Thank you, big sister." After learning that Chunyaya was unable to walk due to an unknown virus and required expensive treatments, Lin Lu promptly made a phone call. After speaking with his old friend, Dr. Qian Sun, he quickly arranged for a professional medical team to treat her. "Quit your job tomorrow, bring your identification papers, and come find me at Thunder Academy," Lin Lu instructed Chun Xian. Unable to hold back his emotions any longer, Chun Xian's tears streamed down his face. "Thank you, Teacher Lin." The next day, amidst the curious and judgmental stares of others, Chun Xian stepped back into Thunder Academy. When he reached the lounge area of the Academy of Purple Magnolia, Lin Lu was already waiting for him. Looking at the student who would one day wield powers capable of shaking the heavens and earth, Lin Lu couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The rival academies must be blind to overlook such a terrifyingly powerful ability user. Lin Lu led Chun Xian into a secluded clearing within the White God Mountain, his expression unusually serious. "Is your sister all right?" Lin Lu asked with concern, motioning for Chun Xian to sit down. "She's fine. My sister has been sent to Shinong Pharmaceuticals for treatment. The doctor said her condition involves nerve blockage, and they have ways to address it." A long-lost smile appeared on Chun Xian's face. "I've already settled your compensation. Those little troublemakers dared to ask for an outrageous amount, so I taught them a lesson. They're behaving now," Lin Lu said with a faint smile, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "All right, now let me ask you again, Chun Xian. Are you willing to become my apprentice?" Lin Lu's tone turned serious. "I am willing. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." Without hesitation, Chun Xian dropped to his knees, his forehead repeatedly knocking against the ground. Seeing this, Lin Lu quickly helped him up. "All right, that's enough. From now on, you are my disciple. If you have any questions, come to me directly." Chun Xian nodded repeatedly, a deep sense of trust forming in his heart toward Lin Lu. "All right, now I will begin helping you understand and refine your ability." Lin Lu's expression grew even more serious. "Your ability is an extremely rare one. If my observations over the past few days are correct, your ability is vector control." Vector control? Chun Xian was utterly confused. "Simply put, speed is not just a value. It also has a direction," Lin Lu explained in a low, firm voice. "Direction?" Chun Xian asked, his full attention focused. "The reason you can't effectively use your ability, and why it sometimes goes out of control, is because you haven't constructed a vector model in your mind." Lin Lu continued. "Let me ask you a question. If you walk 3 meters east and then 4 meters north, what is the distance from the starting point to the end point?" "That's easy, 7 meters, Chun Xian replied confidently. "Wrong, it's..." Lin Lu picked up a stick and drew a 345 triangle on the ground. "See? You need to think of speed as a quantity that includes direction. Let's try again. Imagine I have a velocity of 5 meters per second east and another velocity of 5 meters per second north. What is the resultant velocity?" "I get it, master," Chun Xian exclaimed excitedly, picking up a twig and drawing an arrow pointing northeast on the ground. "And the magnitude?" Lin Lu asked with a smile. This, Chun Xian's confidence faltered, and his heart sank. "Remember this. Vectors have two fundamental properties: magnitude and direction," Lin Lu said, pulling out several thick books from a dimensional bag. "Foundations of Mechanics, Analytical Geometry, 3-year simulation, 5-year exams." "Master, what are these?" Chun Xian asked, bewildered. "These are the keys to unlocking your potential. Your ability relies on incredible computational power. To master it, you must first build your own vector model and computational framework in your mind. Take your time reading these. If you have any questions, come to me. From today onward, you are a student of Class 13 at Zijingwa Academy, and my last disciple." "Yes." Chun Xian nodded firmly. "All right, this might be a bit challenging for you, so let's start with the basics. Remember this, translation does not change form. As long as the magnitude of a vector remains the same and the direction is parallel, any object you empower will exhibit uniform motion." And so, Lin Lu temporarily took on the role of Chun Xian's math and physics teacher. Within just 2 days, Chun Xian underwent a remarkable transformation. On a spacious field in the White God Mountain, Lin Lu was guiding Chun Xian through combat training. The surroundings were silent, save for the focused movements of the two figures. "Watch out," Lin Lu warned, swiftly pulling out a uniquely designed custom Gatling gun from his dimensional bag. The moment he pulled the trigger, the rapid gunfire echoed through the mountains, accompanied by bursts of flame as a hail of bullets roared toward Chun Xian. Chun Xian remained calm, raising his hand slightly. Just as the bullets were about to reach him, faint ripples appeared in the air. Astonishingly, all the bullets froze midair, completely motionless. Not bad, Lin Lu praised. It seems you've mastered the precise control of a small number of objects. Now, try adding acceleration to them. Chun Xian nodded in agreement and waved his hand toward a large boulder not far away. Instantly, the suspended bullets shot out like arrows, shattering the solid rock into fragments, leaving behind a honeycomb-like wreckage. This kid is terrifying, Lin Lu thought to himself. He's only limited by his computational power. If I can help him improve that, who knows how far he could go. Suddenly, Lin Lu grabbed a handful of fine sand he had prepared earlier and flung it toward Chun Xian. Chun Xian immediately activated his ability to block it, but the countless grains of sand fell unhindered onto his chest. As expected, Lin Lu analyzed. He can't handle an excessive number of objects. His computational power is still too low. He can manage small solids and large objects, but when it comes to tiny particles, he can't defend against them, let alone fluids or elemental vector manipulation. Chun Xian nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. All right, that's it for today, Lin Lu said, clapping his hands. Come with me to welcome your fellow disciples. Yes, sir, Chun Xian replied respectfully. By now, he regarded Lin Lu as a godlike figure. Under Lin Lu's guidance, his concept-level ability had become increasingly powerful. Once fully developed, it would be nothing short of invincible. Although his current computational power limited him from effectively controlling large numbers of targets, Lin Lu had promised to design a pair of algorithmic glasses for him. With this auxiliary tool, his abilities would undergo a qualitative leap. Just then, a voice exclaimed from the distance, "Finally made it. We almost didn't make it out alive." The speaker was Jiang Kai. "How dare you even say that?" Li Meng lashed out at Jiang Kai angrily. "That was a city-destroying beast. If it weren't for Meng Li's quick thinking to fly us out of there, would both be nothing more than snacks for that monster. What are you bragging about? If you're so fearless, go challenge the teacher to a fight." Under Sun Disheng's guidance, the group finally arrived at Thunder Academy. The entrance was already packed with people. All the participants from Nanyang City who were competing in the Golden Sword Tournament selection had gathered there, creating a grand and lively scene. Huh. Jiang Kai stretched his neck to look around. "Where are the people from our school?" "Look, over there," someone shouted, pointing ahead. Lin Lu and Lin Xiao were standing in the crowd, holding a sign. Beside them was a young man wearing glasses, his expression calm and composed. "Teacher, we're over here," Jiang Kai called out excitedly, dashing forward. However, in his haste, he stumbled and bumped into someone. "Sorry about that." Jiang Kai quickly apologized. The person he ran into was a young man with a square face. Instead of being upset, he smiled and asked, "It's fine. You guys here for the Golden Sword Tournament selection too?" "That's right. Are you?" Jiang Kai responded. "Yeah." The square-faced young man's eyes were filled with determination. "Our goal this year is to win the championship." The two exchanged smiles before parting ways. Jiang Kai hurriedly approached Lin Lu in a few quick strides. "Teacher, long time no see. Not bad. It seems you've gained a lot," Lin Lu said, sizing Jiang Kai up. His tone gradually turned more pointed. "Especially you. Daring enough to provoke a city-destroying beast, I hear." Before Jiang Kai could respond, there was a sharp smack as Lin Lu slapped the back of his head. "If you dare to act recklessly again, they'll personally deal with you." "Hee hee, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare," Jiang Kai replied sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. His gaze shifted to the bespectacled young man nearby. "Teacher, who is this?" Before he could finish his question, the young man respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior brother Jiang Kai, it's an honor to meet you. I am teacher's disciple, Chun Xian. Please forgive me if I fall short in any way." Hello." Jiang Kai scratched his head, flashing an awkward but genuine smile. Lin Lu glanced at the scholarly-looking Chun Xian and couldn't help but remark, "Now this is what a proper disciple looks like, compared to the rest of you, who seem more like a bunch of wild brutes." Mr. Lin, you've taken on another one." Sun Dishing approached with a group of people, a playful smile on his face. "Principal Sun, this kid is indeed outstanding, so I couldn't pass up the opportunity," Lin Lu replied casually with a chuckle. "Let's go. The selection for the Nanyang City Golden Sword Tournament is about to start." Under Sun Dishing's lead, the group entered Thunder Academy. What lay before them was a massive open-air arena, as large as 7 or 8 football fields, exuding grandeur and showcasing the academy's strength. "Dushing, over here." A voice called out from a seating area in the distance. It was Principal Sun Xing, waving to them. The group quickened their pace and headed over. "I'm skipping the meeting. I'll take my students for a little gathering," Lin Lu said decisively, leading his disciples away. The three prominent figures and Sun Dushing exchanged helpless glances before heading towards Sun Xing. Seeing that everyone from the academy was safe and sound, Sun Xing's face lit up with relief. "Where did Mr. Lin go? Isn't he attending the opening ceremony?" Mr. Lin said meetings like these are just a waste of time. He wanted to do some pre-battle reconnaissance instead, Lu Jiner explained with a laugh. Sun Xing shook his head and sighed. Mr. Lin is as unconventional as ever. Never mind, as long as he shows up for the competition. He turned to the three prominent figures, his eyes filled with anticipation. So, tell me, how is the practical training at Qinglong Base? Ah, Principal. Zhao Kuo began with a tone of grievance. This trip taught me the true meaning of there's always someone better. Mr. Lin's three disciples are terrifying. At first, I thought they were like playful puppies, but a day later, they were like Tyson, and by the end of the week, they were practically titans. Principal's son, Zhao Kuo said seriously, are you sure their abilities are just classified as lifestyle abilities? That's the verdict from the Ability Evaluation Council based on official guidelines. What can I do about it? Sun Xing replied helplessly. Zhou Qing sipped his drink with confidence. We're winning this battle for sure. Is there a betting pool? I'm all in on the Purple Magnolia Academy. Let them conserve their energy in the early stages. We'll leave the tough fights to them. Are they really that strong? Sun Xing cast a questioning look at his brother, Sun Dishing. Brother, they went head-to-head with a city-destroying beast for half a day. Sun Dishing replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. This revelation left everyone present utterly stunned. A city-destroying beast, a creature that typically required multiple class ability users to defeat. While the group was still reeling from the shock, the welcome speech of Thunder Academy's principal, Feng Yu, echoed across the arena. Meanwhile, at a corner of Mount Baishan, take a seat, everyone. Lin Lu gestured for his students to sit on the ground. Tell me, how far have your abilities evolved? Jiang Kai was the first to raise his hand. I can now convert the properties of dust and freely compress or expand it within a designated area. Li Ming thought for a moment before speaking. I can make objects I've touched vibrate within a kilometer's range, with an amplitude of up to 10 centimeters. But it does consume a lot of energy. As he spoke, he picked up a small stone to demonstrate. Meng Li took the lollipop out of her mouth. I can not only alter the shape and magnetic properties of metals, but also sense the planet's magnetic poles. She stood up and demonstrated her levitation ability. Not bad. Your comprehension is impressive. Lin Lu nodded in approval. All eyes then turned to Qin Xian. Adjusting his silver-framed glasses, he said, I can control the vector state of any object. With a casual wave of his hand, a large tree uprooted itself and flew into the distance. Damn, Jiang Kai exclaimed in shock, then his eyes lit up. Junior, is there an arcade nearby where we can play claw machines? Lin Lu kicked Jiang Kai. You're too young to be thinking about such nonsense. He then turned to the others. Qin Xian, you'll have special training with me tonight. He handed each of them a booklet containing information on thermite usage, razor traps, floating units, and advanced mechanics. Master these concepts, and your combat capabilities will significantly improve, Lin Lu said, his eyes gleaming with determination. This Golden Sword Tournament Purple Magnolia Academy must win. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold, filled with a steely resolve. Does the Dragon Nation's leadership think severing ties between me and the Daylight Army will solve everything? Just wait. Once I rebuild a new force, I'll turn that place, the Archipelago Nation, into a wasteland. The obsession in Lin Lu's eyes was palpable, as if only endless carnage could quell the fire within him. The selection competition was scheduled to begin in 3 days. In the morning, all members of the Zijing Academy gathered in a dedicated meeting room, and Qin Xian was among them. The previous night, Sun Xing had approved Qin Xian's application for admission, making him a loyal follower of Lin Lu. Anyone recommended by Lin Lu could be accepted without question. Ahem, everyone, for this upcoming tournament. Although there are many formidable individuals from other academies, the following few are considered the strongest of the new generation in Nanyang City. Sun Dushing announced as he activated the screen, displaying the profiles of 3 individuals on the blue crystal display. The first introduction was of the Thunder Academy's undisputed king without a crown, Bai Yujing. Sun Dushing pressed a button on the remote, and Bai Yujing's profile appeared on the big screen. Bai Yujing, from Thunder Academy, possessed the ability to control lightning. While his power was officially rated as B-level, he had already passed the A-level combat ability test, though the information had not yet been updated. Recently, it was rumored that he could partially transform his body into an elemental state. Despite still being a student, he had participated in several battles against beast tides, demonstrating near-flawless strength and abilities. Beep! Sun Dishing switched the screen to reveal the second individual, Keita from Tianhui Academy, whose ability was Earth and Rock Power, also classified as a B-level combat ability. His power allowed him to manipulate rocks and the earth, earning him the reputation of having limitless stamina as long as he stood on solid ground. Jiang Kai, recognizing the familiar square-shaped face, couldn't help but exclaim. Noticing Jiang Kai's reaction, Sun Dushing smiled and asked, What, do you know him? Jiang Kai replied with a grin. I saw him once at the gate of Thunder Academy. Without pause, Sun Dushing continued. Lastly, we have Li Shui from Tsiyu Academy. Her ability is the body of the enchanted fox, and she is also a B-level combat ability user. Since there are very few videos of her in combat, her powers remain largely a mystery. What we do know is that she can transform her body into a fox demon state to perform illusion attacks on others. At this point, Sun Dishing stopped to give everyone time to absorb the information. After half a minute of contemplation, Li Ming raised a question. Principal Sun, could you explain what Bai Yujing's elemental transformation entails? If he can turn his body into an elemental state, wouldn't physical attacks be ineffective against him? Li Ming's question hit the nail on the head, and Sun Dishing didn't hesitate to praise him. Good observation, young man. You've pinpointed a critical issue. He then elaborated. While it's called elemental transformation, it's not as exaggerated as you might imagine. Everyone, take a look. He displayed a photo showing Bai Yujing in a peculiar state, his body surrounded by currents of electricity, resembling a lightning god. Is this what you mean by partial elemental transformation? Lin Lu asked in curiosity. In the photo, Bai Yujing's entire body appeared blue, but he still maintained the structure of a flesh and blood human. Sun Dishing nodded. Exactly. This is partial elemental transformation. His internal organs and body systems still retain human anatomy, but his skin has become a flowing current of electricity. The tricky part is that in this state, Bai Yujing's speed becomes unbelievably fast. Sun Dishing revealed the crux of the issue. Although Bai Yujing hadn't entirely turned into electricity, his speed had already reached a level characteristic of lightning, making him nearly impossible to outrun in a direct confrontation. The room fell into deep thought. Hey, Mr. Sun, what kind of battlefield are we looking at? Is it an open area or an enclosed space? Jiang Kai asked eagerly, his eyes shining as he looked at Sun Dishing, anticipating an answer. Sun Dishing smiled approvingly. Good question, kid. That's a very sharp observation. The battlefield is located in the back hills of Baishan Mountain, a wide and flat area. He paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. But tell me, are you thinking about using explosions to cover the entire field? Let me tell you a story. There was once a fire-wielding ability user who faced Bai Yujing. He turned the entire battlefield into a sea of flames. Yet even in such an environment, Bai Yujing's forces moved through it effortlessly. As for the effectiveness of explosions, his voice trailed off, becoming somber. Honestly, it's hard to say at this point. His words left everyone deep in thought. Against such a formidable opponent as Bai Yujing, their once prized abilities suddenly seemed insignificant. A heavy atmosphere hung over the group. Clap, clap, clap. Sun Xing suddenly broke the silence with a round of applause. Come on, don't be so pessimistic. Sure, abilities can give you a huge edge, but they aren't the sole factor in determining victory. Besides, our current opponent is Thunder Academy. We're not facing Bai Yujing just yet. He looked around at everyone with a light-hearted tone. Let's focus on what's in front of us. Eat well, drink well, and save your energy for the first match. That's what really matters right now. Sun Xing's words were like a shot of adrenaline, reinvigorating the members of Zijinghua Academy. The students of Class 1 Year 3 all turned their eyes toward Lin Lu, seeking guidance from him. Lin Lu met their expectant gazes and said calmly, "Why are you all looking at me? This is your competition, your stage. He'll only say one thing. You four each have the means to counter that lightning user. You just haven't figured out the right approach or techniques yet." He paused, and his tone grew stern. "I'm not going to give you too many hints. Future battles will be 100 times harsher than this one. When the time comes, do you expect me to babysit and guide you through every situation? I've said all I need to say. How you develop your abilities is something you'll have to figure out on your own." Lin Lu stood up, picked up a pen, and smiled as he said, "Oh, my foolish disciples, let me give you some tips." With that, he began to write rapidly on the whiteboard. A few minutes later, an impressive battle plan was laid out before everyone. 1. Lightning requires a conductive medium to travel, so creating a non-conductive or insulated environment can effectively limit the opponent's abilities. 2. Controlling lightning may consume a significant amount of energy. 3. When in elemental lightning form, certain physical actions, like grabbing objects or using tools, cannot be performed. Everyone, a teacher can only lead you to the door. The rest is up to you. This trip to Thunder Academy is also a test for you," Lin Lu said firmly. He then opened the door and walked out. "Lunch break? Dude, it's only 9:30 in the morning." Sun Dishing muttered with a helpless expression, his face showing a forced smile. "Everyone, this tournament requires you to fight on behalf of Bauhinia Academy. After you return today, make sure to prepare well or take some rest. The competition begins in 3 days." Lin Lu's voice echoed down the hallway. This competition uses a mixed format of team battles and solo battles. All academies are divided into 2 divisions, competing against each other. The winners advance to the next round, while the losers are eliminated. In team battles, each academy selects 2 participants to engage in 2v2 combat, testing their teamwork. The academy that wins the team battle earns 2 points. In solo battles, each academy sends 3 participants for unknown combat across 3 rounds. A participant may fight consecutively, earning 1 point for each victory. To summarize, winning the team battle grants 2 points, and winning all 3 solo battles grants 3 points, making a total of 5 points. 2 academies will face off, and the one with the higher score advances. And so, the Golden Sword Tournament in Nanyang City officially began. This grand event not only promises to showcase numerous outstanding young ability users, but also marks a major reshuffling of the rankings among the academies in Longhua. The top-ranked academies will attract more investment and talented students, while those ranked lower will face challenges in securing resources and enrollment. Time arrived as scheduled. 3 days later, the first round of selection finally began. The competition was divided into 2 divisions, the upper and lower brackets. Fortunately, Zijinghua Academy was not in the same division as Leitang Academy. Wow, why are there so many spectators? Jiang Kai stared at the packed stands, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Haha, it can't be helped. It's your first time participating, so it's normal to feel nervous. You'll get used to it over time. Zhao Kuo patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder, trying to ease his tension. All right, for the first match, let the 3 of us take the lead, Zhou Qing said with a smile, volunteering for the task. Wait a moment. Lin Lu interrupted Zhou Qing. Mr. Lin, do you have any specific arrangements? Zhou Qing asked curiously. Yes. Chen Xian doesn't have much combat experience yet. Let him participate in a few matches. Is that okay? Lin Lu made a gesture as if asking for a favor. That's fine. As long as they're registered participants, anyone can fight. Each team can have up to 7 members. Principal Sun already added Chen Xian's name to the list yesterday, Zhou Qing replied. Hearing this, Lin Lu nodded in satisfaction. As the Zijinghua Academy team arrived at their designated resting area, chatter erupted nearby. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Chen Xian? Why is he with the Zijinghua Academy team? A Sharpied member of the Leitang Academy team recognized Chen Xian. How is that possible? Let me see. Oh, it really is him. Dozens of gazes shifted towards Chen Xian. How are you feeling? The match is about to start. Nervous? Lin Lu sat down and teased Chen Xian. A teacher, now that you mention it, I am feeling a little nervous. By the way, for the first round, how much effort should I put in? Chen Xian asked with a smile. How much effort? In the first round, we need to make a strong impression. Although Zhao Kuo mentioned clearing the way for you, it's still best to conserve their energy when possible. Your hands haven't seen blood yet, right? For the first round, just pick a lucky opponent, and then… Lin Lu raised his index and middle fingers, drawing them across his neck in a dramatic gesture. The group collectively froze. Sigma. Mr. Lin, this is just the selection round. Is that really necessary? Sun Xing, sitting in the front row, voiced his concern. Principal Sun, take a look at who our opponent is in the first match, Lin Lu replied with a grin. Huh? Bauhinia Academy? Isn't that the academy that poached over a dozen of our top students this year? Upon hearing the name, Sun Xing's anger flared. Listen carefully, Chen Xian. For every member of that academy you see, take them down. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Do they think they can just poach my students and get away with it? Competing against us with such audacity? That academy deserves to be crushed. Sun Xing fumed with rage, his anger palpable. Stealing from Zijinghua, exploiting Zijinghua's resources. Bauhinia Academy. You're despicable. Chen Xian felt a bit awkward. Just moments ago, Principal Sun seemed so composed, and now he was brimming with hostility. While Sun Xing vented his frustrations about the poaching, a referee approached their group. Teachers and students of Zijinghua Academy, here is your match form. Please fill out the names of participants for the individual and team battles within the next 10 minutes. Once submitted, no changes can be made. Lin Lu took the match schedule, his eyes scanning the contents as he pondered silently. If no one steps up to fight, it will be considered a forfeit. He couldn't help but recall the referee's stern warning earlier. The referee had made it clear that if a team member who had fought continuously was unable to participate in the next round, no substitutes would be allowed. Lin Lu's heart tightened as he grasped the implications. Recklessly sending the strongest players into battle was not a viable strategy. If a fighter with insufficient stamina or skill were sent in and eliminated quickly, the team would risk losing subsequent matches by default. There's another crucial rule, the referee continued. In team battles, a side will only lose when all its members either surrender or are incapacitated. However, for individual battles, if a participant is knocked down or concedes, they lose immediately. Lin Lu nodded attentively, gaining a deeper understanding of the complexities of the competition. 10 minutes later, the referee returned and collected the match schedules. By now, the entire arena was filled with dozens of large battle platforms, each hosting intense duels between members of various academies. The referee's voice echoed. Everyone, here is the match schedule for Platform 7. As the screen lit up, the participation details of Bauhinia Academy appeared steady, with no consecutive fighters. Understandable, since no one wanted to take unnecessary risks in the first round. However, when the match lineup for Zijinghua Academy was revealed, it immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. Zijinghua Academy's lineup, for a team battle, huh? The audience erupted into chatter, with mocking voices rising one after another. Sending a Drank support ability user into the fray is bad enough, But back-to-back fights? Isn't that the guy with telekinesis who got expelled from Thunder Academy? He joined Zijingwa Academy, someone exclaimed, their tone dripping with disbelief. Unbelievable. The higher-ups at Zijingwa must have lost their minds. You used to be one of the top academies in Nanyang City, and now look at you. The air filled with a cacophony of sighs, insults, and scornful laughter, blending into a chaotic sea of noise. Lin Lu silently cheered for Chun Xian in his heart. Go for it. Chun Xian, once a speck of dust struggling to stand, now a towering giant reaching for the skies. Reclaim your honor and dignity here. Chun Xian nodded resolutely, his eyes reflecting determination as he acknowledged Lin Lu's encouragement. Chun Xian responded loudly, then put on a peculiar inner armor and a pair of unusual shoes. The first solo match began, and the contestants stepped onto the stage. Chun Xian walked up calmly, unbothered by the mocking voices around him, as if they were merely the wind passing by. From Fania Academy, a tall man took the stage. The man sneered and said, "Haha, strange things happen every year, but this year tops them all. Kid, a lifestyle ability user like you dares to step onto this stage? Should I applaud your courage or question your intelligence? Finished talking? If so, let's get started." Chun Xian replied with a faint smile, showing no fear. At the referee's signal, the battle commenced instantly. The man swung his hand, and suddenly, a 1.2-meter-long ice blade materialized from his wrist. Was an ice ability user. The audience murmured among themselves, speculating how this young man named Chun Xian would handle the situation. Handle it? He'll just lose, someone mocked. Not necessarily. He seems to have something up his sleeve, another responded. The man sneered again and charged toward Chun Xian with his ice blade. When he was 2 meters away, he swung the blade down fiercely. Die, he shouted. Chun Xian smiled faintly and extended his index finger, pointing it forward lightly. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the ice blade, which was about to strike his head, suddenly reversed direction and slashed back at its wielder faster than the man had swung it. What the ah? The man exclaimed in shock. Caught off guard, the blade hit him square on the head. His face was filled with disbelief as he failed to comprehend why his own ice blade had turned against him. Crack! The blade cleaved deeply into his face, embedding itself several centimeters. The man dropped to his knees before collapsing backward. The area around Battle Platform 7 fell eerily silent. The spectators and other contestants, who had witnessed the scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had this ice ability user really been defeated just like that? Everyone held their breath. The referee quickly rushed over to check the man's condition. After half a minute, the referee shook his head and then announced, the winner, Purple Hibiscus Academy, Chun Xian. What? The entire audience in the stands erupted in an instant. Isn't he a D-level life ability user? How is this possible? Did you cheat? Is this really a result that could happen under normal circumstances? The spectators were filled with dissatisfaction, and some even suspected that this was nothing more than a prearranged farce. Chun Xian ignored the doubts, adjusted his glasses, and smiled as he asked the referee, "Shall we continue?" Lin Lu sat on his bench with his legs crossed, feeling pleased as he thought to himself, "This kid finally knows how to conserve energy. 4 straightforward attacks like that. There's no need for complex calculations, just reverse the direction and speed. Learning to save computational power? Not bad, not bad." Meanwhile, Principal Fei of Ah Fei's academy was livid, shouting angrily, "Unbelievable. This is too much. Ah Fei, your turn." The humiliation was unbearable. Under everyone's gaze, the second match was about to begin. "You dared to go for the kill? Yuan Fei, will make you wish you were never born." Chun Xian shrugged, signaling for him to start already. In his mind, he thought, "Unbelievable, this is too much." Yuan Fei became even more enraged. The battle began. "Kid, take this. Werewolf transformation." In just 3 seconds, Yuan Fei completed his transformation. His height shot up to 2 meters, razor-sharp teeth glinted menacingly, and his claws, cold and glimmering, moved rhythmically, sending chills down everyone's spine. Chun Xian's heart tensed as he realized, this is bad. This guy is an agile close combat type. His speed and direction are hard to calculate. If it were a linear object, he could quickly compute its direction and speed. But now, facing a swift werewolf capable of moving unpredictably, the situation became much more complicated. Die! Without hesitation, Yuan Fei accelerated suddenly, darting toward Chun Xian like a bolt of lightning. As the distance closed, Yuan Fei swung a claw downward, aiming for Chun Xian's neck. Chun Xian maintained his smile. Facing the incoming attack, he stomped hard with both feet. Click! A pair of omnidirectional wheels popped out from the soles of his shoes. To everyone's astonishment, Chun Xian's body seemed to be pulled backward by some mysterious force. Using the backward glide, he easily dodged the werewolf's claw strike. Damn, this Chun Xian guy is impressive. Jiang Kai slapped his own forehead, inwardly applauding Chun Xian's cleverness. I knew there was a reason he wore that exoskeleton light armor. It was to boost his speed. You won't escape. Yuan Fei, now furious, was overwhelmed with anger. Not landing a single hit with his claw was utterly humiliating. He began to sprint, chasing Chun Xian across the battle platform. At this moment, Chun Xian resembled a kid holding a remote control, playing with a toy car, except the car was the lightweight exoskeleton armor he was wearing. This gear not only provided excellent protection for his body, but was also seamlessly integrated. With just a vector ability applied to the equipment, it could move his entire body in any desired direction. To prevent friction between his soles and the ground while moving, Chun Xian had specially designed a pair of running shoes equipped with omnidirectional wheels. Now, he only needed to control the vectors of his exoskeleton to move in any direction. Yuan Fei displayed a seasoned tactical mind. Realizing he couldn't catch up with Chun Xian directly, he immediately changed his strategy. Instead of blindly chasing, he began to cleverly maneuver, forcing Chun Xian toward a right-angled corner of the battle platform. After more than 2 minutes of strategic maneuvering, Chun Xian was finally cornered. Yuan Fei flashed a smug, wolfish grin. Kid, huff, still trying to run? Let's see where you can go now. You're overthinking it. Chun Xian shot him a disdainful glance before issuing an upward vector command to his inner armor. To the astonishment of the entire audience, his body began to slowly rise into the air. In just 4 seconds, Chun Xian was hovering over 5 meters above the ground, maintaining a stable posture through precise vertical adjustments. From below, Lin Lu immediately saw through the key to his opponent's technique. Even wind resistance affects your calculations. Looks like you need more practice. Big Wolf, time for your medicine. Wait, no. Chun Xian taunted from above, his tone dripping with mockery. Big Wolf, time to eat some bullets. You enjoyed chasing me earlier, didn't you? Well, now the roles are about to reverse. Faced with Chun Xian's provocation, Yuan Fei attempted a leap attack, but he couldn't even touch the soles of his opponent's feet. At that moment, the referee reminded them, attention, competitors. 15 minutes remain until the match ends. If no winner is determined by then, the match will be declared a draw, and neither academy will score any points. Chun Xian shook his head and formed a fingergun gesture with his thumb and index finger. From his waist, he retrieved an iron bead container resembling a magazine, skillfully loading it into his wrist. He then unfolded a simple targeting mechanism. Closing one eye, he carefully aimed, aligning his gaze, finger, and Yuan Fei in a straight line. Bang! With a playful sound effect from Chun Xian, an iron bead shot out at incredible speed, piercing Yuan Fei's thigh and embedding itself deep into the ground. My leg. Yuan Fei instantly reverted to his human form, clutching his bleeding thigh and howling in pain. Shooting while moving really messes up the accuracy. Chun Xian muttered to himself, readying a second iron bead for launch. I surrender. Seeing Chun Xian once again take aim, Yuan Fei wisely admitted defeat. It was a smart choice. His opponent dominated the air while he was utterly defenseless. Continuing the fight would only lead to further humiliation. Too slow to fire. Chun Xian lamented slightly, then descended smoothly to the ground, landing with precision. The winner of the second match is Chun Xian. The referee's announcement snapped the stunned audience back to reality. The crowd erupted into heated discussions. What did I just witness? Tell me, what kind of superpower is that? No way. Is this the same weakling Chun Xian we knew? These 2 matches today felt like he was cheating. This won't do. I need to study up. The Zijingwa Academy is from our bracket. He'll be our opponents sooner or later. Chun Xian flashed his signature warm smile. Let's keep going. Time's ticking. At the Zijingwa Academy, the atmosphere was lively and filled with laughter. However, over at Ingeniously Academy, the mood was somber and tense. The headmaster of Ingeniously was furious, scolding his students relentlessly, while they stood with heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. The referee urged impatiently, Ingeniously Academy, send out your contestant. It was my turn. A tall girl stepped onto the battle platform, bowed slightly, and said, Chun Xian of Zijingwa Academy, pleased to meet you. The 2 opponents clasped their fists in respect before assuming combat stances. Now, you'll experience what it's like to have no opening to strike. Feng Yu smirked as she spoke, and before her words fully landed, she seemed to vanish from everyone's view. Invisible? Chun Xian was taken aback, surprised that this was not an offensive ability. From the sidelines, Jiang Kai observed the pensive Chun Xian and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He thought, if it were me on stage, I'd just toss a few handfuls of dust to expose her. What's the point of invisibility then? Too bad I'm not the one competing. At that moment, Chun Xian was stumped. Without a target, how could she attack? Classic for Sai. Li Meng and Meng Li commented, while Lin Lu nodded in agreement. Without being able to lock onto the target, launching an attack would indeed be tricky. Meanwhile, the members of Zijingwa Academy were also brainstorming countermeasures. Swish! A sharp throwing knife suddenly shot out from an empty corner. Chun Xian, quick on her feet, slid aside just in time to dodge the attack. However, in the next moment, the knife disappeared as soon as it hit a certain spot. What the? Is that even possible? Jiang Kai and Li Ming exchanged astonished glances, thinking, this ability is pretty sneaky. But wait, there was no sound. Chun Xian began analyzing rapidly. If it were just invisibility, the person should still be nearby, and running or moving would inevitably produce noise. Yet Feng Yu's attack had been completely silent. What exactly was the principle behind her invisibility? Humph. Thinking you can achieve consecutive victories against Phoenioxu Academy? Foolish dreams. The headmaster of Phoenioxu finally revealed a long-awaited smile. Swish, swish, swish. Several sharp, throwing knives shot out again from a corner. This time, Chen Xian seemed to have figured something out. She didn't dodge, but stood motionless. Dodge it. The three leaders shouted in unison. However, something extraordinary happened. The knives passed right through Chen Xian's body before vanishing into thin air, leaving her completely unscathed. What was going on? The audience was stunned, their curiosity piqued. Heh, if you still refuse to surrender, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Xian, unbothered by any notion of chivalrous restraint, raised her right hand and fired a dozen iron pellets toward the spot where Feng Yu had initially stood. Thud, thud, thud. Each pellet shot out with frightening speed, striking Feng Yu and forcing her visible again. The arena's medical team rushed forward to assess the injuries of the now bloodied Feng Yu. The Lin family team members pondered deeply before a look of realization spread across their faces. Hey, come on, what's going on? Explain it to me. Zhao Kuo asked in confusion. You all get it already? I'm still clueless. You've boarded the train of understanding, but I'm still at the station. Haven't caught the train of intellect yet. Sun Dishing gave Zhao Kuo an exasperated look. Haven't you figured it out? That girl's ability isn't true invisibility. It's more like an illusion that deceives the eyes. Exactly. Lin Lu smiled and explained. That girl can manipulate the surrounding light to create a visual overlay effect, like crafting an illusionary world for your eyes. Zhao Kuo only half understood, but he began to form a vague concept of light in his mind. In short, she created the illusion of not being present by altering the reflection of light. Feng Yu was carried away on a stretcher, her life hanging by a thread. Only heaven knew her fate. The referee stood up, his gaze falling on the refined and composed young man, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Applause surged like a tidal wave, echoing throughout the arena. This world never lacked admiration for the strong, and Chun Xian's 1 against 3 battle had ignited the audience's passion. That guy's name is Chun Xian, right? Well done, Chun Xian. You've earned respect for the gifted among us. From now on, you're my idol. Go, Chun Xian. I'm rooting for you. The audience cheered for him, and some even noticed how his white hair and glasses added to his striking appearance. Stepping down from the battle platform, Chun Xian approached Lin Lu, clasped his hands respectfully, and bowed deeply. Teacher, I did not fail your expectations. Lin Lu teased. Oh, look at this now. That's what I call a promising talent. Let me take a look at those other misfits. His gaze shifted from Chun Xian to the other 3 disciples. Jiang Kai had a silly grin plastered on his face. Li Ming stood with his eyes closed, his expression solemn like a wooden statue, and the stylishly dressed Ming Li was blowing a bubble with her gum while playing on her phone. Lin Lu couldn't help but sigh. The old saying is true, comparison really does hurt. You 3, have you made any progress with the techniques I gave you? Tonight, same place as always. We'll have a tactical review meeting. Yes, sir. The 4 disciples responded in unison, nodding firmly. As night fell, in the meeting room of Thunder Academy, Headmaster Feng Yu, along with the senior staff and participants of the competition, was holding a meeting. Let's hear it. What's the deal with this Chen Xian? Human resources. Is this how you screen talent? Feng Yu's words made one bald, middle-aged man squirm in his seat. Headmaster, Chun Xian's abilities were assessed by the Ability Evaluation Council. We had no control over it. Back then, when his powers went out of control, I didn't suggest expelling him. It was his own decision to leave. Oh, by the way, Headmaster, I heard Chen Xian has a disabled sister. Maybe we could offer some benefits to recruit him back. Feng Yu shot the speaker a frosty glare. Too late. Chun Xian's sister has already been sent to Shinong Pharmaceuticals for treatment. It's probably the work of Zijinghua Academy. We've lost a top-tier talent. Feng Yu sighed deeply. Ah, Headmaster, there's no need to be so disheartened. Wasn't Thunder Academy always destined to remain undefeated? The speaker was Bai Yujing. With his immense strength, sharp intellect, and exceptional leadership, he stood as the unshakable pillar at the peak of Thunder Academy. Everyone, rest assured, anyone who dares to stand in the way of Thunder's wrath will face dire consequences. Bai Yujing's words sent a ripple through the room, leaving everyone with a newfound clarity and resolve. Exactly. With Bai on our side, what do those enemies amount to? The meeting ended on a high note. The night enveloped the silent white God Mountain, where 5 figures discreetly gathered in a hidden location. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium, calcium. Inside a brightly lit, simple wooden cabin deep in the heart of Baishan Mountain, four disciples sat upright, earnestly reciting the periodic table of elements. Lin Lu watched the scene before him, a rare sense of joy from teaching and nurturing welling up inside him. The disciples' clear eyes, tinged with a hint of confusion and their occasional fidgeting, filled him with satisfaction. After half an hour of study, Lin Lu led the four of them to an open clearing. He casually pulled over a stool, sat down, crossed his hands on his knees, and said, "All right, my dear disciples. How did your research with the booklets I gave you go? It's time to show your progress. Tell me, what insights have you gained, or how have your abilities improved?" Li Meng was the first to step forward, pulling out a sizable rock from his waist. "Teacher, this is my specially crafted sharp stone." Oh, a flicker of interest appeared in Lin Lu's eyes. "Hee, I had Jiang Kai create this special rock for me. Watch closely," Li Meng said as he displayed his martial strength, using the momentum of his spinning body to hurl the rock high into the air. As the rock traced a perfect arc, Li Meng imitated Jiang Kai's signature move, snapping his fingers and shouting, "Explode!" In an instant, what seemed like an ordinary rock suddenly burst apart in midair, shattering into a cloud of fine stone powder. Next up, Razor Hell. Li Meng's eyes focused sharply as he activated his ability. Under his control, the falling dust abruptly changed trajectory and began vibrating intensely. As more energy poured into the dust, the frequency of its vibrations increased, forming a dense cutting network. Some particles even collided, producing sparks. Within mere seconds, the nearby patch of forest was reduced to fragments under the relentless slicing of the black dust. When all the particles finally settled, the space seemed to have been consumed by some unknown force. Lin Lu's heart tightened. This kid, I originally wanted him to create a few blades for mass cutting, but he went ahead and borrowed Jiang Kai's dust technique to create something like T-sand indiscriminate, high-density cutting system. The power rivals the top-tier high-pressure sandblasters on Earth. If this were deployed on a large scale, wouldn't that be catastrophic? What is he aiming for, a research grant? Teacher, how was it? Li Meng's face radiated pride. His ability, which had previously been suited for precise unknown attacks, now had the potential for large-scale devastation. Those black particles, what are they? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Oh, that's black obsidian dust I had Jiang Kai make. Didn't you say that obsidian in nature has unparalleled cutting ability and is particularly brittle? So I thought of using obsidian to create a dense dust storm for slicing. See, everything was reduced to fragments under my dust cutting. Jiang Kai, I've been putting the periodic table to practical use. Li Meng, my good buddy, let's soar together. Lin Lu looked stunned, while Chun Xian pondered for a moment and then smiled as he asked, Senior brother, we understand the principle behind the cutting, but how did you manage to make them disintegrate and explode in midair? The group of disciples all turned to Chun Xian, silently admiring his sharp insight. Impressive, you got straight to the heart of the problem, Chun Xian continued. Last time, I saw Jiang Kai creating explosives, so I asked him to embed something in the center of the obsidian block, something that could detonate without requiring oxygen. We spent a long time deciding, and finally settled on mercury fulminate. This whole explosive process is really troublesome, Chun Xian added. It requires layers of thought. Jiang Kai told me he categorized the explosions into primary and secondary stages. Honestly, I don't really understand it, but as long as he can make it work, that's fine by me. Jiang Kai patted Li Meng's shoulder with a grin. Teacher, we worked on this idea for ages. Using the TNT composition you taught us, we made secondary gunpowder, and then, boom, it all blew up. Mercury fulminate, it's way too sensitive. I'm worried that if Li Meng accidentally bumps it, he might lose his life. Lin Lu's expression twitched slightly, his concern evident. You guys are getting deeper and deeper into the art of destruction, Meng Li remarked bluntly, glancing at the group. The impact wastes a lot of energy. If the obsidian were metal, I could use magnetic forces to arrange the dust into an optimal matrix, and the power would be. Stop. Let's not discuss this any further. Lin Lu interrupted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, silently relieved that he managed to halt the conversation in time. Meanwhile, Li Meng and Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. All right, now about your idea of using magnetism to create a floating blade. Lin Lu attempted to steer the discussion elsewhere. Floating blade? What nonsense is that? This is what I made. Meng Li laughed as she gestured, and two fist-sized metal boxes floated beside her. What are those? Lin Lu asked, confused. Teacher, just watch. Charging up. With Meng Li's command, something indescribable seemed to occur within the boxes. Lin Lu stared intently at the metal box in his hands, clearly sensing the terrifying power building up inside. At Meng Li's command, the box activated instantly, ejecting a metal sphere from its outlet. This seemingly ordinary metal ball shot through the air at an unimaginable speed, cutting down trees in its path and shattering boulders into dust. An electromagnetic cannon. Lin Lu exclaimed in shock, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at his student. You actually developed this in such a short amount of time. Meng Li sighed with a troubled expression. Teacher, I need your help. This device is incredibly powerful, but it breaks down after just a few uses. I can repair it immediately, but if it fails during a battle, there won't be enough time to fix it. Lin Lu nodded and gestured for Meng Li to open the metal box. As the side of the box opened, he couldn't help but marvel silently. Meng Li had ingeniously designed a miniature coil ring accelerator inside. She skillfully placed a metal sphere into the device and unleashed her magnetic manipulation ability at full force. Under the influence of the powerful magnetic field, the metal sphere began to accelerate rapidly along the circular track formed by the coils. As time passed, its speed increased continuously. When it reached the critical point, Meng Li decisively activated the switch, and the metal sphere shot out of the launcher with astonishing velocity. Teacher, this is an improved version of the electromagnetic floating cannon based on the principles you taught me, Meng Li explained. At first, I used a straight, long barrel design, and while it worked well, it was too large to carry and operate. So, I switched to this ring-shaped cavity structure. However, my current abilities are limited. It can only control up to 5 at a time, and the internal metal components experience fatigue and break after a few uses. Lin Lu nodded thoughtfully. Your electromagnetic cannon is indeed powerful, but it has two critical weaknesses. The energy buildup takes too long, and its usage is limited. Meng Li nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited her teacher's guidance. Looking at Meng Li's expectant gaze, Lin Lu couldn't help but feel at a loss for words. Meng Li, the structure of your metal ring-shaped coil is already quite solid. Do you know why this problem occurs? Lin Lu's expression gradually became serious. Why? Not only Meng Li, but the other three also looked at Lin Lu curiously, waiting for his answer. Well, when the small ball moves in a circular motion, putting aside the effects of friction, do you know how much force the outer wall of the ring-shaped channel has to withstand? Lin Lu pulled over a portable blackboard and began to explain. Centrifugal force is the reactive force to centripetal force caused by inertia during circular motion. It's not a real force, but a pseudo-force introduced to describe motion in a non-inertial reference frame. Among the four, only Chun Xian nodded in understanding, while the other three looked utterly confused. Li Ming asked, Who am I? Where am I? Jiang Kai muttered, Where is this? Is this still in the country? How did I end up abroad? Meng Li, on the other hand, was so anxious that she could only stammer incoherently. Lin Lu felt a headache coming on. To put it simply, if you force a small iron ball moving in a straight line to perform circular motion, the outer wall of the channel will experience pressure. I just calculated the centrifugal force exerted on the outer wall by a 1 centimeter diameter iron ball moving at the speed of sound 343 milliseconds in a 10 centimeter diameter ring-shaped channel is approximately 9,608 newtons, equivalent to a weight of about 980 kilograms. That's roughly the same as the gravitational force of a 1-ton object pressing against it. I see. No wonder my electromagnetic cannon stops working after just a few uses. Meng Li finally understood what Lin Lu meant. Not only that, Lin Lu continued, but due to the high-speed motion of the small iron ball, the friction between it and the outer wall, as well as with the air, will increase as the centrifugal force grows. This is one of the reasons why your acceleration is slow. He went on to summarize. So, here are some adjustments you can make. First, you need to provide centripetal force to the iron ball during its rotation. Second, you need to carefully calculate whether you can achieve acceleration in the ring-shaped channel while keeping the iron ball in a levitated state. Right now, your device can only be called a gun, it's not a cannon yet. A real cannon looks like this. Before finishing his sentence, Lin Lu raised his right arm toward the sky. The daylight bracelet enveloped his arm with a layer of armor. He took out a specially crafted coin and held it between his fingers. In an instant, a powerful electric current intertwined within the mechanical arm, forming an intense magnetic field. He lightly tossed the coin, which spun in midair, tracing a graceful arc. Then, with his arm as the origin, Lin Lu unleashed countless streaks of cyan electric light outward. At this moment, the coin began to fall slowly. As it descended to the level of Lin Lu's fingertips, he raised his hand, now surrounded by dazzling electric light, and flicked it lightly. That seemingly casual flick contained astonishing power. Whoosh! Boom! The coin, wrapped in electric light, shot forward at 3 times the speed of sound, emitting a sharp whistle. It tore through the air with a destructive force, leaving behind a brilliant blue trajectory in the dark night sky. The 4 onlookers were wide-eyed, stars practically twinkling in their gazes, marveling inwardly at how incredibly cool this move was. As the electric current dissipated, Lin Lu deactivated the daylight armor. Got it. Now this is a cannon. That's barely a weapon. The 4 pairs of eyes stared intently, still haunted by the blue electric arcs they had just witnessed. All right, that's it for tonight's lesson. We'll pick it up tomorrow. With that, the evening session came to an end. Back in the dormitory, Lin Lu opened his communicator. A few seconds later, Su Ming's voice came through. Hello? "Boss, how's it going lately?" she asked playfully. Not bad. In a few days, I'll be temporarily assigned to the southern Juke base for defense." Lin Lu's tone carried a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing the word defense, his expression grew somber. Were those small southeastern nations acting up again? As Lin Lu spoke, a tense atmosphere filled the room. Su Ming felt a pang of unease. "Lin Lu, Sanbao's death wasn't your fault," she said to comfort him. "I know. Sanbao's death was caused by a traitor. But it was orchestrated by the four nations in the southeast," Lin Lu replied, his voice steady and cold. "Xiaoming, keep an eye on things over there. The moment I get a chance, I'll avenge Sanbao with their lives." He didn't dwell on the matter further, and after chatting with Su Ming for a while, he turned in for the night. The next matches became much easier. With Chun Xianju setting the bar so high, the three giants were fired up and gave it their all. After a series of consecutive victories, Zijingwa Academy finally made it into the top 16. Early in the morning, Lin Lu led a few disciples toward the competition venue. Ever since witnessing the astonishing railgun, Jiang Kai and the others had shed their earlier arrogance and regained the humble mindset of apprentices. Once everyone was seated, Lin Lu remarked, "What a beautiful day, perfect weather for killing and spilling blood." The others were left bewildered. He continued, "All right, you three have been working hard. Let Jiang Kai and Li Ming take the stage today for some practice." The three giants nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Lu was seen as a savior by Zijingwa Academy's leadership. Once struggling with dwindling student enrollment, the academy now boasted a few extraordinary talents. The city-level qualifiers were no longer the ceiling. There was even hope of breaking into the top 10 at the Golden Sword Tournament. Yes, the top 10. That was the goal set by Sun Xing and Sun Dishing for this year's event. Up until now, they still hadn't realized the terrifying strength of Jiang Kai and his team. In the first solo match, as soon as the referee gave the signal, the contestants stepped onto the stage. Li Ming walked forward, facing an opponent, a masked man wearing a black face covering. After verifying their identities, the battle officially began. "Clones," Zhao Shan shouted, and in an instant, a dozen identical versions of himself appeared on the stage. A life ability user should stay obediently in factories and production lines. This was the arena for demon-slaying warriors. The multiple Zhao Shans drew long knives from their waists and charged ferociously at Li Ming. Haha, Li Ming hates thinking. In an unknown fight, he might have stood a chance to practice, but now, to save himself the trouble, he's definitely going to use that move. Jiang Kai analyzed confidently. Sure enough, just as Jiang Kai predicted, Li Ming couldn't be bothered to analyze the situation. In his mind, there was no need to distinguish between real and fake head, just take them all out at once. Li Ming reached for his waist, and a metal whip appeared in front of everyone. "Hey buddy, watch out. Don't die on me," Li Ming quipped before starting to spin in place, swinging the metal whip. In his hands, the whip moved like a white snake, orbiting him in a circular motion. What is this guy doing? Is he dancing? Haha, life ability users can never hold their own on this stage. Look, that guy called Li Ming is done for. Just as everyone thought Li Ming was about to be overwhelmed, he suddenly pressed a switch on the whip. The thick metal whip instantly opened up, revealing its interior. Neatly arranged stones began to detach from the whip at timed intervals, propelled outward in all directions by centrifugal force. "Explode," Li Ming commanded, detonating the obsidian stones. In an instant, Zhao Shan's true body and clones were engulfed in a cloud of obsidian dust and debris. Seizing the moment when the fragments spread, Li Ming raised one hand, clenched his fist tightly, and unleashed the razor hell. The moment the fragments lingered midair, they emitted a chilling screech. Chirp, 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 chirp. Both Zhao Shan's clones and his original body were engulfed in a terrifying hell of slicing. The fragments, like a swarm of ferocious locusts, ravaged everything in their path, devouring all living beings and objects around them, reducing them to debris. In the eyes of the onlookers, this screeching storm of fragments resembled a slicing inferno from which no living creature could escape. Before Zhao Shan could even utter the words, "I surrender," he was swallowed by the slicing hell. His skin, bones, and every inch of his body were torn apart alive. To the horrified audience, Zhao Shan didn't even get the chance to cry out his surrender before he was reduced to a pile of broken bones and crimson tissue, his blood staining the ground a vivid red. Some spectators, unable to bear the gruesome sight, began to vomit. The horrifying scene was too much for anyone nearby to look at directly. "Move on. I'm in a hurry." Jiang Kai stepped forward in a flash and kicked Li Ming off the battle platform. "Referee, let's keep going. I'm next." "Don't worry, they'll hold back," he said with a mischievous grin. The referee, helpless, signaled for the match to continue without cleaning up the mess. Jiang Kai's lively demeanor lightened the mood, albeit slightly. If Li Ming had stayed any longer, it would have left a lasting impression of bloodthirstiness that would haunt him for life. Lin Lu shook his head in resignation. Li Ming was a good kid, but he just didn't know how to pull his punches. Too heavy-handed, Lin Lu thought. He should be careful about his reputation. Look at Jiang Kai always grinning, giving off an air of warmth and friendliness. Boom. Before Lin Lu could finish his thoughts, a terrifying explosion erupted in the stands. Boom. The massive blast engulfed most of the battle platform, and the opposing fighters were blown to pieces, their charred remains scattered across the ground. What the hell? Is this a competition or a death match? No matter how strong you are, this is going too far. I'm filing a complaint. You're nothing but executioners. Some spectators in the stands began shouting angrily. Jiang Kai, with a cheeky smile, replied with a line that instantly fueled their anger. If you're bad, practice more. The audacity. Such arrogance. The Violet Orchid Academy was simply outrageous. Lin Lu covered his face with his palm, full of despair. What a bunch of troublemakers, he thought. Sigh? Looks like the formula's still off. The power isn't enough. Should I swap out the mercury fulminate? Jiang Kai muttered to himself, deep in thought. The referee turned to the other side, signaling for the next participant to step forward. No, I'm not going up. He'll die? Don't look at me like that. If you're so brave, you go. A young man from the opposing academy's team was on the verge of breaking down. Are you going up or not? If not, your team loses, the referee pressed. Seeing his team member in such a state, the opposing academy's principal let out a heavy sigh and declared, we forfeit. What? The first academy to surrender before even finishing a match appeared in this year's Nanyang City Selection Tournament. Violet Orchid Academy, don't think your victory is something to be proud of. Your ruthless actions against fellow competitors will surely face consequences. Sigh. Sun Xing let out a long sigh. Violet Orchid Academy had backed itself into a corner. Was there even a need to field these people? There's no way they could win the tournament like this. Let's go with these people. Lin Lu's steady and powerful voice echoed through the conference room of Zijingwa Academy. Like a double-edged sword, they may indeed give Zijingwa a reputation for bloodlust. But, principal, there's no need to worry too much. A few years ago, Thunder Academy also caused dozens of casualties during a competition. If such incidents were grounds for punishment, then every champion in history would carry a heavy debt of blood. He glanced around at everyone, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to win the upcoming matches. Exactly. Sun Dishing suddenly spoke up, his gaze firm. Only by weathering storms can one become an elite. In this atmosphere, Zijingwa Academy forged ahead with unstoppable momentum, surging into the semifinals as a dark horse. Before the next match, they had 3 days to rest. For the first time, Lin Lu set aside his usual stern demeanor and unexpectedly gave the team a day off. That day, Lin Lu, Meng Li, Jiang Kai, Li Meng, and Qin Xian went to a self-service barbecue restaurant. Sitting in the outdoor seating area, Lin Lu showcased his exceptional grilling skills, honed back on Blue Star's mastery of blended soy sauce, and the precise ratios of various spices left everyone impressed. Amid laughter and cheer, the group savored this rare moment of leisure. However, their peaceful respite was soon interrupted. An uninvited guest entered the outdoor area with 3 companions. Look, Shun Lian, isn't that your sister? It really is. I never thought I'd run into her here. As soon as Shun Lian and his group arrived, their eyes locked onto Lin Lu's table. Seeing Meng Li laughing and chatting, Shun Lian's anger flared. To him, this woman was the reason his parents had been at odds for years and the source of the shame that had tainted his once happy life. Well, who would have thought a nameless bastard like you could afford to eat here? Shun Lian's sharp words immediately caught Lin Lu and the others' attention. Lin Lu turned to look at the 4 of them, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Oh, Shun Lian, you'd better not cause any trouble. Meng Li abruptly stood up from her seat, her eyes glinting with a chilling sharpness. I'm no longer part of the Shin family. You walk your bright, open path, and I'll cross my solitary bridge. Shin Lian let out a cold laugh, his face full of mockery. Oh really? Not part of the Shin family? Then where did your living expenses come from back then? And where did you learn all your skills? You've enjoyed the benefits of the family, and now you just walk away without a care? You're disloyal, unfilial, and ungrateful, you. Before the word bastard could escape his lips, a surge of immense force sent Shun Lian flying backward. Lin Lu, holding a barbecue skewer, gave it a slight flick and spoke without even lifting his head. Annoying. Can't even eat in peace. You all, take him. Meng Li hesitated, her expression conflicted. Teacher, Shun Lian is my half-brother. Lin Lu casually flipped the chicken wing he was grilling, but his gaze turned sharp. Sigh? Hesitation only brings trouble. Look at your brother, does he even deserve to live? He turned to the side. Girl, remember this. Never leave your opponent any room to retaliate. Li Meng one arm. Li Meng moved without hesitation, his actions swift and precise. With his left hand pressing the sword sheath's trigger and his right hand drawing the blade, a glint of cold light flashed. How dare you commit violence in broad daylight? One of Shun Lian's companions roared. Armor of protection. In an instant, a heavy, gray armor materialized, encasing him entirely as he stepped in front of Shun Lian. Pathetic. Li Meng sneered, unleashing a terrifyingly high-frequency slash with his sword. The seemingly indestructible armor was sliced through like tofu, and the ability user within collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his abdomen. The bystanders froze in shock at the gruesome scene, unable to comprehend how such brazen violence could unfold in public. Energy fist. Realizing escape was impossible, Shun Lian gathered his strength into his fist, visible energy swirling around it as he aimed a powerful punch at Li Meng. Li Meng smirked disdainfully, his figure flickering like a phantom as he sidestepped Shun Lian's attack. Let me take an arm as a lesson for you. With a casual flick of his Dawnbreaker sword, Shun Lian's arm was severed, blood gushing out in torrents. Ah! Shun Lian screamed, tore through the air as blood gushed from his severed arm. This is Thunder Academy's territory. How dare you commit such violence in public? Do you think our academy has no one to stand up to you? His companion quickly pulled out a communication device and pressed a button. In less than 2 minutes, over 100 members of Thunder Academy surrounded Lin Lu and his group. However, despite the tense atmosphere, Lin Lu appeared unusually composed. Don't bother with him. Come on, let's eat, Lin Lu said casually, handing the freshly grilled chicken wings to the 3 people around him while calling out to Li Meng. Li Meng deftly flicked the blood off his blade and sheathed his sword, Zhan Xiao. Wow, teacher, these wings are incredible, Jiang Kai exclaimed, devouring them without a care for the hostile stares around them. I told you my grilling skills are unmatched. There are a few half-cooked ones left. That's the real, authentic flavor. Chun Xian also grabbed a wing, savoring the food while discreetly observing the surrounding terrain. Meng Li watched in shock, never having seen such decisiveness from a senior in her sect. Sit down and eat too, Lin Lu said to Meng Li. You're my student. Apart from your parents and me, no one else has the right to scold you. Anyone who dares will face the consequences. Jiang Kai, Li Meng, and Chun Xian gave Meng Li encouraging smiles. At that moment, a warm feeling surged in her heart. You still have the nerve to eat? Go enjoy your meal in hell. Flame Dragon, one of Shun Lian's companions roared, summoning a massive fire dragon. Floating cannons. Meng Li hesitated no longer. For small boxes shot into the air, emitting sharp whistles. For supersonic metal projectiles struck the fire manipulator's knees and elbows with precision, instantly incapacitating him. Make way, Senior Bai Yujing is here. The crowd parted to form a path as Bai Yujing approached with 2 officers, his body crackling with dangerous electricity. After a tense standoff, Bai Wei arrived just in time to defuse the conflict. Back at Thunder Academy, Bai Yujing gathered the participating students. If you encounter anyone from Zijinghua Academy, eliminate them all, he ordered grimly, still shaken by the strength Jiang Kai had displayed. At the barbecue shop, Lin Lu discussed the students' impressions of their encounter with Bai Yujing. Apart from Jiang Kai, the others admitted they were no match for him. Pressure creates motivation, Lin Lu said with a nod. Bai Yujing's presence had reignited their determination to rise to the challenge. So you've given up? Lin Lu asked, a playful smile on his face. How could we? The 4 young faces responded in unison, their eyes shining with determination. Even if we can't win, we'll fight. If you want to improve, you've got to give it your all, Li Meng said, the stubborn defiance in his tone evident as he curled his lips. Meng Li's eyes burned with a thirst for knowledge. Teacher, after all, electric current is just the movement of electric charges. Tonight, he'll dive into studying the concepts of current in advance. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses filled with focus. Let's just go for it. Jiang Kai laughed heartily, his usual bold and carefree personality shining through. The presence of Bai Yujing indeed brought pressure to the group, but that pressure had transformed into a driving force for them to move forward. The semifinals arrived as scheduled. When the team from Zijinghua Academy entered the venue, the scene before them left them stunned. The audience seats were completely empty. Huh? Where's the audience? Where is everyone? Zhaokua asked, his face puzzled as he looked around. A figure in a luxurious uniform stepped onto the stage. It was Jiang Xia. Below the stage, the students from the 4 semi-finalist academies sat in clearly defined sections. First, congratulations to all of you for advancing to the semi-finals of the Golden Sword Tournament in Nanyang City. Now let me announce the qualifying academies. Leitang Academy, Ziyu Academy, Tianhui Academy, and Zijinghua Academy. Principal Sun, look at this. Just by the names, we've already won, Sun Xing said enthusiastically. Lin Lu, our academy's name is longer than all of theirs. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show helpless expressions. Jiang Xia continued to announce the competition rules. You are all the elites of Nanyang City, so let's let your strength do the talking. This time, the traditional arena battle format will be replaced with a dark zone hunting format. The announcement caused an uproar, and everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Xia went on to explain the scoring system in detail. Killing or capturing exotic beasts would earn 0.1 points, ferocious beasts 5 points, and disaster beasts 50 points. As soon as he finished, a student from Leitang Academy immediately raised their hand to ask, Director Jiang, are we allowed to steal someone else's prey? This question instantly stirred up a commotion. The teachers and students of the other three academies glared angrily in the direction of Leitang Academy. Li Shui from Tsiyu Academy opened her purple fan elegantly, half covering her face. Oh, how amusing. Amusing indeed. Let's just hope your Leitang Academy doesn't end up regretting it, said Keita from Tianhui Academy, clenching his fists. The four young students trembled slightly with excitement at hearing about the new competition format. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Jiang Kai exclaimed excitedly. I've already created over 100 mercury fulminate dust clusters, letting Li Ming detonate them all at once. Wouldn't that be amazing? No, C4 in the simulations is even more cost-effective. He turned to Qin Xian, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If Jiang Kai can combine the dust into a solid form, and I launch the solid, then Li Ming could use internal vibrations to generate heat again. Wouldn't that mean we could just keep going boom, boom, boom? Meng Li, standing nearby, chimed in. Jiang Kai could also make metal dust blocks, have them suspended in the air, and Qin Xian could make them move in a circular motion. Then Li Ming could apply high-frequency vibrations to turn them into high-temperature dust, creating a high-temperature magnetic storm. That would be insanely powerful. Unfortunately, Qin Xian still can't control large volumes of dust. Li Ming said helplessly, begging for a carry. He teased, his laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, a few students from Zijingwa Academy stood trembling nearby. The participants from Leitang Academy noticed and couldn't help but mock them. They've probably never been to the Dark Zone, have they? People who haven't even done Dark Zone training are bound to be scared. Cowards. The taunts from Leitang Academy poured in like a tide, but the four youngsters remained unfazed. Jiang Xia looked at one of the questioning students, her gaze sharp. Of course you can. Once you're in the Dark Zone, it's all about survival. Your life and fortune are left to fate. But let me remind you, don't always think about stealing others' hard work. Sometimes, the roles of sheep and lions can reverse. Seeing no more questions, Jiang Xia shouted. 2 days from now, gather here. If anyone doesn't want to go, speak up within these 2 days. Dismissed. Lin Lu stood up, turned around, and said, I know what you're all thinking. 2 days is plenty of time. Now dismissed. The four youngsters dashed out of the venue like lightning, heading deep into Baishan Mountain. Over the next 2 days, Baishan Mountain became their testing ground, with hill after hill being destroyed. After a blazing red-hot metal tornado swept through one of the peaks, the four finally stopped. Jiang Kai stared at the vast stretch of scorched black ground before them, his face full of astonishment. Qin Xian, you can already control large-scale objects? He asked with a grin. Qin Xian sighed softly and said in a low voice, even if you throw a handful of sand at me, I still wouldn't be able to catch it. He paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. However, there is a way to cheat. He went on to explain, by compressing the dust into a solid form, imbuing it with vector abilities, and then dispersing it back into dust, it can move according to the pattern I set beforehand. It's like programming a sequence of actions. It will move on its own. He began drawing diagrams on the ground with a tree branch, giving the other three a lesson. This combo technique is terrifying. It really goes against the natural order. Meng Li suddenly blurted out. Li Ming, curious, asked, who's the natural order? The group burst into laughter, teasing him for being clueless. Since we've come up with a combo move, shouldn't we give it a name? Jiang Kai suggested an interesting idea. Li Ming found this intriguing. After all, martial artists had a habit of naming their ultimate moves. Even a weak slashing attack could get a grandiose name like Inyang Infinite Universe Skyblade. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses and pondered seriously, combining our names. Meng, Li Kai Xian. Dream victory? Daydreaming about winning. The group collectively groaned in mock disdain. How about Moonlit Bloodstorm? Sounds classy and powerful, right? Li Ming proposed. Jiang Kai immediately rejected it. No way. That's way too over the top. Just then, Lin Lu emerged from a corner, interrupting their debate. Teacher. The four of them stood up at once, their expressions turning serious. It's almost time. Tonight, we'll be leaving. Your combo technique is impressive. Are you really starting to master it? Lin Lu said, offering them generous praise without hesitation. As soon as they stepped out of the safety exit, Jiang Kai and his group were guided by staff members toward the hotel. Under the night sky, the neon lights of Fugua City glimmered brightly, bustling with traffic and life, far surpassing their expectations of its vibrance. This place is so lively, Jiang Kai exclaimed, gazing out at the scenery. No wonder it's called the Southwest Hub. Hearing his words, Lin Lu curved his lips into a meaningful smile. You boys better be careful. This place might not be as safe for you as you think. Why? Not only were the three boys intrigued, but even Meng Li showed interest. There's an old saying in Fugua City. Apart from the roads, nothing here is straight, Lin Lu explained with a sly grin. Handsome guys like you, just one stroll outside, and you'll be flooded with invitations from all kinds of partners. That's impossible. Jiang Kai immediately dismissed the idea. The automated car powered by blue crystal energy pulled up at the hotel entrance. As they grabbed their luggage and stepped into the lobby, Jiang Kai froze and Placia, a short-haired, flamboyant man with delicate gestures, swayed toward him. Hi there. Handsome, you're gorgeous. Want to hang out? The man fluttered his eyes flirtatiously. My name's Jiang Wo. You must be new here, huh? Need me to show you around? Jiang Kai's face darkened instantly, and his companions were equally stunned, their mouths agape. What? What's going on here? Someone whispered. Lin Lu awkwardly explained. I did warn you to be careful. This city is very inclusive, so let's go. Jiang Kai quickly led the group in a hasty retreat. That night, Jiang Kai tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The next day, escorted by the Abilities Bureau, the teams from all 4 academies arrived at a small base in the southwest. This base, established by the Abilities Bureau, was an independent training facility, not under military jurisdiction. Once everyone had gathered, Jiang Xia got straight to the point and announced the competition rules. Welcome to the Wanhua base. The finals for Nanyang City will take place here. Each academy must assemble a 7-person team to hunt beasts in the dark zone next to the base. Your prey can be brought back to the base for scoring, and you can decide your own transportation methods. If you can't transport the entire beast, partial scoring is allowed. For example, a sword-tailed tiger scores 50 points if brought back whole, but bringing back just its valuable tail sword will earn you 28 points. Transportation? Chen Xian's eyes lit up. As a former employee of a transport company, he excelled at using vector calculations to deliver items accurately, as long as he had the coordinates. Jiang Xia continued. The base has designated judges for scoring. Once you enter the dark zone, you must stay for 2 days. Exiting early will be considered forfeiting. However, as long as you remain within the dark zone, even loitering near the base entrance doesn't count as a violation. Mark your prey and leave it at the gate, and it will be scored immediately. Rankings will be determined by total points after 2 days. Everyone nodded to show they understood. One more thing, Jiang Xia added, scanning the group. To prevent teams from encountering each other right away, you'll be transported to different locations 5 kilometers apart. Lastly, he paused, his gaze steady. Stay safe, and I wish you all a successful return. With that, Jiang Xia left the scene, and the staff began distributing various supplies to the participants. I'll wait for you here. From now on, whether you live or die is up to you. Lin Lu stood at the entrance of the base, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Yes, sir. The unified response echoed loudly as the 7 contestants from the Bauhinia Academy fixed their determined gazes ahead. At this moment, their eyes burned with an intense fire. Honor was within reach, and even at the cost of their lives, they were resolved to bring it back to the academy. A large transport truck approached slowly, loading the contestants in batches. The convoy entered the dark zone and soon disappeared from sight. Lin Lu, Sun Xing, standing nearby, frowned deeply, his voice filled with worry. There's a saying, only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. Lin Lu replied calmly, turning toward the base's rest area. It's up to them now. Big brother, don't worry too much. Sun Dishing patted his brother on the shoulder. Those kids will make it back. Yeah, they'll make it back. Sun Xing murmured, his gaze lingering on the direction the transport had gone, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Half an hour later, by a tranquil lakeside, Jiang Kai and his team were dropped off by the transport truck. The base transporter, with a stern expression, gave them a serious briefing. Everyone, your wristbands are equipped with a base transmitter. If you activate it, we will send immediate assistance, but it also means you will be disqualified from the competition. Use it wisely. Additionally, the transmitter records your academy's scores, so make sure to protect it. With that, the transporter left swiftly. The morning forest was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Chun Xian carefully surveyed the surroundings, brimming with anticipation. All right, let's start hunting for prey. What kind of prey should we look for? Zhou Qing asked with a smile. Do you even need to ask? Disaster-level beasts, of course. Jiang Kai declared boldly. No, that's unnecessary. Chun Xian immediately objected. Oh, do you have a better idea? Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow. Before we set off, I got my hands on a map and calculated the distances, so… Wait, are you saying we don't need to rely on the transport? A flicker of excitement appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. That's right. As long as it's prey, I can send it directly back to the base using vectors, Li Ming said with a sly glint in his eyes. How about we give it a try? Before his words had fully landed, he dashed off at lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of clear footprints. Lu Jiner was just about to ask if he needed help when Jiang Kai waved his hand, signaling everyone to set up camp on the spot. He skillfully directed the group to pitch tents and prepare for the night's rest. The big 3 exchanged glances, silently grumbling to themselves. This doesn't feel like a competition at all, more like a camping trip. In less than 10 minutes, Li Ming reappeared before the group, carrying a massive wild boar over his shoulder. Its fur glistened with oil, and its tusks were razor sharp. Here, he said as he effortlessly dropped the prey onto the ground. Give it a try and send it back. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses and quickly pulled out his phone, running through a series of complex calculations. Moments later, he placed his palm on the boar's body. Everyone, stand back, he warned. As he spoke, the boar's body began to emit a faint glow. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the enormous prey shot into the sky like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Judging by that speed, it'll take a while to get there, Chen Xian remarked calmly. Meanwhile, at the Wanghua base, staff members were going about their routine tasks. Suddenly, an alarm blared, shattering the base's tranquility. What's going on? One worker asked nervously, scanning the area. Could it be a monster attack? No, that doesn't make sense. Most of the powerful beasts in this region have already been cleared out. Wait, look over there. Another staff member pointed toward the distant sky. A black that was rapidly growing larger as it approached it was the corpse of a wild boar, hurtling toward the base in a perfect arc. That trajectory, it's really something, Lin Lu muttered with a resigned sigh. With a resounding boom, the boar crashed to the ground, drawing a crowd of base personnel. They quickly noticed a line of blood red writing on the boar's body, Zijinghua Academy. These kids, if they want to send something, just send it. Why make it look like a monster air raid? One staff member said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Is this the loot from Bauhinia Academy? How did they manage to send it back? Didn't you see them deliver it directly from the air? A group of people gathered around, chattering away. At that moment, the scorer hurried over and carefully examined the wild boar's carcass. The results showed that it was well preserved. Apart from some broken bones from the fall, the rest of the body was not excessively damaged, earning it a score of 0.1 points. After the inspection, the judge added the score to Bauhinia Academy's account. Ding! Jiang Kai and the others' wristbands emitted a notification sound. Everyone look! The score has been added. Lu Jiner exclaimed excitedly. It was her first time participating in such a competition, and she felt both nervous and thrilled. Chen Xian, not bad at all. Now we can move on to group hunting. Jiang Kai laughed heartily. Group hunting? Are you guys planning to? Zhou Qing had already guessed Jiang Kai's intention. Exactly. Instead of painstakingly searching for fierce beasts and disaster beasts, why not just bag all the exotic beasts we see and bring them back? After all, Chen Xian's ability doesn't drain much energy. Alright then, it's decided. Li Meng, what do you have over there? A herd of black bulls and a flock of three-eyed sheep. What do you think? Take them all, of course. While we have the chance, let's practice a bit. The three leaders stayed behind to guard the camp, while the other four headed out toward the herds. Ah, this is the life. Zhou Qing opened a can of drink and gulped it down. Senior, you still have the mood to enjoy a drink? Don't you feel like we're being left out? They're the ones doing everything now, Lu Jiner said with a hint of annoyance. Little sis, you just don't know how to enjoy life. A few years ago, it was me and Ah Qing fighting tooth and nail, covered in injuries and utterly exhausted. Now that someone else is leading the charge for us, we can relax and still earn all the glory. Isn't that great? You have to learn to be content. Not everything has to be done by yourself. Let them earn the points now, and in the end, we'll still effortlessly claim the medals. Pretty nice, huh? Zhao Kui said as he opened another drink and clinked it with Zhou Qing's. While they were relaxing, the base was in chaos. One exotic beast after another rained down from the sky like a storm. What the heck? What's going on? A whole bunch of things is flying toward us. And not just flying, they're flying with precision. No need to check anymore. They're all Bauhinia Academy's points. The judges kept adding scores for Bauhinia Academy. Although each exotic beast didn't score much, the sheer quantity made up for it. Within just an hour, the base had received 200 exotic beasts, earning Bauhinia Academy 20 points. By now, the cold storage facility at the base was already full. To avoid wasting the food, the base called in a team to start preserving the meat through curing. A few cooks set up smoking stations outside the base. Oh, I didn't expect people here to already know how to use smoking to preserve food, Lin Lu thought to himself as he watched the cooks work, a wave of nostalgia for Blue Star washing over him. Just as he was about to rest, a young man caught his attention. The young man was carrying 2 buckets of water. He placed one hand in each bucket, and within seconds, one bucket began to freeze while the other started boiling. Xiaoyi, are you trying to ruin your hands? A cook rushed over and pulled the young man's hand out of the hot water. Hee hee, brotherly, there's just too much meat to smoke all at once. So I thought of making some ice to keep it fresh, while also heating the water to make it easier for you to scald and pluck the feathers. Sigh, kid, I know you mean well, but this could hurt your body, the middle-aged cook said, shaking his head as he walked away. Lin Lu approached, watching the young man busy at work, lost in thought. What are you looking at? The middle-aged cook came over with a friendly smile and greeted Lin Lu. Oh, hello. That young man just now, who is he? Oh, Xiaoyi. He's an orphan, abandoned by his parents as a child. The only thing he had was a necklace with the character Yi on it, so we all call him Xiaoyi. He grew up with our Eastern chef team and is quite the cook. But lately, he's been a bit down because of his awakened ability. He had dreams of slaying demons, but now, those dreams seem shattered. Poor kid. The middle-aged man sighed, clearly feeling sorry for the boy. Oh, what happened? Lin Lu asked curiously. When he awakened his ability, We were all thrilled for him. But after his ability was evaluated, it turned out to be a D-level life ability, temperature control, with a cost. For example, if he heats something, his own body temperature drops. If he cools something, his body temperature rises. You saw how he had to balance the heat and cold with 2 buckets. Sometimes his ability isn't even as efficient as a standard heater. Sigh. Sir, has anything unusual ever happened to Xiaoyi? Something opposite to what we'd expect in daily life. Lin Lu pressed further. Unusual? Oh, there was this one time when Xiao Yi and I were out working, and I accidentally cut my hand. It wouldn't stop bleeding. Xiao Yi got really anxious, and a few seconds later, my hand somehow healed on its own. But when we got back, Xiao Yi suddenly fell ill, and we found a terrifying half-meter-long knife wound on his abdomen. I was so scared I rushed him to the hospital. I knew it. Lin Lu's heart raced. My goodness, this kind of ability actually exists? Thankfully, Xiao Yi has only been using it for temperature manipulation. If this ability were applied in other ways. Lin Lu shook his head. A familiar yet unfamiliar term surfaced in his mind. This boy named Yi. I must have him. Lin Lu walked over to Xiao Yi, bent down, and gave a warm smile. Haha, your name is Yi, right? Can I call you Ah? Caught off guard by this sudden greeting, I nodded blankly. I am Lin Lu, a teacher at Zijingwa Academy. Let me get straight to the point. I believe you have the potential to become a superpowered warrior. I'm inviting you to join Zijingwa Academy and become my apprentice. What do you think? Huh? I stared at Lin Lu in a daze, so stunned that he didn't even notice the water in the bucket he was holding was wildly rippling. With a splash, Lin Lu quickly reached out and pulled the bucket from his hand. I'm so sorry, Teacher Lin. I stammered, flustered. A middle-aged man nearby, Brother Li, rushed over with concern. What happened, Xiao Yi? Brother Li, Teacher Lin said he wants to invite me to Zijingwa Academy. I stuttered, still in disbelief. The joy on Brother Li's face quickly turned to suspicion. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi is my younger brother. While I'd love for him to attend an advanced academy, his ability is only D-level, and it's a life support skill at that. I just don't see why you'd recruit him. So, I have to decline. Lin Lu chuckled, unfazed. It's true that a few years ago, there were scandals about some academies exploiting life support ability users for experiments. However, Zijingwa Academy is the top institution in Nanyang City. We're currently one of the finalists in the Golden Sword Tournament. Do you really think we'd stoop to such things? Besides, do you truly believe I is just a D-level life support ability user? I's previously hopeless eyes lit up. Teacher Lin, are you saying my ability can actually be used to fight monsters? Of course. Your power is far stronger than you realize. Brotherly, how about this'll make a bet with you? If I can't help I demonstrate significant combat potential within half a day, you can reject my offer. Deal. After Brotherly reluctantly agreed, Lin Lu led I to a secluded corner of the Wangyue base. Noticing I seemed hesitant to speak, Lin Lu smiled. If you have something on your mind, just say it. I opened up, revealing his thoughts. He was an orphan adopted by the Li family, with only a necklace inscribed with the character Yi as a clue to his identity. His dream was to become a monster-hunting mercenary, both to uncover his origins and to repay his adoptive parents. Lin Lu nodded in approval. Your filial piety and determination are admirable. Then his expression turned serious. All right, it's time to begin your training. Your ability is quite unique, and its strength depends on your level of understanding. Understanding? Don't abilities need to be trained? I asked, confused. If my guess is correct, your power is similar to Maxwell's demon. It allows you to manipulate entropy. Entropy? What's that? Patiently, Lin Lu explained, starting with how hot water naturally cools down and how cold water doesn't spontaneously heat up, introducing the second law of thermodynamics. Using practical examples, he helped I grasp the concept of entropy. When I mentioned being able to see the motion of tiny particles, Lin Lu became even more confident in his assessment. Finally, Lin Lu gave a solemn warning. Based on what we've seen so far, you should use abilities beyond temperature control with extreme caution. His gaze sharpened. This isn't just about reversing things. Time, causality, reality. Anything involving entropy reduction can lead to serious consequences. I chuckled. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, your real age should be in your 20s, right? Lin Lu hit the nail on the head. I'm 22. I answered honestly. Look at you now. You look just like a 16 or 17-year-old boy. If I'm not mistaken, this must have happened because you saved someone, right? Teacher, you're amazing. How did you know? Ever since my body mysteriously got a knife wound last time, I felt like I became a little younger. Ridiculous. Lin Lu roared angrily. I was startled by Lin Lu's sudden outburst and immediately quieted down, not daring to speak further. Whether it's entropy increasing or decreasing, as long as you're dealing with inanimate objects, there's not much of a problem. The compensation is also extracted from inanimate objects. I's eyes widened in shock, a slight chill creeping into his heart. To achieve a desired result, you must pay an equivalent price. That was once the ultimate principle of alchemists. But what they didn't know was that to gain something, the cost is often even greater. If my guess is accurate, when you manipulate temperature, every time you try to lower it, you must release even more heat, and vice versa, correct? Oh. At this moment, I was completely awestruck by Lin Lu's vast knowledge. Every word he spoke perfectly aligned with I's own experiences. You lower the temperature, and the laws of the universe take it back with interest. That explains why you release so much heat. It also explains why, even though you only reversed a minor wound on Brotherly, you ended up with such a severe knife wound yourself, lost years of growth, and even fell seriously ill. If we put it in an equation, it would be entropy det reverse state a factor greater than 1. What this factor greater than 1 represents, we don't know yet. But it is the compensation coefficient the universe demands from you. Do you understand? I understand. But Teacher Lin, how should I use this ability? From what you're saying, the punishment mechanism is so strict that I'm afraid to expand its use at all. At this point, I felt both excited and fearful. Every action he took might provoke the wrath of entropy det. Who knew the specifics of the debt collection mechanism? The only thing he was familiar with now was temperature. Haha. That's why I said your ability isn't about improving proficiency, it's about enhancing understanding. Here, clap. A pair of specially crafted gauntlets dropped into I's sight. Teacher Lin, what are these? This is one of my painstaking creations. It's called the Frostfire Dual Guard. One gauntlet can withstand extreme heat and channel immense energy into focused bursts for shooting or propulsion. The other gauntlet can endure extreme cold and contains a miniature coil charging system. When you swing it, it generates energy, and its built-in air conversion system can quickly intake and expel air, allowing you to release low-temperature gas for pinpoint strikes or wide-area coverage. Oh, and your low temperatures can enable the gauntlet to achieve superconductivity, making the miniature coil even more powerful. Don't ask me why I have these things, it's just my hobby. At this moment, I's eyes glistened with tears. The flame of his pursuit of strength, long extinguished, was reignited. Remember, make sure you don't mix up the order of frost and fire. But even mistakes can have their own uses. I murmured to himself, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled on his gloves. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and whispered softly, "Ability, activate." In an instant, a miraculous transformation appeared on his hands. His left hand ignited with roaring flames that seemed alive, flowing and shifting under his command. Meanwhile, his right hand was enveloped in a bone-chilling frost, white mist swirling around it, leaving a trail of frigid air that caused the temperature to plummet and could freeze living beings in an instant. All right, let's first test the stability of the flame ability, came Lin Lauscher's voice. Try compressing and concentrating the heat. I focused intently on controlling the energy in his left hand. The flames gradually coalesced into a perfectly formed sphere. Very good, Lin Lauscher nodded in satisfaction. Now, compress the heat even further and then release it with full force. I's eyes locked onto the fireball in his hand as he began to compress its energy. The temperature surged dramatically, and the fireball's color underwent a stunning transformation from orange to deep blue, and finally to a blinding pure white glow. Blazing meteor, I shouted, hurling the luminous sphere forward with all his might. The orb shot through the air like a streak of white light, heading straight for a distant hill. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the area, and the dazzling white light engulfed the entire hillside in an instant. Lin Lauscher eyed this. I was left speechless, utterly stunned by the devastating power before him. There's no need to be so nervous, Lin Lauscher said calmly. Next, let's see how the ice ability performs. I nodded in agreement, channeling the terrifying chill into his right hand. With a gentle wave, he muttered under his breath, "Frozen death zone." In a flash, a vast section of forest was enveloped in frost. The surface of the trees was quickly covered in ice crystals, freezing solid from the outside in until they were completely encased. Lin Lauscher carefully examined the frozen forest, observing and analyzing as he went. Cellular freezing, metabolic damage, membrane system failure, metabolic cessation. He finally concluded, they're dead, completely beyond saving. Lin Lu took a sharp breath, amazed by the incredible control over temperature. I, looking timid, asked hesitantly, "Teacher, do you think I can manage this?" Lin Lu's heart leapt with joy, and he answered without hesitation, "Yes, absolutely." He hadn't expected to gain such a powerful disciple, and his heart was brimming with happiness. "All right, go share the good news with your brotherly. I don't think he'll object to you becoming my disciple now," Lin Lu said with a satisfied smile, though there was a faint trace of unease in his heart. He thought to himself, let I first experiment with the entropy change of temperature. If this ability is applied elsewhere, who knows what could happen? It's truly terrifying, almost like the existence of Maxwell's demon. The two of them then approached the middle-aged man. When I once again demonstrated the astonishing destructive power of his icy flames, the man was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to form any words. Lin Lu smiled slightly and teased, "Brotherly, right? Now that this kid has such impressive abilities, I assume I can take him under my wing." The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, laughing. "Yes, yes, of course. This is wonderful. Now Ice Dream can finally come true. When you get to the academy, you must listen to Teacher Lin and follow his guidance, understand? Don't do anything that would damage his reputation, the middle-aged man advised, sounding like a nagging elder. Lin Lu couldn't bear it any longer and gave him a light pat on the shoulder, signaling him to stop. All right. Let me ask you once again. Are you willing to become my disciple? Lin Lu asked solemnly. I'm willing. Master, please accept my bow as your disciple, I declared, dropping to his knees and bowing deeply, his forehead touching the ground. Lin Lu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Good. Finally, another clever disciple, he thought, though he couldn't help but recall his other disciples. Aside from Chen Xian, he felt like complaining about the remaining three. In the monitoring room of the Wangyue base, Director Zhang Xia furrowed his brows, his hand lightly swirling the cup of green tea. A faint, enigmatic smile played on his lips, as if he fully understood the watchful and hesitant attitudes of the various factions. Director, should we initiate the plan now? A subordinate quietly asked in front of the surveillance screen. Almost. Half of the 2 days have passed. It's time to get them moving. Activate the wristband notification function. The subordinate nodded and pressed the button. In an instant, the standoff between the 4 major academy factions in the Dark Zone was broken. Previously, everyone had been keeping their distance, deliberately avoiding unnecessary skirmishes, each waiting to seize an advantage at the last moment. But the sudden warning sound from the wristbands shattered the fragile peace. Attention! In 1 minute, you will be randomly teleported to specific locations. Reminder, if your wristband is removed for more than 1 minute, you will be disqualified. What's going on? Li Ming looked at his wristband in confusion. Jiang Kai chuckled, analyzing. Looks like they're forcing us to split up. But can they really achieve this with just the wristbands? They can, Zhou Qing explained. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities has someone proficient in spatial teleportation. That would be Director Jiang Xia himself, Zhao Qua added before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a parting remark. Everyone, the real battle begins now. If you can't win, just run. Chen Xian also smiled and said, good luck, before disappearing as well. One by one, the people in the resting camp were teleported, leaving Jiang Kai standing alone amidst the empty space. Hey, Jiang Xia, you old schemer. Did you forget about me? I didn't get on the ride. Meanwhile, after a dizzying whirl, Li Ming found himself standing in a vast, open field. Across from him stood a plainly dressed young man, smiling at him with an air of ease. Interesting. So this was the plan all along, the man remarked casually. You're Li Ming, right? I've seen all your previous battles. Without a word, Li Ming placed his left hand on the scabbard and gripped the hilt of his blade with his right. Whoa, hold on. At least let me introduce myself first, the man feigned alarm. 10 seconds, Li Ming said coldly. I'm Yi Huitian, a third-year student from Tsiyu Academy. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Li Ming had already dashed forward like an arrow. Impatient, aren't you? But against me, you don't stand a chance. Visual deprivation. Yi Huitian snapped his fingers. Li Ming's vision was instantly consumed by darkness. Nevertheless, he stopped in his tracks and assumed a defensive stance. Yi Huitian, pleased with himself, began explaining his ability to deprive others of their senses, while casually offering terms for surrender. Li Ming ignored him, standing still as his ears twitched, carefully detecting the man's location. After a few probing strikes with throwing knives, he realized that Yi Huitian had prepared in advance, setting up multiple sound emitters around the area. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck Li Ming's back. It was Yi Huotian's nailhead spear. The relentless attacks caused him immense pain, but he remained calm, silently calculating the trajectory of the strikes. In a brief opening, Li Ming launched an attack, slashing downward with his blade, Zhan Shao, toward the north. But it missed its mark. Yi Huitian immediately deprived him of his hearing, plunging Li Ming into a world devoid of light and sound, an abyss of silence and darkness. Is this what it feels like to fall into an abyss? Li Ming sheathed Zhan Shao and stood silently. At this moment, apart from the stinging pain, he could perceive nothing else. No, that wasn't entirely true. Besides the pain, he also felt a sensation and vibrations. Yi Huitian continued his relentless attacks, treating Li Ming as nothing more than an amusing toy. Yet, immersed in the ultimate darkness, Li Ming was witnessing an entirely different scene. Though the world seemed silent, he could distinctly feel the vibrations of living beings and the subtle tremors of the earth. He could sense his own heartbeat pounding strongly, the grass trembling gently under the breeze, and even the entire world resonating with rhythmic vibrations. In this moment, the world Li Ming saw was vastly different from reality. Countless points of vibration emitted ripples, intertwining and creating new waves. Some ripples traveled rapidly and fiercely, while others were slow and deliberate, like an elderly man's movements. Wave after wave emanated from these points, reconstructing Li Ming's darkened world. In this realm made entirely of vibrations and ripples, he felt like a prophet, achieving a profound enlightenment. All right, kid, Playtime's over. Now I'm going to unleash my most powerful shot. Just go to sleep peacefully, Yi Huitian sneered. With a dull thud, a conical projectile shot toward Li Meng. Yi Huitian had expected this strike to bring Li Meng to his knees, but in the next instant, Li Meng executed a dazzling drawn-slash maneuver, slicing the thumb-sized projectile cleanly in half. Impossible. Your hearing and vision should be completely sealed off. How could you possibly know the direction of my shot? Yi Huitian exclaimed in disbelief. Li Meng smirked coldly. Kid, bring it on. Yi Huitian initiated a barrage of rapid-fire shots, the conical projectiles hurtling toward Li Meng in quick succession. In his mind, Li Meng was trapped in a hellish void, unable to perceive any sound or image. However, in reality, these projectiles were glaringly obvious in the world of ripples, appearing as amplified signals. Clang, clang, clang. Li Meng swung Zhan Xiao swiftly, slicing each incoming projectile into pieces as they neared him, leaving the ground littered with fragments. At this point, fear began to creep into Yi Huotian's heart. How was Li Meng sensing the direction of the attacks? No, this was no ordinary perception. It was an extraordinary ability to react and judge every situation with precision. I must admit, your ability to seal off the five senses is indeed impressive. I almost succumbed to the endless darkness. But I should thank you. It's because of your dark world that my abilities have reached a new level. As Yi Huotian stood frozen in uncertainty, Li Meng suddenly appeared behind him with a swift movement. Your ripples are chaotic and disordered, a clear sign of your inner panic. Since you gave me a chance at the start, I'll give you one now. Disable your ability, destroy your wristband, or hand it over to me. Li Meng's voice was laced with a chilling menace. Yi Huotian understood all too well if he didn't comply with Li Meng's demands, his life would end here. Li Meng's vision and hearing returned in an instant, and in front of him, Yi Huotian was watching him curiously. Everyone emits a type of energy called waves, and I can see the shape of these waves. Even if you seal my vision and hearing, my mind can still construct a rough outline of the world through the vibration of these waves, sometimes even more accurately than the real world. The waves also tell me that your heart is in disarray, and your desire to fight has already vanished. Yi Huotian collapsed weakly onto the ground, removed his wristband, and handed it to Li Meng with a laugh. Haha, I lost. Kid, your ability makes you fearless no matter who you face, but against you, I really feel restrained. You can observe in a completely different way, bypassing all the effects of my abilities. Impressive. Fine, do as you wish, whether to kill or spare me. Li Meng smiled, sheathed his blade, and sat down beside him. I'll stay here with you until the rescue vehicle arrives. After all, your attacks were so ridiculous they were almost comedic, he said, smirking and teasing him. Do you think our academy is like yours? Yi Huotian retorted. All you guys care about is fighting and killing. We focus on making friends through martial arts. Sure, our goal is also to win the championship, but we're not as cutthroat about it as you are. By the way, Li Meng, right? Since your ability has evolved, can you show me something new? From what I know, you can cut through anything, but that only works in close combat. If you face a long-range opponent, won't you still be at their mercy? Before they realized it, the two of them had started chatting amicably. Li Meng thought for a moment, realizing he might now be able to control the vibration frequencies of even smaller particles. Deciding to test it out, he raised his index finger and pointed at a rock. Activating his ability, the air molecules at his fingertip began to vibrate faster and faster, their frequency increasing steadily. Finally, the vibrations formed a focused ultrasonic beam that instantly pierced through the rock Li Meng had targeted. Wow, Li Meng, your move is practically the ultimate sneak attack weapon, Yi Huotian exclaimed in amazement. Wait a second, if this works like that. Li Meng drew his sword, Zhan Xiao, as his special ability instantly coated the blade. Gripping it tightly with both hands, he swung it forward with force. Whoosh! A visible slash of air shot out, speeding toward the distant forest. Trees, plants, and rocks were cleaved in half along its path, carving out a 600 to 700 meter long trail before gradually dissipating. Whoa, Li Meng, pay up. After fighting me, you've improved this much? This proves the silent, formless environment I just created for you was crucial. Pay up. Hurry, or I won't let it go. Yi Huotian shouted excitedly from the side. Li Meng glanced at the chattering Yi Huotian and, without hesitation, handed over his wristband. Take the wristband. Consider it repayment for sparing me and helping me advance. This is where we part ways. I need to find my companions, Li Meng said, turning to leave. Hey, don't leave so quickly. Why don't we team up? I'm also looking for my companions. And if my guess is right, your destination is Thunder Academy, isn't it? Yi Huotian called after him, catching up. Li Meng nodded, and the two began walking side by side. Li Meng, there's something I'm really curious about. Why do you trust me so easily? Aren't you worried I might ambush you while you're resting, or when we're traveling together? Yi Huotian asked with a grin. It's simple. First, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done so when you blocked my sight and hearing. Second, I didn't sense any hostility in the ripples you emit, Li Meng replied calmly. Unbelievable. Your new ability can even detect goodwill and malice. Yi Huitian's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Meng didn't respond further and instead began heading in a specific direction. Before entering the dark zone, Chen Xian had used his vector ability to create 4 directional vector markers. The direction Li Meng was now heading in was precisely where Jiang Kai was located. In a clearing within a small forest, a man and a woman stood back to back, their left hands crossed while their right hands were slightly raised, adopting a combat stance. Shen Lian sneered coldly. Huh? Heaven must have eyes. Who would have thought I'd be lucky enough to end up paired with a bastard like you? Shen Mengli, this time, you won't escape death. Mengli looked at her half-brother, her gaze no longer confused but resolute and unwavering. Shen Lian, I didn't expect to be paired with you either. Your mouth is as foul as ever. If you keep spewing garbage, I won't hold back anymore. Oh, and stop calling me Shen Mengli. I no longer carry that surname. Shen Lian was furious. The Shen family held a position at the pinnacle of the martial world, and for Mengli to renounce the family name was not only an insult to the Shen family, but also a personal affront to him. He laughed mockingly. Ha! You bastard child, what right do you have to judge the Shen family? Without another word, Shen Lian gathered his energy and charged at Mengli. Seeing this, Mengli met his attack heat-in, their fists clashing as they countered each other's moves. Both had trained under the same master. While most members of the Righteous Alliance looked down on Mengli, Shen Hao had shown her great kindness, teaching her many secret techniques. Mengli smirked coldly. Huh. I see father doted on you quite a bit, teaching you so many secrets. Favoritism? Those techniques were mine to begin with. What right does a bastard like you have to enjoy them? Shen Lian stopped playing around, assuming an unusual stance that caught Mengli completely off guard. Visible waves of energy began to emanate from Shen Lian's body. With a deafening roar, he unleashed an overwhelming aura and lunged at Mengli. She didn't dodge, her eyes locked on his movements. Bam! Their fists collided once more, but this time, the impact sent Mengli flying. Coughing several times, a trail of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Shen Lian, full of pride, sneered. Ha ha! So what if you know a few techniques? Without the chi techniques to complement them, they're nothing but empty forms. Mengli's icy gaze pierced through him. Aren't you supposed to be an ability user? Why aren't you using your powers? Shen Lian taunted. There's no need. Come on, let's continue. Mengli's eyes grew colder, showing no sign of retreat. Fine, then I won't hold back. Shen Lian charged at her again, his energy swirling around him. Just as they were about to clash, Mengli shouted, White Crane spreads its wings. Their movements synchronized for a brief moment, and with a resounding impact, it was Shen Lian who was sent flying this time. Shen Lian was utterly shocked. You? How is this possible? How do you know chi techniques? That's the Shen family's most guarded secret passed down only to men, never to women. How could you possibly know it? Mengli smirked wickedly. Someone taught me, of course. Shen Lian roared in fury. Who? Who dared to break our ancestral rules? Mengli replied casually. Didn't you just teach me? Shen Lian's expression froze. Mengli continued. Shen Lian, I only needed to see your move once to learn it. Let me guess, chi starts from the Yongquan point, passes through the Taishi, Senyinjiu, Zisanli, and Shuahai points in the legs, then gathers a second wave of energy to surge through the Guanyuan, Shanzhong, Dazhui points, and finally concentrates at the Fengfu and Baihui points. Am I wrong? She had studied countless books on acupoints, treasures passed down in her family, and Su Shui had once told her they were the works of Lin Lu. Shen Lian's face turned pale. Mengli added, Lin Lu has nothing to do with me. I've simply clung tightly to the legacy of our ancestors. It was only then that Shen Lian realized the truth. Mengli had always been holding back during their past sparring matches. No wonder their grandfather insisted on bringing her back. No wonder, despite his mother branding Mengli as a bastard, the elders of the Righteous Alliance remained unmoved. Shen Mengli's talent in martial arts was unparalleled. A murderous intent surged in Shen Lian's heart, his eyes turning blood red. No, she cannot live. With her around, the younger generation of martial prodigies will never have a chance to shine. Resolute, he threw a punch, and Mengli countered. As her kind-fused fist collided with Shen Lian's arm, her body felt an immense force pulling her, rendering her immobile. Seizing the moment, Shen Lian kicked her hard in the abdomen, sending her flying over 10 meters before she collapsed onto the ground. Shen Lian sneered. Finally fell for it, didn't you? Did you really think I wouldn't use my powers? I was merely testing your abilities, confirming a few things. Initially, I didn't plan to kill you, I just wanted you to be my whetstone. But your strength is too absurd. You cannot exist in this world. Your existence is an obstacle in my path. As Mengli lay on the ground, Shen Lian gloated. Heh, since you're about to die, I'll let you understand. My ability is action restriction. Once I make contact with you, a mysterious force binds all your movements. Within 10 minutes, you'll become a vegetable, capable only of thought. How does that helplessness feel? He laughed maniacally, finally ready to eliminate the sister he believed should never have been born. Well then, goodbye. Shun Lian drew a sharp dagger from his waist and hurled it at Meng Li's chest with all his might. The blade flew swiftly, but just as it was about to pierce her, it stopped midair. Shun Lian froze, cold sweat dripping down his back as an ominous feeling crept over him. His eyes fixed on Meng Li in the distance, dread washing over him. The dagger hovering in midair sprang to life once again, skillfully maneuvering around Meng Li's body and deftly unfastening the pouches and backpack behind her. Shun Lian's eyes widened at the eerie sight unfolding before him. Pieces of metal, as if imbued with life, swiftly assembled themselves into plates of armor that wrapped around Meng Li. In less than 5 seconds, her entire body was encased in what appeared to be a protective suit of armor. With precise movements, the armor began to shift, and to Shun Lian's astonishment, Meng Li stood up as if she were completely unharmed. Shun Lian froze in disbelief. His supernatural ability had always been unstoppable, capable of overwhelming even the strongest opponents ranked above a class if they were unaware of his powers. Additionally, his identity as a martial artist made his approach deceptive, catching enemies off guard. Yet now, his once invincible power had failed him. Meng Li, now standing, began to levitate, putting distance between herself and Shun Lian. At that moment, a pile of metallic sand on the ground began to rise. Under Meng Li's control, it swiftly reshaped itself, forming a sentence in midair. How fitting such despicable methods suit you perfectly. Why did you do this? I couldn't even move. So how could this happen? The metal shifted again, rearranging into new words. Since you've used your power, I'll use mine. Do you understand? We could have lived in separate worlds, but you and your mother have tried time and time again to eliminate me. If I'm not wrong, the incident at the Qinglong base was also your doing, wasn't it? Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will strip you of your abilities as a martial artist. As soon as her message ended, four floating cannons rose from the grass. A wave of fear surged through Shun Lian, and without hesitation, he turned and bolted into the forest. Meng Li's eyes narrowed, and she accelerated, pursuing him with relentless determination. The chase began, an intense game of predator and prey. Shun Lian ran desperately, not daring to stop, for in Meng Li's eyes, he saw a murderous intent unlike anything he had ever encountered. After a frantic sprint, Shun Lian paused to catch his breath behind a rock, frustration and regret coursing through him. Why had things turned out this way? What exactly was her power? If only he had taken the time to understand Meng Li's abilities earlier, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Suddenly, the silence shattered. Whoosh! A metal projectile tore through the rock, narrowly grazing Shun Lian's ear. She was here. My ability, the time is up. Shun Lian's composure crumbled, and panic overtook him. Meng Li's voice resounded, cold and sharp. You foolish brother, at first, I thought no matter what you did, I wouldn't retaliate. But you've gone too far. I could endure everything you did to me, but when you endangered my companions, that was the final straw. Today, you will answer for your actions. Hovering midair, Meng Li fixed her piercing gaze on the terrified Shun Lian. It's time to settle the score, brother. If, in the moment I couldn't move, you had crushed my skull with a boulder, I wouldn't be standing here now. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Shin Meng Li, what exactly are you trying to do? I am the sole heir of the Righteous Alliance. If something happens to me in your hands, my father and grandfather will never let you off. Are you truly prepared to bear such consequences? Father? Grandfather? The Morong family? Huh. At this moment, Meng Li clutched her stomach with one hand and pressed her face with the other, letting out a slightly deranged laugh. Shin Lian could sense a violent aura emanating from her. Her laughter, sharp and piercing like a shrill bell, shattered the calmness in his heart. Do you think I care about any of that? Meng Li sneered coldly, her eyes burning with a fervent light. My teacher once told me, when my strength is weaker than others, I should avoid acting rashly. When my strength is equal to others, I should calculate carefully. But when my strength far surpasses theirs, there's only one thing to say: if I want to kill you, it has nothing to do with you. Her words were like shards of glass, instantly shattering Shun Lian's last hope of survival. She stared at him coldly, her tone resolute and unyielding. Brother, you'd better not die. She raised her right hand, and the surrounding metals began to reshape and assemble. Within seconds, the sky was filled with sharp cones forged from various metals. Meng Li's voice was icy and unwavering. This is the last time I'll call you brother. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. If you survive this storm of spikes, I'll let you go. The metallic cones, initially arranged in a formation in midair, began to spin. As their speed increased, the matrix of over 200 deadly spikes exuded an aura of destruction. Meng Li's expression remained cold as she spoke her final words. Goodbye, Shun Lian. With a swift motion, she pressed her raised hand downward, sending the metal spike matrix hurtling toward him with terrifying force. As the overwhelming storm of spikes descended, Shun Lian was consumed by despair and gave up all resistance. Shun Lian watched helplessly as countless high-speed spinning spikes hurtled toward him. Unable to reach Meng Li, he resigned himself to his fate, standing motionless. At the critical moment, Meng Li gently flicked her fingers, and the spikes miraculously avoided Shun Lian's vital areas, piercing only his limbs. The chilling sound of thud, thud, as the spikes tore through flesh sent shivers down the spine. Intense pain surged through Shun Lian's body like electricity, forcing a harrowing scream from his lips that echoed through the silent forest. Simultaneously, the tracking bracelet on his wrist shattered, and a location signal was instantly transmitted to the Wanhua base. Covered in blood and unable to move, Shun Lian panted weakly. He looked at Meng Li in confusion and asked in a frail voice, "Why? Didn't you kill me?" Meng Li let out a cold laugh, a flicker of fervor in her eyes. "Yeah, Shun Lian, you were right. To grow stronger, one needs a whetstone. I've changed my mind. In life, no thunderstorm can be avoided. It's just a matter of when you face it. Now, I'm going to use the Zhengdao Alliance and the Murong family as my whetstone." Her voice grew increasingly exhilarated. "I won't kill you, but you're already a cripple. The Zhengdao Alliance and the Murong family will surely send their strongest to hunt me down. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Blood, battles, shattered survival instincts, and the haunting aftermath of war on the battlefield." Listening to Meng Li's near-maniacal words, Shun Lian weakly muttered, "You, lunatic," before succumbing to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. A few minutes later, the rescue team arrived at the scene. They were stunned by the devastation before them, large swathes of ground destroyed, and Shun Lian lying in a bloodied heap. The team quickly sprang into action, rushing the critically injured Shun Lian back to the base for treatment. By then, Meng Li had already left the battlefield, silently heading in Jiang Kai's direction. "Braised chicken wings, my favorite, but you, Jiang Xia bidding, won't share the recipe with me." Jiang Kai muttered to himself as he sat alone by the campfire, roasting chicken wings and humming a tune Lin Lu had taught him. The flickering firelight revealed the frustration and disappointment etched on his face. As he wallowed in self-pity, a graceful silhouette silently appeared across the fire. The newcomer was clad in a white, form-fitting outfit, her red hair flowing gently in the breeze. Her alluring figure was accentuated by the curves of her body. "Well, I thought I smelled something delicious here." The girl plopped down on the opposite side without hesitation, her eyes fixed intently on the chicken wing in Jiang Kai's hand. "Miss," Jiang Kai started to speak, but was abruptly cut off. "Cut the chatter. Roast it and hand it over. Hey, come on, shouldn't there be some order of priority here? I've been roasting this for ages. Either give it to me, or die." The girl's eyes suddenly turned crimson. Sensing the intensity of her gaze, Jiang Kai wisely handed over the chicken wing and quietly moved to the side. From a corner, he pulled out a large box. As he lifted the lid, a wave of mouth-watering aromas filled the air. The cumin and chili on glistening lamb skewers, the amber sheen of perfectly roasted chicken wings, and the garlic-infused red oil soaking into foil-wrapped mushrooms. As Jiang Kai began to dig into the feast, the girl across from him dropped the chicken wing she had been eating. "Ahem, share some with me." "No way. Those failures were good enough for you." 10 minutes later, Jiang Kai wiped his mouth and stood up. "All right, let's get this over with." "Oh, you know who I am." The girl raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That aura, that attitude, who else could it be but the fox demon, Li Shui? In the ensuing confrontation, Li Shui unleashed her charm techniques, attempting to ensnare Jiang Kai. Yet each time he fell into a daze, he would quickly snap out of it, as if jolted awake by some peculiar stench. This back and forth continued until finally, "Jiang Kai, let me ask you, would you rather eat chocolate that tastes like poop or poop that tastes like chocolate?" Li Shui's voice wavered, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Throughout the entire encounter, every detail from Li Shui's seductive attacks to Jiang Kai's unconventional resistance played out vividly, capturing their dynamic and the intensity of their clash. "Stop!" Jiang Kai shouted, abruptly stepping back to create some distance. His face was filled with disgust, and a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. No matter how beautiful a woman was, prolonged exposure could lead to indifference. Coupled with the nauseating stench, Jiang Kai found himself suddenly immune to Li Shui's seduction ability. Li Shui stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible?" she murmured to herself, her mind spiraling into chaos. How had Jiang Kai broken free from her seduction ability? This psychic-like power was theoretically impossible to resist on one's own. Jiang Kai let out a mocking laugh. "Impossible to resist? If your mouth and nose were stuffed with filth, would you still run toward a beauty with it?" As Li Shui struggled to comprehend what was happening, a young girl with adorable buns in her hair approached from a distance. "Sister Shui, did you take care of that guy yet?" the girl asked innocently. Suddenly, her face turned pale. Ugh, this smell bleg. Without warning, the girl vomited on the spot. Li Shui was even more baffled. "Xiaoling, you too? What's going on?" Xiaoling stumbled backward repeatedly. Sister Shui, don't come closer, bleg, we're on the same side." Every step Li Shui took closer sent a wave of the horrifying stench assaulting Xiaoling's nose and eyes. Bleg Sister Shui, don't you notice it yourself? Xiaoling said, suppressing her discomfort. You smell absolutely horrendous, like something unimaginable. And it's even worse when you speak. Horrendous? I don't smell anything at all. Li Shui was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Kai, standing off to the side, began to explain. Ugh, she's telling the truth. It's because you came into contact with tellurium dust crystals. Tellurium? What's that? Li Shui asked in confusion. The dust your skin touched earlier, and the particles you inhaled, were tellurium, Jiang Kai elaborated. Once it enters your body, it metabolizes into volatile organic tellurium compounds. These compounds have an intense garlic-like odor, and the stench is extremely potent. They are expelled through your breath, sweat, and urine, causing an unbearable body odor. In other words, you've essentially become a walking sewage tank. Boom. Li Shui felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes went blank, and it seemed as though all the strength had drained from her body. A moment later, she snapped back to reality but refused to give in. She slowly moved toward her junior. Xiao Ling recoiled in terror. Sister Shui, my dearest Sister Bleg, don't come near me, Bleg Sister Shui. I'm still young, I don't want to obleg. Seeing Xiao Ling's extreme reaction, Li Shui finally accepted that Jiang Kai was telling the truth. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and fury surged through her. She, the proud and untouchable star of the academy, had been reduced to a walking cesspool. How could any beautiful woman accept such a fate? I will kill you, Li Shui gritted her teeth. A terrifying orb of violent energy suddenly enveloped her body. The sphere expanded rapidly, and within 10 seconds, a 5-meter demonic fox appeared before Jiang Kai. Huh? So it's Beauty and the Beast, huh? Impressive. Jiang Kai flashed his signature smirk and clapped leisurely. Boy, I will end you. The giant fox's eyes glowed a menacing red, and over 50 massive fireballs began to materialize around its body. Foxfire. The fox roared, sending scorching flames hurtling toward Jiang Kai. Eh, Senior Li Shui, this trick won't work on me. Jiang Kai chuckled lightly. Dust shaping. In an instant, countless dust particles formed around him, initially chaotic but gradually arranging themselves into an orderly cone-shaped metal shield. The flames struck the shield but had no effect, eventually dissipating harmlessly. Li Shui felt a growing sense of frustration. She hadn't expected Jiang Kai to wield such mastery over dust manipulation. Jiang Kai shook his head. Sigh, Li Shui, if this is all you've got, you won't be leaving here today. Li Shui let out a cold snort. Jiang Kai, I've seen many so-called geniuses among the freshmen. Some are overly confident, some think they're invincible, and some boast endlessly about their strength. But in the end, none of them could defeat me. You think you can? You're not even close. Spirit beast form. Finally, Li Shui stopped holding back and revealed her ultimate combat form. Red flames engulfed the giant fox, shrinking and condensing until they formed a humanoid figure the size of an adult. When the flames dissipated, a stunningly seductive fox girl stood before Jiang Kai. With snow-white ears, silver hair, crimson eyes, and an alluring figure, every movement she made exuded an indescribable charm. However, this form was not only about seduction, it was also immensely powerful. Blood blade barrage. Li Shui shouted, and dozens of crimson blades materialized and shot toward Jiang Kai with incredible speed. Dust wall. Jiang Kai responded without hesitation, snapping his fingers. A massive, high-density dust barrier appeared in the path of the blood blades. As the blades passed through the barrier, they began to shrink and eventually vanished within the dust wall. Li Shui seethed with rage. Her attack had been neutralized yet again. Jiang Kai explained calmly. Zeolite dust has strong absorption properties. As your blood blades passed through the zeolite dust wall, they were completely absorbed. Then try this. 1,000 shadows bloom. Li Shui shouted, and hundreds of identical clones of herself appeared, surrounding Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, since you're so confident, let's see how you handle my army of clones. She wore an expression of superiority, convinced that Jiang Kai's victories thus far were mere flukes, products of lucky counters to her abilities. Never had she believed his combat skills could surpass her own. Sigh. Jiang Kai let out a soft sigh. What are you sighing about? Li Shui felt a chill run through her, sensing something ominous. My teacher once said that excessive restraint is a sign of disrespect to your opponent, Jiang Kai said, his expression turning serious. So, to show you the utmost respect, I will now unleash one of my ultimate techniques. Thermite dust cloud. With another crisp snap of his fingers, a massive cloud of aluminum and iron oxide dust enveloped the entire field of clones. Senior Li Shui, have you ever heard this cool line? Art is an explosion. Snap. With the sound of his fingers, the surroundings erupted into a sea of sparks and intense heat. The temperature soared to over 3,000 degrees Celsius, and every one of Li Shui's clones disintegrated into ash within the fiery inferno. The scene resembled divine retribution, where all sins and illusions were obliterated by a holy sword. The dazzling white flames devoured everything in their path like a malevolent force of nature. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai stood calmly within a heat-resistant protective barrier, waiting for the blaze to subside. Sigh. I wonder if this was too cruel, Jiang Kai muttered to himself, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Phew. All done. Jiang Kai stretched his neck and sighed inwardly. It seemed he still had some skills after all managing to let the original body escape. He shook his head helplessly. He had almost blown himself up earlier. It seemed like he'd better avoid playing with fire like that in the future. About a kilometer away, two figures were approaching slowly. Wang Xiaoling had somehow found a mask and put it on, while Li Shui was covered in soot, looking like a black bear. She gritted her teeth in fury, muttering, "Damn it, Jiang Kai, Zijinghua Academy. Just you wait. Ow, ow, ow." Meanwhile, the rest of Class 3 had already wrapped up their battles, except for Chun Xian, whose fight was still in full swing. Laughing excitedly, he shouted, "Ha ha! This is exhilarating. I haven't had such a good fight in ages. Senior Keita, come on, let's keep going." Before him, massive rocks flew one after another. Senior Keita responded calmly, "I've told you, your attacks are useless against me. So what now? My abilities render your attacks ineffective too. You know, the council rated my ability as Uthrock power. As long as I stand on the ground, I have an endless supply of energy." He smiled slightly and added, "After fighting this long, have you come up with any new moves?" "Not at all, Senior Keita. Thank you for your generous guidance. I've gained some insights now." Chun Xian replied with a polite smile, clasping his hands in respect. Keita chuckled. "Ha ha ha. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. I can tell your combat instincts are still pretty raw. The only reason you've lasted this long is because of your object controlling ability. But even with that, you must have your limits, right? Kid, don't die on me now." As he finished speaking, he activated his ability, shouting, "Skyrock Burial." At that moment, the entire ground seemed to turn semi-fluid, trembling constantly. Giant rocks rose from the earth and exploded, with the debris homing in on Qin Xian like guided missiles. Hundreds of massive stones rained down on him like an unending storm. "If you can survive this move, perhaps we can have a conversation," Keita declared confidently, certain of his victory. He believed that very few could endure such a high-density rock storm. Up until now, Chun Xian had only managed to hold his own due to the lack of sufficient attack frequency and intensity. "Oh, is that so? I have something I'd like to discuss with you too, Senior Keita. Bring it on." Vector armor. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses and activated his vector control ability. A faint blue glow enveloped him as he stood firmly in place, a faint smile playing on his lips. Impressive, kid. Bold, even. Not using any defense at all. Keita found himself increasingly admiring this bespectacled, scholarly-looking Chun Xian. Without hesitation, he hurled hundreds and thousands of rocks at him. "Kid, if you don't dodge, don't blame me if you get crushed to death." "Relax, senior. Bring it on," Chun Xian replied confidently. The countless rocks accelerated through the air, plummeting toward the ground. The ordinary ground was relentlessly hammered by falling rocks, forming one dent after another. Yet, Chun Xian's body seemed to be shielded by some mysterious force. Any rock that came hurtling toward him was immediately deflected in the opposite direction, leaving him completely unharmed. Crack, crack, crack. The rain of stones continued to pour, but Chun Xian strolled through it, as if taking a leisurely walk in a serene garden. If Lin Lu were present, he would undoubtedly have awarded Chun Xian a certificate for being an exemplary student. Previously, Chun Xian had attempted to exert complete individual vector control over every object, a method that consumed an immense amount of his supernatural energy and computational power. But now, he had taken a different approach. Faced with Keita's rapid and dense attacks, he no longer tried to control each projectile individually. Instead, he enveloped his entire body with his supernatural energy, forming a vector armor. Any rock that came close to Chun Xian would instantly lose its original vector direction and be redirected in the opposite direction, with its speed and acceleration remaining unchanged. Of course, this armor wasn't without its limitations. Humans need to breathe and hear, so areas like the nose, mouth, and ears were left unprotected. Additionally, extreme environmental conditions could still inflict fatal damage on the person inside the vector armor. Finally, after 10 seconds of relentless stone rain, the attack ceased. Chun Xian maintained his calm smile and said, "Senior Keita, shall we have a chat?" Beads of sweat appeared on Keita's forehead as he thought to himself, this guy is practically the nemesis of projectile-based attacks. Without prior knowledge of his abilities, one direct hit from me, and I'd be the one lying flat on the ground. Terrifying, utterly unstoppable. With this realization, Keita ceased his attack. Placing his palm on the ground, he activated his supernatural ability, and in an instant, a stone table and chairs materialized before the two of them. "Have a seat. There are some things we can discuss." Keita smiled faintly and motioned for Chun Xian to sit. The two of them quietly took their seats. Chun Xian broke the silence, asking, "Senior Keita, may I ask what your goal is for participating in the Golden Sword Tournament this time?" Without hesitation, Keita replied, "Haha. To be honest, My goal is the championship. His declaration was straightforward and unreserved. Oh, really? Senior Keita, do you truly believe your Tianhui Academy can win the championship this time? Chun Xian raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Keita's expression darkened slightly as he retorted, Kid, what do you mean by that? Chun Xian continued confidently, what I mean is, Senior Keita, there are 3 others as strong as me in our Zijingwa Academy. Keita's expression grew more serious. Chun Xian went on, Senior Keita, I want to say that our goal isn't just this small city-level qualifier. Keita nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Xian's tone became even firmer. Exactly. So, I want to propose a deal with you. Later, if our Zijingwa Academy faces off against Thunder Academy, I hope you can stand by and not interfere. We'll handle Thunder Academy without requiring any effort from you. But in the end, the city-level championship must be ours. After the Dark Zone matches conclude, if you're listed as the champions, I hope you'll relinquish the title to us. That way, your team avoids any losses, secures an easy ticket to the national tournament, and we take care of Thunder Academy for you. Isn't that a win-win situation? Chun Xian asked with a smile. Keita looked skeptical and asked, I have 2 questions. First, why are you targeting Thunder Academy so specifically? Second, aren't you afraid that Tianhui Academy might betray this agreement? Chun Xian adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. Haha, Senior Keita, as for why we're targeting Thunder Academy, I can tell you they're currently the best whetstone. My senior brothers and sisters, as well as I, need them to push the evolution of our abilities. As for the second point, do you really think Tianhui Academy is stronger than Thunder Academy? Of course, your personal abilities are indeed impressive, but what about your team's overall strength? Keita fell into deep thought. Keita fell silent, while Chun Xian observed his expression closely. That trace of sorrow in Keita's eyes seemed to reveal something significant to Chun Xian. Senior Keita, could it be that the incident a few years ago, when students were brutally killed at Thunder Academy by Bai Yujing? Before he could finish, Keita's emotions flared up as if a switch had been flipped. Enough, Keita interrupted him sharply. It seemed Chun Xian's suspicion was correct. If I'm not mistaken, you're one of the survivors of that tragedy, aren't you? Chun Xian's words, like a sharp, barbed spring, pulled Keita's memories back to those harrowing days years ago. Back then, in the final stages of the competition, only 4 academies remained. Tianhui Academy, Thunder Academy, and 2 others. The scene was eerily similar to the dark zone they found themselves in now. However, Keita and his teammates endured a horrifying 2 days and nights. They were tightly bound and imprisoned in a cave, whereby Yujing used them as experimental subjects, subjecting them to relentless electric shocks. For Bai Yujing, the data collected from these experiments was crucial to the evolution of his powers. But for the students from the other academies, it was pure hell. In the end, only Keita survived due to his extraordinary regenerative abilities. The others succumbed to the unbearable torment and died in agony. After the incident, the Bureau of Superhumans only gave Bai Yujing a verbal warning. There were 2 reasons for the lack of severe punishment. First, his abilities were rare and his combat strength exceptional, making him a guaranteed class combat superhuman. Second, Bai Yujing had been pre-registered at the Xuanwu base, with the commanding officer specifically requesting him to report for duty immediately upon graduation. The military's backing ensured his complete immunity, and the deaths of the students were quietly swept under the rug. So, Chun Xian, you and your team must stay out of this. I have to avenge my fallen comrades. It's more important to me than winning the championship. Chun Xian nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to continue their conversation, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Lu Jiner. She was in a disheveled state, her clothes in tatters, and her exposed skin bore charred marks and blisters, as if burned by extreme heat. Chun Xian, quickly, gather the students from class 13 and go save Zhao Kuo and Zhou Qing. Lu Jiner gasped, barely holding herself upright. Chun Xian immediately supported her and anxiously asked, what happened? How did you end up like this? After the teleportation, the 3 of us regrouped using the tracking system, but we were unlucky. We ran into Bai Yujing. Right now, Zhao Kuo and Zhou Qing are holding him off so I could escape. You must hurry and save them. Bai Yujing's strength, it's terrifying. With those words, Lu Jiner fainted. Without hesitation, Keita grabbed the tracking device. These are your academy's people, right? If you come with me, no one will be here to take care of her. You stay and look after her. Bai Yujing, I'll handle him. With that, Keita dashed into the forest, racing toward the direction of Zhou Qing and Zhao Kuo. Sigh, we'll have to wait for the rescue team. If only Lu Jiner were awake, I could use vectors to bring her back to the base. In an open area of the dark zone, an intense battle was unfolding. Zhao Kuo and Zhou Qing were surrounded by Bai Yujing's men, the situation growing increasingly dire. Sig, a dual-blade wielder with enhanced abilities, was locked in combat with Zhao Kuo. His ability to augment the sharpness of his weapons made his twin blades incredibly lethal, each strike easily slicing through Zhao Kuo's flesh. Despite his immense strength, Zhao Kuo struggled against such razor-sharp weapons and had already sustained multiple injuries. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing was being relentlessly pursued by a three-metertal humanoid rhino. This rhino man, named Gak, possessed the Rhino Might ability, granting him not only massive size, but also an impenetrable armor-like defense. Zhou Qing's elemental attacks, though sharp and precise, were unable to penetrate Gak's defenses, leaving him with no choice but to dodge repeatedly. Damn it! Where on earth did Thunder Academy find these two? What a headache! Zhou Qing muttered under his breath as he evaded Gak's relentless pursuit. His attacks were utterly ineffective against this seemingly invincible rhino man, forcing him into a defensive stance. Zhao Kuo was equally frustrated. He was accustomed to using his overwhelming strength to overpower enemies, but Sig's cutting ability left him at a disadvantage, his body already bearing numerous wounds. The battle had reached a tense stalemate. At that moment, Bai Yujing shouted impatiently, "Enough, you two, stand down." Clearly dissatisfied with his subordinate's performance, he was eager to take matters into his own hands. "I'm not interested in anyone else right now. The priority is finding Jiang Kai. That dangerous seed needs to be eliminated before it can sprout." Understood. Gak and Sig responded in unison, immediately withdrawing and stepping aside. Zhao Kuo, seeing this, was infuriated. He clenched his teeth, anger boiling within him at the blatant disregard. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded. Bai Yujing smirked coldly. "Relax, I'm not going to kill you. You're just bait for my plan." A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "And bait needs to act like bait, doesn't it?" Zzz. Powerful currents coursed through Bai Yujing's body. At that moment, Zhao Kuo and Zhou Qing truly understood the meaning of fear. "Run, run." Zhou Qing turned and fled without hesitation. "Run?" Wishful thinking. Bai Yujing waved his right hand, and a thick, blue-green bolt of lightning shot out. Instinctively, Zhou Qing raised a wall of water to block it, but in the next moment, the water laden with impurities from the air became a conductor. The current surged through it and struck Zhou Qing directly. "Ah!" A pained scream echoed as Zhou Qing collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Kuo clenched his fists and charged at Bai Yujing. "Heh! A mantis trying to stop a chariot." Zzz. Another thick bolt of lightning shot forth. The blue light flashed, and Zhao Kuo fell to the ground, his body charred. "Oomph. Overestimating yourselves. Break their joints and bones, then hang them up." Understood. Crack, crack. The unconscious Zhou Qing and Zhao Kuo had their arms and legs crushed under the stomping feet of Jiaka and Shiga. Heh. Is this the so-called strength of the Zijingwa Academy? People like this sent to compete. Utterly ridiculous. Bai Yujing mocked as he sat down cross-legged. Moments earlier, he deliberately let the injured Lu Jiner escape, intending for Jiang Kai and the others to rush over. Hunting them down one by one was too troublesome. Bai Yujing now wanted to gather all the Zijingwa Academy members in one place and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. Narrowing his eyes, Bai Yujing saw a familiar figure approaching. "Heh, Keita, so it's you. To be honest, you're probably the only one in this competition who might bring me some amusement." Keita's anger reached its boiling point. "Bai Yujing, for what you did to my comrades, I'll make you pay." "Sigh? How can you still not understand? This world is black and white. 99 of people exist to serve the one. I am that one. So your comrades dying for me is an honor, isn't it? To seek revenge, I subjected myself to inhuman training every single day. Today marks the day of your demise." Keita slammed his hands onto the ground and shouted fiercely, "Hardened earth spikes." Instantly, the ground surged, forming sharp earthen walls that rose up in waves, converging on Bai Yujing from all directions like a yellow tide. Bai Yujing sneered in disdain. "Ah, Keita, after all this time, you still haven't learned your lesson. These earthen tricks are no threat to me." With a wave of his hands, he commanded, "Thundernet." In an instant, a massive web of lightning spread outward from Bai Yujing's position. The moment the lightning net collided with the earthen spikes, the walls shattered like fragile paper. A glint of excitement flashed through Bai Yujing's eyes. "Well then, before Jiang Kai and his group arrive, let's have some fun, White Serpent." As his words fell, the lightning behind him began to coalesce, forming a massive serpent over 10 meters long. Its jagged fangs gleamed ominously, and its entire body was composed of pure electricity. "Go, entertain him," Bai Yujing commanded. The lightning serpent writhed and lunged toward Keita. Unyielding, Keita let out a battle cry, "Rock Guardian." The ground rose up, forming a three-metertal rock golem. The two elemental constructs immediately engaged in a fierce melee. Bai Yujing observed the battle with amusement, remarking, "Impressive. I thought your strength hadn't changed, but it seems you've learned elemental shaping." "Not bad, not bad." Gritting his teeth, Keita retorted, "Bai Yujing, I told you I've been training relentlessly to kill you. Today will be your last." Bai Yujing's expression darkened, and he chuckled coldly. "Heh, Keita, let me make one thing clear. My praise doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Serpent strike." At his command, the lightning serpent surged with intensified energy. The previously balanced battle shifted in an instant. The rock golem crumbled under the serpent's devastating power, shattering into pieces. Damn it, Kata roared. Earth burial. The ground began to churn violently. Yujing wasted no more words. His entire body transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging directly at Kata. Seeing this, Kata immediately unleashed his strongest defense, ninefold rock. Walls of rock, each glowing with a different hue, rose up one after another, attempting to block Yujing's charge. However, these seemingly indestructible walls were as fragile as bubbles before Yujing, shattering in an instant. Kata was struck by Yujing's electrified hand, his body flung backward like a broken kite. A scorch mark marred his chest. Yujing smirked menacingly. Still so weak. Struggling to his feet, Kata's chest wound began to glow with a soft yellow light. Yujing raised an eyebrow. Oh, your healing abilities have improved. Looks like you've been working hard. Panting heavily, Kata managed to say, again, let's go again. Growing impatient, Yujing gathered all his lightning energy, forming a dense sphere of plasma in his hands. Even with your impressive healing, if I obliterate you in one strike, I doubt you'll recover from that. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Kata felt a wave of despair. So I still can't surpass him, brothers. I'm sorry I failed to avenge you. He slowly closed his eyes. At that critical moment, a voice rang out from the distance. Senior Kata, the fight isn't over yet. How can you give up now? Startled, Kata opened his eyes. Yu Chen Xian, a handsome young man wearing glasses, appeared before them. Yujing glanced at Chen Xian dismissively. Kid, don't you know sticking your nose in someone else's business can get you killed? With that, he casually fired a bolt of lightning straight at Chen Xian's face. Look out, Chen Xian, Kata warned, fully aware of the deadly power behind Yujing's attack. However, Chen Xian stood motionless, as if he hadn't heard. Just as the lightning bolt was about to strike him, an almost imperceptible ripple of air appeared at the bolt's tip. The ripple vanished in an instant, and the lightning bolt reversed direction, flying back toward Yujing. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Yujing's attack had been effortlessly redirected. Yujing casually crushed the returning bolt with his hand. He fixed his gaze on Chen Xian, his tone curious. What did you do to my attack? Chen Xian, hands in his pockets, smiled. Yujing, whatever you do to me will only come back to you. Understand? Frowning, Yujing pondered for a moment before realization dawned. Chen Xian, the essence of electricity is simply the directional movement of charges. But that's for me to know, not you. Figure it out on your own. Oh, so you have that level of control over objects, Yujing sneered. But how about this? He unleashed his next attack, not a single bolt, but dozens of electrical projectiles fired simultaneously. Kid, your ability to control objects must have its limits. Let's see how you handle this. Yujing's eyes were filled with contempt, as though he were looking at an insignificant ant. Chen Xian still didn't move. He simply raised his right hand and shouted, Object control, just as the projectiles were about to hit. Once again, a miracle occurred. The dozens of electrical projectiles were deflected back upon contact, exploding violently. The air was filled with deafening blasts. Yujing's expression turned serious. He realized Chen Xian's ability wasn't merely simple object control. Yujing had encountered many with such powers before, but none came close to Chen Xian's level. Kid, state your name. You're no ordinary person. Yujing paused. Then his eyes narrowed as something clicked. Wait, you're that student from Thunder Academy, the one who caused the incident. I remember you. His tone grew heavy. Chen Xian laughed. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's me. Senior, what an honor to cross paths with you like this. He placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow. Yujing snorted. So, you left our academy for another? Betrayal runs in your blood. The thought reminded him of Shun Lian's sister abandoning her surname, and now Chen Xian turning his back on Thunder Academy to join Violet Rose Academy. Pushing up his glasses, Chen Xian's tone turned icy. Senior, since we once shared the same academy, would you allow me to take my senior here and leave? After all, he paused. After all, when I kill you later, I wouldn't want them to get caught in the crossfire. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Chen Xian's audacious words left everyone stunned. Shock and astonishment swept through the crowd like a tidal wave, leaving everyone except Chen Xian wearing such expressions. Yujing, in particular, looked utterly incredulous, as if it was the first time in years someone had dared to speak to him in this manner. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Yujing's face twisted into a sinister expression, and a chilling, maniacal laugh erupted from him. Kid, I won't let you die easily this time. I'll make sure you suffer so much that you'll wish for death over life. Yujing sneered maliciously. Oh, is that so? Well, you'd better try hard then. Chen Xian replied fearlessly. At that moment, a melodious voice came from behind Yujing. Chen Xian, I came to find you right after taking Zhao Kuo and Zhou Qing away. Everyone turned to look, only to see Meng Li. Yujing wasted no time, unleashing another massive surge of high-voltage electricity. I knew this was coming. Electromesh, Meng Li shouted, and the metal on her body quickly formed into a dense metallic mesh that covered her entirely. The high-voltage current, initially a raging beast brimming with destructive energy, charged toward Meng Li. However, in the next instant, the violent creature transformed into a docile kitten, bouncing harmlessly off the metallic mesh before vanishing without a trace. This is impossible. Bai Yujing murmured in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. Meng Li explained calmly, "That's right. The technique I used is essentially creating a Faraday cage on the surface of my body. A Faraday cage neutralizes external electromagnetic fields through induced currents on its conductive surface, achieving an effect of electrostatic shielding. For current to pass through a human body, there must be a potential difference to create charge movement. Since there's no potential difference between the Faraday cage and the internal object resulting in a zero electric field, no current flows through the body, and therefore, no electric shock occurs." Bai Yujing's expression twisted further. "How could this happen?" "Well, I'll be taking these two with me now," Meng Li said with a faint smile. She manipulated metal fragments to form two stretchers, carrying Zhao Kuo and Zhou Qing away. "You won't get away with this." Bai Yujing roared, attempting to stop her, but a young man with black hair emerged from the forest nearby, smiling. "Wow, what a lively gathering here. I've been watching for quite a while now. You all seemed so engrossed in your conversation that I decided not to interrupt," Jiang Kai said with a grin as he walked out. The crowd exchanged glances. Old 6. Meng Li seized the opportunity to fly away. Although Bai Yujing was furious, he dared not act recklessly. Despite the current situation being a 3-3 standoff, the disparity in strength was evident. His side's two fighters were no match for the opposing three. "Jack, Sig, hold off the half-wounded Keita and Chen Xian. I'll take care of Jiang Kai," Bai Yujing commanded, and his two subordinates nodded in agreement. Just then, another familiar voice called out from a distance. "Senior Shi, take a break over there. I'll handle this group." Li Meng appeared on the battlefield, accompanied by Yi Huotian. "Wow, little Li, this is so exciting. Your Purple Hibiscus Academy is actually going head-to-head with Thunder Academy. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating." Yi Huotian casually sat down beside Keita. "Captain Keita, I can't believe you're so badly injured. Aren't you the man who claims that as long as you stand on solid ground, you'll never lose? Now you look like you're running out of energy." Yi Huotian's remark drew a wave of groans and complaints from the crowd. "Li Meng, where did you find this character?" Jiang Kai asked with a laugh. "Shut up. This guy did me a favor and helped me evolve my abilities," Li Meng retorted with a playful scolding. "All right then. Senior Bai Yujing, my two senior classmates here seem to have received plenty of care from you earlier," Jiang Kai said cheerfully, his eyes narrowing into a smile that exuded warmth. "What? Are you here for revenge?" Bai Yujing's arrogant demeanor remained, but a flicker of caution crept into his expression. "Kid, take this." Sig wasted no time, brandishing his twin blades and charging at Chen Xian. Vector armor. Chen Xian activated his ability, his body momentarily flashing with blue light before it dissipated. Sig swung his twin blades toward Chen Xian, but in the next second, an unexpected counterforce caused his weapons to fly out of his hands. Startled, Sig had no time to react as his blades were suddenly seized by an invisible force and hurled away. Launch. Chen Xian quickly infused the blades with his own ability. For objects, as long as two abilities don't conflict, they can coexist and execute their respective commands. For instance, sharpness and vector control. While Sig's ability made the blades incredibly sharp, Chen Xian now controlled them as the wielder. What followed was a tedious game of twin blade pursuit. Elsewhere, Jack showed no mercy to Li Meng, roaring as he transformed into his Rhino Man form. "Kid, don't die too quickly," Jack taunted Li Meng before charging at full speed. "Your waves are chaotic and disorganized," Li Meng remarked, assuming a sword-drawing stance. "Ha ha, kid, my body's armor can't be cut even by blades. You think your little weapon can do the job? Dream on." Ignoring the taunt, Li Meng initiated his attack sequence. Within the scabbard, his blade began vibrating at a terrifying frequency. Click. When Li Meng pulled the trigger on his scabbard, a crimson blade of energy shot forth. As he swung horizontally, a sharp red air blade materialized instantly. Li Meng had mastered the art of wave transmission and amplification. This swing not only transmitted high-frequency waves, but also elevated them to an extraordinary level. Just an airblade. My hand." Jack's mocking laughter turned into a scream as the air blade sliced through his arm like butter. "You, how is your attack?" Jack paused his charge, his face filled with disbelief. "Simple." Li Meng twirled his sword effortlessly. "My ability transmits high-frequency oscillation waves. When the frequency reaches an extreme peak, the waves become a scythe of death. Not only does it possess incredible cutting power, but it also generates intense heat. Against it, your defenses are no better than a plastic sheet." Jack glared at Li Meng, his eyes brimming with resentment. While this battle raged on, Jiang Kai and Bai Yujing's duel was equally intense. Bai Yujing relentlessly launched lightning strikes, But Jiang Kai, like a cunning trickster, constructed layers of transparent white dust as defenses. Each time Bai Yujing's electric currents entered the dust barriers, they weakened and eventually dissipated entirely. His ranged attacks were proving utterly ineffective against Jiang Kai. Kid, I've been curious, how are you neutralizing my attacks? Bai Yujing asked, halting his assault. Simple. This dust is all made of insulating material. Your electricity has no easy path through it. Jiang Kai replied with his trademark goofy grin, further infuriating Bai Yujing. The intense battles in the dark zone were in full swing, yet the moonlit base remained peaceful and serene. I was focused on practicing temperature entropy changes. Lin Xiao was enjoying a hearty meal, and Lin Lu was leisurely sipping tea while basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers marched in single file, breaking the tranquility of the base. In the command room, a man dressed as an officer strode in with purpose and said loudly, "Director Zhang Xiao, long time no see." Zhang Xiao greeted him with a wide smile. "Haha, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Xian, it's been a while." The visitor was none other than Zhao Xian, a trusted aide of Yi Yun, the commander of the Xuanwu base. "What brings you here, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao?" Zhang Xia inquired. Zhao Xian explained, "The selection for new talents at the Xuanwu base is approaching, and all reserve members are required to participate. For the 10 most outstanding gifted individuals whom the commander is particularly concerned about, we are personally escorting them." Zhang Xia immediately understood. "So, you're here for Bai Yujing?" Zhao Xian nodded in confirmation. "That's correct. The commander specifically instructed us to ensure Bai Yujing from Thunder Academy is safely escorted. Rest assured, we will wait until the city-level selection is over before taking him." Zhang Xia nodded in agreement. After the Dark Zone selection, there would still be 2 months before the nationwide Golden Sword Tournament. Given that Bai Yujing was the pride of the Xuanwu base's reserves, it was reasonable for them to send a team to fetch him. Curious, Zhao Xian asked, "Director Jiang, with Bai Yujing's abilities, the selection should be nearing its end by now, right?" Zhang Xia glanced at the clock. "There are still 18 hours left." "Well, do you have any live footage of the event? We'd love to witness Bai Yujing's performance," Zhao Xian said eagerly. Zhang Xia shook his head. "The participants this time are exceptionally powerful. All the tracking cameras we set up have been destroyed in the aftermath of their battles." Zhao Xian looked slightly disappointed, but then brightened up. "That's unfortunate. However, I brought along a soldier with the ability to project reconnaissance images. How about we?" Zhang Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, you have someone with such a rare talent." Zhao Xian replied proudly. "Of course. Among the 4 major bases, Xuanwu base places the greatest emphasis on nurturing talent. But since this is your territory, we wouldn't proceed without your approval." Zhang Xia readily agreed. Soon, the leaders and representatives from the 4 academies were invited to a spacious hall. Zhang Xia addressed the gathered audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Today, we are fortunate to have Lieutenant Colonel Zhao from Xuanwu base visiting us. One of his subordinates possesses the ability to transmit live footage, and I have invited everyone to witness the final battles together." With that, Zhang Xia gestured to the officer. A liquid on the ground began to rise slowly, forming a fluid mirror in midair. Moments later, the scene of Bai Yujing engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent appeared. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Bai Yujing's opponent not only neutralized his lightning attacks, but also unleashed explosive counterattacks. Bai Yujing darted around at full speed, yet his opponent remained composed and unyielding. The headmaster of Thunder Academy was the first to rise to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible." In his memory, Bai Yujing was nearly invincible, with few peers capable of lasting even a minute against his incredible speed. Yet now, Bai Yujing was covered in dust, his expression serious, clearly under pressure. The other academy heads were equally stunned, marveling at the strength of the Purple Blossom Academy. At that moment, intelligence officers from Purple Blossom Academy and Thunder Academy hurried in, whispering urgently to Sun Xing and Feng Yu. Both headmasters shot to their feet, their faces red with fury. "Sun Xing, how dare you allow your students to go for the kill against ours? Shen Lian of Thunder Academy has had the meridians in all 4 limbs shattered. What is the meaning of this?" Feng Yu roared. Sun Xing retorted. "You have the audacity to speak? Zhou Qing and Zhao Kuo from our academy have had their limbs broken by Bai Yujing, most of them in comminuted fractures. How do you plan to settle this?" The two glared at each other, seething with anger, as if ready to tear each other apart. Zhang Xia stepped in to mediate. "Please, gentlemen, calm down. This is the Golden Sword Tournament selection. Serious injuries are inevitable. Our goal is to identify exceptional talents, and unfortunately, injuries come with the territory." Reluctantly, the 2 headmasters sat back down. The battle raged on. Bai Yujing and Jiang Kai continued to test each other's strength. Meanwhile, 2 other battles had already concluded. Li Ming had delivered several high-frequency slashes, severely injuring the Rhino Man Jack. Sig was incapacitated after Chun Xian's twin blades, under his control, pierced his abdomen. Sig had attempted to use his sharpened body parts to attack Chen Xian, but each strike was perfectly deflected back. By this time, Meng Li, who had been transporting the injured, had returned. Bai Yujing now faced a dire situation. Should he take on all 4 opponents in a group fight or challenge them one by one? His 3 opponents all had techniques that completely nullified his lightning attacks. Suddenly, Bai Yujing, who was seemingly at a disadvantage, burst into maniacal laughter. Huh. Impressive, impressive. To force me into such a position, you're the first ones. But, do you really think this is enough to defeat me? How naive. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Thunder God form. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from Bai Yujing. Jiang Kai's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Yujing's entire body turned a dazzling shade of blue. Within seconds, he transformed into a being of pure elemental lightning, hovering in the air and looking down on everyone. In the moonlit base conference room, Sun Xing abruptly stood up and shouted, "Purple Blossom Academy surrenders. We withdraw immediately." The others exchanged puzzled glances. Sun Xing pointed to the screen showing Bai Yujing. "Look at that. Complete elemental transformation." Everyone was stunned. In the history of the Dragon Nation, those capable of complete elemental transformation were all individuals of immense power. Had Bai Yujing already reached this level? We of Emerald Academy withdraw. Please terminate the selection. We of Radiant Academy also withdraw. Director Jiang, please end this selection immediately. The headmasters of the 3 academies all requested an end to the selection. Their intentions were clear. They did not want to risk further injuries to their students. Complete elemental transformation, especially with the terrifying lightning element, was an unbeatable force under the current understanding of abilities. Jiang Xia glanced around at the 3 principals and nodded slightly. The fact that 3/4 of the academies had expressed their unwillingness to continue the battle forced him to consider the situation carefully. Sun Desheng let out a long sigh. It seemed that the dream of Zijingwa Academy winning the city championship had turned into a mere illusion. Just as Jiang Xia was about to agree to the suspension request, a sudden voice broke the silence. Feng Yu from Leitang Academy stood up with a cold sneer. "Let me remind everyone, this is the city-level selection event. No one has the authority to end it prematurely before the scheduled time. Are you planning to violate the rules of the Golden Sword Tournament?" These words immediately drew the ire of the 3 principals, who glared at him furiously. Sun Xing couldn't hold back and questioned, "Feng Yu, how heartless can you be? Do you want Bai Yujing to go on a rampage and wipe out the elite forces of Nanyang City? Or are you just trying to use this as an opportunity to let Leitang Academy dominate?" Feng Yu remained unmoved and even threatened to report the matter to the organizers. Jiang Xia found himself in a dilemma. He valued these outstanding young talents, but his political career and safety took precedence. With no other choice, Sun Xing turned to Zhao Xian for help. Zhao Xian shrugged helplessly and said, "We're from the military. The Golden Sword Tournament is hosted by the Bureau of Special Abilities, and we have no authority to intervene." Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Lin Lu arrived leisurely with a Yi and Lin Xiao. He addressed Sun Xing with a calm demeanor, "Don't worry. What goes around comes around. If they refuse to stop, they'll regret it soon enough." Feng Yu scoffed dismissively. "Bai Yujing is the predetermined candidate from the Xuanwu base. Do you really think your meager abilities can beat him? Dream on." However, the footage told a very different story from Feng Yu's arrogant claims. The battle in the dark zone continued, with Bai Yujing, now fully elementalized, radiating an overwhelming and suffocating aura like a thunder god descended to earth. Li Ming exclaimed in shock. Weren't they saying he could only partially elementalize? How is his entire body turning into plasma now? Meng Li, however, remained indifferent. Who cares if it's partial or full? As long as it works, that's all that matters. Seeing the crowd show no fear, Bai Yujing's killing intent surged. With a furious roar, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged directly at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai narrowly avoided the attack, thanks to Chen Xian's timely assistance. Bai Yujing's strike hit the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Jiang Kai decided not to hold back any longer. In an instant, he summoned countless particles of metallic dust. With the combined powers of Chen Xian's vector manipulation and Meng Li's magnetic control, a crimson metallic storm took shape. The terrifying storm seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path, stunning even Bai Yujing. Seeing this, Feng Yu panicked and shouted, "Director Jiang Xia, stop the match immediately." Lin Lu sneered. "Weren't you the one who said stopping the match would violate the rules?" Zhao Xian was so anxious he stomped his feet. "This is bad. Bai Yujing can't be harmed. Director Jiang Xia, think of a way to rescue him." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xia handed Zhao Xian a communicator. "Colonel Zhao, use this to send a message to all the participants." The crimson storm roared as it expanded, reducing everything in its path to dust. Bai Yujing, fully elementalized, had succumbed to arrogance, proclaiming himself a god. He sneered, "Slay a god? What an utterly ridiculous notion. Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed with excitement and determination as he countered. In our eyes, there is only the pursuit of science and reverence for nature. Suddenly, Zhao Xian's voice echoed across the arena. Attention all contestants. The selection competition must stop immediately. Jiang Kai and the others froze for a moment, thinking, we were just about to defeat Bai Yujing. Why stop now? Bai Yujing burst into maniacal laughter. See? The world revolves around the strong. You so-called gifted ones are only fit to struggle at the bottom of society. In midair, Meng Li gritted her teeth, seething with rage. At that moment, their wristbands transmitted a faint voice, directed specifically at Class 13. Eliminate everything in your way, and worry about the consequences later. The four of them lit up with renewed determination, intensifying their supernatural output. The orange-eared storm expanded once more, surging toward Bai Yujing. In the conference room, Zhao Xian's bloodshot eyes bore into Lin Lu as he demanded, what are you doing? Lin Lu, with a smug expression, replied, letting my disciples continue the competition. What? You don't like it? Go ahead, hit me. Zhao Xian warned. Do you realize Bai Yujing is someone Commander Yi specifically requested? Completely unfazed, Lin Lu propped his feet on the table. So what if I offend Yi Yan? Even if I killed you right now, he'd still approve my leave request. Everyone turned to Zhao Xian in astonishment, waiting for an outburst. However, Zhao Xian simply sat down slowly, his expression dark and brooding. Feng Yu, puzzled, asked, aren't you a soldier? He's practically walking all over you, why aren't you fighting back? Zhao Xian glanced around the room and sighed. Fight back? Hit Lin Lu? Are you out of your mind? Sun Duxing pulled Sun Xing aside and whispered, asking about Lin Lu's background. Sun Xing replied smugly. The military didn't provide a user manual, but just tell Matos he get the job done or not. On the battlefield, the four students followed Lin Lu's command, driving the orange-eared metallic storm directly at Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing smirked, attempting to escape, only to find his body moving in the opposite direction. Fear finally crept into his heart. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses and said confidently, relax, he won't get away. Bai Yujing suddenly realized, you're controlling my movements. Chun Xian explained, Senior, stop struggling. Against the four of us, escape is impossible, because truth and natural science are on our side. Bai Yujing was bewildered. Natural science? Is that the secret behind how you garbage-tier gifted ones became so powerful? Chun Xian responded cryptically, Senior, you've been standing atop a treasure trove all along, you just never had the key to unlock it. Jiang Kai added, the pinnacle of strength is not the end for us. We must conquer the universe. Chun Xian continued, scientific inspiration doesn't come from waiting around. You've rested on your laurels for far too long. Li Ming amplified the vibration of the metallic dust. The road to science is no smooth path. The river of truth is littered with reefs and rapids. Only those unafraid of climbing can reach the summit and pluck the celestial herbs. Suspended in midair, Meng Li's clear voice rang out. It is humanity's duty to bravely explore the truth. Bai Yujing roared in fury, madmen, you're all a bunch of lunatics. Executioners. Jiang Kai chuckled in response. Haha, all we've said are the profound truths of the pioneers of natural science. Senior, I bet you still have one last move you haven't used, don't you? Bai Yujing was speechless. He did have one final move, self-detonation with lightning, but using it would leave him powerless and unable to recover. Jiang Kai pressed on. Bai Yujing, this is your one and only chance. If you hesitate any longer, it'll be gone for good. Our teacher once said, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. Finally, Jiang Kai taunted. Bai Yujing, you're too scared to give it your all, yet you constantly boast about shattering darkness with thunder? Don't you think that's utterly pathetic? All of you can go die. Bai Yujing was utterly enraged by Jiang Kai's words, his eyes blazing with fury. Since you wish for death, let me send you on your way. You will end your lives in regret and despair. With a sudden lift of his arms, Bai Yujing roared, Thunder, come. In an instant, lightning erupted in all directions, crackling sounds filling the air. His body began to change color, shifting from a bluish hue to pure white, as arcs of electricity coiled densely around him. Yi Huatian, quick on his feet, grabbed Keita beside him. Damn it, run, or we're all going to die here. They turned to flee, but Keita suddenly halted, pointing into the distance. Wait a second, what about the other four? Are we just leaving them? Yi Huatian followed Keita's gaze and saw Jiang Kai, Meng Li, Li Meng, and Chun Xian still standing where they were, showing no intention of escaping. He cursed, worry about them? Look at their facesto, they look like people who are afraid. Keita took a closer look and realized Yi Huatian was right. Jiang Kai's face was lit with excitement. Meng Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Li Meng stared intently at Bai Yujing as though studying a rare treasure, and Chun Xian's expression was calm and calculating, as if running precise simulations in his mind. Madman, They're all a bunch of madmen. Kata spat out before dashing away with Yi Huitian. As Bai Yujing's energy reached its peak, Jiang Kai shouted excitedly. The timing is perfect. You don't see voltage this strong every day. Can we start the particle accelerator experiment now? Meng Li quickly activated her powers, and the surrounding metal parts seemed to come alive, assembling into a half-human-sized device in an instant. Hold on, my electromagnetic converter goes first, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Li Meng eagerly chimed in. Let me go first. I want to see if my vector field coverage can reach a new high. A flash of white light and plasma surged outward, but the four were well prepared. Jiang Kai's insulation gear, Meng Li's Faraday cage, and Chun Xian's vector armor combined to form layers of protection, shielding them completely. To them, the furious Bai Yujing resembled nothing more than a massive capacitor discharging its energy. 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10. Bai Yujing's energy finally ran dry. His body returned to human form, but he was now emaciated, his skin cracked all over, resembling a dried-up mummy. Bai Yujing muttered weakly, his eyes filled with despair. In his mind, no one should have been capable of resisting his elemental lightning attack. Yet these four had effortlessly neutralized his ultimate move as though they were his nemesis sent to thwart him. Jiang Kai calmly observed Bai Yujing's condition and made his assessment. Severe dehydration, almost no cellular activity left. Li Meng added, he probably won't die, but to recover, well, that's going to be. Before he could finish, their blue crystal energy wristbands began emitting urgent alarm beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Due to special circumstances, all participants are required to terminate the match and immediately return to the base. Jiang Kai, Meng Li, Li Meng, and Chun Xian exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Without hesitation, they turned and headed back to the base, leaving the barely alive Bai Yujing lying on the ground. Inside the base, Zhao Xian was fuming with rage, slamming his fist heavily on the table. Lin Lu, is this the result you wanted? Do you have any idea that your actions have destroyed the future of its class elemental combat ability user? Zhao Xian and Feng Yu were livid. Lin Lu, however, was unyielding. He sneered in response. Oh, how the tables have turned. A few years ago, when Thunder Academy was conducting human feedback tests during competitions, you turned a blind eye. Now that your Bai Yujing is a ruined shell, you can't take it? Spare me. His tone was sharp and defiant, offering no concessions to the other side. Lin Lu's words hit Zhao Xian like a heavy hammer, leaving him speechless. His face turned dangerously dark, and his eyes glimmered with a menacing light. Lin Lu, I will report your actions to the military. You'll never be allowed back. Zhao Xian finally found his voice and shouted angrily. Lin Lu let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. If I can't go back, so be it. What's the matter? Since when did the military personnel only know how to make empty threats? If you're dissatisfied, how about we settle this outside? Sign a life and death agreement, and let's see how you fare against me. Zhao Xin's face turned ashen with fury. His lips trembled, but no words came out. Just as the tension reached its peak, Jiang Xia stepped in, skillfully defusing the situation and preserving Zhao Xian's dignity. All right, everyone. Jiang Xia raised his voice. All the injured are being transported. In half an hour, we'll tally up the scores and announce the results. Zhao Xian knew that continuing to argue would only humiliate himself further. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a final threat. Lin Lu, Commander, you won't let you off. With that, he left with his group from the military, looking sullen. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia announced the final results of the selection competition. Zijing Academy claimed the championship, Tianhui Academy took second place, and Suiyu Academy secured third. The previously arrogant Leitang Academy, however, walked away empty-handed. After the competition ended, the four youngsters returned to the Wangyue base. When they saw a new and unfamiliar boy standing beside Lin Lu, their eyes immediately lit up. It was well known that every disciple Lin Lu took under his wing was extraordinary. Lin Lu introduced him with a smile. This is Yi, your junior disciple. Yi appeared a bit shy, speaking softly. Hello, senior brothers and sisters, my name is Yi. Jiang Kai, visibly excited, grabbed a water cup and took a sip before laughing. Haha, now that you've joined the Lin family, we're all brothers and sisters here. No need to be so reserved. By the way, junior brother, what's your ability? Tell us about it. Yi took a deep breath, mustering his courage. My ability is entropy manipulation. Jiang Kai spat out a mouthful of water, spraying it all over Li Meng's face. Li Meng, annoyed, wiped his face. You idiot, what was that for? You got me all wet. Suddenly, he froze as realization dawned, his expression shifting from anger to shock. Wait a second, what did you just say? The four youngsters stared intently at Yi, as if gazing at a daunting anomaly. Lin Lu warned sternly. All right, I can only control the entropy change of temperature for now. I must remind you all, though, not let him attempt other aspects of entropy change for the time being. The cost and factors of entropy debt are unpredictable. On the side, Li Ming's eyes darted around as he thought to himself, if Junior Brother Eye's ability could record objects in advance like Chen Xian's, my 1,000-blade vibration sword would finally have a solution. It wasn't just Li Ming. The others also shared similar thoughts. As the group engaged in a lively discussion, Lin Lu's phone suddenly rang. From the other end came Su Shue's melodious voice, as clear and pleasant as a nightingale's. Brother-in-law, where are you right now? I just wrapped up the Golden Sword Tournament selection, Lin Lu replied. What's going on? Did something happen? Brother-in-law, my sister and I are at the Vermilion Bird Base, Su Shue said urgently. The base is under heavy attack from a large number of beasts, and the small nations in the southeast are starting to stir. The commander of the Vermilion Bird Base has already called in reinforcements from the Azure Dragon Base, but they're barely holding the line. At this rate, the base will fall in less than half a month. My sister and I discussed it, and would like to ask for your help. After all, the Vermilion Bird Base is one of the key strongholds of the White Dawn Army. Lin Lu pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. No problem, they'll be there in a day. After hanging up, Lin Lu turned to the group and announced, everyone, I'm giving you just 1 day to rest. After that, we'll head straight to the Vermilion Bird Base. Yes, came the unified response from the 5 voices. Seeing this, Sun Xing approached with a smile and asked, Teacher Lin, don't you think they could use a few more days to rest? Also, did something happen at the Vermilion Bird Base? Lin Lu chuckled lightly. Haha, it's nothing major, Principal Sunday rest assured. The number of beasts at the Vermilion Bird Base has increased significantly, and I see this as a rare opportunity for them to gain some real experience. Besides, there's still some time left before the National Golden Sword Tournament, isn't there? 1 day later, Lin Lu led his disciples on their journey to the Vermilion Bird Base. In a luxurious room within the Xuanwu base, a man in his 40s named Yi Yun was engrossed in reading the information strip in his hand. Beside him stood a composed, intellectual woman in her 30s wearing glasses and a military uniform. Her expression was as cold and unmoving as a statue. Yi Yun let out a slight chuckle. Interesting, it's Lin Lu again. He glanced at the woman next to him. Ah Tao, Lin Lu's actions have seriously hindered our plans. Do you think we should eliminate him? Ah Tao pondered for a moment. Commander, without Bai Yujing, our elemental special forces have lost a significant asset. Do you think? Before she could finish, Yi Yun rolled his eyes. Ah Tao, you need to understand I am the one holding the chessboard. Losing a piece doesn't stop the game from continuing. But this Lin Lu, he has the potential to flip the entire board at any moment. Seeing Ah Tao frown slightly, Yi Yun continued to elaborate. It's not that I fear him, but we have better ways to weaken his power and influence. The 4 southeastern nations are restless, and some noble families are colluding with them for profit. Their actions are so egregious that even annihilating their entire clans wouldn't be unjustified. A cold glint flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. Right now, the Zhuke base is at the heart of this storm. Once dragged into it, we're bound to offend a significant number of powerful figures. The world is bustling, but all for self-interest. Ah Tao nodded silently. Yi Yun revealed a sinister smile. So, there's no need to bother with Lin Lu. As long as he's not in the military headquarters, he cannot fundamentally affect it. As for his daylight army, the chaos in the southeast will become a massive meat grinder, slowly grinding his forces to dust. Meanwhile, at the Zhuke base in the south, the defense situation was dire. The base faced not only threats from various land-based beasts, but also relentless attacks from sea monsters, which constantly harassed the defensive lines. On top of that, the southeastern nations were eyeing Longwa's southern territorial waters and coastal lands with greed. The base gates rumbled open as several 10-person squads sped out in combat vehicles. At the same time, a group of wounded soldiers, supported by medics, staggered back into the base. Li San, how's your unit holding up? A concerned base guard asked. Li San's expression was grim. Out of 10, only 3 made it back. The situation at the front is critical. A few of my brothers gave their lives to save Methi were devoured by the beasts. Against the tide of these monsters, we're utterly powerless. The 2 men sighed deeply before parting ways. In the command center of the Zhuke base, a group of senior officers was urgently discussing countermeasures. On a large screen, a secretary projected the current situation onto a sand table map. Commander Nan Yi, a staff officer began. The beast tide is rapidly consuming our southeastern defensive line. At this pace, they'll reach Zhuke base within 4 days. Nan Yi, the 50-year-old commander of Zhuke base, held the rank of general and was known as a staunch hawk within the military. He was especially infamous for his hardline stance against the southeastern nations. Yet even this iron-blooded commander was at a loss against the overwhelming beast tide. Everyone, Nanny said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping across the room. We all know how strange this beast tide is. We've been fiercely resisting it for an entire month already. The supplies and personnel assistance from the joint conference were still delayed, and the situation at Suzuka base was growing increasingly dire. In the conference room, the atmosphere felt heavy, as if frozen, and everyone's faces were filled with worry. Nanny scanned the room and spoke in a deep voice. We must prepare for the worst. If the southern base falls, we need to immediately activate the emergency response plan. Sitting in the back row, the sisters Su Ming and Su Shui exchanged a surprised glance. Su Shui whispered, Sister, has the situation really become this critical? Su Ming nodded gently, her brows furrowed. Just as the air of despair was about to spread, Nanny suddenly smiled, breaking the oppressive mood. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and his voice carried a hint of encouragement. Though the situation is critical, Qinglong Base has sent us some truly outstanding talents. He gestured towards Su Ming. This is none other than Major General Su Ming. A wave of astonishment rippled through the conference room. All eyes turned to Su Ming as murmurs filled the air. Is this the Frost Valkyrie from Qinglong Base? I heard she's Lin Lu's fiancée. With her joining us, we might be able to hold the beast tied at the front lines a bit longer. Sigh. If only we had more elemental ability users like General Su Ming. By the way, will Colonel Lin Lu come too? In response to Nan Yi's introduction, Su Ming stood up calmly, her gaze steady as she looked around the room. Thank you for the kind words, Commander Nanny. Today, I represent Qinglong Base in supporting your efforts. Moving forward, I will strictly adhere to Suzaku Base's operational plans. With that, she gracefully sat back down, earning approving looks from those around her. At this moment, Su Shui, sitting beside Su Ming, leaned closer with a mischievous glint in her eye. Sister, should we tell them that brother-in-law is on his way? I bet they'd cheer so loudly if they found out. Su Ming paused for a moment, then stood up again, clearing her throat. Commander Nanny, I have another piece of news to share with you all. Her voice was clear and resonated throughout the room. Professor Lin Lu from Bauhinia Academy will be bringing his students here for field training. They will undoubtedly become a significant force in helping Suzaku Base withstand the beast tide. This announcement landed like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the room. The reactions ranged from shock to joy to outright excitement. Some people trembled with exhilaration, while others were already imagining future victories. Lin Lu is coming? You should have said so earlier. I'll talk to my troops about this after the meeting. This is fantastic. I need to go freshen up before seeing him. Nan Yi did not stop the commotion, knowing that this was the release of half a month's worth of pent-up stress. Once the noise subsided slightly, he smiled and asked, Major General Su, this news greatly changes the outlook for Suzaku Base. Could you tell us which route Lin Lu will be taking to get here? Su Ming hesitated briefly before responding. He mentioned coming through the Shilin Plains from the southwest. The moment she finished speaking, the cheers in the room abruptly ceased, and everyone's expressions fell. A staff officer cautiously spoke up. General Su Ming, the Shilin Plains used to be a safe transportation route, but it has since been overrun by beasts. Moreover, a city-destroying level beast resides there. I'm afraid. However, Su Ming responded with a confident smile. Don't worry. He will make it. With Su Ming's reassurance, the room's mood lifted once more, and the atmosphere turned celebratory. Some even shouted, with Lin Lu here, Suzaku Base will be safe. With Lin Lu here, the skies over Suzaku Base will clear. Nan Yi's expression darkened at these words. He abruptly stood up, pointing at the person who had shouted. You there? Come here. Explain to me exactly what you mean by that. And so, the meeting concluded amidst a mix of humor and hope. Despite the external threats still looming, the news of Lin Lu's impending arrival served as a powerful morale boost for everyone at Suzaku Base, rekindling their hope for the future. The battle vehicle sped across the stone forest plains. Lin Lu sat leisurely in the passenger seat, while the 5 youngsters and Lin Xiao dozed off in the back. The 8 passengers, including the driver, were heading into this unique terrain. Leader Lin, I never thought I'd be the one driving you to the Vermilion Bird Base. What an honor, the driver exclaimed, catching the attention of the 5 youngsters. Meng Li curiously asked, Hey, Uncle, is our teacher really that amazing? Can you tell us some of his stories? Stories? There are plenty. For instance, the driver was about to start when Lin Lu interrupted. Just focus on driving. No need for chatter. Yes, sir. The driver immediately fell silent, leaving the 5 youngsters even more curious. Among them, only Jiang Kai knew Lin Lu's true identity. The car continued forward, but the atmosphere around them grew increasingly eerie. The driver muttered to himself in confusion, This is strange. The last time I drove this road, it wasn't this quiet. Why does it feel so unnervingly silent today? Unbeknownst to him, the area had been taken over by monstrous beasts during his 3-month absence. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrifying sounds erupted around them beastly roars, the grinding of insect mandibles, and the squelching of viscous substances being compressed. Stop the car, Lin Lu commanded sharply. Looks like we've stumbled into a den of trouble. The battle vehicle screeched to a halt. The once bright stone forest plains turned grim and ominous, the sky darkened, and the surroundings became distorted and hazy. Within a minute, a scene of utter despair unfolded before them. An overwhelming horde of beasts surrounded the vehicle. A rough estimate placed their number at over 1,000. We're doomed. The driver's face turned pale. Lin Lu glanced at him with a mix of confusion and amusement. Hey, if you've heard of me, why are you so scared? Leader Lin, I've heard you're incredible, but no one told me just how incredible. So, are we going to make it out of this alive? The driver's voice trembled with uncertainty. Make it out? No way. Lin Lu replied with a grin. What? No way. The driver's voice quivered even more. Ugh. I mean, we're taking out everything in front of us before we leave. What were you thinking? Lin Lu stepped out of the vehicle, ignoring the driver's despair. All right, all of you get out here. It's not every day you get this many targets to practice on. Hearing this, Jiang Kai and the others got out of the vehicle. Jiang Kai smirked and asked, Teacher, what's the plan? Total annihilation. Total annihilation, Lin Lu responded curtly. The driver was stunned. Are you kidding me? Total annihilation? There are over 1,000 beasts here, most of them at ferocious beast level, with dozens at calamity beast level. How could you possibly wipe them all out? Lin Lu turned to his disciples. Jiang Kai, you don't need to step in. If you do, there will be nothing left for them. Let the other four test their skills. Listen up, you four. You have 10 minutes. If you don't clear everything in that time, it's 100 push-ups back at the base. Today. Understood. Yes, sir. The four responded in unison, excitement lighting up their faces. They quickly split up, heading in the directions of east, south, west, and north to begin their beast-clearing efforts. The driver, still in disbelief, muttered, Did I hear that right? The way they're acting, it's like we're the ones surrounding the beasts. Are Leader Lin's disciples really that strong? Li Meng drew a strange long blade, its surface covered in intricate cracks that gave it an eerie appearance. Heh, so many beasts. Perfect for testing this thing. Though it's only a one-time use weapon for now. The beasts on the eastern side, seeing only Li Meng approaching, grew ferocious and charged at him in a wave of over 100. Heh, not bad. Let's test it out. Unleash, 1,000 blades. With a powerful flick of his wrist, Li Meng shattered the blade into countless fragments. Under his control, the fragments vibrated at high frequencies, generating extreme heat through air friction and possessing incredible cutting power. Using the blade's hilt as a guide, he scattered the fragments forward, creating a terrifying barrage of high-temperature cutting projectiles. The beasts caught in the onslaught were instantly reduced to charred fragments, as if dismembered by molten metal. The sheer devastation stunned the remaining beasts into hesitation. Sigh, what a waste. It's a one-time use item. If only I could reverse entropy to restore it. Li Meng muttered, glancing over at Ai's direction. Ai, though the newest disciple of Lin Lu, possessed extraordinary talent and comprehension. At the moment, he had transformed his flame set into a jet propulsion device, allowing him to maneuver nimbly across the battlefield. Meanwhile, his ice set had been modified into a concentrated freezing gas launcher, forming a powerful blade of low-temperature air. Slash. Ai launched himself into the air using the flame set, momentarily hovering before swinging the ice set downward. A concentrated slash of freezing air carved a 10-meter wide, 300-meter-long path of ice across the battlefield. As he landed, he swept the ice set horizontally, turning dozens of beasts into lifelike ice sculptures. Oh, the temperature's too high. I need to compensate. Perhaps due to his inexperience, Ai failed to notice the overheating of the flame set. No choice then. Flame fist. Boom. He ceased cooling and unleashed the full power of the flame set. A wave of searing heat swept out like the scythe of death, instantly incinerating dozens of unsuspecting beasts. Impressive. Li Meng shot Ai a look of approval. Sensing his comrade's encouragement, Ai smiled with satisfaction. Since you're all going big, I'll join in. Meng Li said with a grin as she ascended into the air. Spreading her arms wide, a peculiar metallic device appeared on her back. The others were stunned. Is that more black tech? Lin Lu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Could it be? Has this girl actually managed to develop that? Plasma cannons, deploy. Meng Li's eyes sparkled with a blue glow as the massive metallic box behind her lifted into the air and began an astonishing transformation. The once solid structure rapidly reassembled itself, morphing into 4 bizarrely shaped long-barreled launchers that hovered in midair. Jiang Kai stared at the floating Meng Li, her hair flowing like a cascade, his expression complicated. No way. Did Meng Li really make plasma cannons? Meng Li grinned smugly. Hee. My teacher always said, when you're broke, use tactics. When you're rich, unleash firepower. Sorry, but today, you're all going to be casualties under my cannons. She raised her hands excitedly, and the 4 floating plasma cannons roared to life. The principle of the plasma cannon involved superheating gas to an extreme temperature, ionizing it into plasma, and then accelerating it with magnetic fields to fire it as a weapon. Plasma, containing immense energy, could obliterate targets in an instant. Magnetic field shift. Meng Li shouted, her voice sharp. The magnetic field surrounding the plasma cannons began fluctuating periodically. The rapid changes in the magnetic field generated induced currents, heating the gas and transforming it into plasma inside the metal casings. Sensing the timing was perfect, Mengli made a sweeping motion with her hand, using the magnetic field to contain the plasma and prevent it from dispersing and cooling. Inside the four metal casings, blue-white plasma began to swirl and thicken, evolving from faint traces into a dense, glowing substance. Mengli quickly created a directional magnetic field gradient, accelerating the plasma to incredible speeds. Electromagnetic plasma cannons, fire, she commanded, striking a dramatic shooting pose. Behind her, the four plasma cannons unleashed a deafening roar as they discharged blinding plasma beams toward the ground ahead. The air twisted and boiled in invisible vortices, while arcs of electricity crackled like wild serpents around the plasma, turning the battlefield into a dazzling blue inferno. A sharp, ear-piercing screech echoed across the heavens as the plasma erupted forth. The magnetic fields collapsed abruptly, and the plasma condensed into brilliant white beams, piercing through the horde of monstrous creatures. The beasts struck by the plasma disintegrated instantly, their scales vaporized by the searing heat, leaving charred skeletal remains. The residual shockwaves swept through the battlefield like a hurricane of ionized destruction, toppling rows of beasts like stalks of wheat, their flesh exploding into fragments amidst the purplured plasma flames. The acrid stench of charred remains and ozone permeated the air as the ground was seared with molten, jagged fissures. The hum of electrical currents from the fluctuating magnetic fields lingered ominously. The driver was left speechless, his jaw agape. Is this the kind of power an ordinary ability user can possess? Li Meng gazed enviously. I can't believe it. Mengli actually managed to create plasma cannons before we did. Jiang Kai and I are still stuck in the experimental phase of our particle collider. Chun Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Senior Mengli, you've wiped out all the beasts on my side. What am I supposed to do now? Mengli landed gracefully, smiling as she explained. Hee, don't be like that. I just wanted to test the power of the plasma cannons. Lin Lu called out to the group. All right, that's enough. Pack it up. Let's get back to base. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the plasma-scorched ground, a massive gray serpent lay coiled, the city-destroying beast of this region, the Earth Rock Python. It silently rejoiced. Thank goodness I didn't go out there. Those blue beams can melt rock, absolutely terrifying. I need to leave this place. 2 hours later, Lin Lu and his team arrived at the gates of the Vermilion Bird Base. As they stepped out of the vehicle, two striking figures appeared before Lin Lu. Su Shui, dressed sharply in a military uniform, exuded a commanding presence, while Su Meng, in a tight white training outfit, radiated a seductive allure. Lin Lu couldn't help but grin foolishly at the sight. Su Shui strode over with a playful smile and ruffled Lin Zio's hair. Brother-in-law, you're finally here. I thought you'd be delayed on the rock plains. Mengli, Xiao, long time no see. Su Shui, sister, that hurts. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Lu helplessly, hoping for rescue. Su Meng approached Lin Xiao, studying her closely. So, this is the girl Lin Lu rescued from the dark zone. Lin Xiao greeted her warmly. Hello, Sister Su Meng. Su Meng turned to Lin Lu. Lin Lu, the pressure on the Vermilion Bird Base's defenses is mounting. Commander Nan Yi has decided to hold a small strategy meeting tonight, and he specifically requested your presence. A flicker of cold determination passed through Lin Lu's eyes. No problem. I'd like to understand the situation better. If it's just the beast causing trouble, that's one thing. But if it's the southeastern four nations, especially the Yamato Kingdom, causing issues, I won't hold back. Sensing the tension, Su Ming quickly changed the subject. That evening, Lin Lu attended the strategy meeting in the large conference room. The moment he entered, all eyes turned to him. Lin, it's me, Wang Kong. We teamed up before. Lin, long time no see. Imli Lele. The officers greeted him warmly. Nan Yi cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. Chun Xian whispered curiously. Wow, I didn't know Teacher Lin was so popular in the military. Who was he before? Jiang Kai chuckled. I know exactly who he is. With his achievements, let's just say, unmatched under heaven. Hey, Senior Jiang Kai, if you know, spill it already. Chun Xian pressed. Jiang Kai smirked. You'll find out soon enough. Nan Yi smiled genuinely. Haha, it's been a long time, Lin Lu. Those days when you fought on the southeastern front lines were unforgettable. Despite his kindly demeanor, Commander Nan Yi carried a fearsome nickname, the Ghost Pen Judge, a title he owed to Lin Lu. Back in the day, when the Four Nations Alliance attacked the Vermilion Bird Base, Lin Lu had been summoned as reinforcements. Nan Yi, an unapologetic hawk, found a perfect partner in Lin Lu, a super soldier with the same mindset. For an entire month, Nan Yi and Lin Lu wreaked havoc. Nan Yi would sign orders without hesitation. One day, Lin Lu would destroy a blue crystal tower in the Yamato Kingdom. The next, he'd lead a raid on an enemy base in the Monkey Kingdom. The day after, they'd bomb an entire camp in the Third Nation. Together, they left a staggering body count of over 3,000 enemy ability users, and that was just the confirmed number. Lin Lu smirked. Commander Nan Yi, you're still as sharp as ever. By the way, I've noticed a serious issue. The two exchanged mischievous grins, leaving everyone else speechless. At that moment, they seemed like kindred spirits, declaring in unison. Let's make a plan. The Sioux sisters and the others sighed in unison. Oh, come on. Lin Lu stood in the command center of the Vermilion Bird Base, his sharp gaze sweeping across the strategic map. His finger tapped lightly on the eastern, southern, and southeastern regions, each tap signifying the threat of tens of thousands of monstrous beasts. Commander, Lin Lu began, his voice carrying a barely detectable hint of excitement. There are nearly 10,000 beasts in the east, 5,000 in the south, and 2,000 in the southeast. More troubling, 3 city-destroying behemoths are currently circling the base. He paused, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Do you think I have what it takes to lead a team and push them back? Commander Nan Yi's eyes glinted with interest. Oh, you're confident? Very well, name your terms, and I'll approve them. Lin Lu chuckled softly. I want one thing. The authority for unrestricted offensive action beyond national borders. At these words, the senior officers present exchanged knowing glances. Someone couldn't help but mutter, Chief Lin, you might as well ask for a license to commit unpunished massacres. Nan Yi fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed. Sensing the moment, Lin Lu interjected calmly. Commander, do you really think this beast tide is just a natural phenomenon? There was a warning in his tone. You mean? Nan Yi's expression turned grave. Lin Lu analyzed unhurriedly. By my calculations, this period coincides with the breeding season of the beasts. On top of that, the United Council has recently been negotiating with the Foot Basin Nation over the ownership of several small islands in the southeast. The timing is far too coincidental. Nan Yi was about to erupt in fury when Lin Lu gently reminded him. Commander, mind your composure. Taking a deep breath, Nan Yi shifted the subject. Lin Lu, in a few days, there's a 5-nation military exchange conference happening at our southeastern training grounds. I can't make it, so you'll have to attend in my place. The other officers exchanged uneasy looks. One of them couldn't resist saying, Commander, are you sure you're sending Lin Lu to attend and not to stir up trouble? Nan Yi shot them a glare. It's because you're all too weak. Look at the 28th class theory, sharp-tongued and reliable in action. At the mention of the 28th class, everyone collectively recalled what was infamously known as the most unruly cohort of the Central Military Academy. Their achievements were legendary, slapping opponents during negotiations under the pretext of correcting a crooked hat, promising humane treatment of prisoners only to execute them in traps, and even collecting enemy heads to stack into grisly displays on the border. And Lin Lu was the leader of these troublemakers. He had written Dragon Armor Chant, a poem that became a must-memorize anthem for the 28th class warriors. To those who provoke the dragon's wrath, death shall rain from the heavens. To those who strengthen our nation's might, may they rest in the Tower of Heroes. When the sword is drawn, the land roars, blood stains the silent armor. Flames temper true gold, courage illuminates the dragon's summer. Not an inch of our land shall be invaded, frost flowers bloom on cold blades. This fierce, passionate poem was not only the creed of the 28th class, but also the unshakable conviction of Lin Lu himself. Horses trample the snowy lone mountain, arrows shatter the enemy's city tiles. The elders await at the gates. How dare we fail their gray-haired hopes? My life belongs to the nation. In life or death, I wear my armor. These bold and stirring lines echoed among the 28th graduating class of the Central Military Academy, who became a formidable force within the military. Lin Lu stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the determined young faces in the audience. These individuals were not only his impromptu daytime army, but also the core team he had meticulously cultivated. Most of them had joined various special operations units across the Dragon Nation, with some even becoming super soldiers. It was the covert support of these alumni that allowed Lin Lu to navigate the military department with unparalleled ease. At the graduation banquet, Lin Lu raised his glass and joked with a playful smile. Together, we're a lump. Apart, we're stars scattered across the sky. This quip brought laughter to the room, encapsulating his final blessing to the 28th class. In the conference room, Commander Nan Yi was discussing defensive strategies. His secretary, visibly concerned, cautioned him. Commander, perhaps we should reconsider. While we're defending against the beasts, provoking the other 4 nations might leave us vulnerable. Nan Yi laughed heartily, patting his secretary on the shoulder. Don't worry, that kid and I have perfect synergy. Back in the day, we gave the southeastern 4 nations a thrashing they'll never forget. With him here, I can rest easy. Without him, I might tread carefully, but with him around, I'm ready to hit hard. Relax, I've got the rest figured out. After the meeting, Yi eagerly approached his teacher. Shouldn't we head to the front lines to help right now? He asked. The teacher, calm and composed, replied. We can help, but only under proper orders. Commander Nan Yi hasn't issued specific combat instructions yet. Let's rest for now and act when the time comes. As night fell, Lin Lu led the group to a corner of the base for a dinner gathering. Su Shui approached him with a glass of juice, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Hey, brother-in-law, be honest, are these kids your new army? Lin Lu smiled faintly, pride evident in his expression. Not quite at that level yet. But these kids have remarkable potential. They truly have limitless possibilities. Limitless possibilities? Su Shui raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident. Lin Lu nodded firmly. That's right. To break the current balance between beasts and humans, strength is the only way to overcome everything. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if he could already see the battles that lay ahead. My goal is not just to create a new army, but to create gods. Lin Lu's voice was low and resolute, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Su Meng stared at Lin Lu in shock, taking slow steps closer. She listened quietly as Lin Lu reminisced about the past. Xiaoming, do you remember? Those days when we were stationed in the southeast, Lin Lu said with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Those were truly carefree times, with you, Sambao, along. Before he could finish, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, as if breaking his train of thought. His expression instantly turned serious, and a red glow flickered in his eyes. Years ago, Sambao died saving me. Betrayed by the foreign ability users from Japan and traders within Longhua, Lin Lu said through gritted teeth. Today, I have returned. This time, I will make them pay. Clenching his fists, Lin Lu's eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. The blood debt of his closest friend vowed to personally settle it. Meanwhile, on a small island in the southeast, a temporary base had swiftly been established. Shigemoto Yamamoto, a Japanese regimental commander in his 30s, was receiving a report from his subordinates. Commander Yamamoto, 8 of the 10 southeastern islands are now under our control, a subordinate reported respectfully. The Zhuke base is preoccupied with dealing with the beast tide and has lost control over the southeastern islands. Good. Well done. Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction before turning to another officer. Captain Ueyama, your unit has performed admirably. Here's the next mission order. You and the other units must secure the remaining southeastern islands before the negotiations. Understood. Yes, sir. Ueyama responded firmly. Yamamoto walked to the window and gazed over the base. The southeastern islands were a critical buffer zone between Longhua and Japan, rich in resources and of immense strategic importance. Whoever controlled these islands would dominate the surrounding waters. Hey, Longhua, Yamamoto sneered to himself. Years ago, your officer Lin Lu killed my brother and cousin. Now, it's your turn to suffer. My meticulously trained 10 blades will annihilate all your superpowered warriors. You Longhua people are unworthy of such abundant resources and territory. Yamamoto threw his head back and laughed, his laughter echoing across the base. To him, the strategy for the 10 islands was on the brink of success, and Longhua would inevitably lose control of the southeastern seas. Little did he know, a far greater storm was quietly brewing. In the western base of the archipelago nation, within a traditional Japanese-style building, 10 warriors, each clad in distinct attire, were gathered. Among them were both men and women, spanning a wide range of ages, yet each radiating a unique presence. Suddenly, a communications officer in a crisp military uniform briskly entered the room, breaking the silence. Everyone, Commander Yamamoto Mwachi has just sent an urgent order, the officer announced with excitement. The 10 Blades. I have great news, Operation 10 Islands has been a success. A low murmur of cheers rippled through the room. The officer continued. However, we anticipate that the leader of the Shizuku base will soon retaliate and organize a counterattack. Therefore, the commander has ordered each of you to lead 2 squads to defend the 10 islands immediately. Hi. The 10 warriors responded in unison, their voices resolute and filled with determination. They quickly rose and filed out of the room. Just then, a deep male voice called out, Shigure, wait a moment. A woman addressed as Shigure paused and turned to face the man who had called her. Oh, what advice do you have for me, Karasadorican? Karasadori hesitated for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Be careful out there. Shigure chuckled softly, said nothing more, and turned to leave the gathering hall. Meanwhile, at Shizuku base, Nan-e sat with a grim expression, staring at the military report in his hand. The report detailed how the archipelago nation had seized control of the 10 islands in a swift blitz, while Shizuku base was fully occupied resisting a monstrous beast tide. Even worse, the archipelago nation had allied with 3 other nations to pressure the Dragon Nation, resulting in severe political consequences. After a day and night of intense debate, the United Council arrived at a harsh decision. Nan-e, as the commander, must reclaim control of at least 5 islands within a week, or he would be dismissed from his position. To make matters worse, during this period, the United Council and the military headquarters would not provide any support. All resources and personnel for the operation had to be arranged by Nan-e and Shizuku base themselves. The decision also stipulated that if the reclamation operation failed, not only would Nan-e be removed, but all senior officers at Shizuku base ranked colonel or above would face demotion and disciplinary action. This news was like a bombshell, instantly igniting tension throughout Suzaka base. Many soldiers were confused and angry. They had just endured a brutal and fiery battle to fend off the beast tide, leaving the base's forces stretched thin. Some injured soldiers had even been forced back into action before fully recovering. Yet, instead of receiving the much-needed reinforcements and supplies, they were handed an unforgiving order. Feelings of resentment, helplessness, and frustration spread like wildfire across the base. Just then, the door to Nan Yi's office creaked open. What's going on? Trouble brewing? Lin Lu entered with a faint smile. Nan Yi let out a bitter laugh and handed the United Council's decision to Lin Lu. Take a look. It's worse than trouble. Lin Lu took the stamped document and read it carefully. His brow furrowed as he pieced things together. Finally, his expression shifted to one of realization. I see now. The loss of the 10 islands gave them the excuse they needed to target you. Once you're out, a large portion of the senior officers in the south will be reassigned or demoted. This has to be the work of more than one person. Nanny nodded in agreement. Exactly. To push through such a military decision, the United Council would need at least half the votes in favor. I must have made quite a few enemies. He paused before adding. And you must have noticed this move to cut off my resources is clearly aimed at crippling my White Day army. Lin Lu listened, then suddenly gripped the decision document in his hands and, with a sharp rip, tore it in half. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Commander, do you trust me? Nan Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, let's hear it. Lin Lu stepped closer, lowering his voice. I've carefully read the decision. It only demands that you reclaim the 10 islands. But once you do, it doesn't specify what you're allowed to do with them afterward. Nanny stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing in thought. Taking back the 10 islands is already a daunting task, and you still want to. Nan Yi's words trailed off as a sudden realization struck him. Cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Lu, alarms blaring in his mind. This kid. Could he be thinking? Has he already figured out my plans? A spark of ambition flickered in Lin Lu's eyes as he met Nan Yi's gaze directly. We must take back the 10 islands. And once we have them, shouldn't we consider pushing further east? His tone carried an undeniable firmness. Nan Yi abruptly stood up, leaning both hands on the table as he lowered his voice in warning. Kid, this involves matters between nations. Just tell me if you're in or not. Lin Lu interrupted bluntly, his eyes brimming with defiance. Nan Yi was so enraged that he let out a bitter laugh. Huh, you dare to order me around? He took a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising. You have 1 week to take the islands. 1 week. After that, I'll give you 10,000 class combat ability users. If you don't bring me West Prefecture of Kaiban country, I'll have you chopped into pieces and fed to the pigs. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two locked eyes for a long moment. And then, unexpectedly, they both burst into laughter. Nanny quickly composed himself and asked seriously, do you think you can pull this off? Lin Lu responded confidently, what do you think? And just like that, the two, one old, one young, reached an agreement. 2 days later, Lin Lu, accompanied by a group of officers, arrived at the negotiation site. As he pushed open the door to the meeting room, a suffocating air of tension greeted him. Well, everyone's here. Lin Lu raised a hand in a casual greeting, as if he were strolling into his own backyard. A Kaiban military officer immediately barked a stern warning. Ambassador of Long Country, you are late. Lin Lu shrugged nonchalantly. Ah, traffic, you know how it is. We're all just working people here. What's the rush, am I right? With that, he unceremoniously took the main seat. Seeing this, the other ambassadors from various countries also took their seats. The Kaiban ambassador's face remained plastered with a false smile as he got straight to the point. Ambassador of Long Country, the 5 of us are gathered here today to discuss how we can work together on joint defense, correct? Lin Lu stirred the drink before him lazily, a faint yet meaningful smile playing on his lips. Joint defense? Cooperation? Sure, I'm all for it. But if we're talking about joint defense, why not start by returning the 10 islands to us? Then we can discuss further. The Kaiban ambassador's smile froze in an instant. His face filled with surprise as he retorted. Ambassador of Long Country, what are you talking about? The 10 islands have always been Kaiban territory. What do you mean by return? Is that so? Then there's nothing more to discuss. Prepare yourselves for the fierce retaliation of Dragon Country's ability warriors. Lin Lu said coldly, his eyes glinting with a trace of icy determination. He stood up slowly, the chair screeching against the floor. As he was about to leave, the ambassador from Foot Basin Country suddenly spoke up, his tone filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Wait a moment. Is this how your country conducts negotiations? Is this the attitude of Dragon Country's ability bureau? Lin Lu stopped in his tracks and turned to face the ambassador. The ambassador continued. It's well known that the ability bureau oversees diplomatic affairs. By all rights, this negotiation should have been handled by them. But this kind of one-sided, humiliating negotiation, no one wanted to take it on. So, once again, the burden was dumped on the Zhuge base. Hearing this accusation, Lin Lu smirked disdainfully and replied, to be honest, I don't even see you as worth my attention. What we've lost, we will take back. His voice rose steadily. I, Lin Lu of Dragon Country, declare this. Not a single foot basin citizen on the 10 islands will leave alive. His words hit like a hammer, silencing everyone in the room, including his own companions. A tense atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, the ambassador from Monkey Country stood up abruptly, breaking the brief silence. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. He was cut off mid-sentence by Lin Lu. Sit down. Lin Lu's icy gaze swept over the Monkey Country ambassador. Yes. The ambassador, as if pierced by Lin Lu's glare, quickly sat back down with a sharp thud. The foot basin ambassador, observing the reaction, sneered in disdain. Coward. Where is your dignity as an ambassador? The Monkey Country ambassador, seemingly provoked by the remark, retorted. If you're so capable, why don't you try? A few years ago, this guy wiped out 300 of our ability users without even batting an eye. Bang! Lin Lu slammed his palm heavily on the table, cutting off their exchange. He turned to the Monkey Country ambassador, his tone laced with threat. Ambassador of Monkey Country, I intend to eliminate every last foot basin ability user on the 10 islands. You won't get involved, will you? No, absolutely not. The Monkey Country ambassador quickly assured him, his voice trembling with fear. Satisfied, Lin Lu nodded and shifted his gaze to the representatives from Elephant Country and Stick Country. Ambassador Lin, rest assured, we will not get involved. The representatives of Elephant Country and Stick Country said in unison. Involved? Involved in what? The foot basin ambassador seemed desperate to resist. Lin Lu scanned the room, a confident smile playing on his lips. You're welcome to come too, but remember this, the 10 islands are off limits to foreign powers. Anyone who dares step foot there should be prepared to lose their life. His voice echoed through the conference room. I hereby declare this meeting adjourned. Who agrees? Who objects? No one dared to respond. Lin Lu stood up, leading his team as they strode out of the negotiation venue, leaving behind a room filled with silence and shock. Lin too, are we really okay doing this? On the way back to the base, one of the accompanying officers asked anxiously. Lin Lu chuckled lightly and patted the officer's shoulder. What are you worried about? There was nothing to discuss in the first place. Relax. The group soon returned to the Vermilion Bird base. As soon as they stepped through the base's gates, Nan-E eagerly called Lin Lu into his office. Kid, I heard you gave the ambassadors of the 4 nations a good scolding? Pretty bold of you. Nan-E raised an eyebrow as he looked at Lin Lu. Lin Lu shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. Those people were just asking for eat a little tough love, never hurt anyone. Nan-E waved dismissively. All right, enough with your banter. Now that the 10 islands are to be reclaimed, do you have a detailed strategy? A sly glint flashed in Lin Lu's eyes. Of course. Commander, just wait and see. After a thorough analysis and careful consideration, I've devised an extremely scientific and meticulous personnel allocation plan. Nanny looked at Lin Lu skeptically. Scientific? Meticulous allocation. Half an hour later, Lin Lu emerged with a container holding 10 bamboo sticks and called out loudly to the group. Gather around. Each of you gets an island. Whoever draws first gets the first pick. He placed the container heavily on the table with excitement. Listen up. In one day, we're going to help Vermilion Bird Base reclaim the islands. Lin Lu said seriously. According to the recon team, each island is currently guarded by a squad of combat-powered individuals. Su Ming, Su Shui, and I will each take one island. The rest are up to you. Jiang Kai and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Clearing his throat, Lin Lu explained, don't worry. You'll have regular soldiers and powered fighters accompanying you. I've even secured temporary major ranks for you. You'll be in command of your teams. The accompanying fighters will guide you to the islands, help you land, and assist in combat. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up at once. Wasn't this basically allowing them to lead their own powered squads in a battle? I'm going first. He lunged forward and drew a stick, which had the number 1 written on it. Lin Lu nodded approvingly. Good, good. The first island is heavily fortified by the forces of the Foot Basin Nation. Your abilities are well suited for fighting there. One by one, the rest of the group began drawing sticks. Lin Lu noticed Lin Xiao still snacking on the side and urged her immediately. Xiao, what are you waiting for? Draw. Lin Xiao hesitated, looking reluctant. Huh, brother? I have to go too. Feigning anger, Lin Lu replied. Of course you do. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xiao muttered. Fine. She walked over and drew a stick. In the end, the 5 rookies, Lin Xiao, Lin Lu, Su Ming, and Su Shui all ended up with their designated numbers. Jiang Kai suddenly noticed there was 1 stick left and asked curiously. Wait, teacher, who's taking the last island? Someone from Vermilion Bird Base. Lin Lu grinned. Haha, the last one. That's for all of us to tackle together. But I doubt any of you will get there before me. The 5 rookies' eyes instantly burned with determination. Don't underestimate us. Ever since discovering the wonders of science, they found their teacher no longer seemed so unattainable. What had once been admiration had transformed into a pursuit. Lin Lu had become their ultimate goal. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Lu gave a warning. Oh, By the way, a reminder especially for Jiang Kai and Meng Li. Be careful not to destroy the islands completely. They're going to be mine later on. Everyone looked confused. Yours? Lin Lu smirked triumphantly. Haha, I struck a deal with Nanny. If I can successfully reclaim the 10 islands, he'll use his authority as commander to give us one of the islands as a training base. Get it? The lab. Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. As everyone's strength continued to grow, they looked toward the future with boundless anticipation. Many natural science experiments must be prioritized. Lin Lu was well aware of the unique nature of these experiments. Not only were they highly dangerous, but they also required vast amounts of space. His eyes skimmed over the documents in his hands, which detailed the scale requirements for various experimental facilities. A basic linear collider necessitated an acceleration length of 3 to 4 kilometers, while a large hadron collider required a circular acceleration chamber spanning dozens of kilometers. Frowning in thought, Lin Lu considered the challenges. These experiments not only demanded extensive land and posed significant risks, but also required a high level of secrecy. He realized that conducting such large-scale, precise experiments inland in Longwa was almost impossible. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he had an island of his own, he could conduct experiments freely and without constraints. Time was pressing. Lin Lu decisively issued an order. Take a day to rest, and then we move immediately. His tone grew stern. Listen up. Discard any illusions of sympathy for the weak. This is war. As long as the enemy has a single breath left, they are capable of delivering a fatal blow. If anyone is harboring a foolish sense of mercy, bury it now. Even if the enemy appears to be dead, remain on high alert. Understood? Yes, sir. The team responded in unison, the air heavy with tension. Thus, under Lin Lu's leadership, the seemingly straightforward yet perilous plan to attack the island was set into motion. Meanwhile, the ambassador from Jiaopin had already reported the negotiation results to Yamamoto Maoichi. Commander, Lin Lu of Longwood doesn't take us seriously at all. What do you think? The ambassador spoke with a tone full of worry. Yamamoto Maoichi let out a cold chuckle. Don't trouble yourself over this matter. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. The 10 islands are now a massive meat grinder. Any Longwo ability user who dares to step onto the 10 islands will pay with their lives. He turned to his secretary. The 10 blades have all been deployed to the island, correct? The secretary responded respectfully. Rest assured, Commander. The 10 blades are all in position. Additionally, each of them is supported by a tactical team comprised of 3 squads. Satisfied, Yamamoto Maoichi nodded. The 10 blades were his most powerful assets, each possessing near-level abilities. To maximize their potential, Jiaopin's weapons development institutions had custom-designed unique weapons tailored to each of their abilities. Lin Lu, just you wait. Yamamoto Maoichi's eyes gleamed with manic intensity. This time, I've prepared everything. As your Longwa saying goes, please enter the trap. He burst into a deranged laugh that echoed throughout the empty room. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Lin Lu led his team to the coast, where Commander Nan Yi had prepared 9 combat boats for their mission. Before they set off, Nan Yi grabbed Lin Lu's hand with a complex expression. Lin Lu, listen carefully. The outcome of this mission doesn't just determine my career prospects, it also affects the voice and influence of the Daylight Army faction. His tone lightened, tinged with a hint of jest. You know the saying, if you win, it's luxury and success. If you lose, it's back to the grindstone. I've staked everything on you. Don't let me down at the critical moment. Lin Lu looked at Nan Yi's exaggerated expression, understanding that beneath these words, genuine concern accounted for perhaps only one, with 20 focused on political ambition and the remaining 79 on controlling the broader situation. The combat boats carried Lin Lu and his team away from the shore. Half an hour later, the silhouette of the 10 islands began to emerge on the horizon. Jiang Kai grinned and waved goodbye to the group. All right, I'm heading off in that direction first. He was the first to break away from the main force. The others responded with smiles, though their eyes betrayed a shared sense of gravity. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Kai reached Island 1. Before him lay a large island several kilometers in diameter, with seagulls circling and diving in a tranquil scene. Yet, Jiang Kai knew all too well that beneath this peaceful facade lay the prelude to a brutal clash of blood and fire. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to face the impending battle. On an island in the eastern part of Longwa, Jiang Kai led a team of 15 superpowered warriors to silently land on the western shore. The sea breeze swept through the air, and the sand beneath their feet was slightly damp. One of the warriors cautiously approached Jiang Kai and whispered, Major Jiang, should we come up with a battle plan? Jiang Kai gave a faint smile and motioned for everyone to gather around. His smile was warm, but carried a subtle hint of cunning. The plan is simple, he said softly. Once the battle begins, stay as far away from me as possible. The superpowered warriors exchanged confused glances, unsure of his meaning. Jiang Kai explained, my ability is explosions. If we encounter a strong enemy, I may unleash a large-scale blast. To avoid collateral damage, you must keep your distance. The group nodded hesitantly, though some still seemed puzzled. In truth, Jiang Kai thought to himself, my mentor warned me about potential traitors. The later I reveal my true ability, the better. The team advanced toward the center of the island. After about 10 minutes, they came across a camp. Dozens of superpowered warriors from the Kayabon nation were leisurely enjoying roasted meat, their laughter echoing through the air. Jiang Kai suddenly spoke. All right, you can all head back now. The 15 warriors looked at him in astonishment. Some attempted to offer their support, but Jiang Kai insisted they return to the landing point. Once he confirmed his team was far enough away, Jiang Kai stood up, a gentle smile on his face, and walked out of the woods at a leisurely pace. Gentlemen, are you enjoying your stay here? He asked in a light-hearted tone, as if greeting old friends. The superpowered warriors from the Kayabon nation immediately became alert, raising their blue crystal rifles and aiming them at Jiang Kai. Who are you? And what are you doing here? One of them demanded sharply. Still smiling, Jiang Kai replied, I'm a deliver man from Dongfeng Express. Our motto is, Dongfeng Express, we deliver on time. Deliver? Deliver what? Someone asked, confused. Jiang Kai's smile remained, but his tone turned icy. Your demise. Before the words fully registered, Jiang Kai snapped his fingers. Boom. In an instant, the entire camp was engulfed in a massive explosion. Screams and the roar of the blast intertwined. Some were reduced to charred remains. Others lay in pieces, groaning in agony before succumbing. The most unfortunate were vaporized into nothingness by the intense heat wave. From a distance, the departing Longwo warriors witnessed the scene and broke out in cold sweat. They felt relieved to have left in time, but were also deeply shaken by Jiang Kai's terrifying power. However, they soon realized someone in their group was missing. A sense of unease began to spread among them. Amid the smoldering ruins of the camp, Jiang Kai stood tall, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The grunts are taken care of. Now, it's time for the main event, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed through the air. A man dressed in a crimson kimono stepped forward gracefully, his tongue lightly licking the blade of his sword. Kayabon Nation's 10 Blades Unit, First Blade Wielder Onaya Yusai, at your service. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai launched an attack, causing an explosion to erupt where Onaya Yusai had been standing. However, his opponent had already dodged. An interesting ability, Jiang Kai remarked, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Onaya Yusai smirked in return. Impressive. You're far more formidable than I anticipated. A true strategist. A strategist? I'm just a Longwo warrior reclaiming the 10 islands, Jiang Kai replied, immediately activating his flame burst matrix. A dense cloud of explosive dust surrounded Onaya Yusai, but with his exceptional agility, he evaded repeatedly. Come on, kid. Keep going. Onaya Yusai taunted. After 5 minutes, the frequency of the explosions began to slow and eventually stopped. Jiang Kai panted heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Onaya Yusai unleashed his sky split slash, swinging his blade with precision. Jiang Kai quickly summoned a dust wall to defend himself, but under the relentless assault, the wall finally shattered. Seeing an opening, Onaya Yusai closed in, his movements swift and relentless. The decisive battle between the two was about to begin. Jiang Kai saw Ghost Blade Yozhai closing in and let out a bitter laugh as he slammed both hands onto the ground. In an instant, a massive sphere of dust, 200 meters in diameter, materialized around him, enveloping both of them. Kid, are you trying to take me down with you? Ghost Blade Yozhai glared at the dense wall of dust surrounding them, his instincts screaming danger. He recalled the violent explosion caused by a small dust cloud earlier and couldn't help but gasp. If this massive dust sphere were to ignite, the consequences would be unimaginable. I need to retreat immediately, Ghost Blade Yozhai thought, his figure flashing as he quickly put distance between himself and Jiang Kai. At that moment, Jiang Kai's face suddenly changed, his body swaying as he dropped to one knee. Damn it, my energy, he muttered through gritted teeth, his face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Ghost Blade Yozhai's earlier tension vanished, replaced by a triumphant grin. Ha ha ha, kid, you've already exhausted your strength ahead of time. Now it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, Ghost Blade Yozhai swung his long blade, sending a sharp air slash slicing through the dust, aiming straight for Jiang Kai's arm. Jiang Kai, struggling with exhaustion, barely managed to dodge, but his sleeve was still torn. That was close, almost done for. Jiang Kai's face was pale, but he forced a cheerful smile. By now, Ghost Blade Yozhai was confident that Jiang Kai had depleted his powers. Growing increasingly arrogant, he calculated his next move. With his abilities, he could easily escape the dust sphere unscathed. As long as he evaded quickly and continued to strike with air slashes, victory would surely be his. Dragon Nation's ability users, you'll be nothing more than practice for my blade. Ghost Blade Yozhai laughed maniacally. Before you die, state your name. I'll make sure to carve it on a gravestone for you. Jiang Kai chuckled lightly, interrupting his opponent's boast. Heh, to be honest, you're not bad except for how much you talk. I'm Jiang Kai, and I have to say, that's a fine blade you've got there. Mind if I borrow it for a bit? My blade, Ghost Blade Yojai sneered. This is the finest masterpiece your Dragon Nation could never create. My blade can release high-pressure air slashes through its conversion system. How does it feel? As he spoke, Ghost Blade Yojai lovingly caressed his prized blade, Rift Breaker. Its antique design, intricate patterns, and razor-sharp edge radiated an undeniable allure, even if discarded in a heap of trash. Lost in admiration, he licked the blade's edge, reveling in his own satisfaction. Jiang Kai's voice suddenly cut through his self-indulgence. Finally fell for it. Game over. Checkmate. Game over? What do you mean? Ghost Blade Yojai looked confused. Your explosion didn't even scratch me. He thought Jiang Kai had lost his mind. Ignoring the bewilderment, Jiang Kai spread his arms and took a deep breath. A cool, refreshing sensation surged through his body. Yeah, so you're called Ghostblade, huh? What a shame. You were so close to trapping me with your ability. What are you talking about? Ghostblade Yojai's expression grew serious. Jiang Kai smirked and explained. Yeah, the dust around us isn't anything dangerous. It's just simple mint particles. What? Ghostblade Yojai's face darkened instantly. Jiang Kai continued. If I'm not mistaken, your ability involves halting or slowing changes in the things around you, right? What the? Ghostblade Yojai stared in utter confusion, completely unable to comprehend the situation before him. The corners of Jiang Kai's lips curled up slightly, revealing a subtle and enigmatic smile. He looked at the astonished Ghostblade Yojai and spoke softly. Heh, how could I not know the timing of my own explosions? Every time, the actual detonation occurs 3 to 4 seconds later than anticipated. That delay happens to coincide perfectly with the duration of your ability's effect. Ghostblade Yojai drew in a sharp breath, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He thought to himself, this boy is not to be underestimated. If I don't eliminate him soon, he will surely become a major threat in the future. Once he grows into a formidable leader, it will be nearly impossible to deal with him. Humph. Ghostblade Yojai snorted coldly, forcing himself to appear composed. So what if you know? I might as well tell Yumi ability can stop time for everything within a 10-meter radius for 3 seconds. Within this range, I am invincible. Your explosions can't possibly harm me. Instead of being alarmed, Jiang Kai's expression brightened with delight. He even began clapping, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. Indeed, your ability to evade my explosive attacks with a time delay effect is quite impressive. In a way, your power does counter mine. His tone suddenly shifted, and a trace of danger flickered in his smile. But countermeasures or not, the scythe of death has already descended. So, dear samurai, prepare to meet your end. Ghostblade Yojai was enraged upon hearing this, and was about to retaliate when a wave of discomfort surged through his body. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, his muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and an overwhelming secretion of saliva, tears, and sweat began. A sharp, unbearable pain flooded his head, and his breathing grew labored. What have you done to me? Ghostblade Yojai gripped his sword, the rending void blade, tightly, barely managing to kneel on one knee for support. Jiang Kai maintained his serene, spring-like smile, though in Ghostblade Yojai's eyes, it now resembled the chilling grin of death itself. Jiang Kai spoke leisurely. Everyone has their habits. Some people like counting money, some like tasting dishes before serving, others enjoy reading, and some, well, enjoy picking their noses. Which type do you think you are? Despite his agony, Ghostblade Yojai's mind remained sharp. He quickly realized that all the actions Jiang Kai described had one thing in common: they involved using one's fingers and mouth. Seeing the realization dawn on Yojai's face, Jiang Kai nodded approvingly. Not bad. Judging by your expression, it seems you've figured it out. Let me spell it out for you. I coated your blade with a deadly toxin using fine particles. Even a tiny amount is fatal. The toxin is VX nerve agent. What? Poison? When? I never noticed. Ghostblade Yojai's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Kai chuckled lightly. No need to be surprised. The concentration of my particles is so low that they're completely invisible to the naked eye. From the very beginning of the battle, Jiang Kai had been silently and methodically applying a special powder to Oni Blade Yuzhei's beloved weapon, the Ripping Void Maru. This powder had a unique property. It would quickly liquefy into a colorless, odorless, oily substance that evaporated slowly. Calmly, Jiang Kai explained the deadly effects of the toxin. Upon contact or ingestion, it triggers 3 fatal reactions: a rigid contraction of all muscles, including the respiratory muscles, leading to asphyxiation, excessive secretion of saliva, tears, and sweat, and severe symptoms such as headaches, seizures, and coma, ultimately resulting in respiratory failure and death. Hearing this, Oni Blade Yojai's face turned pale, fear gripping his heart. Jiang Kai continued, a sly smirk playing on his lips. From the moment I noticed your habit of licking your blade, I began setting the trap. But the decision to use this method to defeat you came the moment you activated your time-stopping ability. A glint of cunning appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. And by the way, did you really think him the type to talk too much? Every word I've spoken to you, every second I've stalled, has allowed the toxin to spread further. If you had chosen to risk everything in a final attack, you might have had a sliver of a chance. But now he shook his head. You can only blame yourself for being too afraid to gamble with your life. Oni Blade Yojai felt his breathing becoming increasingly labored, his life slipping away moment by moment. Jiang Kai delivered his final words. Goodbye, the lucky one who brushed shoulders with the god of time. With that, he snapped his fingers. Snap! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, marking the end of the battle. Meanwhile, at the Vermilion Bird Base, Nan Yi watched Jiang Kai's entire fight through the video feed of the vanished 15th operative. He couldn't help but marvel. Terrifying talent, incredible control, ingenious adaptability, and that infuriating smirk. Hurrah! With unwavering confidence, Nanny declared, reclaiming the 10 islands will be as easy as flipping my hand. Elsewhere, in Yamamoto Shigeki's office, the video feed suddenly turned to static. The communication cutoff signified Oni Blade Yuzhei's official demise. Enraged, Yamamoto Shigechi barked an order to his secretary, Kamiyama-kun, issue an assassination bounty. Jiang Kai 50 million. The secretary respectfully inquired. Understood. Should it be settled in dragon coins or our national currency? This question only fueled Yamamoto Shigeki's fury further. Just as he was about to lash out, a sudden idea struck him. Wait! He stopped the secretary, who was about to leave. That brat loves to smile. When issuing the bounty, refer to him as the Laughing Master. The secretary nodded and departed, and thus, the name, Laughing Master, began to rise to infamy. Jiang Kai finished his battle, but the others had ended theirs even faster. Yi stepped onto the island, followed closely by his warriors, who kept cautioning him. Major Yi, this island is extremely dangerous, one of the soldiers said, pointing at the dense mountain forests ahead. If we go in, we might face all sorts of ambushes. Do you have any strategic orders? Yi pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the thick woods. Tell me, if this forest were burned down or destroyed, would the teacher and the commander scold me? The soldiers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, one of the temporary subordinates cautiously replied, Major, technically speaking, this island is just a temporary base and doesn't have any critical resources. Even if the forest is destroyed, it wouldn't be a big issue. Besides, we have specialized life energy users who can quickly restore vegetation. Ye's eyes lit up. That makes things easier. I don't feel like hunting down where the enemies are hiding. A full sweep is the simplest solution. He turned to the soldiers behind him. Move away from me so you don't get hurt. Yi then struck an unusual pose, with his left hand pointing toward the sea behind him and his right hand aimed at the island ahead. The soldiers around him held their breaths, unsure of what ability he was about to unleash. Blazing Domain. Yi roared, and terrifying flames of extreme heat erupted from his fiery gauntlets. The fire spread out in a fan shape, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. At the same time, the sea behind Yi began to freeze, creating an expanse of icy waters due to the intense cold. The flames quickly engulfed the area, consuming the island in smoke and fire. Before long, over 30 figures leapt out of the inferno. Leading them was a middle-aged man carrying an enormous long sword on his back. He shouted furiously, Damn it! You little brat, how despicable! Setting the forest on fire, just to force us out. Yi chuckled. My teacher always says to keep things simple when you can. So, you're the defenders of this island from Neon, right? Yi, and I'm here to deal with you. The middle-aged man sneered. Oh really? You Dragon Nation ability users dare to underestimate us? Today, I Kuruma Maryuta, the second blade of the 10 blades and wielder of the immortal blade will ensure none of you leave here alive. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi had already launched a high-temperature air blast. Kuruma Maryuta couldn't dodge in time, and his shoulder was grazed, leaving it torn and bloody. However, his exaggerated expression of pain quickly turned into a smug grin. Fooled you. Ha ha ha! Kuruma Maryuta's charred shoulder began to writhe, and new skin rapidly grew back, restoring him to his uninjured state in an instant. Surprised? Both my blade and my ability are immortal. What can you possibly do to me? The soldiers beside Yi felt a chill run down their spines. Just as Kuruma Maryuta was basking in his triumph, an overwhelming wave of frost suddenly descended, accompanied by the sharp crack of ice forming. All the warriors from Japan, including Kurosen Maryuta, were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the extreme cold. Ordinary soldiers perished in an instant, but Kurosen Maryuta broke free from the ice with astonishing brute strength. He sneered, his voice hoarse. Lightning strikes, burns, suffocation. I've endured all kinds of torment and still stand tall. Do you think this mere cold can take my life? You're underestimating me. Kurosan Maruta's eyes burned blood red as he dragged his massive, undying blade, charging toward his enemies like a mad dog. I decisively commanded, "Fall back. I'll take care of him." He raised both hands, conjuring a blazing red flame. White-hot meteor. A terrifying fireball roared through the air. With a deafening explosion, Kurosan Maruta was struck hidden, his body flung backward like a severed kite. When he struggled to his feet, his entire body was charred black, his skin split open, and his flesh mangled a grotesque figure resembling a walking corpse. Yet, instead of showing pain, he twisted his face into a deranged grin of ecstasy. Huh. Incredible. This is the sensation of pain. I haven't felt such pleasure in ages. Come on, boy. Give me more. His grin grew increasingly twisted and horrifying. Slowly, Kurosan Maruta rose, his exposed flesh grotesquely turned outward, his bones faintly visible. Ice gaze sharpened as he warned in a low, steady voice. The total amount of matter in the universe is constant gain something, and you must pay an equivalent price. It's an unbreakable law. If you think your immortality is a perpetual motion machine, let's put it to the test. Before finishing his words, I unleashed a relentless barrage of high-temperature flames upon Kurosan Maruta. Yet Maruta seemed unfazed, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, it's useless, boy. Once your energy runs dry, it'll be your turn to die without a trace. His skin cracked and regenerated under the intense heat, as if the cycle would never end. The horrifying scene left the Dragon Nation's ability warriors trembling in fear. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Is this guy truly immortal? How can he keep recovering under such terrifyingly high-temperature attacks, as if nothing happened?" At that moment, I suddenly ceased his attack. After regaining his physical form, Heishan Wanta's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt as he looked down at I. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice laced with provocation. "Why aren't you attacking? Have you run out of tricks?" I remained calm, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. It's not that I won't attack, it's just that your so-called immortal body is about to be undone by me." Heishan Wanta froze for a moment before scoffing dismissively. "Undone? Kid, are you daydreaming?" Hands in his pockets, I stood composed, his demeanor exuding the confidence of a sage. He spoke slowly, his tone steady. "Any attempt to reverse entropy comes at a cost. Either a greater price must be paid, or it simply creates a debt. And debts, as you know, must eventually be repaid with interest." His gaze sharpened, locking onto Heishan Wanta. "Your so-called immortal body merely delays the damage inflicted upon it. But when the time comes, all of it principal and interest will hit you at once." Ice words cut through Heishan Wanta's confidence like a blade. He continued, his voice steady and unrelenting. "Sorry to break it to you, but I just happen to be the collector of entropy's debts. Farewell, fleeting immortal." With a whispered incantation of entropy reordering, I seemed to transform into an unyielding debt collector. The world itself began to reclaim its dues from Heishan Wanta. The pain, torment, and injuries that should have been his all returned to him in full force. Heishan Wanta collapsed as if struck by lightning, writhing in unbearable agony. He screamed, his voice filled with despair. "Damn it, this pain, this burning, this suffocation, please. Kill me. Just end it." The onslaught of injuries he had evaded before now surged back with even greater intensity, clarity, and excruciating sensitivity. Watching the scene unfold, I chuckled lightly. "Well, let's go? This battle is over." He signaled the Dragon Nation's ability warriors to board the ship and leave the island. One of the warriors couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Are we just leaving him like that?" I replied calmly, "There's no need to intervene. Those who disrupt the laws of the universe will inevitably face terrifying consequences. As my teacher always said, own up to your mistakes and stand straight when taking the punishment." And so, the battle on the second island came to an abrupt end. Under the relentless accumulation of damage, Heishan Wanta eventually drew his last breath. Yet even in death, his body continued to endure the onslaught of injuries, as if repaying every ounce of the debt he owed. As soon as Li Ming set foot on the island, he was met heat-in by an enemy force. Standing boldly before them was a spirited female warrior, who introduced herself with confidence. "The third blade of the 10 blades, wielder of the shadow blade Jiu Tiao Sun, at your service." With an expressionless face, Li Ming coldly replied, "Jiu Tiao Sun? Never heard of you. Leave now, and you live. Stay, and you die." His words were as sharp as a blade. Surprisingly, the female warrior did not take offense. Instead, a faint smile tugged at her lips. A spark of interest flashed in her eyes as she said, "You seem to be a practitioner of martial arts yourself. How about we settle this with a duel under the terms of a martial pact? Of course the stakes are life." Li Ming, his stoic face unchanging, gave a small nod, silently agreeing to the proposal. The martial pact, a universal contract in this world, required both participants to stake their lives in a unknown duel, with no interference allowed from outsiders. "Then please, show me what you've got." Jiu Tiao Sun bowed slightly and assumed an Aido stance, her entire presence exuding a suffocating aura of lethal intent. Li Ming immediately lowered his posture, gripping the handle of his blade tightly with his right hand while resting his left hand on the sheath, ready to draw at any moment. The air grew thick with tension, as if time itself had frozen. Heavenly Moon-style single-blade slash. Jiao Tiaosun suddenly erupted with a force that seemed capable of cutting through anything. Li Ming locked his gaze on his opponent, feeling the overwhelming killing intent rushing toward him. Without hesitation, he pressed the trigger at the mouth of his sword's sheath with his left hand. With a sharp click, the mechanical sound roared to life. Zhanxiao, Phantom Slash, Li Ming shouted as a heavy metallic clank echoed. His blade, Zhanxiao, was launched from its sheath. He focused intently on her Iato slash and countered with a strike of his own. Time seemed to crawl under the weight of everyone's gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds, the anticipated clash of blades never came. At the moment Zhanxiao struck Jiao Tiaosun's figure, she vanished into nothingness. At the same instant, a terrifying slash came at Li Ming from the side. Heh, boring. Li Ming smirked faintly, as if he had expected this. Using his momentum, he quickly twisted his body and, with a peculiar arc, swung Zhanxiao to the left. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed through the air. Jiao Tiaosun looked slightly surprised. Oh, so you figured out that was just a decoy. Li Ming gave no reply, his gaze remaining icy. However, in the next moment, a sudden wound appeared on his waist. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, immediately distancing himself from Jiao Tiaosun. Heh, clever. If you'd waited just a few more seconds, you'd have more than one cut by now. Jiao Tiaosun chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. Li Ming felt a surge of frustration. Before departing, the 5 juniors had wagered on who could defeat their opponent the fastest and regroup at the 10th island. Now, had been injured. Although it was just a shallow cut, with only a bit of blood, to Li Ming, it was an unbearable humiliation. What's the matter? Want to go again? Jiao Tiaosun's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile, her eyes gleaming with a challenging light. Li Ming stared at Jiao Tiaosun, his tone thoughtful. Your ability is interesting. Jiao Tiaosun remained silent, knowing the danger of saying too much. She thought to herself that it would be best to eliminate Li Ming quickly before he could fully understand her powers. Her supernatural ability, Ghostly Curse, combined with the Shadow Blade, made her incredibly formidable. The Ghostly Curse allowed her to inflict a curse through physical contact, and the longer the curse lingered, the greater damage it would cause. The two faced off, the tension in the air growing thicker. A fiercer battle was about to erupt. As soon as Kujou Sun began the curse, the incantation started looping incessantly in her mind. She understood that this mental repetition was the key to accumulating karmic energy. Karma, an invisible and intangible force of retribution, required either an object or direct contact to transfer to its target. A glint of coldness flashed in Kujou Sun's eyes. She knew all too well that even the slightest bit of karmic energy could bring misfortune, and as it accumulated, the victim's body would endure increasingly severe damage. From knife wounds and sword slashes to burns, the pain would only intensify. Her gaze settled on Li Ming, and a cruel smile played on her lips. If Li Ming couldn't eliminate her quickly, he would face a series of deadly tortures. Hanging, throat-slitting, disembowelment, each one capable of claiming his life. Kujou Sun tightened her grip on the Shadow Blade, and her Hando weapon perfectly synchronized with her unique abilities, making it the ultimate tool for stalling her opponents. The Shadow Blade's first feature was the creation of lifelike illusions through light and projection technology. While ordinary people might easily see through these illusions, its true power lay in its second feature, infrasound. Infrasound could not only inflict physical harm, but also disrupt the central nervous system, causing headaches, fatigue, reduced concentration, and even hormonal imbalances. Due to her specialized training, Kujou Sun was nearly immune to these effects, but ordinary individuals, overwhelmed by the cumulative debuffs, couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. More often than not, before she even needed to use her abilities, her targets were already deceived by the projections and ultimately fell victim to her lethal ambush. Suddenly, Li Ming spoke, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Hey, I may not know what your ability is, but I should thank you for teaching me something. Kujou Sun frowned in confusion. Teaching you something? A dangerous glimmer appeared in Li Ming's eyes. Next, you're going to experience a whole new world. He abruptly raised his voice, issuing a command to those around him. Everyone, follow my orders, return to the battleship. The ability users who had been watching intently snapped out of their curiosity and quickly retreated toward the battleship. Kujou Sun took a cautious step back, assuming a defensive stance. Oh, are you about to unleash some kind of move? Li Ming raised the hilt of his Zhanxiao blade with his right hand, while his left hand formed a flicking gesture with his thumb and middle finger. The air grew thick with tension, as if the confrontation between the two was on the verge of culminating in a decisive showdown. With a crisp ding sound, Li Ming lightly flicked the blade of the Zhanxiao sword with his left hand, causing the sword's body to vibrate at a low frequency. This seemingly insignificant action immediately triggered an astonishing chain reaction. The ordinary soldiers behind Kujo-sun were the first to feel its effects. Those with better physical fitness fell to their knees uncontrollably, vomiting violently, while those with weaker constitutions fainted on the spot. The sudden turn of events left Kujo-sun bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion and terror. "What did you do?" Kujo-sun asked, her voice trembling as an indescribable fear surged through her. This fear, like an invisible hand, knocked repeatedly on her heart, tugging at her fragile nerves. Soon, Kujo-sun herself could not escape the effects. A wave of intense nausea overwhelmed her, her chest heaving as her heartbeat echoed loudly in her ears. Li Ming watched coldly, a mocking smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What's the matter? Feeling unwell?" Li Ming asked flatly, his tone laced with clear derision. "If you're uncomfortable, that's exactly how it should be. Did you not know your blade emits infrasound?" "Infrasound? What is that?" Kujo-sun looked utterly perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with the term. She had always wielded the shadow blade without understanding its underlying principles, as no one had ever explained it to her. Li Ming explained coldly. Infrasound is a type of sound wave that is inaudible to the human ear. The natural frequency of the human heart is approximately 510 Hz, which overlaps significantly with the low-frequency range of infrasound. When infrasound resonates with the heart, it can induce ventricular fibrillation or severe arrhythmia, potentially leading to cardiac arrest. His voice grew darker. "So, your journey ends here." Internal resonance. Li Ming shouted sharply, as waves of high-intensity infrasound spread towards Kujo-sun like the whispers of death. These invisible vibrations instantly caused the hearts of everyone present to stop beating. In her final moments, Kujo-sun still couldn't grasp the essence of infrasound. Her teacher had once told her that ignorance was the greatest weakness, a phrase that now echoed in her ears. "Goodbye," Li Ming said coldly as he swung his sword several times. The intense air vibrations formed razor-sharp wind blades that pierced through the bodies of every soldier from the opposing side. Finally, he approached the fallen Kujo-sun and delivered a fatal blow. "Sorry," Li Ming said emotionlessly. "Finishing the job is standard procedure. Hopefully, in your next life, you'll read more books." And with that, the third island fell into Li Ming's hands. The battle concluded in an unexpected yet inevitable manner. On the fourth island, Mengli and a group of warriors successfully landed. The sea breeze howled, and waves crashed against the rocks on the shore. "Major Mengli, are you serious? You want us to head straight to the 10th island after landing here?" one of the warriors asked with doubt. Mengli nodded firmly. "Yes, staying here to watch me fight would be extremely dangerous for you." The warriors exchanged puzzled looks, clearly baffled by the idea that merely observing a battle could be hazardous. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of extraordinary fight this temporary major was about to engage in. Despite their doubts, orders were orders. Under Mengli's insistence, the group reluctantly boarded the combat boat and departed from the fourth island, leaving Mengli to venture alone toward the island's center. As Mengli stepped into the dense forest, several metallic spheres composed of numerous small fragments floated around her. These modular constructs were not only her weapons, but also a safeguard against sudden ambushes. After walking for some time, Mengli arrived at a clearing. There, she spotted a white-haired young man leisurely sitting by a campfire, holding a golden-brown grilled fish in his hand. The young man looked up and greeted her with a warm smile. "Oh, an Esper from Longhua? You got here so quickly. Care to join me for some fish?" His tone was casual, as if he had been expecting her arrival all along. Mengli stopped in her tracks, her guard immediately up. The metallic spheres around her shifted into a defensive formation. The young man sighed, setting down the grilled fish and brushing the dust off his clothes as he stood. "I was hoping to finish my meal before we started." His expression grew serious. "I am Saito Kai, the fourth blade of the 10 blades, wielder of the Jade Blade. Pleased to meet you." Mengli studied the young man before her, an indescribable and peculiar feeling stirring within her. "I thought Longhua would send a team of seasoned espers to seize this island," Saito Kai remarked with a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect just one person to show up. Aren't you alone as well?" Mengli replied expressionlessly. "Oni and Oni, it's fair." Saito Kai chuckled softly. "If that's the case, let's begin." With that, he drew a strangely shaped long sword from his waist. Unlike a traditional katana, this blade resembled the tail of an ancient beast, its surface covered in scales. Each scale shimmered with a unique greenish-purple hue, making the weapon look like a stunning piece of art. Mengli's eyes flickered with curiosity. "Not bad. Your sword looks exquisite. Mind if I ask what material it's made of?" Saito Kai's enthusiasm was instantly piqued. Right? I always say my sword is beautiful, but the other 10 blades mock it as an oddity." He proudly explained. "This sword was crafted by the legendary artisan Ryuichi Okamoto from Nippon. It's made from various rare metals and forged through a 100-day special process." A hint of regret crossed his face as he continued. How ironic, the person who appreciates my sword the most turns out to be an enemy. As Saito Kai rambled, Mengli's mind was already racing, analyzing his traits and potential combat strategies. All right, enough talk. Saito Kai suddenly stopped smiling. You're a beauty, so I'll at least leave you with an intact corpse. Jade blade, 1,000 shards of glimmering glass. With a powerful shout, the sword in Saito Kai's hand began to transform. Starting from the tip, Thumb's green scales vibrated gently before detaching from the blade and floating into the air. Once hundreds of scales had separated, the once thick blade was reduced to a thin metal rod. Saito Kai lightly swung the metal rod, and instantly, the hundreds of sharp, gleaming scales danced in the air. The scene was like a conductor immersed in music, passionately directing an orchestra at an opera house. The jade green scales swirled and twirled in the air with the rhythm of the baton, creating a mesmerizing, dreamlike spectacle. All right, Saito Kai's voice shattered the brief tranquility. The battle was about to begin. The prelude to death has begun. Fair lady, please embark on the eternal path of silence. Saito Jie's voice echoed in the air, filled with cruel delight. As his words fell, the floating metallic scales in the air suddenly froze in place, their countless sharp edges aligning precisely, all aimed at Mengli. Emerald Rain. Saito Jie shouted, his voice sharp and commanding. Farewell. Descend. In an instant, hundreds of emerald green scales cascaded down like a swarm of ravenous locusts, roaring as they dived toward Mengli. The lethal storm of metal seemed poised to consume her entirely. Yet, faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Mengli simply sighed softly. Sigh? I had hoped to battle someone with unique abilities, but it turns out my opponent is just a telekinetic. How dull. How boring. Saito Jie burst into maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with madness. Ha ha. Die. You'll become food for my emerald blades. Devour her. For most ability users, such a multipoint attack would indeed be nearly impossible to defend against. Combined with Saito Jie's telekinetic powers, which excelled in both offense and defense, he was a formidable foe. But this time, he was up against Mengli. Stop. Mengli's crimson lips parted, and with a single word, all the metallic scales froze midair. Saito Jie's face turned ashen in an instant. He shouted in disbelief, impossible. You're a telekinetic too? No. There's no way someone could surpass my control. This can't be. His emotions spiraled out of control, his eyes bloodshot, and his telekinetic powers began to destabilize. The once still scales started to tremble again, influenced by the chaotic surge of his energy. Loss of control? How rare. Mengli remarked calmly as she observed the scene. It wasn't uncommon for telekinetic users to lose control of their powers, and when it happened, it often resulted in a devastating telekinetic storm. Die! Saito Jie roared, raising a conductor's baton and pointing it at Mengli. The baton acted as a signal amplifier, extending his telekinetic range. Pushing his abilities to their limits, he unleashed his full power, sending all the scales hurtling toward Mengli once more. However, what happened next left Saito Jie in utter despair. The scales, which had been speeding toward Mengli, suddenly veered off course as they approached her. The closer they got, the more drastically their trajectory shifted. Like charges repel, opposites attract. Your emerald blades are useless against me, Mengli explained calmly. No, that's not right. Saito Jie cried out in terror. You didn't use any telekinetic power. I can tell for sure. But why? Mengli's lips curled into a faint smile. There's no need for why. I've indulged you long enough. Now it's time to take your pathetic life. Remember this. On the lands of Shenzhou, no gods are allowed. With that, she began to rise slowly into the air. Four devices, pulsating with plasma energy, materialized behind her. Goodbye, Mengli said as she raised her arm, pointing a single finger at Saito Jie. With a soft, pew, the four plasma cannons completed their charge and unleashed streams of blue-green plasma along their conduits. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The center of the island was consumed by a massive surge of energy. When the blue light faded, the once intact island now had a gaping crater at its center, transforming it into a ring-shaped atoll. At that moment, Chun Xian arrived on the fifth island with a team of ability users. Taking in the scene before him, he chuckled lightly. Ah, looks like senior sister Mengli went all out. Guess it's time for me to get to work too. Chun Xian stepped onto the island, immediately captivated by the stunning scenery before him. The lush green forest stretched out like a vivid painting, seabirds soared freely in the azure sky, and the occasional calls of animals echoed through the woods. The island's abundant natural resources made Chun Xian think that it might serve as a suitable backup location for his experimental base. As he carefully observed the island's environment, his heightened sense of alertness kept him on guard. Suddenly, a group of supernatural warriors from the Kayakaku nation emerged like phantoms from all directions. Without hesitation, Chun Xian issued an attack command, and in an instant, the two forces clashed fiercely. In just 2 minutes, the battle was over. Over 20 of the Kayakaku nation's supernatural warriors lay dead on the ground, while Chun Xian's side was reduced to himself and 15 warriors from the Vermilion Bird base. Though they appeared somewhat battered, they remained in combat-ready stances. At that moment, the silence of the battlefield was broken by a deliberate round of applause. A burly man emerged, clapping as he strolled leisurely toward them. Impressive, very impressive. The man gave a knowing smile. I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tsuchimikado Kenta, the fifth blade of the 10 blades, wielder of the heavy saber. As he spoke, Tsuchimikado Kenta removed a silver shield from his back and planted it firmly in front of him. The shield gleamed coldly under the sunlight, foretelling the danger that lay ahead. Chun Xian keenly sensed the powerful aura emanating from his opponent, and a foreboding feeling arose within him. He quickly issued a command. All of you, return to the combat ship and wait for me. This guy is extremely dangerous. Without hesitation, the accompanying warriors obeyed his order. Within seconds, the open area by the shore was left with only Chun Xian and Tsuchimikado Kenta facing each other. A wise decision. Tsuchimikado Kenta remarked with a smile, a hint of approval in his eyes. If they had stayed, they wouldn't have survived what's about to happen. Chun Xian's expression grew serious as he asked, since you're this powerful, why didn't you save your comrades earlier? Comrades? Hara. Tsuchimikado Kenta laughed derisively, his eyes flashing with disdain. I consider them expendable tools. It's their fault for being too weak, not even managing to figure out what your abilities are. But no matter, it's irrelevant now. Soon, you'll be dead anyway. Kid, why don't you tell me your name? Chun Xian replied in a deep voice. Chun Xian, a disciple of Lin Lu. Before his words had fully settled, he swiftly hurled 3 sharp, throwing knives. The knives flew through the air as if guided by a mysterious force, heading straight for Tsuchimikado Kenta's forehead. Telekinesis. Tsuchimikado Kenta quickly raised his shield, attempting to block the attack. However, instead of falling to the ground upon impact, the knives continued to orbit the shield before redirecting themselves to Tsuchimikado Kenta's back. So it's psychokinesis, huh? Haha. Kid, you're completely countered by me. Give up already. Tsuchimikado Kenta declared confidently. Heavy wave. With a wave of his hand, the 3 knives abruptly lost their momentum and plummeted to the ground as though weighed down by an immense force, leaving deep craters where they landed. Chun Xian frowned slightly at the sight, already strategizing his next move. Ha 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 kid, don't bother thinking. Tsuchimikado Kenta said smugly. My ability is weight manipulation. Anything I've touched, directly or indirectly, I can alter its weight. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses, his expression one of feigned surprise as he carefully analyzed the situation. Well then, it's about time for you to die. Take this. Sky Shroud. Tsuchimikado Kenta announced, spinning 3 times like a shot-put athlete before hurling his massive shield with all his might. The shield traced a graceful arc through the air, rising and then descending toward Chun Xian. As it aligned vertically above him, the shield underwent a startling transformation. With a piercing sound of metal grinding, the shield expanded rapidly like a massive umbrella. Within 2 seconds, it had formed an enormous metallic canopy above Chun Xian, completely cutting off all possible escape routes. Suddenly, rows of sharp spikes glinting with a cold light appeared in the direction facing downward. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Tsuchimikado Kentai's eyes as he gave a commanding shout. Fall. Heaven's Shroud. Accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of metal grinding against metal, a massive steel spike plate descended like the scythe of death, hurtling toward Chun Xian. To everyone's surprise, Chun Xian did not dodge. Instead, he straightened his posture, stretched his arms upward, as if intending to catch the colossal object with his bare hands. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Kentai burst into derisive laughter. Ha! Kid, are you joking? This blade, reinforced by my power, weighs over 30 tons. What makes you think your telekinesis can? Before he could finish, his laughter abruptly ceased, his face frozen in disbelief. Chun Xian stood as steady as a mountain, and the massive steel blade, weighing tens of tons, was now suspended midair, completely motionless. A faint smirk appeared on Chun Xian's lips as he spoke with a hint of mockery. Thanks for providing a fairly accurate weight estimate. Saves me the trouble of verifying it. His words hit Tsuchimikado Kentai like a punch to the gut, shaking his psychological defenses. Humiliated and enraged, Tsuchimikado Kentai gritted his teeth. Let's see how much you can handle. With that, he plunged his hands into the ground and effortlessly lifted a massive boulder, as if it were nothing more than a piece of foam. Die! He roared, hurling the boulder at Chun Xian. As soon as the boulder left Tsuchimikado Kentai's grasp, its weight exponentially increased, hurtling toward Chun Xian with unstoppable force. Chun Xian, however, merely sighed. Sigh, another wasteful brute. This time, he decided not to hold back. With a single thought, the heavy blade and the boulder simultaneously reversed direction, launching back toward Tsuchimikado Kentai. Facing the incoming attack, Tsuchimikado Kentai remained unfazed and burst into laughter once more. Ha! Kid, do you really think these things can hurt me? He extended his hands and effortlessly caught the heavy blade and boulder, as if their weight had vanished entirely. A flash of understanding appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. I see, instantly reducing the mass, is it? His mind quickly calculated the implications. According to the formula PMV, if the mass decreases, momentum decreases, and the energy approaches zero. Grasping the principle behind the technique, a sly, confident grin curved across Chen Xian's lips as a countermeasure formed in his mind. Before Chen Xian could act, Tsuchimikado Kentai donned a pair of steel gloves that gleamed with a chilling light. With a loud shout, he charged forward. "Kid, take this." His fist struck like lightning, and the mass of his gloves shifted in an instant from 1 ton to a mere 0.01 ton, delivering a supersonic piercing punch. The sudden change in mass generated a terrifying shockwave, warping the air around it. In that critical moment, Chen Xian remained calm, shouting firmly, "Vector 0." His ability activated in an instant, ready to confront the deadly blow Hedon. Tsuchimikado Kenta suddenly lost his footing, as if he were treading on a slick sheet of ice. Caught off guard, he slipped and fell heavily to the ground. "Curse you, kid," he growled through gritted teeth. In one swift motion, he rolled over and changed direction. Tsuchimikado Kenta quickly formed a series of hand seals, and a shockwave roared out from his palms, hurtling straight toward Chen Xian. However, something bizarre happened. The shockwave barely left his hands before it inexplicably reversed direction, speeding back even faster toward Tsuchimikado Kenta's face. With a resounding bang, his own attack struck him squarely. Chen Xian strolled closer, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "So, how does it feel to be hit by your own attack?" Struggling to his feet, Tsuchimikado Kenta wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. His expression shifted from anger to deep apprehension. What kind of power is this so damn strange?" "My power," Chen Xian replied with a raised brow. "Haven't you already figured it out?" "No, impossible." Tsuchimikado Kenta shook his head vehemently. "Object manipulation can't work like this, you." Before he could finish, Chen Xian interrupted him. "All right, enough of that. Goodbye for now. This is my first time using it on a human, so the calculations are a bit taxing reverse gravity." As soon as the words left his lips, Tsuchimikado Kenta's body shot upward, as if seized by an invisible giant hand. "No," he shouted in terror. "Reduce weight. Quickly." Desperation filled his voice as he frantically decreased his own mass in an attempt to resist the upward force. But his efforts were futile. "No, it's not working. I'm still rising." His cries grew more desperate. "Zero. They'll reduce it to zero." The moment Tsuchimikado Kenta reduced his mass to zero, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. His body began to blur, becoming translucent, until it finally vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. Chen Xian watched the entire scene unfold, a thoughtful expression on his face. So that's what happens when mass reaches zero. To Chen Xian, this battle felt more like a scientific experiment. He had wanted to witness firsthand what would happen to an object with zero mass in the real world. His mind raced as he analyzed the phenomenon he had just observed. According to special relativity, an object with zero mass must travel at the speed of light and cannot remain stationary. From the perspective of quantum field theory, such an object would transform into something akin to a photon, losing its physical structure. And based on the mass-energy equivalence equation, EMC superscript 2, as mass approaches zero, energy would theoretically approach infinity. Fortunately, it seemed that this world adhered to the principles of quantum field theory. A shiver ran down Chen Xian's spine, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He realized that if the outcome had been different, the entire world, perhaps even the entire universe, might have faced unimaginable consequences. As the 5 warriors defeated their enemies, the battle on the 6th island had already concluded. The entire island was enveloped in a layer of transparent, crystalline ice, resembling a massive ice sculpture. A 10-blade warrior from the Foot Basin Nation, along with dozens of enhanced fighters, was forever frozen in this icy prison. Their hearts long ceased to beat. "General Su, where should we go now?" A nearby soldier stammered, his voice trembling and sweat pouring down his face. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the Shrank ability user, the Frost Valkyrie. With a single thought, she froze the entire island. No need to set foot on the island," Su Ming said with a light smile, nodding as she gave the order for the combat ship to head toward the 10th island. Meanwhile, on the 7th island, Su Shui was ruthlessly toying with a 10-blade warrior. Her teleportation ability was as swift as lightning, making it impossible for her opponent to land a single hit. The 10-blade warrior had become nothing more than a helpless target under Su Shui's relentless attacks. Finally, when she had had enough, she delivered a powerful punch that pierced through her opponent's abdomen. "Goodbye," she said coldly before issuing her command. "Let's go to the 10th island." On the 8th island, where Lin Xiao was stationed, the scene was one of utter devastation. The opposing 10-blade warrior, initially yearning for an exhilarating battle, was instantly consumed by golden flames the moment they faced Lin Xiao. Not even ashes remained. After the battle, Lin Xiao innocently asked her comrades. Was that good enough? Her overwhelming power left everyone in awe. As for Lin Lu on the ninth island, he couldn't even be bothered to personally seek out his enemies. With a mere wave of his hand, missiles rained down from the sky, blanketing the entire island in an instant. In his words, why waste time hunting down an ant? Just cover it all. Eventually, everyone regrouped on the 10th island. At the western island base of the Foot Basin Nation, Yamamoto Shigechi was livid, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Useless fools, he roared. The Empire had poured so many resources into this, only to end in total annihilation. Commander, there is still one 10-blade warrior who hasn't been defeated. Should we? His secretary cautiously reminded him. Shut up unless you want to be mistaken for a mute. Yamamoto Shigechi snapped, glaring at the secretary before begrudgingly issuing orders. Send my report to the military command. The Western Island is to go into full alert. Also, initiate bilateral talks. Negotiate with the Dragon Nation. Understood. With a heavy sigh, Yamamoto Shigechi muttered. I just hope the 10 commandments can hold them off. He had believed that the meticulously trained 10-blade unit would be enough to repel the Dragon Nation's ability users and secure this strategic stronghold. Now, it seemed the 10 islands were doomed to fall. At the western landing point of the 10th island, Lin Lu and his group had already assembled. Well, not bad. Didn't expect you all to be this quick. Lin Lu greeted them with a smile. Haha. Teacher, the Foot Basin Nation's defenders were actually pretty amusing this time, Jiang Kai replied with a grin. Big brother, I'm hungry. Lin Xiao wasted no time and immediately voiced her hunger upon arriving on the island. All right, once we take this island, we'll rest and eat. Lin Lu reassured her with a gentle pat on her head, leading the group forward. Before long, they arrived at a camp where a young man with black hair was waiting. The man exuded an inhumanly cold aura and spoke in a low voice. So, you've finally arrived. Oh, are you the defender of the 10th island? Lin Lu asked, intrigued. Yes, I am the last of the 10 blades, the wielder of the human blade. 10 commandments, the young man calmly replied. Human blade? Then where's your blade? Mengli asked curiously. The blade is me. 10 commandments answered coldly. Now, which one of you will fight me? I will. Lin Lu stepped forward without hesitation. The 5 younger warriors around him watched with anticipation in their eyes, eager to witness their teacher's true strength. After arriving at Bauhinia Academy, Lin Lu rarely made a move, leaving his true strength shrouded in mystery. Apart from Jiang Kai, the 5 cubs knew very little about Lin Lu's capabilities. Let's begin. Lin Lu smiled and nodded toward 10 commandments. 10 commandments immediately assumed an offensive stance, bending his knees slightly and tensing every muscle in his body. You must be Lin Lu, right? 10 commandments asked seriously. Your name is in the Empire's top secret archives, but my clearance doesn't allow me access. Can you tell me what you've done? Lin Lu chuckled lightly. Oh, nothing too significant. I just wiped out a few of your special experimental units, and, in passing, took down 2 brigade commanders. A sharp intake of breath came from Jiang Kai and the others. The special experimental units were among the most mysterious forces in Jiaping country, rumored to conduct unspeakable experiments to enhance their strength. A flash of surprise crossed 10 Commandments' eyes. I see. No wonder you ended up in the classified archives. Any information related to that unit is beyond our access. He took a deep breath. All right then, let's get started. Hundredfold blade art. With 10 Commandments shout, horrifying red steam erupted from his body, distorting the surrounding air with intense heat. Arm strike. His legs suddenly exploded with power, and the ground behind him sank under the force of his movement. Body like a meteor, shadow like a rainbow. In a flash, 10 Commandments appeared before Lin Lu, his right hand forming a blade as he aimed directly at Lin Lu's chest. At the critical moment, a pitch-black, inky void materialized in front of Lin Lu's chest, resembling a miniature black hole. 10 Commandments' hand blade vanished into the black hole instantly. Moments later, another black hole appeared behind him, and his hand blade emerged from it, piercing straight through his own back. 10 Commandments recoiled in shock, pulling his arm back. A wide, grotesque wound, for fingers in width, appeared on his back, blood gushing out and painting the ground a vivid red. Lin Lu remained stationary, unmoving. This is one of the evolved branches of my dimensional pouch ability, called Flower Shift, and would substitute. Enjoy. The 5 cubs stared at Lin Lu in stunned silence, their hearts racing with disbelief. This move was practically invincibly a dimensional black hole that absorbed attacks and redirected the damage back to the attacker through another black hole. Any assault would only harm the attacker. So, this is your ability? 10 Commandments asked with difficulty, blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Lin Lu shook his head with a faint smile. Oh no, this is merely the most insignificant part of my power. Now, let me show you why your various units ended up being decimated by me. As he spoke, Lin Lu closed his eyes and gently turned the daylight bracelet on his wrist. In an instant, a suit of black and white armor enveloped his body. The five cubs' hearts swelled with emotion as they recognized the armor. This was the very suit that had once carried their dreams of becoming heroes, the symbol of hope that had inspired them to reach new heights. When the eastern regions of Long Country were on the brink of becoming a haven for monstrous beasts, it was the wearer of this armor who had single-handedly defied all odds, slaying over a dozen city-destroying beasts and giving humanity in Long Country the strength to stand tall once more. Teacher is actually a shocking realization struck the five cubs simultaneously. A military hero and Z-level ability wielder specially designated by Long Country, the White Emperor. White Emperor. The crowd, apart from Jiang Kai, gasped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Lin Lu, as if trying to confirm that the armored figure before them was truly the legendary White Emperor. Lin Lu's voice echoed from within the armor, carrying a hint of nostalgia. It's been a while since I've used this. Feels a bit rusty. He moved his body slightly, the armor emitting a faint metallic creak. Beads of sweat began to form on Shiji's forehead as his voice trembled. You're actually... His mind raced, desperately searching for a plan. Since the Empire sent you to guard the final island, you must be quite capable, but don't die too quickly. Lin Lu wasted no words. He simply raised his right hand, and in an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning coalesced in his palm. Thunder Finger, he shouted, and the blue-green lightning shot forth like a venomous serpent, hurtling towards Shiji. Shiji reacted swiftly, dodging immediately. But just as he thought he had avoided the attack, the lightning abruptly changed direction, piercing through a black void and emerging from behind him, striking his body with precision. Ah! Shiji let out a piercing scream. Though he was renowned as the human blade and had trained his body to its peak, Lin Lu's attack was far from ordinary. That single strike rendered Shiji nearly immobile. Gritting his teeth, Shiji abandoned the thought of retreat and instead lunged at Lin Lu for close combat. You die, he roared, charging at his opponent. Lin Lu neither retreated nor evaded, meeting Shiji's attack head-on. The clash of their blows sent shockwaves through the air, each collision accompanied by explosive sounds. Every punch landed with force, every kick carried a gale, their exchanges brimming with overwhelming power and intensity. Shiji's eyes were filled with disbelief. His physical attacks, rivaling those of ferocious beasts, were effortlessly countered by Lin Lu. This won't work. I can't drag this out any longer, he thought to himself. If this continues, he'll be dead for sure. Making up his mind, Shiji suddenly leaped backward. Lin Lu smirked and asked, "Oh, done already?" Taking a deep breath, Shiji spoke with a tone of resolve. "If it were anyone else, I might keep fighting. But against you, I have no choice but to stake everything for the glory of the Empire." Before his words had fully landed, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, his energy surging to terrifying levels. Through his armor's detection system, Lin Lu noticed the abnormal changes in Shiji's energy. Not good. This guy's turning himself into a human bomb. He frowned as the heat indicators spiked, his instincts screaming danger. What is he trying to cover up? Xiao Xue, Lin Lu shouted. In an instant, Su Shui appeared by his side. The two exchanged a glance, nodding in silent understanding. Su Shui placed her hand on Lin Lu's shoulder, and in a flash, they vanished, reappearing right in front of Shiji. Thinking of self-destruction? Not a chance. Lin Lu pulled back his fist, gathering immense power. The White Emperor armor revealed numerous jet vents, releasing intense blue mach rings. Grabbing Shiji by the neck, Lin Lu propelled them both into the sky with incredible force. What? What are you trying to do? Shiji roared in fury. Lin Lu retorted coldly. What am I trying to do? That's my question for you. What are you trying to hide? What's on this island that you're so desperate to destroy, even at the cost of your life? His voice was like a devil's whisper, cutting straight to the core of Shiji's thoughts. Exposed, Shiji's anger boiled over, and he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not hiding anything. I just want to take you all down with me. You scum. Inferior species." Lin Lu sneered. "Oh, and here I was wondering why an ordinary person without any abilities became the last of the 10 blades." His voice dripped with confidence, as though he had already unraveled all of Shiji's secrets. "I didn't expect them to implant a biobomb inside your body," Lin Lu said coldly, a fleeting trace of pity in his eyes, quickly replaced by unwavering resolve. No, let me go." Jie's face twisted in unprecedented fear, his voice trembling with despair. "Put me down. Let me land." He struggled frantically, his piercing cries echoing across the sky. Lin Lu tightened his grip on Jie's collar, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Goodbye? Your plan was doomed from the start." Before finishing his sentence, he forcefully hurled Jie upward into the air. As Jie ascended, the biobomb inside him detonated with a deafening explosion. An orange-eared fireball erupted high above, resembling a massive, deadly flower blooming in the sky. Those on the ground looked up at the grim spectacle, their expressions devoid of any sympathy. Landing firmly, Lin Lu turned to Li Meng. "Use your ability to scan the island and see if there's anyone else here." Li Ming nodded in agreement and closed his eyes, focusing intently. Within moments, his mental waves mapped out the area in his mind. Less than 30 seconds later, he opened his eyes. There's a faint life signal underground in the eastern area. Hearing this, Lin Lu immediately led the group eastward. Beneath a concealed campsite, they uncovered a hidden chamber. As they pushed open the heavy iron door, a suffocating stench of blood filled the air. The sight before them was horrifying. Corpses of beasts and humans were piled carelessly, with various experimental instruments scattered chaotically around the space. The most shocking sight was a young man bound to an operating table, struggling weakly. I want to go home. I want to go back to Longhua, he murmured, his voice faint and filled with despair. The gruesome scene ignited a blazing fury in everyone. For the first time, Jiang Kai's face twisted into a fierce expression. In a low, seething voice, he said, "Teacher, they." Lin Lu led his team back to the Vermilion Bird Base in triumph, and the air was filled with the joy of victory. However, that joy was soon replaced by a heavy, somber atmosphere. "Bring him back to the Vermilion Bird Base," Lin Lu said in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with a cold, steely light. "In 3 days, we begin the reckoning. Xiaoming, take pictures for the record," Lin Lu ordered. Su Ming sprang into action immediately. The camera in her hands clicked rapidly, capturing every detail in photographs and videos. These visual records would serve as irrefutable evidence for future accountability. During the rescue mission, a young man, repeatedly shouting, "I want to go home, back to Longhua," was also successfully saved by Lin Lu and his team. This detail caught Lin Lu's attention, and he decided to investigate the young man's identity further. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, Shigeru Yamamoto received an unbelievable piece of news. "What? Are you saying the other side didn't station a single soldier on the 10 islands?" Yamamoto's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice filled with incredulity. "What's going on? What is Lin Lu up to?" As Yamamoto was plunged into confusion, one of his subordinates rushed in with even more troubling news. "Commander, there's an urgent report," the subordinate said, panting heavily. "The Special Experimental Unit just Calatheory demanding we retrieve the critical experimental subject from the 10th island." Damn it! Yamamoto slammed his hand on the table, finally piecing together the truth. "So that's it. Those experiment maniacs have dragged me into this mess." His face darkened ominously, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "Just wait. We're about to face Longhua's fierce retaliation." Yamamoto was no fool. He knew full well that if the Special Experimental Unit's activities were exposed, the consequences would be as catastrophic as provoking a wrathful deity. At the same time, Lin Lu and his team returned to the Vermilion Bird Base, their hearts burning with fury. Their faces were etched with anger and determination, every step radiating an aura of impending vengeance. As soon as they entered the base, Commander Nan Yi's secretary hurried over to greet them. "Colonel Li, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you, the 10 islands have been fully reclaimed," the secretary said respectfully. "The commander is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." Lin Lu nodded silently and followed the secretary to the command room. The moment he entered, he couldn't hold back and immediately reported to Commander Nan Yi. "Commander Nan Yi, approve my request. I'm going to wipe out Japan." Lin Lu's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Nan Yi was startled by Lin Lu's unusual demeanor. "What's gotten into you?" "Wait a minute." He studied Lin Lu's expression carefully, realizing something serious must have happened. "What happened? Take a look at this." Lin Lu slammed the lab photos and videos onto Nan Yi's desk. Nan Yi picked up the materials and examined each photo closely. With every image, his expression grew darker and heavier. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked in a low voice, "The young man you rescued, who is he? Has his identity been confirmed?" Lin Lu replied, "Yes, he's a fisherman from Binhai City who went missing 6 months ago along the coastal waters." Before Lin Lu could finish, Nan Yi slammed his hand on the desk with such force that the sturdy wooden table instantly split into pieces. His eyes burned red with rage, his anger reaching a boiling point. 20,000. No, 30,000. Nan Yi growled through gritted teeth, each word forced out like a blade. "I'm giving you 30,000 troops. Go to Japan and unleash a massacre for me." Lin Lu calmly urged, "Old man, take it easy. Mobilizing heavy troops directly might be hard to justify." Despite his inner fury, he maintained his composure. As the commander of the Vermilion Bird Base, Nan Yi had provided him and his disciples with numerous conveniences. Although Nan Yi was hot-tempered and often spoke harshly, he treated Lin Lu fairly well overall. Nan Yi dismissed the concern. "Hard to justify? If they already know we've discovered their experiments, they've surely taken precautions. So tell me, what's the plan? I'm not letting this go." He sat down, acknowledging Lin Lu's concerns. Without a resolution from the Dragon Nations Joint Council, military personnel couldn't launch attacks on foreign nations. Although the commander's military authority was highly centralized, using it against another country would be overstepping. Lin Lu smirked slyly. The report on reclaiming the 10 islands hasn't been sent to the capital yet, has it? Not yet. Then that simplifies things. Just claim the 10 islands haven't been fully reclaimed yet and stall for time. Leave the rest to me. Nandy hesitated for a moment. You'll handle it fine. How many people do you need? Lin Lu exuded confidence. I don't need anyone from the Vermilion Bird base, not even the Sioux sisters. They'll just take a few of my disciples and head over to the western islands of the Foot Basin Nation for a little visit. And while we're there, well, plow the ground. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he spoke. During this time, activate all the base's surveillance systems to prove you weren't involved. After that, leave everything to me. Nan-e understood Lin Lu's intentions, but still had reservations. Kid, I know what you're planning, but you'll be going up against the power of an entire nation. I'm worried. Lin Lu burst into laughter. Commander, don't worry. I guarantee they won't even have the chance to see us. Honestly, in a battle involving thousands of ability users, who do you think dominates the battlefield? Of course, it's the top-tier ability users. Then he suddenly realized and said no more. In recent years, as abilities were further developed, the role of ordinary ability users in large-scale battles had diminished significantly. A single-class ability user could easily defeat hundreds or even thousands of lower-ranked D or class opponents. This was why military forces around the world emphasized elite selection and training, such as the way Yi Yun concentrated the resources of the Black Tortoise base on the elemental special forces. Lin Lu's plan was straightforward. There was no need for a massive army. With a few trusted disciples, he could sweep through enemy forces. And so, the seemingly absurd counterattack plan was set in motion by the old and the young. Home, I want to go home. Bai Jing suddenly woke up, shouting as he sat upright. Looking around, his expression was one of disbelief. Is this heaven? Where am I? Lin Lu pushed the door open and entered. This isn't heaven, nor is it hell. You're at the Dragon Nation's Vermilion Bird base. He approached the bed. I'm Lin Lu, and I saved you. I'm currently a teacher at the Ability Academy. Don't worry, you're safe now. No one will harm you. Tell me, what happened to you? Under Lin Lu's sincere gaze, Bai Jing nodded and began recounting his story. He was originally a young fisherman from the southern seas of the Dragon Nation, but he was captured without reason by the Foot Basin Nation's naval fleet and imprisoned in a research facility beneath the 10 islands. Many of his fellow countrymen were detained there, subjected to cruel experiments. Extreme cold, extreme heat, bacterial injections, dissection pain, and death were everywhere. Bai Jing's voice trembled. I saw with my own eyes how my countrymen's bones were extracted, their organs treated like disposable items. Every night, I heard their cries of agony. Every day, I saw their helpless screams. That place was nothing but despair. As his emotions surged, Bai Jing clenched his fist and swung it fiercely. Bang! A nearby water cup was knocked over, spilling water toward Lin Lu. Sorry. Bai Jing instinctively tried to stop it. Suddenly, the falling cup and water slowed down dramatically, eventually freezing midair. Lin Lu stared at the scene in astonishment. Bai Jing, however, casually retrieved the cup. It didn't spill on you, did it? No problem. That just now, what was that? Lin Lu asked with a curious smile. That's my ability. It appeared after I was injected with a virus. I can slow down the speed of inanimate objects within a certain area, even stopping them completely, Bai Jing explained honestly. Oh, try it again. Lin Lu picked up the water cup, raised it into the air, and released it while holding a precision speedometer in his other hand. Bai Jing's eyes glowed blue as the cup's descent visibly slowed. Lin Lu caught the cup, and Bai Jing deactivated his ability. Incredible. When you use your ability, do you feel anything unusual? Not really. It just feels like doing something repetitive. Lin Lu nodded. Get some rest. Your ability is quite unique. By the way, I'm a teacher at the Bauhinia Academy. If you're interested, you can join us. Tuition is free, and we'll provide food and accommodation. The only condition, follow the rules. Really? Can I really study at the academy, Teacher Lin? Bai Jing asked excitedly. Of course. But for now, the priority is to seek justice for you and all the Dragon Nation citizens who suffered. A flicker of anger passed through Lin Lu's eyes. Teacher Lin, can I go with you? Bai Jing suddenly asked. I'm afraid not. You haven't received professional training, and what my disciples and I are about to do might be something you can't accept. Can't accept? What do you mean? Bai Jing asked nervously. Lin Lu smirked. I might as well tell you. What we're going to do is plow the ground. Plow the ground? What does that mean? It's my way of saying razing a city to the ground. Massacre. Bai Jing couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing Lin Lu's account. Lin Lu stood up, looking at him with a beaming smile. What's the matter? Do you think I'm cruel? A flash of determination appeared in Bai Jing's eyes. No, I want to join you. I want revenge. Among the people they killed, several were my childhood friends from the same village. Lin Lu gazed into Bai Jing's crimson eyes and nodded slowly. You can come with us and use your abilities to help with defense. Once this is over, if you're willing, I can take you as my apprentice. He handed Bai Jing a small device. This is a special communicator. You can contact me anytime. With that, Lin Lu turned and left the room. After waking up, Bai Jing didn't hesitate to pick up the blue crystal phone and dial the number he had been longing to call. On the other end, a familiar voice answered. Hello, who's this? Tears streamed down Bai Jing's face. Mom, it's me. It's Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, you where are you? The woman's voice trembled. Mom, I'm at the Zhuke base. Teacher Lin brought me back. The woman on the other end began to sob. Good, good. Mom, how's dad? Is he okay? Your dad, he's gone. What? Bai Jing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Mom, tell me, what happened? Choking back tears, his mother explained. A clansman had seen Bai Jing's ship in contact with a warship from the enemy nation and rushed back to inform his father. Desperate to find Bai Jing, his father borrowed a boat and set out to sea. In a confrontation with the enemy soldiers, he rammed his boat into their warship, sacrificing himself along with them. Xiao Jing, thank goodness you're alive. If you weren't, I wouldn't want to go on living either. His mother's heart-wrenching cries came through the phone, igniting an uncontrollable fury within Bai Jing. After comforting his mother, Bai Jing wiped his tears away and resolutely called the number Lin Lu had given him. Oh, Bai Jing, what's the matter? Lin Lu's voice came through. Teacher Lin, can my ability be used for offense, not just defense? Huh, what's this? Thinking of joining me in plowing the field. Exactly. Teacher Lin, I want to be your apprentice. Please teach me how to fight. I want to avenge my father. Hearing the determination in Bai Jing's voice, Lin Lu asked, Kid, what happened? Bai Jing recounted the story of his father's death. Lin Lu sighed. His love for his son cost him his life. 2 days from now, we'll launch a strike. If you're ready to risk your life, meet me tonight in front of the base's supply shop. After ending the call, Lin Lu felt a mix of emotions. He recalled the invaders from his previous world who had ravaged the lands and treated human lives as worthless. And in this world they were no different. Lin Lu made up his mind there would be no mercy for the enemy nation. Night fell, and the Zhuke base remained brightly lit. The supply shop in the base square had already closed, but 2 men stood outside. Lin Lu looked into the young man's crimson eyes and sighed. Bai Jing, have you thought this through? We're going to kill. You were just a fisherman before, and now you're about to become a soldier with blood on your hands. This is a big leap. Bai Jing replied firmly. No, Teacher Lin. I want revenge. I'm just an ordinary man. I don't have grand wisdom or lofty ideals. But my fellow villagers were brutally murdered, and my father gave his life to save me. I may not understand righteousness, but I do understand that blood debts must be repaid. Teacher Lin, I want power. I want revenge. He clenched his fists so tightly that blood seeped from his palms. Lin Lu said no more and asked directly. Bai Jing, the things he'll teach you could turn into a terrifying force. Though we haven't spent much time together, seeing your resolve for vengeance, I've decided to take you as my apprentice. Bai Jing dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. Teacher Lin, Master, please accept my respect as your disciple. Lin Lu helped him up. All right, from now on, we'll start with the basics. Your time is limited. Let me ask you, how's your dynamic vision? Dynamic vision? Bai Jing looked puzzled. I mean, how good are you at tracking fast-moving objects? Well, I grew up fishing by the sea. Sometimes, I could use a spear to quickly hit fish swimming under the boat. Does that count, Teacher Master? Just call me Teacher. Master makes me sound old. That's not bad, though. From now on, they'll put you through hellish training. How much you grow depends entirely on you. Let me be clear. If you don't meet my minimum combat standards, I won't take you on this mission to the enemy's western island. Understood. Understood. Lin Lu grabbed Bai Jing, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in a large room, 5 young individuals were gathered, discussing their strategy. Jiang Kai casually claimed, they'll take the northern part of the western island. What do you guys think? Meng Li rolled her eyes. Please, do you think this is a cakewalk? The enemy will definitely have countermeasures. Li Ming calmly polished his weapon, Zhan Xiao, and said, Heh, teacher said the strong ones will be handled by him. The rest is up to us to manage as we see fit. Jiang Kai turned to the others. Hey, what do you all think Bai Jing's ability is? Knowing teacher, he wouldn't take in someone ordinary. Look at Yi. He used to be just a cook, but now he's a proper ability user. Yi scratched his head shyly. It's not that big of a deal. I sneaked a peek earlier. It's something like time stopping, but I'm not sure about the specifics, Meng Li said, pulling out a box of chocolate sticks and munching on one as she stared at Chen Xian. Don't we have a smart guy here? The others all turned their eyes to Chen Xian. Chen Xian sighed helplessly. I don't know either. Time stopping. I can't figure it out yet. We'll only know after teacher finishes training him. As the night deepened, the 5 continued their speculations, unable to sleep. What exactly was Bai Jing's ability? Everyone shared their thoughts, but none could provide a definitive answer. Under the pitch-black night sky, Lin Lu and Bai Jing stood in a shadowy forest, ready to begin a special training session. Lin Lu's expression was serious, while Bai Jing seemed a bit nervous. Your ability is quite complex to understand, so we'll start by telling you a story, Lin Lu said, his voice unusually clear in the silent night. Bai Jing was startled, frowning slightly. In his experience, ability training was usually improved through repetitive practice. Lin Lu's approach of starting with theory was a completely new experience for him. Alright, this story is called Zeno's Tortoise. Lin Lu began, his voice calm and steady. In ancient times, there was a champion runner named Achilles. A philosopher, Zeno, claimed that even if Achilles gave the tortoise a 100-meter head start, he would never be able to catch up to it. Achilles laughed heartily upon hearing this. I run 10 meters per second, and the tortoise crawls at 1 meter per second. How can I not catch up? Zeno blinked. Let's test it out. Zeno then began his theoretical explanation. When Achilles reached the tortoise's starting point after 10 seconds, the tortoise would have moved 10 meters forward. When Achilles covered that 10 meters in 1 second, the tortoise would have moved another meter. When Achilles closed the next 1 meter gap in 0.1 seconds, the tortoise would have advanced another 0.1 meters, and so on. Stop. Achilles interjected, sweating. Every time I reach the tortoise's previous position, it moves a bit further ahead. The distances get shorter, but it seems like I'd have to go through infinite steps to catch up? Zeno nodded. It's like dividing the process of catching up into an infinite number of smaller steps. Theoretically, you're always chasing. In reality, though, you'd surpass it in the blink of an eye. Having finished the story, Lin Lu turned to Bai Jing. Do you understand the problem here? Bai Jing thought for a moment before cautiously answering. Is it because time was divided into an infinite number of smaller intervals? Huh, not bad, Lin Lu said approvingly. The essence of this story is about using mathematical infinite division to challenge our intuition. To understand the concept of approaching a definite value in mathematics, we need to introduce two concepts, convergence and divergence. Bai Jing listened, feeling completely overwhelmed, as if forced to swallow an indigestible chunk of knowledge. Lin Lu continued. In Zeno's tortoise story, the time taken to catch up is an infinite series, 1010.10.010.001, while the steps are infinite. The total will always approach a finite number, 111.11. So, convergence is essentially infinite approaching finite. As he spoke, Lin Lu pulled out a data sheet. Take a look at this. It's the speed test results I recorded when your cup was falling. Despite the influence of gravity, the speed of your cup showed exponential decay. Bai Jing took the sheet and saw that the speed approached zero over a very short period. Now, let's put it into practice. Lin Lu suddenly kicked a stone, sending it hurtling toward Bai Jing at high speed. Caught off guard, Bai Jing instinctively activated his ability. The stone slowed visibly as it approached him. Lin Lu observed and commented. At 0.5 meters, the attack speed reduced by 50. At 1 meter, it reduced by 25. At 1.5 meters, it dropped to 12.5. This is just with your current lack of proficiency. With further development, attacks might not even be able to reach you. Lin Lu marveled silently, thinking to himself that if Bai Jing continued to grow, he could become an impenetrable defensive fortress. Got it, teacher. I understand now, Bai Jing said excitedly, nodding. Understand? Understand my foot. Lin Lu said irritably. Do you know what a convergence function is? Or the essence of divergence? Despite his grumbling, Lin Lu decided to continue teaching. Now that we've covered defense, let's move on to offense. Bai Jing's eyes lit up instantly. Defense stems from convergence, while offense begins with divergence, Lin Lu explained. What is divergence? Simply put, it's when, in an infinite process, a system or sequence loses its tendency to approach a finite value, instead becoming uncontrolled, chaotic, or unpredictable. In short, it's the infinite accumulation of energy. Lin Lu picked up a small stone and handed it to Bai Jing. Here, try throwing this forward. But this time, reverse the deceleration process you just used. Bai Jing took the stone and threw it with force. This time, instead of slowing down, the stone began accelerating. As seconds passed, it moved faster and faster, transforming from a slow toss to a rapid blur. Bai Jing stared in shock at the stone disappearing into the distance. See? That's the effect of your divergence ability, Lin Lu said, handing Bai Jing a stun gun. It's not just speed. Try this next. Bai Jing pressed the button, producing a small spark of electricity. Following Lin Lu's instructions, he channeled his divergence ability into the blue spark. Instantly, the electrical energy expanded exponentially, forming a terrifying, tree-like lightning bolt. Reacting quickly, Lin Lu kicked Bai Jing out of the lightning's range. He looked at the scorched ground, amazed. Incredible. Even energy can be made to diverge. Do you see now, Bai Jing? This is your power, Lin Lu said, beaming with pride. He thought to himself that his carefully planned organization had just gained a formidable new member. Bai Jing got up from the ground, his face flushed with excitement. Throughout the night, Lin Lu guided Bai Jing in developing various extraordinary uses for his abilities, all based on the principles of divergence. For Bai Jing, this night of training elevated Lin Lu's status in his mind to near godlike reverence. Lin Lu's vast knowledge had opened up an entirely new world for him. Time flew by, and on the third morning, Lin Lu brought Bai Jing to meet the other 5 disciples. Hello, senior brothers and sisters. My name is Bai Jing. Please take care of me, Bai Jing said with a respectful 90-degree bow. Hey there, junior brother. I'm Jiang Kai. Welcome aboard. Jiang Kai, Lin Lu's first disciple, naturally took on the role of introducing himself. After a few minutes of introductions, the group began to feel more comfortable with each other. Lin Lu cleared his throat and said, "All right, there's something important I need to tell you all. I'm forming a new organization." What? Lin Lu's announcement landed like a bombshell among the group. Seeing their stunned expressions, Lin Lu explained, "You all know deep down that your abilities aren't ordinary. They touch upon the fundamental nature of the universe. Beyond defeating current enemies, our mission includes exploring the infinite mysteries of the cosmos and the limitless potential of our abilities." Lin Lu's expression grew serious. "In the future, as we pursue truth, we will face many enemies." Perhaps even his voice trailed off, and a somber look crossed his face. "Who is our enemy?" Jiang Kai asked urgently, his eyes filled with a spark of eagerness. "Teacher, stop keeping us in suspense." Meng Li pressed, her voice tinged with impatience. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses with a faintly amused smile. "Oh, interesting." Li Meng narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming cautious. I chuckled and glanced at Lin Lu with anticipation, while Bai Jing stared at the teacher with curiosity, unable to look away. Lin Lu took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the group. "Our enemy is potentially the entire world." The words dropped like a bomb, detonating in their hearts. Shock crossed everyone's faces as they looked at one another, searching for answers in each other's eyes. "Teacher, we this." A few stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Lin Lu continued, "Our goal is to uncover the truths of the universe. In this journey, we must stay true to ourselves, unshaken by the actions of others. To pursue the ultimate mysteries of the cosmos requires a pure heart and a steadfast sense of self. If anyone dares to interfere with us," his voice dropped to a chilling tone, "there's only one solution: eliminate them. Those who disturb our minds cannot remain. Those who trouble our spirits are enemies for life." Lin Lu's words shattered their previous understanding of resolve. "If any of you feel that the ideals of this organization are too burdensome, you may leave at any time. What I've taught you is freely given you, owe me nothing." The group fell into deep contemplation, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, Bai Jing raised his hand. "Bai Jing, share your thoughts," Lin Lu said, fixing his gaze on him. "Teacher," Bai Jing declared firmly, "I don't understand lofty principles. All I know is that you saved me when I was on the brink of death. Whatever you ask of me, I'll do it." Jiang Kai grinned and added, "Exactly. If it weren't for you, teacher, I'd still be stuck in a factory kneading dough balls. So, teacher, let's do this." Li Meng's eyes shone with determination. "Teacher, I vowed to become your sharpest blade. Just point me at the target, and I'll strike." Meng Li placed her hands on her hips, adopting a confident stance. "Teacher, thank you for introducing me to the magnetic world. I'm with everyone, no matter what." I summoned his courage. "Teacher, I want to become someone like you." Chun Xian adjusted his glasses again, a gentle smile on his face. "As long as you don't send me away, I'll always be your student." Lin Lu nodded with satisfaction. "Good. From today onward, the Pantheon Dominion Society is officially established." The 6 young individuals were awestruck by the name, exchanging incredulous looks. "Dominating all gods? With just us," someone murmured. Lin Lu chuckled. "Judging by your expressions, it seems you think the name is a bit too ambitious. Don't underestimate yourselves. Once you've mastered your abilities, you'll be like gods, capable of anything. This plan, which I've privately called the God-making Project, will turn you into the new gods who will rule the future world. Storms will bow to you, calamities will serve you, and all living beings will become your followers. When the new gods gather, isn't Pantheon Dominion Society the most fitting name?" Lin Lu's words struck them like a hammer, stirring up waves of awe and resolve in their hearts. Becoming gods. It no longer seemed impossible. Their eyes gleamed with newfound determination. "All right, our first battle as the Pantheon Dominion Society will be on the western island of the Foot Basin Nation. Let's move out." Lin Lu led the 6 onto a small motorized boat, heading toward the western island. Meanwhile, inside the command center on the western island of the Foot Basin Nation, a group of individuals in white uniforms were furiously shouting at Yamamoto Moichi. "Fools, do you realize what you've done? Because of your incompetence, the Empire has lost an invaluable experimental subject. Do you have any idea what this means for the Empire?" Yamamoto Moichi's forehead veins bulged as he sneered, turning to the other white-uniformed individuals. "Does this guy always act so arrogant?" His eyes glinted with a murderous intent. The others quickly toned down their demeanor. "Regardless, you need to take responsibility for this situation," one of them said before leaving the operations room. Crack. As soon as they were gone, Yamamoto Moichi slammed his hand down, shattering the table. A secretary handed him an electronic file. "Commander, the defensive network on the western side of the island is complete. Is there anything else to address?" Yamamoto Moichi nodded. Good. The enemy likely won't use large-scale weapons. They care too much about their reputation. With our residential areas adjacent to military zones, they'll have no choice but to send small units for targeted strikes. They wouldn't dare bomb an entire area and risk harming civilians and military facilities alike, would they? The two exchanged confident smiles, certain that any opposing force would be trapped in their net with no hope of escape. Half an hour later, Lin Lu and his group arrived within 3 nautical miles of the western island. Look, that dark mass is the island. Lin Lu turned off the engine, letting their boat drift silently. Behind him, the others were eager to act. Since we're here, let's give them a little appetizer. Meng Li, make a simple floating platform. Meng Li nodded, using the boat's metal to create a wide metallic surface. The group stepped onto it, ascending toward the island from the sky. Soon, they were hundreds of meters in the air. Wait, don't they have anti-air defenses? Jiang Kai asked, puzzled. Meng Li grinned with pride. I added a special signal interference layer. It can't detect us. The others gave her a thumbs up, impressed. Who wants to go first? Lin Lu asked with a smile. I'll do it, Jiang Kai said excitedly. But, the residential and military zones are so close together, I'm worried. Worried about what? Lin Lu looked at him. Worried I might not destroy everything in one go and get us exposed. Just go? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Lu gave him a light kick. Grinning, Jiang Kai stepped to the edge of the metallic platform and activated his powers. Let's keep it simple. A mix of hexogen and TNT, detonated with mercury fulminate. Lin Lu broke into a cold sweat as he listened. This cheerful-looking kid was actually a full-blown demolition maniac. Hexogen and TNT mixed together created a military-grade explosive with a detonation velocity exceeding 8,000 meters per second. People of the Foot Basin Nation, enjoy this gift from the Pantheon Dominion Society. Jiang Kai laughed as hundreds of dense spheres of powder appeared in the air. Hey, Jiang Kai, wait, I didn't tell you to go all out like this. Lin Lu's words barely left his mouth before Jiang Kai waved his hand, sending the spheres hurtling downward at breakneck speed. Sai, Ba, may the three pure ones and Jesus bless them. Lin Lu muttered, closing his eyes in resignation. Hundreds of explosives rained down like a storm, instantly turning the western base of West Island, once under a clear blue sky, into a living hell. Boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted one after another, as fiery clouds swept through the base and beyond. In the blink of an eye, all life and structures were reduced to ash and smoke, with no survivors left in this horrifying downpour of destruction. In the command room of the central base, a secretary burst through the door in a panic, gasping for breath as he shouted, Commander, something terrible has happened. Shigeru Yamamoto frowned and sternly reprimanded. Compose yourself. What kind of behavior is this? We only arrived at the central base today, and there's still work to be done on fortifying defenses here to strengthen the Western Defense Network. Speak clearly and calmly. What's the matter? The secretary took a deep breath and struggled to utter a few words. The Western base, all facilities and personnel, completely wiped out. Clang. Yamamoto shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Impossible. I was at the Western base just yesterday, personally overseeing all defensive measures and handing them over to Colonel Mamura. And now you're telling me the entire base is gone? Ridiculous. Faced with the commander's questioning, the secretary trembled as he handed over a report. Yamamoto quickly scanned its contents, his expression shifting from shock to utter disbelief, and finally paling as white as a sheet. The Dragon Nation, they used a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, Yamamoto muttered to himself. The entire West Island base was reduced to ruins in an instant. Every building turned to scorched earth. Their special forces employed an attack method beyond anything we could have anticipated. There was no way to defend against it. Snapping back to reality, Yamamoto immediately issued orders. Secretary, notify the Supreme Council of the United Front at once and request an emergency consultation. Also, launch a propaganda campaign to pressure them into withdrawing their forces. At the same time, Dragon Nation's leadership was also shaken to the core. An emergency joint meeting was convened without delay, bringing together 100 representatives from various sectors. The meeting's host got straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for this emergency meeting is this. He gestured toward the large screen, which displayed an official announcement. The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. The Foot Basin Nation accused the Dragon Nation of carrying out a horrific act of annihilation on West Island at 10:40 a.m. in the year 1056 of the Yuan calendar. The attack reportedly resulted in the deaths of 30,000 civilians and 50,000 station soldiers. The Foot Basin Nation called on the international community to severely condemn Dragon Nation's actions. The meeting erupted into chaos. What? We woke up as imperialists overnight, one representative exclaimed. Yesterday we were still fretting over the 10 islands, and today we've leveled the western base of West Island? Is Nanny really that powerful? We were just lamenting the loss of the 10 islands, and now we're accused of carrying out annihilation strikes? This is insane. Yesterday, we were condemning others, and today we're the ones being condemned. Is this some kind of trap? Honestly though, being on the receiving end of condemnation feels oddly satisfying. The room buzzed with opinions for 10 minutes before the host called for order. All right, let's focus. It's time to discuss how to handle this matter. Representative Wong from the Council of Extraordinary Abilities, please share your thoughts. Representative Wong stood up, cleared his throat, and prepared to speak. The entire room fell silent, holding their breath as they awaited his remarks. As we all know, our primary adversaries have always been the United States and Europe. In the tense atmosphere of the meeting room, Representative Wong was delivering an impassioned speech, his voice echoing through the air. If we directly confront Japan, we will truly find ourselves under attack from all sides. Since the troops from the Sasako base have managed to reach Japan's western island for combat, it means the 10 islands have already been reclaimed. We should halt this military operation and conserve our strength for future challenges. Before he could finish, a sudden sharp sound interrupted him. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, Zhang Chengfeng, suddenly stood up, grabbed a teacup from beside him, and hurled it at Representative Wong. The teacup traced an arc through the air with a sharp whoosh. Ah! Representative Wong exclaimed, narrowly dodging the flying object. Zhang Chengfeng, are you out of your mind? Someone shouted. Yes, I am out of my mind. Zhang Chengfeng roared, his face flushed with anger. With just one order to stop the operation, you're handing over all the advantages we've fought so hard to gain. What the hell are you thinking? You brush it off with some nonsense about international friendship. What about the soldiers who have sacrificed their lives? What about the fishermen near the 10 islands who have been caught in the crossfire? What about the civilians who were taken for human experiments? What do you have to say to them? The meeting room fell into a deafening silence. All eyes were on Zhang Chengfeng, and the air seemed to freeze. Human experiments? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Zhang Chengfeng took a deep breath and pulled a file from his briefcase. This is information provided by Commander Nan E of the Sasako base. Take a look for yourselves. He uploaded the documents to the large screen in the meeting room. As the images appeared, the expressions of everyone present shifted from confusion to shock, and then to furious disbelief. On the screen, horrifying images played one after another. A frozen woman with her arm brutally severed, a dissected child, their body laid out like a specimen, and people injected with bacteria, their bodies covered in lesions as they writhed in agony. These images hit like a series of heavy blows, shattering the composure of everyone in the room. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. This is outrageous, someone roared. Attack! Let Commander Nan E deploy all the troops, another voice shouted. If needed, have other bases send reinforcements. At that moment, emotions ran high. The atrocities committed by Japan's special experimental units had completely ignited the fury of everyone present. The meeting room was filled with shouts of anger and the sound of fists slamming on tables. Every person there was determined to seek justice for the innocent victims. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a representative of the military. Zhang Chengfeng stood up, his piercing gaze sweeping across every delegate in the room. His voice was deep and resolute, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Forgive me for analyzing the situation purely from a strategic and tactical perspective, but there's something I must say. Suddenly, he raised his voice, his expression turning exceptionally stern. To hell with international opinion. To hell with peace and friendship. His words thundered through the room like a clap of lightning, compelling everyone to sit up straight. A cold, sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he continued. Remember this. Dignity lies only at the edge of the blade, and truth exists only within the range of our cannons. As soon as he finished, Zhang Chengfeng dropped heavily back into his seat. The room erupted into a cacophony of heated discussions. The topic of the West Island forces' withdrawal was no longer mentioned. Representative Wong's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly as he slowly sat down. Internally, he was in turmoil. What am I doing? Did I just plead on behalf of that damned country? He shot a resentful glare at Zhang Chengfeng. Damn you, Zhang Chengfeng. Why didn't you bring this out earlier and trap me like this? But it wasn't just Representative Wong. Every one of the 38 delegates in the Ability Council was now silent, as if walking on thin ice. They were all acutely aware that saying the wrong thing again could lead to a devastating wave of public condemnation against the council. After half an hour of intense discussion, the meeting finally reached a conclusion. The resolution was swiftly handed to Lin Lu. The Joint Council would grant the Vermilion Bird Base 24 hours of unrestricted combat authority. For those 24 hours, any action taken by the base would face no limitations. Lin Lu took the resolution, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his head and addressed the 6 young ability users before him. Everyone, the Joint Council has given us 24 hours of unrestricted firepower. Let's move out. Excitement immediately ignited in the eyes of the 6 young individuals. Lin Lu continued. The western facilities and settlements on West Island have already been reduced to ruins. However, the central and eastern facilities remain intact. They'll soon send forces to stop us. Now, we'll split into teams. I.e., by Jing, and I will handle the central region. The rest of you, take care of the east. His gaze turned sharp and commanding. You'll likely encounter class combat ability users. Just remember Thiz didn't let carelessness cost you your lives on West Island. Understood. Jiang Kai, Li Ming, Chun Xian, and Meng Li responded in unison, their eyes burning with determination. They all shared one thought. Finally, we'll face off against class combat ability users. Lin Lu cautiously divided his team into two groups. He personally led the newly recruited disciples, I and Bai Jing, to guard against any unforeseen dangers. The once tightly shut doors for accepting students had now reopened. As for Jiang Kai and his group, Lin Lu granted them full autonomy. Meng Li specially designed a set of metallic exoskeletons for Jiang Kai and the other three, enabling them to soar swiftly through the air as if equipped with flight devices. Suddenly, Li Ming's sharp eyes spotted a crowd in the distance. Someone's coming, he shouted. Jiang Kai immediately made the decision. Descend and investigate. The four swiftly landed on the ground, and Meng Li's metallic exoskeletons transformed into fluid, silently retreating into her backpack. A burly man with a mocking and disdainful tone questioned, "So, it was you who blew up the western base on West Island?" Jiang Kai showed no fear and admitted directly, "That's right, it was us. Got a problem with that?" The man sneered, "You're awfully arrogant. Destroying the base and not running away, but instead heading for the eastern base? You've got guts." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and hundreds of heavily armed soldiers from the Kyakudo nation leapt from the ground, aiming their weapons directly at Jiang Kai and his group. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses and quietly activated his abilities. Li Ming, on the other hand, retorted without hesitation, "Our target is to destroy the eastern base. We didn't even consider you trash worth our time. You dare call me trash?" The burly man was furious. Li Ming smirked coldly. "No, I'm saying everyone here is trash. Open fire," the man roared. The soldiers immediately pulled their triggers, and terrifying high-temperature energy beams roared toward Jiang Kai and his team. However, to everyone's shock, the beams were reflected back the moment they reached Jiang Kai's group. Screams erupted one after another. In just a single exchange, the 100-strong unit was devastated by their own attacks, suffering heavy casualties. The burly man stared in terror. "What did you do?" Li Ming dismissed him with disdain. "You're just in the way. Goodbye." Before the words fully left his mouth, he had already drawn his blade, slicing the man cleanly in half. In less than a minute, the entire combat unit was annihilated by Jiang Kai's team. Jiang Kai's expression turned serious. "We need to move faster. Otherwise, more enemies will keep coming to block us." The four accelerated their pace and, 10 minutes later, arrived above the eastern base on West Island. Just as they prepared to descend, a massive fiery slash came at them. Meng Li reacted instantly, conjuring a colossal metal wall to block the deadly attack. Well, not bad at all. A middle-aged man dressed in a samurai outfit suddenly appeared before them. "I didn't expect this group of Longwa pigs to have some skill." Li Ming's eyes burned with intensity as he stared directly at the man. "Who are you?" The samurai puffed out his chest arrogantly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sasaki Ichiro, Enshrank Combat Esper from the land of the rising sun, known as the Crimson Flame Warrior." These words struck like a hammer, sending shockwaves through everyone present. Srank. The mere mention of this rank instantly heightened everyone's nerves. Finally, a true top-tier powerhouse had appeared. Sasaki Ichiro stood there, gripping what seemed to be an ordinary wooden sword, yet it emanated an aura that made hearts race. He let out a cold chuckle. "Heh, I didn't expect you to withstand my flame slash. Then, how about this strike?" Before his words had fully settled, Sasaki Ichiro moved. Holding his breath and focusing his energy, it seemed as if his entire power was concentrated in that wooden blade. As the blade sliced through the air, a glaring red-hot slash mark appeared out of nowhere. The mark expanded rapidly at a visible speed, transforming into a redand white, high-temperature slash that roared toward the group. "Watch out! Scatter!" Jiang Kai shouted, and the four of them darted away like arrows released from a bow. The strike landed where they had been standing moments earlier. The metallic wall there instantly melted, leaving a jagged, terrifying gash. Li Ming gasped, his heart still racing as he thought. That heat must have been over 3,000 degrees. He felt fortunate not to have recklessly attempted to disperse the slash with his vibration ability. Otherwise, he might have been reduced to ashes. Meng Li wasted no time allowing the opponent to recover. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of metallic spikes materialized in midair, raining down on Sasaki Ichiro like a storm. "Parlor tricks." Sasaki Ichiro scoffed. "Flame serpent." At his command, a massive serpent composed entirely of flames suddenly appeared, coiling protectively around him. The fiery serpent opened its maw and unleashed a scorching wall of fire. The incoming metallic spikes melted instantly, dripping to the ground as molten iron. "Ha ha, come on. Is that all you've got?" Sasaki Ichiro's mocking laughter echoed through the air. Inwardly, he thought to himself, These small-time fighters from Longhua are hardly worth my time. If that's the case, I'll show them what real power looks like. Blazing Dragon. With a thunderous roar, Sasaki Ichiro summoned a massive dragon made entirely of flames. It materialized out of thin air, coiling and roaring around him. The sheer heat and intensity of his flame-based abilities demonstrated an extraordinary level of mastery and control far beyond ordinary comprehension. Jiang Kai watched in awe and gave a light clap. As expected of an rank hero, the precision of his abilities is truly remarkable. Sasaki Ichiro laughed maniacally. Yeah, do you really think you can win? Wallow in despair amidst the flames. Sensing the dire situation, Jiang Kai made a swift decision. Retreat. The four of them quickly withdrew to a safer distance, evading the deadly onslaught of flames for now. Ichiro Sasaki noticed the situation and curled a confident smile at the corner of his lips. High-temperature flames surrounded his body, forming what appeared to be an impenetrable shield. To him, the retreat of his opponents was undoubtedly due to their fear of his fiery barrier. At that moment, a sly glint flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. With a soft snap of his fingers, he murmured under his breath, "Conditions met. Checkmate." As he moved, countless tiny metallic particles spread out like smoke, silently enveloping Ichiro Sasaki. Jiang Kai had long prepared for this, cleverly mixing these metallic particles with a specially designed flame-retardant powder, creating a silver-gray mist around Ichiro. Li Ming, quick to seize the moment, activated his high-frequency vibration ability. The metallic particles, subjected to intense vibrating friction, rapidly heated up, glowing a dark red. Ichiro Sasaki immediately sensed something was wrong, feeling the terrifying energy within the ominous red glow. This is no. A trace of panic appeared on his face. Meng Li seized the fleeting opportunity, pushing her hands forward to drive the now incandescent metal dust cloud toward Ichiro Sasaki. Simultaneously, Li Meng maintained the vibrations, keeping the particles at a dangerously high temperature. Seeing this, Chun Xian focused intently, manipulating the charged particles in the air to rapidly construct a glowing plasma pathway. For him, as long as particles were in a unified state, they were as easy to control as extending his own limbs. Vector manipulation full power. Chun Xian shouted, thrusting his hands forward, channeling all his energy into this lethal strike. The magnetically bound, vibrationally heated metal plasma surged along the preset vector direction, forming a dazzling stream of particles. The beam shot straight toward Ichiro Sasaki's chest with unstoppable force. His once proud flame defense was utterly ineffective against the plasma's onslaught. The high-energy particles easily pierced through both the fiery shield and his body, leaving a gaping, bullseyed hole in his chest. Ichiro Sasaki looked down in disbelief at his wound as the flames around him began to flicker and die, like candles in the wind. Impossible, how could I? His voice grew distorted, tinged with confusion and despair. My flames, weren't they supposed to burn everything? Before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly disintegrated, collapsing into a pile of ashen powder that was gently carried away by the breeze. The four exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Unspoken understanding passed between them as they shared a knowing smile. As expected, our teacher was right. One of them murmured with quiet amazement. We're capable of transcending. These words seemed to mark the perfect conclusion to their triumph, while also heralding the beginning of an entirely new journey ahead. Finally, they arrived. Lin Lu displayed a confident smile as he led his two new disciples to the foot of a mountain on the western side of the central base. I couldn't contain his excitement and asked eagerly, "Teacher, how should we attack?" A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Lu's eyes as he replied without hesitation, "Attack? Just wipe it out." I and Bai Jing looked at each other in disbelief and asked, "Wipe it out? Such a large base? How would that even be possible?" Seeing the confusion on their faces, Lin Lu let out a sigh and said with a meaningful tone, "Remember, no matter what, you must always use your imagination." What's the highest temperature your flames can reach?" I tilted his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "I've never calculated the exact temperature, but it's hot enough to easily melt metal." Lin Lu's eyes lit up as he immediately suggested, "Excellent. You unleash your flames, and Bai Jing will assist you by amplifying their power exponentially. How does that sound?" Before he finished speaking, a loud roar echoed near their ears. I and Bai Jing's expressions shifted from confusion to excitement as they exclaimed in unison, "So our abilities can actually combine like this? Why don't we give it a try?" Just then, a hostile voice called out from not far away, "People of Longhua, how dare you act so brazenly here?" The three turned toward the voice and saw a man dressed in the attire of an onmyoji descending from the sky. The moment he landed, two towering demons, one red and one blue, suddenly appeared behind him. "Oh, I didn't expect someone to stand in our way," Lin Lu remarked, examining the newcomer with interest. The onmyoji arrogantly demanded, "Who are you? State your names." "I don't kill nameless people." Fujiwara Kusai, a middle-aged man, brimming with confidence, who had made a name for himself in both supernatural abilities and on Myoto. No wonder he carried such arrogance. Lin Lu remained unfazed as he introduced himself. No need to introduce these two. As for me, I'm just a nobody named Lin Lu. Fujiwara Kusai frowned, trying to recall the name, but it didn't ring a bell. Turning to his disciples, Lin Lu said, Bai Jing, step back. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. Let me handle this today. With that, he pressed a button on his wristband. The sound of metal unfolding and extending filled the air as the daylight armor swiftly enveloped Lin Lu's entire body. Fujiwara Kusai's expression changed drastically, and he gasped in shock. You're the White Emperor. His heart leapt into his throat as he cursed inwardly. I'm supposed to face the White Emperor? Damn that Unification Bureau, this is a death trap. Lin Lu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you actually recognize me? Gritting his teeth, Fujiwara Kusai spat. How could I not? 15 years ago, you slaughtered innocents in our southeastern four nations. We will never forget that blood debt. Lin Lu sneered coldly, retorting, slaughtered innocents? 15 years ago, when Long Guo was fully occupied defending against an apocalyptic-level beast, it was your people who ravaged Nan City, committing atrocities and massacring civilians. You're the ones who deserve to die. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Lu raised his hand, and the seams of the daylight armor began to glow. In an instant, the entire suit radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Fujiwara Kusai refused to back down, shouting fiercely, "Umph! Such arrogance! Hyaki Yako, arise!" He swiftly drew several talismans in the air before exhaling a burst of spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, shrouding the area around Fujiwara Kusai in thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, over 100 grotesque and terrifying monsters had materialized before Lin Lu. Fujiwara Kusai laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, White Emperor or not, in the face of my demon army, you're nothing but fodder. Bloodlust amplification. With his command, a surge of violent energy radiated outward from him, enveloping all the monsters. Instantly, they became frenzied and manic, as if intoxicated by some drug. Fujiwara Kusai's laughter echoed endlessly. Ha! Fujiwara Kusai's voice carried a forced bravado. With my powers enhancing these beasts, their attack strength has skyrocketed, and they now possess incredible regenerative abilities. What can you possibly use to fight me? Yet deep down, he knew this was nothing more than a futile struggle. The opponent before him was none other than the White Emperor, a figure feared across the southeastern lands. Fujiwara Kusai could only hope to delay him for even a second longer, as 3 of his shrank comrades were already on their way. Lin Lu let out a cold laugh, instantly seeing through his ploy. Looks like you're waiting for reinforcements, aren't you? Waiting for reinforcements? What a joke. Fujiwara Kusai forced himself to appear composed, but beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. For the first time, he could feel the shadow of death looming so close. At that moment, a 3-person team descended from the sky, landing behind Fujiwara Kusai. Fujiwara-kun, we're here. Fujiwara Kusai's taut nerves finally relaxed as he broke into loud laughter. Ha ha, you finally made it. One of his comrades looked around suspiciously. What's going on? Did you summon all the monsters from Hyaki Yagyo? Did you run into something tough? Fujiwara Kusai gave a bitter smile and nodded. That's right. Look at that armor, it's the White Emperor. The 3 turned their gazes, and it was as if they had seen a nightmare. One of them blurted out in shock. What the hell? Didn't the United Front Department say the White Emperor was expelled from the Dragon Nation's military? How is he here? Everyone, don't panic. Together, the 4 of us, Fujiwara Kusai began, but his words were cut short by his comrade. Forget the 4. Attack now or else. Lin Lu chuckled softly, his words sending chills down the spines of the 4 Yamato warriors. Finally, everyone's here. A family should always stick together. As his words hung in the air, faint blue-white electrical arcs began to flicker across the faceplate of Lin Lu's armor. Slowly, he raised his right hand, pinching a specially made superconductive alloy coin between his thumb and forefinger. For the Dragon Nation, lives you Yamato scum have slaughtered, may you beasts meet your end. Lin Lu's voice, amplified by the sound system of his daylight armor, boomed like thunder. Snap! With a sharp flick of his thumb, Lin Lu launched the coin into the air. It spun rapidly, carving a dazzling silver arc in the sky as it reflected the crackling electric currents. The moment the coin left his hand, there was a sharp crack. Blinding blue-white lightning burst from Lin Lu's fingertips, snaking like a living entity to envelop the spinning coin. Sparks of electricity danced in the air, emitting a sharp, piercing hum, like the cries of 1,000 birds all at once. A coin hovered midair in front of Lin Lu, trembling violently as the surrounding air distorted from the intense heat. Lin Lu narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the coin, and commanded in a low voice, "Railgun, modified." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 translucent ionized electromagnetic rails unfolded on either side of the coin. Blue-violet plasma spiraled around the projectile like chains, and the coin's surface began to glow with a blinding white light. A flicker of resolve flashed in Lin Lu's eyes as he declared, "Initiate first acceleration." Boom. The coin transformed into a searing white beam, tearing through the air and leaving a fiery, orange-red plasma trail in its wake. A sonic boom erupted around the trajectory, and the shockwave tore through the army of monsters, reducing them to fragmented remains in a horrifying spectacle. However, the Force-class superhumans from Japan had already anticipated this move. One of them swiftly activated a group acceleration ability, and the four figures blurred as they darted away from the railgun's trajectory. Fear was etched across their faces, and one of them trembled as he shouted, "Is this the White Emperor? We can't win. This kind of power, it's beyond human. Run, now!" Another yelled, and the Force-class superhumans fled at full speed. Just as they thought they had escaped the danger, the electromagnetic rails abruptly shifted direction, crossing paths midair. The coin spun wildly under the twisting magnetic forces, its speed surging once more. Around the trajectory, several Klein blue Mach rings appeared, unfolding like halos of an angel. Before the fleeing four could change course, a blinding white light engulfed them entirely. There was no explosion, no fire. Only an instant of absolute silence. Zzzzz. At the point of impact, the space seemed to warp under an invisible force. A brilliant blue spherical lightning field expanded rapidly, ionizing the air within a 10-meter radius and turning it into a storm of pure electricity. The Force-class superhumans were disintegrated into particles in the electromagnetic collapse, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Moments later, the thunderous light dissipated, leaving only charred marks on the ground and the acrid smell of ozone lingering in the air. Lin Lu gazed at the barren ground before him, his expression complex. In a low, resolute voice, he murmured, "In my past life, the Far East Tribunal left many verdicts unwritten. This time I will judge. I will sentence." While Lin Lu was eliminating the Glass Squad, Jiang Kai and his team began their operation. "All right, everyone, let's begin." The teacher said not to let a single one escape. Jiang Kai commanded, and the others nodded in agreement. Jiang Kai turned to Qin Xian. "Qin Xian, we'll need your vector ability for the throwing part later." "Got it, no problem." Qin Xian replied confidently with a grin. The two worked seamlessly together. Jiang Kai busily used both hands to condense TNT dust into explosive blocks, while Qin Xian stood nearby, focused and ready to use his ability to precisely launch the explosives toward the eastern base. Meanwhile, Meng Li and Li Meng stood on guard, vigilantly watching for any surprise enemy attacks. The makeshift explosives depot quickly began to unleash its power. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed through the sky as the buildings of the eastern base crumbled under the relentless impact. Smoke and dust filled the air, accompanied by desperate cries for help and chaotic shouts. Suddenly, a stranger's voice rang out. "It's them, Colonel Takashita." Jiang Kai and the others instinctively looked up and saw a well-equipped army advancing toward them. The force, numbering over 1,000 soldiers, was armed with advanced blue crystal vehicles and blue crystal cannons, making their combat strength formidable. "Oh, to locate us amidst such explosions, their reconnaissance must be top-notch." Meng Li chuckled lightly before activating her ability. 6 powerful plasma cannons materialized behind her, standing tall and imposing. Li Ming wasn't about to be outdone. Drawing his crimson-edged katana, Zhanxiao, he pointed it at the enemy forces. "He'll take the lead. Your plasma cannons need time to charge." Infrasound vibration. Zhanxiao transformed into an infrasound emitter, unleashing an invisible yet devastating wave of energy that swept across the 1,000-strong force. Chaos erupted within the enemy ranks. Soldiers began to feel nauseous, dizzy, and short of breath. Some even fainted outright. Their commander, Yamamura Takashita, nearly collapsed himself, struggling to climb out of his vehicle as blood trickled from his ears. Takashita surveyed the scene with horror. His once elite unit now lay scattered across the forest floor like crushed ants. Most soldiers were unconscious, while the few still conscious writhed in agony. "Medic!" Takashita began to shout, but a sudden chill down his spine stopped him. The sky turned unnaturally bright, not with the warm hues of sunrise, but with an eerie blue-white glow that illuminated the forest like an X-ray. Takashita looked up in shock. 6 blinding beams of light were hurtling toward them, consuming everything in their path. These plasma beams were like the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping lives. "Take cover!" Takashita roared, his voice drowned out by the thunderous roar of the plasma cannons. The first plasma beam struck the formation with pinpoint accuracy, and for a moment, the world seemed to lose all sound. Takashita watched in stunned silence as soldiers within a 100-meter radius were instantly reduced to glowing skeletons. Their flesh vaporized in the intense heat, and their tactical gear melted into colorful metallic droplets that floated eerily in the air. The plasma spread outward in a circular pattern upon contact with the ground, melting rocks into molten lava. Armored vehicles twisted and collapsed like wax figures, while the pride of the unit, the blue crystal cannons, deformed into grotesque abstract sculptures. The second plasma beam hit the communication array. Takashita burned the image into his memory. His communications officer, clutching a blue crystal rifle, struggled to stand but disintegrated into ash the moment the blue light touched him. Only his military tag remained, clinking softly as it fell onto the glassy ground. No! Takashita screamed in terror, instinctively diving into the nearest crevice. The third plasma beam grazed his back, incinerating his tactical backpack and leaving him with a searing pain that penetrated even his bulletproof vest. Huddled in the narrow rock crevice, Takashita peeked through his fingers to witness the entire valley transformed into a plasma inferno. The blue-white waves of death rippled across the battlefield, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. A squad of soldiers attempted to erect an elemental energy shield, but the plasma obliterated it on contact, turning the soldiers into charred remains crackling with electric sparks. The Blue Crystal Cannon team suffered the worst fate. Their stockpile of ammunition was ignited by the plasma, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. The resulting shrapnel wasn't ordinary metal fragments, but lethal droplets of liquid metal. Takashita bit his lip to stay conscious. Struggling to lift his head, he tried to locate the source of the plasma cannon's Jiankai and his team's position. But before he could see clearly, another round of plasma fire descended. This time, it was a saturation strike, a dense web of blue-white beams weaving a net of death. Within this crossfire, Takashita's elite force was annihilated in an instant. The plasma-induced atmospheric ionization set the air itself ablaze. Soldiers were either vaporized on the spot or torn apart by the shockwaves. Those on the outskirts tried to flee but were overtaken by the rapidly spreading plasma, becoming rows of burning human torches. No, demons. They're demons. Takashita's sanity finally snapped, and he was vaporized by a direct plasma hit. All done. Mengli, drenched in sweat, dismissed her plasma cannons. The saturation strike had clearly drained her. She turned to her companions. How about you? Us? Take a look ahead. Jiang Kai laughed, pointing toward the base. The eastern base and its surrounding settlement had been reduced to rubble. The relentless bombardment had scarred the land with smoking craters, creating a truly terrifying sight. Mission complete. Let's wait for the teacher here, Jiang Kai said. Meanwhile, Lin Lu was already heading east, leaving behind the ruins of the central base. Yi and Bai Jing's teamwork was nothing short of extraordinary. Together, they had created a terrifyingly powerful white-hot meteor. Just one strike obliterated the entire central base. Damn, almost got caught in that ourselves, Lin Lu muttered in frustration. Meanwhile, in the war room of the Foot Basin Nation's Ministry of Unification, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Tell me, what do we do now? Tojo Takashi slammed the table in fury, his face livid. As the second-in-command of the ministry, he was deeply dissatisfied with the catastrophic failure of the Ten Islands campaign. Not only had it given Long Nation a pretext to intervene militarily, but Foot Basin Nation had also failed to plant its flag on any of the islands. Now, with all bases on the western island destroyed, first-class warriors dead, and 80,000 soldiers wiped out, it felt like the prelude to national collapse. Minister Tojo, please don't worry. The U.S. has already contacted us and expressed their willingness to mediate, a high-ranking official quickly reported, slightly easing Toyo's expression. The intelligence department has also intercepted Long Nation's strategic decisions, another official added. The Zhuke base has been granted 24-hour unrestricted firepower authorization. And that man is involved in this operation. That man? Who? Tojo felt a wave of dread. The White Emperor of Long Nation. The mention of White Emperor plunged the entire ministry into a deathly silence. The White Emperor? The madman who killed in front of both the U.S. and Long Nation's marshals? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Wasn't he expelled from Long Nation's military? How is he still? At that moment, the conference room door burst open, and a breathless intelligence officer rushed in. Bad news. We've just received word Western Island has completely fallen. The news hit the room like a bomb, sending everyone into a frenzy. Quick, get me in touch with the U.S. immediately. Tojo Takashi abandoned all pretense of composure, scrambling to contact the U.S. military for assistance. Finally, Jiang Kai and his group met up with Lin Lu in the eastern region of Shidao in Japan. The sunlight cast a warm glow on their tired yet excited faces. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Kai eagerly sought praise from Lin Lu. Teacher, how do you think we did? Lin Lu smiled faintly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Not bad. I heard you even took down its glass. Meng Li immediately placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and struck a proud pose, clearly waiting for compliments. Of course, we gave it everything we had to pull that off. And how about your side, teacher? How did it go? Jiang Kai asked curiously. Lin Lu offered a cryptic smile. My side? What do you think? His expression said it all, and everyone present instantly understood. With a quiet chuckle, Lin Lu's eyes took on a deeper, more contemplative look. Life and death hang in the balance, he remarked, surveying the surroundings before signaling for everyone to sit down and rest. How much time has passed? Jiang Kai quickly calculated. Including travel time, about 9 hours. Is that so? Lin Lu frowned slightly. It seems we need to pick up the pace. The main island's defenses must already be in place. After a moment of thought, he gave a decisive order. All right, rest for half an hour, and then we head for the main island. This command was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting a fiery determination in the group. Their eyes burned with a renewed fighting spirit. Meanwhile, at the Foreign Affairs Department of the Dragon Country's Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, a tense diplomatic negotiation was underway. Roland Mitchell, a golden-haired, blue-eyed ambassador from the United States, was locked in a verbal duel with Li Weixian, a diplomat from the Dragon Country. With a dismissive smirk, Roland said, "Minister Li, the 10 islands have already been reclaimed by your country, and Shi Dao has been purged. I suggest you revoke your 24-hour unlimited firepower policy. It's unnecessary now." Li Weixian, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, calmly sipped his tea before replying slowly. "Ambassador Roland Mitchell, we have an old saying in our country. Even after 9 generations, revenge can still be sought. Even after 100 generations, it is still justified. Perhaps you should first understand what Japan has done before questioning me." Roland's face darkened, his tone laced with discontent. "So, Minister Li, are you saying there's no room for negotiation?" Internally, he fumed. In other countries, he was welcomed by heads of state. Yet here he was reduced to speaking with a mere deputy minister, an insult he found intolerable. "Are you not afraid that the United States and Japan might join forces to deal with your country?" Roland threatened. Unfazed, Li Weixian continued sipping his tea, then smiled. "Oh, everyone in the Dragon Country is well aware of your Superhuman Academy and the Superhuman Association. Let me make one thing clear. As long as you don't deploy SCLAS or hire superhuman warriors and titled abilities users, we guarantee not to send out by D. Lin Lu." Uft. Roland nearly choked on his coffee. The memory of the incident a year ago was still vivid in his mind. During a high-level negotiation between the two nations, a man clad in black and white armor suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Without saying a word, he unleashed an electromagnetic cannon that obliterated a U.S. camp of 100 soldiers from a kilometer away. He then arrogantly declared, "Send 100, and he'll kill 100. Send 10,000, and he'll kill 10,000. Negotiate. Negotiate my foot." That scene had completely shifted the dynamics of the negotiations. The U.S. was forced to acknowledge the Dragon Country's administrative rights and territorial claims over its southeastern islands, on the condition that the armored warrior be punished. To secure the hard-won results, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities quickly signed the agreement, despite Marshal Long Yi's vehement objections. This decision ultimately led to Lin Lu's expulsion from the military, planting the seeds for future consequences. Roland knew all too well that Lin Lu must never be allowed back into the military. If Lin Lu were to regain a leadership position, it would spell a relentless era of warfare. After a long pause, Roland sighed deeply and conceded. "All right, he'll have Japan draft a compensation package and agree to resign the ownership of the 10 islands and the surrounding areas, including Xiaoyu Island. But you must return Zito. It is, after all, their territory." Li Weixian thought for a moment before nodding slightly, signaling his acceptance of the proposal. The negotiation temporarily came to an end, but both sides understood that this was merely the beginning. The real struggle was yet to come. The other islands were manageable, but West Island, being the largest island in the western region of the Foot Basin Nation, posed significant challenges for long-term control. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in mutual acknowledgement of this reality. "All right, break's over, let's keep pushing forward." Lin Lu had just stood up when the blue crystal communicator at his waist suddenly buzzed. "Yeah, Lin, I hear you've been making quite a stir over in the Foot Basin Nation." "Old Dragon." Lin Lu raised an eyebrow at the familiar voice. "I was worried that young Nan Yi's words wouldn't carry enough weight, so I called to speak with you myself." Marshal Long Yi's voice carried a tone of authority. "It's time to stand down. The Bureau of Special Abilities has already reached a compensation agreement with the U.S. and the Foot Basin Nation. The mission is complete. Bring your team back to the Vermilion Bird Base." Lin Lu said nothing, his silence only confirming Marshal Long Yi's suspicion that this stubborn young man was still plotting something. Military orders, even directives from joint conferences, seemed to hold little sway in Lin Lu's eyes. "The nation has its broader considerations," Long Yi continued in a persuasive tone. "Your team performed outstandingly this time, but you must prioritize the bigger picture. West Island, separated by the sea, would be difficult to control effectively even if we secured it. The U.S. has already agreed to have the Foot Basin Nation pay a significant compensation." "Understood, Marshal," Lin Lu interrupted. "The military's directive is to cease advancing toward the Eastern Territories, correct?" "Exactly so. Don't worry. Please inform the military that I'll be returning shortly." Ending the call, Lin Lu sat back down. Jiang Kai, his face filled with frustration, couldn't hold back. Master, are we really leaving just like that? Though he understood the decision came from the joint conference, he couldn't shake his dissatisfaction. Now you know why I left the military. Lin Lu confessed to his disciples for the first time. When I first formed the Daylight Army, I was full of passion, determined to crush enemy nations. But the military is a complex web of relationships, and even the highest leaders are constrained by it. I could use force to suppress everything, but that would only be the power of one man. That's why I need all of you. I gave up on building a conventional military and instead chose to create gods. Lin Lu's eyes sparkled with determination. We don't need vast armies. We need pure, unmatched power that can dominate everything. The Pantheon Order is our first experiment. With fewer people, our goals and beliefs remain untainted. Once you all possess the power to overturn the heavens and the earth, then it will be time for us to reform everything. The 6 disciples were filled with excitement. I softly asked, Master, can we really achieve that? Ha ha. Lin Lu's hearty laughter echoed. We absolutely can. The future belongs to the age of gods, and that means it belongs to us. Today, we will deliver the world's first divine judgment. Divine judgment? The 6 looked at him in confusion. Before we leave West Island, I want to leave them a parting gift. What kind of gift? They asked in unison. Gift. The 6 students all displayed puzzled expressions simultaneously. Lin Lu smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over everyone, with a hint of mystery in his tone. Yes, I believe there's no longer a need for West Island to exist. Huh. Jiang Kai and the others stared at Lin Lu with wide eyes, as if looking at a madman. Ignoring their reactions, Lin Lu continued. All right, next, I'll show you the cruel side of science. Remember, the more advanced the technology, the greater the harm it can cause. You will become the sword-bearers wielding these divine tools, capable of deciding the lives and deaths of countless people with ease. Consider this your lesson for today. With that, Lin Lu led the group back to one of the 10 islands. He surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This island is good. We'll turn it into our experimental base. I'll submit a request to Nanny. Jiang Kai swallowed nervously and asked, So what's next? Lin Lu interrupted him. Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. With that, he grabbed Bai Jing and flew toward the skies above West Island. Meng Li looked at the others anxiously. What do you think teacher is planning to do? Chun Xian adjusted his glasses and whispered his guess. If my calculations are correct, teacher plans to sink the island. A collective gasp escaped from everyone. Lin Lu carried Bai Jing to the airspace above West Island. The massive island, spanning 30,000 square kilometers, seemed like a small, insignificant object about to disappear in his eyes. He closed his eyes, as if recalling something, and murmured, Sigh. To destroy an island, you don't necessarily need to make it vanish. You just need to. Suspended midair in Lin Lu's grasp, Bai Jing trembled nervously. Teacher, what are you planning to do? Lin Lu suddenly opened his eyes, his voice calm, yet resolute. Listen carefully, Bai Jing. Soon, I'll throw out some objects, and I need you to delay their energy dispersal. Can you do that? Yes, I can. Bai Jing instinctively replied. Good. Let's start with the eastern plains of West Island. Lin Lu accelerated in midair, reaching the skies above the island in less than a minute. Are you ready, Bai Jing? Lin Lu asked. Bai Jing nodded seriously. Ready, teacher? Lin Lu smirked coldly. Since they're using the Dragon Nation's higher-ups to restrain me, I won't hold back. Go. Turn this island into hell. With a wave of his hand, a massive warhead emerged from a dimensional space and began to fall. Bai Jing immediately infused it with delayed energy dispersal. As the warhead descended, Lin Lu swiftly ascended, distancing himself from the area. In the eastern part of West Island, a region once ideal for habitation and development, the clear skies stretched over lush forests teeming with life. Suddenly, an intense, blinding white light erupted, brighter than the noonday sun by countless magnitudes. It was as if a divine sword had descended from the heavens, cleaving the world's light and shadow. A terrifying shockwave followed. The air compressed into an invisible wall, sweeping across everything with unstoppable force. Towering ancient trees were uprooted, their trunks twisting and snapping under the immense pressure. Splintered wood and leaves were hurled into the air. The lake's surface was compressed, then rebounded, creating towering waves that vaporized instantly under the intense heat. A searing, ever-expanding fireball consumed everything at the explosion's epicenter. Any living creature caught in its path was carbonized in milliseconds. As the dust began to settle, the once thriving forest and habitat were no more. The ground was scorched black, with flames still flickering in some corners. Thick, black smoke rose into the sky, forming a massive, swirling mushroom cloud. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning, mingled with a metallic tang, the fallout of radiation. Meanwhile, in the island nation of Nippon, a secretary burst into Minister Tojo Takashi's office in a panic. Minister Tojo, something terrible has happened with West Island. Tojo Takashi frowned in confusion. What about West Island? General Arthur from the U.S. military has already informed me that the Dragon Nation's forces have withdrawn. The secretary, gasping for air, replied, yes, the Dragon Nation forces have left, but West Island is gone. West Island is gone. Tojo Takashi snatched the information tablet. The video footage on the screen left him horrified. Every few minutes, a massive, sky-darkening mushroom cloud appeared over West Island. Wherever the clouds reached, the ground, lakes, and forests were obliterated. Worse still, soldiers who approached the blast zones experienced dizziness, nausea, emotional instability, and grotesque symptoms like skin ulcers and tooth loss. Military doctors conducted investigations and samples, arriving at a chilling conclusion. These areas were cursed. Anyone who ventured near would be afflicted with strange diseases. Terrified, the soldiers refused to approach, leaving West Island as a vast, desolate no-man's land. Grinding his teeth, Tojo Takashi growled, our enmity with the Dragon Nation will never be reconciled. The mastermind behind this devastation Lin Lu turned to the Vermilion Bird Base with his disciples. Along the way, none of them had fully recovered from the shock of what they had just witnessed. Jiang Kai, his voice heavy with doubt, asked Lin Lu, teacher, if you have this kind of power, then why? Lin Lu explained, the answer is simple. Once this kind of weapon is used, the affected area will suffer from something called radiation for hundreds of years. Creatures exposed to radiation may develop diseases at best, or suffer from severe symptoms like organ failure and total decay. This is why I avoid using this method unless absolutely necessary. This time, it was Nippon's actions that angered me, so I retaliated. He continued, our shared goal as humans is to drive out the beasts. Unless there's no other choice, I won't resort to such measures. Moreover, I don't want to become a public enemy of humanity. Power invites envy, and if my abilities were widely known, I'd become a target. That's why my report to the Vermilion Bird Base describes this as a one-time tactical curse, used up and gone. This way, my threat level is significantly reduced. Looking at his 6 disciples, Lin Lu spoke earnestly. Now, do you understand what divine power truly means? In my view, science is the primary productive force. But more importantly, science is like Pandora's box. It releases treasures, but also unleashes demons. Then his tone shifted. All right, the Golden Sword Tournament has been finalized. It will take place in 1 month in Long Nation's capital, Shangjing. For this mission, Commander Nan E has encrypted all related information. What we've done won't be widely disclosed. To the world, you're still ordinary students of the Bauhinia Academy. Our goal is to win the tournament. Do you have confidence? Yes. Having undergone a transformation at the Vermilion Bird Base, the group responded in unison, their voices brimming with determination. In Shangjing, inside the Tianyu restaurant, the clinking of glasses and lively chatter filled the air as a group of young men and women raised their cups in celebration. Zhao Yunlei lifted his wine glass, smiling as he spoke to Xianyuan Shuo. Brother Shuo, I heard that the Su family proposed a marriage alliance with your Xianyuan clan not long ago, only to back out in the end. I thought you'd take action against them, but it seems you just let it slide. Xianyuan Shuo took a small sip of red wine and responded calmly. Yunlei, if an ant bites you, would you really waste your time and effort to bite it back? His gaze flickered slightly as if lost in thought, and he continued, Lin Lu is indeed remarkable. To have the Joint Council nominate his removal from the military, he must be no ordinary person. What puzzles me is why he chose to teach. Even switching to another department would be better than his current situation. Zhao Yunlei interrupted with a laugh. Ah, Brother Shuo, who cares about him? The Golden Sword Tournament is coming up soon. We should focus on scouting new talents to join the clan. A noble family must always strengthen itself and keep up with the times. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, by the way, Brother Shuo, where is Lin Lu teaching? Will he be leading a team in the tournament? He's a teacher at Bauhinia Academy, Xianyuan Shuo replied. Their academy produced the champions of Nanyang City. Nanyang City. Everyone present turned to look at Xianyuan Shuo in unison. Xianyuan Shuo chuckled lightly. Yes, his students defeated by Yujing of Nanyang. A collective gasp echoed through the group, their expressions growing serious. As students of specialized ability academies, they were well aware of by Yujing's reputation as a near-class combat ability user. For him to be defeated by a group of lifestyle ability users was an unprecedented and extraordinary feat. This achievement had put Bauhinia Academy on the radar of other academies. Ha! Someone broke the silence with laughter. Don't worry, Brother Shuo. Our Huanglong Academy is no pushover. Besides, we have our little war god, Du Guyun. One word, unstoppable. The group exchanged knowing smiles at the mention of Du Guyun, the younger brother of Eastern Expedition Army Major General Du Guwang. And class combat ability user with the power of the divine ape, he was a standout force in Shangjing. Ha ha, a backwater academy like that could never compare to us. Come on, let's keep drinking. And just like that, Lin Lu was dismissed as an ordinary teacher in the eyes of these spirited youths. The scene shifted to the old Du Gu family estate in the eastern region of Longhua. A sharp-looking young man strode into the courtyard, greeted warmly by an elderly one-eyed man, Du Gu Ming. "Wanger, you're back," the old man exclaimed with a smile. The youth was none other than Major General Du Gu Wang of the Eastern Expedition Army. He bowed respectfully. "Grandfather, it's been a while." As he sipped his tea, Du Gu Ming asked, "Tell me, how much territory has the Eastern Expedition Army seized this time? With all the resources Longhua has poured into you, there must be something to show for it. Give your grandfather a little preview, won't you?" Du Gu Wang's expression turned serious. "The Eastern Expedition Army's matters are going well enough. However, grandfather, I heard you've been making things difficult for Lin Lu. After this campaign, I've come to realize that we may have underestimated him." "Underestimated? Are you talking about Lin Lu?" Du Guming quickly caught on. "Master Wuxin's first disciple, Lu Wan'er, once told me that Lin Lu is invincible, capable of overshadowing the heavens alone," Du Gu Wang said solemnly. Du Gu Ming was incredulous. "But isn't Lin Lu the one who founded the White Day Army? That force has already been diluted to the point of insignificance, especially with the Evernight Army opposing them. What else is there to say?" Du Gu Wang sighed. "Grandfather, times have changed. I used to think that among the younger generation in the military, our Du Gu family could stand unrivaled. But now I see how naive I was. And I'm not just talking about Lin Lu. Can you honestly say you could handle the troublemakers from the 28th class of the military academy?" "The 28th class? Why bring them up? One of my subordinates is from that class. He told me that while he'd have no problem fighting beasts, he would never dare to cause trouble for Lin Lu. He said he'd rather face a military tribunal than go against him." Du Guming stared at his grandson in shock. "Lin Lu's reputation? Is it really that formidable?" Du Gu Wang shook his head. "Grandfather, you're mistaken again. The reason Lin Lu commands such respect isn't due to reputation or camaraderie. It's because of his overwhelming strength." "Overwhelming strength? Do you know what my subordinate told me? He swore that when Lin Lu fights with all his might, he becomes the master of everything in the world. Coming from one of the best graduates of the academy, what does that tell you?" "It means Lin Lu's power has surpassed the X-class level." "X-class?" Du Gu Ming was stunned. "No, not even the limitless X-class can define his true strength." The grandfather and grandson fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, Du Guming finally spoke. "Wanger, there's something I need your input on. Last month, the Ability Council approached us, offering 3 major general positions in the military in exchange for a marriage alliance with the Su family. What do you think?" Du Gu Wang sneered. "Humph, those schemers are trying to play the distant alliance, close attack strategy on our Du Gu family. It couldn't possibly be Su Ming, could it? She's Lin Lu's fiancée. If you agreed to that, grandfather, I'd pack my bags and leave right away." No, it's not her. It's the Su family's second daughter, Su Shui. The Ability Council suggested she and you form a union. What do you think?" "Ha ha. Typical politicians." Du Gu Wang laughed heartily. "Grandfather, do you really think this is still an era where scheming and manipulation reign supreme?" Du Gu Ming remained silent, clearly struck by his grandson's words. Du Gu Wang's tone grew serious. "Grandfather, to be honest, the age of alliances and entanglements between factions is over. Now is the era of the strong. You, as a general of the military, should understand that modern warfare is no longer what it used to be. In the past, we could rely on sheer numbers to tip the scale in battle. But now, the emergence of a single powerful individual can determine the outcome of an entire campaign. A few such individuals can annihilate tens of thousands of troops in an instant." He paused before continuing. "Grandfather, do you really think aligning with those decaying families will benefit the Du Gu clan? Let me tell you what I've seen. Master Wuxin's first disciple, Lu Wan'er, can destroy hundreds of beasts with a single punch. Do you think associating with those stagnant families will do us any good, Major General? If you have absolute strength, even as a lowly soldier, the marshal would serve you tea. Do you see my point?" Du Guming nodded slightly, agreeing with Lu Wan'er's perspective. He turned to his grandson, a mix of pride and worry flickering in his eyes. "Grandfather, when you witness firsthand the kind of power that can shatter all obstacles, the strength that can reshape the heavens and earth with a single punch, you will understand. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and strategies are as fragile as paper tigers," his grandson said confidently. "Besides, senior sister Lu Wan'er has admitted that she wouldn't last 3 moves against Lin Lu at full strength." Hearing this, Du Guming's emotions were conflicted. He was proud that his grandson had grown into a capable heir of the family, yet he felt a sense of melancholy, knowing that Lin Lu loomed over all other prodigies like an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, the story's protagonist, Lin Lu, had quietly arrived in Shangjing. This time, he planned to visit the headquarters of the Wuxin sect Jade Peak. Only Su Shui and Lin Xiao accompanied him, while the other 6 companions were sent home for a break with a casual wave of his hand. Lin Lu understood the importance of balance and knew that rest was crucial for maintaining peak performance. Jade Peak was over 200 kilometers from Shangjing, surrounded by breathtaking mountains and rivers. With familiarity guiding their way, Lin Lu and his companions reached the mountain summit and arrived at the Wuxin sect's gates in just half an hour. Second senior sister. A young girl with her hair tied in a bun came running joyfully and hugged Su Shui tightly. However, when she noticed Lin Lu, her expression changed drastically. It's Lin the Demon King. Sound the alarm, she screamed, stumbling as she ran back toward the gate. Su Shui shot Lin Lu an exasperated look. See? This is all your fault. They still think you're the bad guy. She grabbed Lin Lu's arm and led him into the sect. The little girl's cries echoed across the Wuxin sect's courtyard, causing a wave of commotion. Disciples began whispering among themselves. Some even shouted challenges at Lin Lu, though they were quickly silenced by their peers' incredulous stares. Inside a grand hall, an elderly woman was playing a game of chess with a stunningly beautiful young woman. Hearing the commotion, the old woman's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh, Lin Lu is here. It's been a while since I last saw that boy. Master, last time he gave you quite a hard time. The beautiful woman Lu Wanner said with a playful smile. He mistook you for someone who had abducted Su Shui and ended up fighting you fiercely. It's a shame I didn't get to witness that legendary battle. Master, did you really defeat him as you claimed? The elderly woman, known as Master Wuxin, let out a soft huff. You cheeky girl. Su Shui probably picked up her mischief from you. As for whether I defeated him, it doesn't matter. I heard you couldn't endure 3 moves against that boy. Lu Wanner's cheeks flushed red as she protested. Master. She quickly stood up to help Master Wuxin to her feet. Let's go see what's happening. When the two exited the hall, they found Lin Lu surrounded by a crowd of disciples. The young gatekeeper girl was shouting in her childlike voice. Lin the Demon King, last time you caused chaos here, and I missed it because I was asleep. Today, I'm going to bring justice. Senior brothers and sisters will definitely teach you a lesson. Lin Lu quickly stepped forward and respectfully greeted Master Wuxin. Master Wuxin, it's Lin Lu. I've come to pay my respects. Master Wuxin smiled kindly. I didn't expect you to have time to visit an old woman like me. Speak your mind, what brings you here? Lin Lu was slightly surprised by her approachable demeanor, but got straight to the point. It's like this. My younger sister has extraordinary strength, but no foundation in martial arts. With the Golden Sword tournament approaching, I was hoping you could take her as a disciple and teach her for half a month. Ridiculous. Master Wuxin's expression turned stern. Martial arts require years of rigorous training in the harshest conditions. You think you can master the Wuxin sect's techniques in just half a month? Preposterous. Lin Lu grinned sheepishly. Master, my sister has exceptional talent. Please, for the sake of our relationship, could you make an exception? Lu Wanner couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Lin Lu followed her gaze and took a closer look at her. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, adorned with intricate hairpins, and her red earrings added a touch of elegance. But what stood out the most were her deep red eyes, mysterious and captivating, as if they could see straight into one's soul. Their eyes met briefly, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Lu Wanner turned to Master Wuxin. Master, since he's a friend of junior sister Su Shui, why don't I give it a try? Her suggestion shocked the surrounding disciples. Lin Xiao, with her casual demeanor and lack of martial presence, was going to achieve results in just half a month? I can't take this anymore. A young man stepped forward. Senior sister, there's no need for you to intervene. Let me handle this. Li Bing, and I'd like to challenge this young lady. He assumed the Wuxin sect's starting stance. Lin Lu chuckled and said to Lin Xiao, Xiao, go ahead. Just don't hurt him. Lin Xiao, still chewing on her last bite of chips, grinned innocently. Okay, big brother. She clumsily performed a fist salute. Please go easy on me. Lu Wanner stood as the referee and signaled the start of the match. Li Bing charged forward with a shout. Take this. Wuxin sect's ultimate technique, piercing punch. He sprinted toward Lin Xiao, closing the distance in seconds. Watch out. Li Bing unleashed a powerful punch, his energy roaring like a storm. Just as the spectators thought Lin Xiao would be sent flying, she calmly raised one hand and pushed forward with a palm strike. Li Bing's attack not only failed to move her, but sent him tumbling backward from the recoil. With a thud, Li Bing hit the ground. As he tried to get up, Lin Xiao's fist was already inches from his face. Xiao, if you hurt him, no snacks for a month. Lin Lu suddenly called out. My snacks. Lin Xiao panicked, and her punch veered off course. However, in her flustered state, she accidentally released the full force of her strength. Boom. The resulting shockwave demolished the structure behind Li Bing. Li Bing glanced at the fist near his face, then at the ruins behind him, and promptly fainted. Brother, I didn't even touch him. You can't take away my snacks. Lin Xiao withdrew her fist and looked at Lin Lu with a pitiful expression. Lin Lu smirked proudly. So, how's my little sister? The scene was truly astonishing. Lin Xiao, who appeared innocent and harmless, displayed incredible strength that left everyone present questioning themselves. Was she a martial arts expert, or perhaps someone with supernatural abilities? Master Wuxin, intrigued, decided to test her personally. With a light leap, she landed gracefully in front of Lin Xiao, holding her cane in a defensive stance. Lin Xiao first glanced at Master Wuxin, then turned her gaze to Lin Lu, who gave her a slight nod, signaling her to begin. All right, Granny, here I come. Lin Xiao shouted as she launched her attack. Despite her petite frame, Master Wuxin stood as steady as a mountain. Lin Xiao darted forward, her fists flying like a rainstorm, yet she couldn't even brush the edge of her opponent's robe. Seeing Lin Xiao panting heavily, Master Wuxin shook her head slightly. Girl, you don't even know the basics of footwork and breath control. How do you expect to spar with me? Wiping the sweat off her brow, Lin Xiao clenched her fists stubbornly. I am strong. Master Wuxin chuckled, lightly tapping her cane on the ground. The path of martial arts cannot be conquered with brute strength alone. Before her words had fully settled, her figure blurred, and her cane, as agile as a serpent, aimed directly at Lin Xiao's shoulder while acupoint. Though the move seemed gentle, it carried hidden inner strength. An ordinary person struck by it would feel half their body go numb and immobile. Unfamiliar with countering such moves, Lin Xiao, seeing the cane coming her way, chose not to dodge. Instead, she reached out and grabbed it. With a sharp snap, she caught the cane firmly. Master Wuxin raised an eyebrow and channeled her inner energy into the cane, expecting Lin Xiao to feel the shock and let go. To her surprise, Lin Xiao seemed unaffected and used the momentum to tug. Master Wuxin felt a tremendous force pulling her, causing her to stagger slightly. Internally, she was astonished. This girl possesses extraordinary strength. Realizing Lin Ziyou's raw physical power, Master Wuxin stopped holding back. She retrieved her cane and began moving swiftly, her figure as elusive as a drifting feather. She circled Lin Xiao, her cane striking at key acupoints with pinpoint precision. Lin Xiao struggled to keep up, nearly stumbling several times, but every punch she threw carried such force that Master Wuxin had to retreat and defend. Suddenly, Lin Xiao slammed her fist into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Those watching nearby almost lost their balance. Master Wuxin used the momentum to leap into the air, her cane aimed directly at Lin Xiao's back. Sensing the attack behind her, Lin Xiao abruptly turned, crossing her arms to block crack. The cane snapped in half upon impact. Master Wuxin landed gracefully, looking at the broken cane in her hand. She sighed and said, "In all my years, this is the first time I've seen someone shatter my Qingzhong Lingda with sheer brute force." Lin Xiao, showing no signs of fatigue, grinned widely. "So, does that mean I won?" Master Wuxin tossed aside the broken cane, laughed, and said, "Fine, fine. Strength is also a gift from the heavens. I agree to teach you martial arts. For the next half-month, you and Lin Lu can stay here." Lin Xiao cheered in excitement, but quickly scratched her head and asked, "Brother, I did it. So, about the snacks." Snacks, is that all you think about?" Lin Lu sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. And so, Lin Lu stayed. As night fell, in an elegant pavilion nestled in the back hills of Jade Peak, Lin Lu, Su Shui, Lu Wanner, and Master Wuxin sat around a table. They enjoyed the moonlight while savoring a steaming hot pot. Slurp, slurp. Lin Lu ate heartily, praising between bites. "This is amazing. Master, the lamb here is truly the best, fatty but not greasy, tender without a hint of gaminess, and it melts in your mouth." Watching Lin Lu devour the food, Su Shui couldn't help but smile. Lu Wanner smiled gently, her eyes softly fixed on Lin Lu. Just as the atmosphere grew harmonious, Master Wuxin suddenly let out a long sigh, breaking the tranquility. "Master, why aren't you eating? This lamb smells amazing," Lin Lu warmly urged. Master Wuxin feigned anger, glaring at Lin Lu. "Eat, eat, eat, hats, all you know how to do. No wonder you and your sister are cut from the same cloth. You two just wiped out what could have fed 30 of my disciples for a day. Were you reincarnated as hungry ghosts?" Lin Lu scratched his head sheepishly. "Yeah, well, it's just that your supplies here seem so plentiful. We're just helping you make good use of them. You don't look too well, Master. If something's troubling you, why not share it? Maybe we can all lighten the mood." "Get lost," Master Wuxin scolded, though he still picked up a piece of lamb. He sighed deeply, his expression turning grave. "Other nations are making great strides in exploring the dark zones. But what about Longwa? We're busy scheming and fighting over power. Lin, I thought you were the hope for unity, so I gambled the future of Wuxinliu on you. And what did you do? You pulled a disappearing act and slipped out of the military. If it weren't for you, do you think I'd have sent 2 of my disciples into the military? You owe me an explanation. And with your abilities, how could you have let them push you around like that?" Master Wuxin's words struck a chord with Lin Lu, hitting him where it hurt. Lin Lu set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, took a sip of his drink, and let out a satisfied burp. "Grandma Yun, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Lin Lu asked with a wide grin. "The lie," Master Wuxin snapped, glaring at him. "All right, the lie goes like this. The Daylight Army has a tangled web of relationships that I couldn't manage, and there was a traitor who reported me. That's why I left the military." "Oh," Master Wuxin's eyes lit up. "And the truth?" Lin Lu walked over to the pavilion's edge, gazing at the bright moonlight. He turned back, his expression growing serious. I can't execute every single person who betrays me. The Bureau of Abilities, the military, the noble families, the corporate world, these factions are all deeply intertwined. Every step I take feels like 1,000 eyes are watching me, a constant thorn in my side. During the Southeast campaign, I intended to crush the four nations completely. But just as I was about to give the order to attack, the Joint Council summoned me back with a single directive. As he spoke, Lin Lu's gaze turned icy. So I've decided to start from scratch and build my own team. I'm going to form an elite squad entirely under my command. Every member will be capable of toppling nations, giving me the power to directly suppress anything or anyone in my way. Hearing this, the other three stared wide-eyed in shock. Lin, are you planning to take the elite route? Master Wuxin asked. Exactly, Lin Lu replied resolutely. The times are changing. Migwa is cultivating super soldiers. Europe is fostering God-favored warriors. And even the small nations in the southeast are pushing the limits of human potential. Meanwhile, the beasts are evolving every year. Some have already begun mastering basic laws. And Longwa? A bunch of parasites resting on their laurels, scheming and backstabbing each other, while our land erodes and our people suffer. Is this what they call moderation? Balance. Facing the three of them, Lin Lu made no effort to hide his dissatisfaction or his unwavering determination. Just as Lin Lu finished speaking, he stumbled forward and fell directly into Lu Wanner's arms. It seemed as if fate was playing tricks on him. Lu Wanner immediately sensed something unusual and turned her gaze towards Su Shui. Xiao Shui, the drink you gave Lin Lu, it couldn't have been. Su Shui smirked slyly. It wouldn't be fun without a little alcohol, right? How else could we get our brother-in-law to reveal his true intentions? Now we know exactly what he's planning. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I thought he was being a bit cowardly, staying silent after being dismissed. Turns out, he's been preparing to find his own recruits and flip the entire world's table. Haha, that's the Bai Di Lin Lu I remember. Master Wuxin chuckled and interjected. After hearing what he just said, I can rest easy. By the way, Wanner, didn't you mention you've been keeping something hidden that might be very useful to Lin Lu? What is it? Lu Weiner gently cradled the half-conscious Lin Lu in her arms, a mysterious smile forming on her lips. In the ruins of the East Sea, there's a method for taming mythical beasts. I've kept it to myself so far, but once he wakes up, I'll pass it along to him. Su Shui immediately teased. Oh ho, senior sister, you're being so good to our brother-in-law. Could it be that? Lu Weiner met Su Shui's teasing gaze with her own unflinching crimson eyes. Oh, are you okay with that? If you're not jealous, I don't mind. You know my goal is to pursue the ultimate martial arts path. As for who my partner is, I'm not picky, and Lin Lu does happen to please my eye. What do you think? Su Shui quickly surrendered. All right, you win. Master Wuxin cleared his throat to steer the conversation back on track. All right, now that we know what Lin Lu has in mind, we can plan our next steps. The Dragon Nation is bound to undergo significant changes, whether it's a peaceful evolution or a violent revolution remains uncertain. What we must do now is prepare for what's to come. He turned to Lu Weiner. Weiner, your rank as a lieutenant general in the Eastern Expeditionary Army gives you access to many resources. After your current leave is over, continue gathering resources in the East Sea. Then, looking at Su Shui, he added, Xiaoming, the Su family is already in hot water. I'm worried Lin Lu will make enemies because of the Su family's issues. You'll need to help him deal with some of those hidden troubles. Master Wuxin let out a long sigh. Sigh? I'm entrusting the Wuxin sect's legacy to this boy. Let's hope he doesn't let me down. That sigh carried all the weight of Master Wuxin's struggles. Both of his most talented disciples were women, but the Wuxin sect had a secret technique that could only be passed down to men. This wasn't because Master Wuxin was biased. The technique was specifically designed for Mina terrifying meditation technique. Once mastered, it could grant insights into past and future events within a limited scope, or even manifest thoughts into reality within certain boundaries. This technique had nothing to do with martial strength or skill, but was tied to intelligence and enlightenment. This was the true legacy of the Wuxin sect. Initially, Master Wuxin had resigned himself to the fact that the sect's legacy might be lost. But then, by chance, he met Lin Lu. Despite their brief time together, Lin Lu's unconventional ideas and ability to uncover the underlying logic of things greatly impressed him. Thus, Master Wuxin decided to bind the Wuxin sect's future to Lin Lu and pass its legacy on to him. This way, the sect's century-old foundation would be secured, and its techniques would have a worthy successor. As chaos loomed on the horizon, the Wuxin sect, as a major force supplying martial talents to the Dragon Nation every year, could not remain uninvolved. Their only option was to align themselves with the right side. Lin Lu's drunken confession of his ambitions only deepened Master Wuxin's appreciation for him. Half a month passed quickly. During this time, Master Wuxin's attitude toward Lin Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from calling her a troublesome disciple to beloved disciple. then Yao Yao, and finally my most adorable disciple. This progression left everyone around them baffled. But who could blame him? Any martial arts master would be equally stunned. Lin Xiao mastered the golden back support, which typically took 3 years to reach even a basic level, in just half a day. With a single move, she shattered a massive boulder on the mountain. She grasped the techniques of neutralizing and redirecting force, which usually took 5 years to comprehend, in a single day. Not only that, but when learning the flow of internal energy, she optimized the pathways through the meridians, making the Wuxin Sect's already excellent techniques even more effective. Master Wuxin couldn't stop praising her, calling her his precious disciple every day. After half a month of training, Lin Xiao had transformed from a raw gem into a priceless treasure. If not for Lin Lu's insistence on taking her with him, Master Wuxin would have done everything in his power to keep her. Her extraordinary talent outshone even Su Shui and Lu Weiner. The Golden Sword Tournament was about to be held in the heart of Shanjing. This year, 64 academies had qualified for the event. Before the official competition, there would be a preliminary meeting to introduce the tournament's rules and structure. At a street food stall in Shanjing, Lin Lu had specifically reserved a large round table. Before long, several familiar figures appeared before him. Ha ha ha, it's been over a month, and you guys look like you've bulked up. Lin Lu teased. Jiang Kai scratched his head sheepishly. Hee hee, I've just been eating a lot at home, so yeah. Lin Lu skillfully began ordering food. Boss, 200 skewers of beef, 10 lamb kidneys, 2 grilled fish. The vendor nodded eagerly, taking note of the order. By the way, I mentioned before that I'd prepare something for some of you. Well, I've got it now. Lin Lu pulled a large box closer and started rummaging through it like a magician. Ah, here it is. Chen Xian, this is for you algorithmic glasses. He handed a pair of transparent glasses to Chen Xian. Chen Xian wasted no time putting them on. The moment he opened his eyes, the world around him transformed. Every object now had a speed value and directional arrow displayed alongside it. With these glasses, he could instantly analyze the initial states of objects, saving significant mental effort for other calculations. Li Meng, this is the upgraded version of Thousand Blades. Lin Lu retrieved a uniquely designed blade from the box. Teacher, what is this? Li Meng asked wide-eyed. Lin Lu's eyes gleamed with an indescribable brilliance. This blade is a masterpiece of bioengineering. I call it the heart of the swarm. Biology is finally rising alongside physics, mathematics, and chemistry in this world. The heart of the swarm was placed solemnly on the table by Lin Lu. The blade, approximately 1.4 meters long, displayed a gradient of dark iron gray and deep crimson. Veins-like patterns covered the blade, glowing ominously red and sending chills down anyone's spine. Li Meng reached out and gripped the handle, carefully examining the peculiar weapon. This blade requires a neural connection with you. Try smearing your blood on it, Lin Lu suggested. Without hesitation, Li Meng bit his finger and let his blood drip onto the blade. The blood was instantly absorbed, and suddenly, a fine neural conduit extended from the handle, piercing like a needle into the skin of Li Meng's wrist. I feel as if this blade is a part of my body. Li Meng marveled, describing the strange sensation. Lin Lu smiled encouragingly. Relax, try to understand it, accept it. Li Meng nodded and closed his eyes. As if responding to his command, the veins on the blade began to pulsate intensely. Scatter, Li Meng commanded softly. The weapon suddenly trembled like a waking creature. The crimson veins on the spine of the blade lit up with an intense blue glow, the vein-like patterns pulsating violently, as if the blade had developed a heartbeat. The blade began to disassemble, breaking into hundreds of diamond-shaped fragments, each trailing a glowing blue bioelectric current. These fragments didn't scatter chaotically, but moved in an eerie synchronicity, resembling a swarm of metallic insects flowing through the air. Under the lights of the street food stall, each fragment reflected a rainbow-like sheen, resembling a swarm of luminous metallic bees dancing in the air. Even when dispersed over a great distance, the fragments maintained perfect coordination, capable of turning, accelerating, and even collectively changing direction in unison. The surrounding diners were mesmerized by this fantastical scene, with some completely entranced by the trails of blue light. Reform, Li Meng shouted. The fragments immediately reversed their trajectory, flowing back along their original paths like a rewound firework, reassembling into a seamless blade without the slightest crack. The 6 onlookers were stunned, their faces pale with amazement. This is nothing short of a miracle, one of them exclaimed. Lin Lu smiled in satisfaction and began to explain the mechanism of the heart of the swarm in detail. This weapon is inspired by the swarm design from a game in a previous life. It consists of millions of metallic cells with basic neural networks. Through the neural interface implanted in your arm, you can command the blade to disassemble along preset fracture lines into hundreds of fragments. Each fragment remains neurally connected to you, capable of flying and attacking with precision like a controlled swarm. He continued, the fragments are coated with conductive filaments resembling synapses, allowing them to form temporary neural circuit networks in the air. Each piece is specially treated to function even under high-temperature conditions. After a battle, the fragments automatically reassemble through electroattraction, and memory proteins between the cells ensure the blade restores to atomic-level precision. They're like an army of mindless insects, obeying only the commands of you, their swarm leader. Your compatibility with them determines the blade's potential. Lin Lu concluded. This is the preliminary result of a friend's research into taming magical beasts. Li Ming gazed at the menacingly beautiful blade, his eyes glowing with satisfaction. At that moment, the stall owner approached with a tray of barbecue skewers, smiling warmly. Here you go. Your barbecue is ready. Were you performing magic earlier? Thanks to you, passers-by stopped to watch and ended up ordering food from my stall. These kidney skewers are on the house. Enjoy. Lin Lu called everyone to dig in and enjoy the barbecue, while he continued explaining the heart of the swarm's capabilities. This blade can not only be used for precision cutting with Li Meng's abilities, but also for wave transmission and detection. Li Meng, give it a try. Li Meng nodded and closed his eyes. As he activated his abilities, he was completely stunned. Each fragment could transmit and receive ultrasonic waves, transforming the once thin and vague mental wave world in his mind into a vivid, three-dimensional representation. What was once abstract became concrete, with every flower, blade of grass, tree, and stone outlined in detailed wave patterns. Teacher, this is incredible, isn't it? Li Meng asked excitedly. Lin Lu replied. These neural swarms cost me a fortune on the black market. You'd better make good use of them. Li Meng nodded gratefully, realizing his combat abilities had taken a significant leap forward in that moment. Nearby, Jiang Kai chimed in. Hey, teacher, what about me? Do I get something? Lin Lu chuckled. For you, I've got just a few words. Do it yourself, and you'll have plenty. The cheerful atmosphere spread among Lin Lu and his group. Meanwhile, 64 ability academies had gathered in Shangjing to prepare for the upcoming Golden Blade tournament. This annual event always sparked widespread discussion, with enthusiasts ranking the top talents from each academy under the name, the Heavenly Rankings. As all participants arrived, the anticipation for the Golden Blade tournament reached a fever pitch. Everywhere on the streets, people debated the star students from various academies. Hey, who do you think is the strongest? Of course, it's Du Guyun, the little war god from Huanglong Academy. Nonsense. Mu Tianxing, the wood calamity from the Elemental Academy, is the best. Doesn't matter how strong they are. If they fall into the traps of Wuxiang Ghost Mo Jiyun, they're doomed. A day before the pre-tournament meeting, Lin Lu and his group stopped at a tea house to rest. As they chatted, a familiar voice called out, Hey, isn't that Li Meng and Jiang Kai? A young man with black hair and black clothes appeared before the group. Zhou Dao, Jiang Kai exclaimed in surprise and delight. Haha, it's you. Jiang Kai introduced him to Lin Lu. Teacher, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Dao, a childhood friend of Li Meng and me. Zhou Dao, this is my teacher Lin. Zhou Dao respectfully nodded to Lin Lu. Hello, teacher Lin. Lin Lu smiled warmly. Since you're a friend of Jiang Kai and Li Meng, join us. Let's have some tea together. Waiter, another cup, please. Zhou Dao grinned and sat down, joining the lively little group. After Zhou Dao took his seat, his gaze swept over his old friend's present, a familiar smile playing on his lips. Kaizi, Li Meng, are you still studying in Nanyang City? I remember you two settled there 10 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Kai chuckled and replied, That's right. Li Meng and I have been in Nanyang all this time. Last year, we both got into Nanyang's Zijinghua Academy. Zijinghua Academy? Zhou Dao's expression changed abruptly, disbelief evident in his voice. You're at that academy? Li Meng noticed Zhou Dao's unusual reaction and couldn't help but ask, What is it? Is there something wrong? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Dao explained. Zijinghua Academy has been making waves recently. They defeated by Yujing from Thunder Academy, who's a Nears-class lightning elemental ability user. Your academy is really something. Hearing Zhou Dao's praise, the others nodded and smiled in agreement. Zhou Dao seized the moment to turn to Jiang Kai, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kaizi, since you're a student there, could you introduce me to your academy's representatives for this year's Golden Sword Tournament? Anyone who can defeat Bai Yujing must be extraordinary. If we run into them, we might need to ask for mercy. As soon as Zhou Dao finished speaking, Lin Lu and the others shot him incredulous looks. Meng Li took a graceful sip of her milk tea before calmly saying, Jiang Kai, Li Meng, you didn't tell your friend that we are the representatives, did you? What? Zhou Dao's eyes widened in shock. Kaizi and Li Meng are the representatives? No way. Miss, you must be joking. Kaizi is a lifestyle ability user. He even said he planned to work in a factory after graduation. Sure, you can come cheer for the academy, but don't pretend to be contestants. Faking that could get you into serious trouble. Just as Zhou Dao was earnestly warning them, a figure approached their group. Hey, you're all here already. Kodak, dressed in a leather jacket, greeted Chun Xian and the others. Tianhui Academy's Kodak? Zhou Dao looked on in confusion as Chun Xian and Kodak chatted familiarly. With a laugh, Kodak said, "For this Golden Sword tournament, we're practically brother teams. Since we're both from Nanyang City, you guys have to look out for us, alright?" Zhou Dao froze. The idea that Kodak, the wielder of Earth Rock power, would ask for Kaizi and his team's help was beyond belief. Chun Xian responded with a good-natured smile. "Senior Kodak, no problem at all." Snapping out of his daze, Zhou Dao turned to Jiang Kai with a look of disbelief. "Kaizi, you're really the representatives?" Jiang Kai laughed heartily. "Absolutely." Then, turning to Zhou Dao, he added, "By the way, Zhou Dao, you seem pretty knowledgeable about the Golden Sword tournament and its academies. Can you tell us about the strongest contenders?" The strongest contenders? Zhou Dao paused to gather his thoughts. The 8 great clans all have powerful representatives, but the strongest are the top 5 on the heavenly rankings. The heavenly rankings? What's that? Lin Lu asked, intrigued. Zhou Dao explained. The heavenly rankings is a list created by fans and combat enthusiasts of the Golden Sword tournament. It ranks the competing ability users based on their overall strength, with a total of 100 spots. Li Meng, now excited, pressed him further. "Tell us quickly who are the top 5 you mentioned." Zhou Dao smiled and said, "All right, I'll break it down for you. The top 5 on the heavenly rankings are, in 5th place, Mo Jiyun, the Phantom Ghost from Wuxing Academy. In 4th place, Mu Tianxing, the Wood Calamity from Elemental Academy. In 3rd place, Luo Ning, the Dream Weaver from Qiji Academy. In 2nd place, Yiming Lu, the Shapeshifter from Dragon God Academy. And in 1st place, Du Guyun, the Little War God from Huanglong Academy." Of course, the rankings might fluctuate, but these 5 individuals are widely recognized as the strongest among the younger generation in Longhua. All of them have passed the rigorous level combat ability examination, becoming idols for countless young people. As Zhou Dao spoke, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Sounds impressive, but true strength can only be judged when witnessed firsthand. After all, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing." Just as he finished speaking, several bald men dressed in Zhongshan suits suddenly appeared behind Chun Xian. One of them, visibly furious, demanded, "Kid, are you doubting Senior Mo's strength? Do you even know who you're talking about? Senior Mo Jiuyun is ranked number 1 among the younger generation nationwide." Meng Li couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. "Ha ha ha, Chun Xian, you're in trouble now. This is what they call getting into trouble because of your words." Secretly, she was looking forward to the drama unfolding, as Chun Xian always maintained a calm and wise demeanor, never losing his temper no matter how much he was teased. Despite the sudden provocation, Chun Xian maintained his smile. He stood up from his seat by the tea table and calmly approached the group of bald men. "Gentlemen, what can I do for you?" he asked in a composed tone. One of the bald men barked, "Kid, your attitude just now clearly showed disrespect. Apologize immediately." His voice attracted the attention of several bystanders who began to gather around. Still smiling, Chun Xian replied, "Apologize? Did I say anything offensive?" The bald man grew even angrier. "What did you mean by hearing is one thing, seeing is believing? Do you know that our Wuxing Academy is ranked in the top 10 in Longhua? Who are you to question the strength of our team?" Chun Xian sighed lightly, his smile unwavering. "All right then, what do you want? I'd rather not make a scene." Off to the side, Meng Li complained to Lin Lu. "Teacher, look at Chun Xian. He's always like this, smiling and calm, even when people are picking on him. It's so frustrating." Lin Lu chuckled and teased. "Haha, could it be that you're still holding a grudge because you lost that Go game to him last time? You need to let it go. Oh, and put away that Battle Eagle Go sculpture of yours. Every time I see its name, I can already tell you're not going to win." Meng Li was so exasperated she couldn't find the words to respond. She simply turned her attention back to the situation unfolding with Chun Xian. The bald men, emboldened by Chun Xian's calm demeanor, became even more aggressive. "Kid, here's the deal. Kneel down now, let each of us punch you once, and admit you were wrong. Then we'll let you off." Chun Xian responded lazily. "Oh? Resorting to violence? You do realize this is during the Golden Sword tournament, don't you? Are you really going to make a move?" The bald men burst into laughter. "Kid, don't you know that during the Golden Sword tournament, participants are granted immunity? As long as we don't cripple or kill, it's all fair game." Hearing this, Chun Xian's eyes suddenly glowed with a piercing blue light, and an intimidating aura emanated from him. "Is that so? Well, that makes things easier," he said with a faint smile. The bald men, seeing this change, immediately charged at Chun Xian. However, he simply took a step forward and lightly kicked a small stone on the ground. The stone accelerated instantly, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the thigh of one of the bald men, causing blood to gush from the wound. The injured man seemed too stunned to process what had just happened. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that he let out a scream, clutching his leg as he collapsed to the ground in agony. Chun Xian swept a cold gaze over the disciples of the 5 Elements Academy in front of him. The astonishment and fear on their faces were unmistakable. A bald man stammered, You dare to use force against the Five Elements Academy? Chun Xian responded with an expressionless face. Not killing you is already me showing restraint. His tone suddenly turned stern. Now say I was wrong. The bald men exchanged uneasy glances. One of them mustered the courage to threaten. Our academy won't let you get away with this. Before he could finish, Chun Xian kicked out. A small stone shot through the air with a sharp whistle, piercing another bald man's thigh with precision. A scream of pain rang out as blood gushed forth. Demon. This guy's a demon. Everyone run. Panic spread among the group as they scrambled to support one another and flee. Chun Xian let out a cold laugh and took a step forward. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a cluster of vines burst out of the earth, forming a sturdy wooden wall behind the bald men, blocking their escape. At that moment, a calm voice sounded. My friend, have mercy where it's due. Mo Jiyun holds grudges easily, and if his people die, this feud will never end. Everyone turned toward the voice to see a young man in a green coat, who had appeared in their line of sight, without anyone noticing. Keita, these people seem to be your friends. Aren't you going to step in? The young man continued, his gaze shifting to Keita, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby. Keita set down his teacup, a sly smile forming on his lips. Mu Tianxing, long time no see. To be honest, the strength of the Zijingwa Academy isn't something Mo Jiyun alone can shake. Jiang Kai stood up, walked over to Chun Xian, and patted him on the shoulder. Senior Keita, it's not good to flatter us like that. Lin Lu spoke softly, come back. Let's spare them this time. Hearing this, Chun Xian slowly walked back. Mu Tianxing's gaze remained fixed on Lin Lu, as if trying to see through him. Sensing this, Lin Lu asked curiously, Oh, what's on your mind, young man? You've been staring at me. Is there something you'd like to say? Mu Tianxing replied in a deep voice. I'm curious about the kind of person you are. A group of ability users cast to the bottom by the council, yet you led them out. With that, he waved a hand, and the wooden wall vanished without a trace. He gave Lin Lu one last meaningful look before turning and leaving. Mu Tianxing, the Wood Calamity. Jiang Kai and the others silently noted the name, their expressions complex. The next morning, the participants gathered in the Grand Hall of the Beijing Ability Bureau. The immense, single-story building could accommodate 5,000 people and exuded an imposing aura. As the doors opened, members from various ability academies filed in and took their assigned seats. 20 minutes later, the hall was packed. A middle-aged man in formal attire stepped onto the podium and cleared his throat. Good morning, everyone. I am Beihan, the host of this conference from the headquarters of the Ability Bureau. Thank you all for being here. Today, we are holding the preliminary meeting for the Golden Sword Tournament. A round of enthusiastic applause followed. Beihan raised a hand to signal for silence. First, we need to verify everyone's identity. Each participant from every academy will have their identity checked. Please cooperate with the staff during this process. 10 minutes later, the verification process was complete. Beihan scanned the room. Based on the results, everyone's identity matches the requirements for participating in the tournament. There are no issues with anyone's credentials. Does anyone have objections to the verification results? The hall was silent. Just as everyone thought they were moving on to the next agenda, a voice suddenly rang out from the Five Elements Academy section. I have a problem. Beihan raised an eyebrow. Oh, representative from the Five Elements Academy, what seems to be the issue? A young man in a Zhongshan suit stood up, his tone righteous. As everyone knows, participants in the Golden Sword Tournament are supposed to be combat ability users. Yet, among us, there are life ability users mixed in. Isn't this blatant favoritism? I demand that everyone's abilities be verified, and that these life ability users be removed. His words caused an uproar in the hall. Life ability users? There are life ability users here. This is the Golden Sword Tournament. Is there really such a scandal? Doubts and accusations filled the air. Beihan frowned and carefully examined the participant list. Among the combat ability users, Zijingwa Academy's roster stood out. 3 combat ability users, 6 life ability users, and 1 untested ability user. Are they serious? Beihan thought to himself, puzzled. But how did they pass the identity verification in Nanyang City? Wait, Nanyang City. Wasn't there a rumor about Baiyujing being taken down? Could it have been Zijingwa Academy's doing? He shook his head, dismissing the far-fetched idea. Ahem. Beihan cleared his throat. Representative from the Five Elements Academy. You're referring to Zijingwa Academy, correct? That's right. The representative from the Five Elements Academy said excitedly. I strongly suspect they got in through connections. Life ability users participating in the Golden Sword Tournament is a complete joke. His words were like a bombshell, igniting the entire hall. Representatives from other academies voiced their opinions. What kind of connections do you need to get in here? Are they relatives of high-ranking military officials? This is corruption. A total scandal. In the eyes of most people, life ability users were support personnel and could never be part of the combat lineup. Sun Xing and Sun Dishing were furious. This was an open challenge to Zijingwa Academy. Sun Xing suddenly stood up and roared. Shut up. A bunch of frogs in a well. The room fell silent in an instant. So what if they're life ability users? Does that make them inferior? Such ignorance. Sun Xing grew more impassioned, his round face flushed red. Wasn't Bai Yujing supposed to be so powerful? We took him down. Didn't Thunder Academy claim to be the second best in the South? We toppled them too. What? Are life ability users just stepping stones for you to mock? Ridiculous. Enough. The Five Elements Academy representative was left speechless by Sun Xing's tirade. Lin Lu, Sun Dishing, and the other members of Zijingwa Academy began to clap lightly. Zhao Kuo whispered in surprise. The principal is really going all out. Jiang Kai moved, said, I'm touched. The principal's personally stepping in to defend us. Sun Dishing joked. Looks like my brother's quite bold when his wife isn't around. Seems the threat of Laozi's Shudao Mountain has lessened. Even Lin Xiao, who had been snacking, joined in the applause. She thought to herself, whatever, I'll just follow the crowd. The Five Elements Academy representative, unwilling to back down, retorted. Regardless, there has never been a precedent for life ability users participating in the Golden Sword Tournament. This breaks the rules. As the argument reached an impasse, Lin Lu suddenly slammed his cup onto the table. The loud crack silenced the hall, drawing everyone's attention to him. Lin Lu spoke calmly but firmly. Why make things so complicated? If you're so doubtful, why not settle it with a simple test? Your academy sends one person, and our academy sends one person. Let the results speak for themselves. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then found the suggestion reasonable. I'll go. Li Ming volunteered, leaping into the center of the hall with a determined look in his eyes. I'm listed as a life ability user. The representative from the Five Elements Academy looked grim, his face filled with frustration. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this point and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. What a fight. Zijingwa Academy sure is bold. Lin Lu stood up, his gaze sharp and intense like a blazing torch. His eyes swept over the representatives of the Five Elements Academy, the provocation in his expression unmistakable. The representatives exchanged uneasy looks, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a gloomy-looking young man in black coldly ordered, Lu Bian go. The principal of the Five Elements Academy, Kong Xian, nodded slightly in agreement. Before the words fully settled, a white figure leaped into the center of the hall like an arrow released from a bowstring. It was a man clad in a white cloak, his jet-black eyes fixed unblinkingly on Li Ming across from him. Seeing that the situation was beyond control, Beihan sighed helplessly and asked, how do we determine the winner? Principals. Sun Xing and Kong Xian exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with determination. Sun Xing spoke in a deep voice, by skill. Kong Xian followed, and by life or death. All right then, Beihan said, looking around. There's a large combat arena behind the hall. Fighters, head over there. The rest will watch through the monitors. Under the guidance of the staff, Li Ming and the man in white arrived at a combat arena modeled after an abandoned factory. The air was thick with the scent of rust and dust, and broken machinery lay scattered around, adding an atmosphere of desolation and tension to the impending battle. The man in white spoke arrogantly. Kid, state your name. C-class life ability user, Li Ming. Li Ming responded calmly. I am Lu Bian, an A-class puppet master from the Five Elements Academy, the man in white declared, enunciating each word. Kid, it'll make you feel the pain of your body being torn apart. Likewise, Li Ming sneered. His right thumb unconsciously rubbed the neural synapse of the swarm heart, its tiny spikes already piercing into his wrist. 12 guards, Lu Bian commanded. 12 steel puppets appeared suddenly, crawling upside down on the ceiling like spiders. The grating sound of their joints moving was like rusty gears grinding against bone, sending chills down the spine. Lu Bian leaped gracefully onto the highest beam, his 10 fingers manipulating glowing blue control threads fibers constructed from his abilities. Your weapon looks strange, Lu Bian said, his voice carrying a mechanical, synthesized tremor. I wonder how you'd look as a specimen hanging in my studio. The first puppet dove down, its blade humming ominously. Just as its steel claws were about to touch Li Ming's face, Li Ming abruptly raised the swarm heart and shouted, Swarm heart, disperse. In an instant, the jagged blade disassembled, and thousands of fragments scattered like metallic dandelions in the wind. Hundreds of shards glowing faintly with blue light hovered in the air, their edges crackling with faint bioelectric currents. Li Ming's pupils reflected the fiery orange glow of the fragments as they vibrated at a frequency of 6,000 times per second. The friction in the air created a faint, burnt smell. Scorching prison of severance. At Li Ming's command, the red fragments turned into violent solar flares. The spine of the first puppet was pierced by 3 beams of red light, molten iron dripping from the cuts like melting wax. Li Ming advanced through the metallic storm, the fragments avoiding his body with precision while leaving burning wounds on the puppets they touched. Lu Bian was stunned, unable to believe the sheer power Li Ming wielded. Lu Bian ripped off his cloak, revealing a pale back lined with glowing blue ability threads. The remaining puppets shrieked as they merged into a towering steel colossus bristling with weaponry. Standing at 3 meters tall, the killing machine brought a twisted smile to Lu Bian's face. The colossus, equipped with wheels on its feet, sped toward Li Ming under Lu Bian's control. As it neared, the colossus raised a spiked steel mace and swung it toward Li Ming's head. The world fell silent. In the next second, hundreds of red lights pierced through the steel body. The high-frequency vibrations triggered a resonance that shattered the entire puppet into a storm of iron fragments. No, impossible. Lu Bian's face turned ashen, and a piercing scream of terror escaped him. Who are you? This is not the power of a life ability user. Ignorance is the deadliest weakness, Li Ming said coldly. Swarm. Assemble. The red fragments converged above Lu Bian's head, their vibration frequency increasing once more. Waves of heat radiated outward, and the despairing red glow reflected in Lu Bian's eyes. No. The swarm descended abruptly. Lu Bian's body was engulfed in a hellish storm of burning and slicing. The ground beneath him crumbled under the ferocious attack. 10 seconds later, the swarm ceased its movements. Li Ming raised his right hand, catching the returning fragments as they reassembled into a blade. The reformed weapon was scorching hot, almost too hot for him to hold. Step, 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 Li Ming walked toward the exit, the ground beneath him glittering with crystalline debris. Behind him lay Lu Bian's mangled remains, his body reduced to pieces the size of mahjong tiles, still faintly smoking. The severed edges were perfectly smooth, as if cut by a laser. The neural conduit of the swarm heart twitched spasmodically. Li Ming blew on the handle of his blade, trying to cool it down. He looked up at the surveillance camera, his gaze sharp and his posture upright, and said coldly, "It's over." Next, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the screen in deep thought. Suddenly, Lin Xiao crunched down on a potato chip and lazily remarked, "So weak." That one comment sent the Five Elements Academy into an uproar. "Murderer." One of their representatives stood up abruptly, pointing at the screen and shouting angrily, "He killed one of ours outright. Is this the purpose of the Golden Sword Tournament?" Lin Lu was quick to counter, standing up and retorting, "Hey, if you're capable, then prove it. If you're not, don't make excuses. Come on, send someone else to solo. All talk, no action." You what? Are you sending someone or not? Yes or no?" As tensions escalated, Beihan roared, silencing the crowd. "Enough. This proves that being a life ability user isn't a measure of strength or weakness. Five Elements Academy, if you cause any more trouble, they'll disqualify you immediately." At that, everyone fell silent. Clearing his throat, Beihan continued, "All right, now let me explain the rules of this competition. To avoid excessive casualties in internal matches and to maximize the effective use of existing combat power in Longhua, we've grouped all the academies. Each group of 4 academies will be assigned to one of the 2 newly established frontline bases, Qilin Base and Jinwu Base. Finally, the base leaders and senior officers will score each group based on factors such as the number of beasts you slay, teamwork, communication efficiency, and mission completion. The top 4 groups will advance to the final elimination round. As Beihan finished speaking, the room erupted into lively discussion. "Wait a minute." A representative stood up, objecting righteously. "What if we're grouped with weaker teams? Are we just supposed to get eliminated with them?" Beihan's sharp gaze pierced the representative, his voice icy. "If your academy doesn't have the ability to carry the team, then you'd better withdraw from the Golden Sword Tournament now. This is a place to select the strong, not to coddle the weak. Here, the strong get stronger, and if you can't carry your teammates, you might as well leave." And so, the preliminary meeting concluded smoothly under Beihan's leadership. The preliminary meeting concluded, and as the conference room door swung open, a group of people filed out in an orderly manner. Just then, a cold voice came from behind Li Ming. "Kid, just you wait. Every single one of you from Zijingwa Academy will die." Hearing this, Li Ming abruptly turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping behind him. He sneered and retorted without hesitation. "Huh, anyone can talk big. Why didn't you step in just now?" A flicker of anger flashed in the man's eyes as he responded in a deep voice. Fine. You're the first person who dares to talk to me, Mo Jiuyun, like this." With that, Mo Jiuyun cast a frosty glance at everyone from Zijingwa Academy and turned to leave. Watching Mo Jiuyun's retreating figure, Sun Xing sighed. "Ah, so it's come to this. We've made an enemy after all." Standing nearby, Sun Dishing quickly offered words of comfort. "Brother, what are you saying? Rivalries between academies are natural. Don't let these threats get to you." Half an hour later, representatives from the 4 academies gathered together. A colonel in military uniform stood before them, his gaze scanning every person present. "Greetings, everyone. I'm Colonel Luo from the Qilin Base, and I'll be your mission guide this time. It's a pleasure to meet you all," he said in a strong, commanding voice. "Our Qilin Base is the 5th base of Longhua, located deep in the East Sea. It was built on a cluster of islands, creating a landmass in the sea. The base and surrounding areas are home to over 200,000 military personnel and civilians. This time, your mission is to confront the deep-sea beasts. Let's start by introducing ourselves. Lin Lu looked around and noticed that the attendees were all familiar faces. Representatives from Tianhui Academy, led by Kuda, Elemental Academy, represented by Mu Tianxing, and Shijiang Academy, with Zhou Dao, were all present. After a round of introductions, Zhou Dao approached Li Meng with a grin. Li Meng, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You took down Lu Bian just like that. That guy was awful, like turning people into specimens. Hearing this, Li Meng couldn't help but puff up with pride. It's nothing. I just have great teachers. At that moment, Lin Lu noticed Mu Tianxing staring at him. He set down his teacup and met Mu Tianxing's gaze. Why are you staring at me? Mu Tianxing replied without hesitation. I'm wondering how strong you really are. My brother talks about you like you're a legend, but I don't buy it. Who's your brother? Lin Lu raised an eyebrow. My brother's Mu Shini. He's a member of the Daylight Army now. Lin Lu shrugged. Oh, I can't keep track of everyone, but thanks for the recognition from your brother. Mu Tianxing's eyes sparkled with a competitive gleam. He says you're incredible, someone he can't even dream of surpassing. But I don't believe it. This time, I want to see for myself how strong you are. Lin Lu chuckled lightly. Mu Tianxing, is it? If you think you're so strong, why not spar with my students? I hope you gain some new insights from the experience. He'll definitely take the chance, Mu Tianxing said, clenching his fists as his fighting spirit grew. After a day of rest, the representatives from the 4 academies embarked on their journey to Chilan Base. Traveling 100 kilometers east of the eastern coastline, they finally arrived at their destination. On the sea's surface lay 15 interconnected islands, forming a vast landmass. The intricate network of roads and bridges between the islands resembled a city on land. The blue crystal aircraft descended slowly onto a spacious plaza, and the representatives from the 4 academies disembarked one after another. Colonel Luo smiled as he introduced the area. All right, everyone. This is the region protected by Chilan Base East Sea Special Zone. It also serves as a supply and rest area for the East Sea Expeditionary Army. The salty sea breeze swept over them, bringing a stark contrast to the inland atmosphere. Lin Lu turned to his first disciple, Jiang Kai, and spoke in a serious tone. Jiang Kai, while others are doing fine, your abilities rely heavily on explosions. Figuring out how to adapt to combat at sea is your top priority. Jiang Kai nodded solemnly. Understood, teacher. He'll develop new combat techniques. Colonel Luo distributed a stack of mission sheets to each representative. We've arrived. Here are the missions. Please take a look. The representatives picked up the documents and began reading carefully. The mission sheet outlined 4 options. Repel the city-destroying beast crystal turtle. Repel the city-destroying beast skywing dragon. Assist the Eastern Expeditionary Army in sea exploration and participate in Chilan Base's defense tasks. Colonel Luo added, you have 1 week to select and complete one of these missions. Each mission has a different evaluation score. You can carry them out individually or as a team. At that moment, Li Meng raised a question. Colonel Luo, I have a question. Why isn't there an option to eliminate the city-destroying beasts on the mission sheet? The surrounding people glanced at Li Meng with puzzled expressions. Zhou Dao stepped forward to explain. Brother, do you know why they're called city-destroying beasts? It's because their strength is enough to destroy a small city within minutes. To kill one of these beasts, it usually takes at least 20 class ability users ranked within the top 100. Very few class users have solo kill records against them. Li Meng looked confused. Is it really that hard? Last time, the 4 of us almost took one down. If we had more experience, we could have done it. Colonel Luo interrupted their discussion. All right, you have 1 day to think it over. Once you've decided, you can collect your mission from the Military Intelligence Office. Remember to choose a mission that suits your capabilities. With that, he handed out rest area passes to everyone and left. Kudo approached the representatives of Zijingwa Academy with a smile and extended an invitation. Haha, friends from Zijingwa Academy, want to team up? Chun Xian teased. To be honest, Senior Kuda, you're the most opportunistic person I've ever met. Kuda shrugged helplessly. What can I do? This is the ocean. On solid ground, am unbeatable, but on the sea, am powerless. His 9 companions behind him shared the same resigned expression. After some consideration, Lin Lu nodded in agreement. Take them along. After all, Kuda helped you gather intel on by Yujing's strength before. Thank you for your generosity, Teacher Lin, Kuda said, clasping his hands in gratitude. The Elemental Academy seemed confident in their own abilities and didn't seek collaboration with other academies. Meanwhile, Shijiang Academy, upon hearing that Zijingwa Academy planned to challenge a city-destroying beast, realized their own limitations and opted for simpler tasks, hoping to achieve success through quantity. Ultimately, Zijingwa Academy and Tianhui Academy formed a 20-person team to take on the city-destroying beast. Their eyes were filled with determination as they prepared to face this unprecedented challenge. All right, the Pteranodon is too unpredictable since it can fly at will, so we'll abandon that target. Our new goal is the crystal turtle. Jiang Kai made the decision with finality, instantly setting the mission's objective. He turned to Keita, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Senior Keita, if we're going to steal the crystal turtle's egg, the battle will take place on the island. Your power over earth and rock will come in handy again. Keita's eyes lit up as he nodded silently in agreement. The group quickly finalized their plan and set off toward the massive island deeper in the eastern region. On the way, Jiang Kai gave the team a brief overview of the crystal turtle. This massive beast typically roams in shallow seas, but comes ashore only during its egg-laying season. Based on calculations, now is the time for them to head to land for nesting. The crystal turtle is notoriously aggressive, preying on various other beasts, and has recently launched repeated attacks on the Chilean base, resulting in hundreds of civilian casualties. Faced with such a threat, Chilean base had no choice but to initiate targeted operations against it. Just as the team was preparing to depart, Lieutenant Colonel Luo arrived, looking grave. Are you sure you want to take on this mission to subdue the crystal turtle? This isn't just an ordinary beast. Its defensive capabilities are the strongest I've ever seen, and our current methods of attack can't inflict any significant damage. This is a city-destroying level beast, don't take it lightly. Jiang Kai responded with a calm smile. Don't worry, Lieutenant Colonel Luo. If things go south, we'll retreat immediately. This mission is also an opportunity for us to gain a deeper understanding of city-destroying level beasts. Seeing Jiang Kai's determination, Lieutenant Colonel Luo didn't press further and reluctantly allowed them to proceed. The sea wind howled as the team arrived at the massive island in the deep eastern ocean. As soon as they set foot on the island, Meng Li was captivated by the strange and beautiful scenery. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the view here is amazing. Why don't we build our base here?" Jiang Kai explained. Can you guess why? This is the crystal turtle's nesting ground. If we build a base here, we'd be dealing with constant harassment every day. Jiang Kai then turned to Li Meng. Try to locate the crystal turtle's lair. Li Meng nodded, closed his eyes, and began exploring the ripple world. 5 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes. 50 meters beneath the sand at the center of the island, there's a giant egg. That should be the crystal turtle's nest. The 20-member team quickly regrouped and headed toward the center of the island. Within 10 minutes, they reached the heart of the massive landmass. Li Meng tapped his left foot lightly on a mound of earth, signaling Keita to proceed. Keita pressed his hands together, his eyes glowing with a blue light. The ground began to shift and writhe as if a massive subterranean creature was about to break through. With a series of gurgling sounds, the earth began to churn, and soon, a giant egg, nearly as tall as a person, emerged before the group. It was a giant egg with a jade-like exterior, its surface etched with mysterious and intricate patterns. Through the semi-transparent shell, faint structures inside glimmered with a soft light. So this is the crystal turtle's egg. Jiang Kai gazed at the peculiar giant egg, a mix of awe and caution in his heart. The mission had only just begun, yet they were already standing on the edge of an unknown danger. Meng Li stepped forward, her delicate hand gently stroking the surface of the jade-like egg. The smooth, warm texture captivated her, drawing her into a trance. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence across the massive island. It's here. Jiang Kai immediately issued a command. Everyone, stay alert. The group quickly assumed battle positions. From the western side of the island, a moving mountain slowly approached. Its colossal figure caused a representative from Tianhui Academy to tremble and exclaim, This is terrifying beyond belief. It's coming. Keita decisively ordered. Xiao Lu, go test the strength of this beast. Understood. A young man clad in black leaped into the air. Hovering steadily, he approached the giant crystal turtle. When he was close enough, he raised both arms, and a fierce wind began to swirl between his palms. Sky Ripper. With a thunderous shout, the youth unleashed a concentrated wind blast. The gray cyclone, sharp and powerful, shot straight toward the turtle's head. However, the attack, which would have been devastating to most enemies, merely produced a muffled thud on the turtle's body, leaving it completely unscathed. Enraged, the crystal turtle slowly opened its massive, fang-filled mouth. A dazzling light began to gather within. Move out of its line of sight. Keita shouted a warning, and everyone quickly sought cover in the turtle's blind spots. With a sharp screech, the turtle unleashed a beam of energy, carving a deep trench across the island in an instant. No wonder it's classified as a city-destroying beast, Jiang Kai remarked in awe. If this attack hit our base, half of it would be gone in one strike. Let me try. I seized the opportunity, flashing to the turtle's side. Extreme freeze. A terrifying chill erupted from his frost gauntlets, causing frost to form on one side of the turtle. Yet, the enormous creature merely shook its body, instantly dissipating the icy layer. It's no use, its size is too overwhelming. I retreated reluctantly. My turn. Meng Li quickly ascended into the air, for plasma cannons deploying behind her. Clear out. Plasma cannons charging. At her command, the cannons began to emit a faint blue glow. Half a minute later, for brilliant energy beams shot forth, directly piercing the mountainous shell on the turtle's back. The representatives from Tianhui Academy watched in stunned silence. What incredible power! As the dust and debris settled, the turtle's dark gray carapace was revealed. The plasma barrage had caused intense scattering upon impact, lasting several seconds, but left only a charred mark on the tough shell. It seems its defense is extraordinary. Meng Li landed and began to contemplate. Chen Xian, retrieve a fragment of its back shell for me. Jiang Kai continued to issue orders. Got it. Chen Xian activated his ability, and a fragment from beneath the turtle instantly flew into Jiang Kai's hand. Material analysis. Jiang Kai's eyes glowed faint blue as he carefully examined the fragment. The crystal turtle, seeing its attack miss, slowly shifted its massive body, preparing to turn its head toward another target. Chen Xian decisively stepped forward. I'll handle the defense. I've already analyzed the nature and vectors of its attack. However, Bai Jing quickly rushed ahead. Senior brother, let me do it, he said firmly, standing protectively in front of the group, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Chen Xian chuckled knowingly. Haha, you're right. Your energy convergence can weaken its attacks. He stepped back to stand beside Jiang Kai, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The students of Tianhui Academy watched in astonishment, silently marveling. Why are these people so calm? This is a city-destroying level beast. The crystal turtle's massive head slowly turned, fixing its gaze on Jiang Kai. A glint of cunning flashed in its ancient, icy eye. Speed was no issue for it. With its impenetrable defense, wearing down its opponents was the key to victory. Suddenly, Xing Lu, a wind element user from Tianhui Academy, shouted, "You all, get out of the way." Yet Bai Jing, Chen Xian, and Jiang Kai remained rooted in place, as if they hadn't heard him. The crystal turtle's mouth began to gather a blinding energy orb, and a beam of light shot out in an instant. Facing this lethal attack, Bai Jing calmly raised his hands, and a translucent mirror appeared in front of him. The terrifying energy surged forward like a flood but astonishingly weakened as it neared Bai Jing, dissipating into nothingness 2 meters away. This scene left both the crystal turtle and the students of Tianhui Academy utterly shocked. Bai Jing turned to Jiang Kai with a triumphant smile. Senior, its attack weakens to almost nothing within 1 meter. Looks like this turtle put all its points into defense. Jiang Kai burst into laughter. Haha, well done. Bai Jing, the defense is all yours. With that, he resumed examining the shard of shell in his hand with intense focus. The crystal turtle, enraged at being effortlessly blocked by a human, burned with fury. It began moving slowly but resolutely toward Jiang Kai, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Chen Xian quickly flew overhead. I'll stop its advance. With a wave of his hands, he declared, friction vector 0. In an instant, massive beams of blue light enveloped the crystal turtle's feet. With a loud crash, the crystal turtle's massive body began to slide uncontrollably. Dust billowed into the air as it looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Meng Li, a Yi, and Li Meng couldn't hold back their applause. Amazing. When it counts, Chen Xian really delivers. The crystal turtle's eyes turned blood red. As a city-destroying level beast, its pride had never been so challenged. It stopped trying to stand, and instead began violently shaking its entire body. Layers of rock crumbled off, and the ground trembled with its movements. Kata's sharp instincts picked up the danger. This is bad. It's going all out. He noticed the turtle's temperature rising rapidly, the surrounding land already beginning to blacken. Everyone retreat now. This beast is about to unleash a devastating ability. The students of Tianhui Academy immediately began retreating toward the edge of the island. However, Jiang Kai, Li Meng, and Chen Xian stood unmoved, as if they hadn't heard the warning. Kata shouted desperately, Jiang Kai, Li Meng, Chen Xian, what are you doing? Get out of there. Meng Li, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. She glanced at Jiang Kai and asked, Jiang Kai, have you figured out the composition yet? Jiang Kai smiled confidently. Almost there. His eyes sparkled with determination, as though he was about to unlock the key to this battle. Lin Xiao leisurely followed at the back of the group, snacking as she walked. This spot as a representative, which Lin Lu had forcibly arranged for her, had now become her ticket to the most relaxed experience. Seeing that the attacks from the people of Zijingguo Academy were having no effect on the crystal tortoise, Kata quickly led the group from Tianhui Academy to retreat, clearly unwilling to linger in this dangerous area. At that moment, the body temperature of the crystal tortoise began to rise rapidly, and the rocky layer on its surface started to peel off. Within a mere minute, it revealed its true form, a massive crystalline beast shimmering with metallic luster. The enormous crystal tortoise now resembled a moving crystal mountain, its shell gleaming and transparent, refracting dazzling light. Suddenly, its body began to tremble violently, and the shell exploded with a thunderous crash. Countless high-temperature crystal fragments were launched into the air by the force of the explosion, raining down like a storm towards Jiang Kai and the others. Beijing, get back. I'll handle this. Chun Xian reacted swiftly, immediately deploying a vector reflection shield. The moment the high-temperature crystals touched the translucent shield, they were deflected back. Meanwhile, the crystals that struck the ground triggered a chain of explosions upon impact. Deafening booms erupted one after another, as if dozens of bombers were dropping payloads simultaneously, enveloping nearly half of the massive island in a fiery bombardment. Got it. Analysis complete. Jiang Kai retracted his ability and explained, the crystal tortoise's armor is a mixture of tempered rock and rare metals. It boasts incredible impact resistance, heat insulation, and electrical insulation properties, with terrifying shock absorption capabilities. Hearing this, Meng Li, and Ai Yi looked disappointed. So basically, our current abilities are useless against it, they said in unison. Not necessarily. I could still try resonance. Li Meng said, unwilling to give up. Don't even think about it. Jiang Kai shook a fragment of the tortoise's shell, the scraping sound clearly audible. These tiny particles effectively suppress resonance, acting like dampers. No wonder it's a city-destroying level beast. It's absurdly strong in certain aspects. Yeah, and with its size rivaling a small mountain, my vector ability can't possibly cover it entirely. Chun Xian said with a wry smile. Noticing the faint smile on Jiang Kai's face, Meng Li immediately pressed him. You must have a plan to deal with it, right? Spill it. Stop keeping us in suspense. Of course I've got a plan, but it's a bit intense, so it'll need your cooperation. Wait, are you thinking of using the extreme explosion like our teacher did on West Island? Meng Li asked excitedly. No, explosions would only cause limited damage to it. I'm thinking of trying a different approach. Corrosion. Corrosion? Everyone stared at Jiang Kai in disbelief. You're saying we can deal with a tortoise this massive using corrosion? Faced with the skeptical looks from his companions, Jiang Kai grinned and proposed. How about we make a bet? If I win, you guys take turns cleaning my room. The group exchanged glances and answered in unison. No bet. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.